As midnight approached, Anna returned to the temple. Behind Jiang Cheng, an army of Blood Clan warriors stood in eerie silence. Their armor gleamed under the dim glow of the night, their presence like an iron fortress, unyielding, impenetrable. Beside them, Lily, Mengli, and Dejiao maintained their positions, their expressions solemn, waiting for the crucial moment. The rest of the war puppets, god-level warships, and various strategic items had been safely stored in the Lord's warehouse. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Please enter the special teleportation array along with your troops. Once all lords are in position, teleportation will commence. In 5 minutes, any lord who fails to step onto the teleportation array will be forcibly transported alone, without their army, equipment, or resources. Hearing this, any remaining hesitant lords abandoned their doubts. There was no turning back now. Teleportation to the abyssal battlefield. Jiang Cheng led his entire team onto the massive teleportation array. Anna stood by his side, unwavering. With the territory's affairs entrusted to Luluo, and Anna's clone left behind as a failsafe, everything was in order. Jiang Cheng's voice rang out. Everyone be ready. Then. Rumble. The teleportation array trembled violently, sending a surge of spatial energy across its surface. An intense pressure enveloped them, distorting the very air around them. Then. The world shifted. Darkness swallowed them whole. The abyssal front. When Jiang Cheng and his army re-emerged, an alien landscape stretched before them. An endless plain, dark and desolate. The earth beneath their feet was composed of purple-black sludge and jagged stones. Lifeless. Cursed. Nothing could grow here. Nothing could survive here. A true wasteland of death. Then. What the hell is that? Dejiao's voice quivered as he turned around. The others followed his gaze. And their breath hitched. Behind them. A colossal rift, spanning hundreds of thousands, no millions of miles. A gaping wound in reality, splitting the heavens and the earth apart. From its depths, an eerie purple-black mist seeped out, corrupting the very air. It was an abyssal aura, thick with malevolence. Jiang Cheng could feel it, a force so corrupting that prolonged exposure could twist one's mind, transforming them into mindless abyssal monsters. Beyond the rift, an unseen force loomed, blocking all spiritual probes. Then. A deep, guttural roar thundered from the other side. A sound that made even the most battle-hardened warriors flinch. Jiang Cheng turned to Anna. Anna, what exactly is this? It feels like there's an entire world beyond this rift. Anna's eyes darkened, her voice measured. This is a cosmic rift, a boundary separating two entire universes. Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Another universe? Anna nodded. Every universe has a finite lifespan. When one approaches its end, its inhabitants have only one option. They invade another universe, waging war to steal its resources, prolonging their own existence at the cost of another's destruction. Jiang Cheng's eyebrows twitched. This was no ordinary battlefield. This was a war between universes. Anna continued, her expression grim. This is only what I know. The full truth is likely far worse. The mission directive. A system notification rang out. Lord Jiang Cheng, you and 9 other lords have been deployed to guard this abyssal rift. This rift has been reinforced, you cannot enter it, but abyssal monsters will continue to pour out. The strongest entities emerging will not exceed the 3rd-level god rank. The rift will only close when all abyssal creatures on this continent are eliminated. However, if too much time passes, the rift will expand, stronger creatures, even 1st-level gods may emerge. Survive. Fight. Close the rift. The moment the message ended, Jiang Cheng exhaled sharply. 3rd-level gods, huh? His mind raced. Luckily he had Anna, a 1st-level god. A war puppet, combat strength equal to a 2nd-level god. For now, they could hold the line. Still. This was only the beginning. Allies and unknowns. The other lords had also arrived across the battlefield. Jiang Cheng's communication rune lit up. Messages flooded in. Luo Qi. Yun Shi. The purple-winged Huanglong Lord. All 3 were stationed along the rift, but at different locations, hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart. They briefly exchanged information, sharing positions and battle conditions. Jiang Cheng sent a reassuring message. If any of you get into trouble, call me. I'll send reinforcements. He wasn't just being charitable. Helping them meant earning their trust. Racking up valuable points. A win-win scenario. However, the remaining lords? Jiang Cheng had no idea about their intentions. His instincts screamed caution. For now, he blocked their messages, focusing on his own preparations. As long as they don't stir up trouble, they can do whatever they want. At the end of the day, this was a battlefield. And only the strong would survive. Jiang Cheng acted swiftly. With a single command, a god-level warship materialized before them. Its colossal frame, stretching over 2,000 feet, cast an imposing shadow over the desolate battlefield. Compared to the endless abyssal rift, the warship seemed insignificant, but its fortifications were unmatched. Capable of withstanding all attacks below first-level gods, this warship was not just a weapon, but a sanctuary. A stronghold. A place where warriors could regroup, rest, and strategize. Outside, the abyssal creatures clawed mindlessly at the void, unable to penetrate its defenses. They could do nothing but snarl helplessly. The warship's core. Inside, the atmosphere shifted. Jiang Cheng, Anna, and the rest of the squad stepped into the warship, their boots echoing in the vast corridors. Then, whoosh! The entire ship came alive. Lights flared to life, illuminating the intricate passageways. The walls pulsed with a soft white glow, as if the vessel itself was awakening from slumber. Then, a white sphere of light materialized before them. From within, a delicate, childlike voice spoke. Master, hello. I am Yu, the spirit of this warship. Just give me a command, and Yu will handle everything. The sphere of light blinked playfully, almost like a living, breathing entity. It looked similar to a white slime, its two bright eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Cheng smirked. Then lead the way, Yu. Yes, master. Let me show you around. Beyond a warship, a small world. With Yu guiding them, Jiang Cheng and his squad explored the vessel. What they discovered astonished them. This was not just a warship. This was a self-sustaining domain. A vast control room occupied only a small fraction of the interior. There were leisure areas, complete with meditation spaces and simulated environments. Even training grounds and battle simulation zones had been integrated. But everything required energy stones. The daily cost of full activation? 20 billion energy stones. And if the ship engaged in battle? 50 billion. Jiang Cheng felt his head throb. This thing is a damn gold-eating beast. Even just keeping the lights on required 3 billion energy stones per day. If I wasn't rich, this entire ship would be nothing but a useless hunk of metal. A path to true autonomy. Fortunately, Yu had good news. The warship could be upgraded. At its peak, it would no longer require energy stones. Instead, it would draw power from the sun, moon, and stars. But the upgrade required a star source. The core of a planet. Something that could only be obtained by obliterating an entire continent. Jiang Cheng sighed. That's out of the question for now. He was still confined to the Vaslo forest, his influence limited. Expanding recklessly would attract powerful enemies, not just monsters, but other ruling forces. Even the human race, currently at its peak, would not take kindly to a new rising power. Jiang Cheng too was human. He didn't want to wage war against his own kind. The destruction of entire kingdoms, the mountains of corpses, the rivers of blood. It was not a path he was willing to walk lightly. For now, he needed to bide his time. A sudden disturbance. The warship's interior stretched vast, a staggering 20,000 square kilometers. Without Yu's guidance, they might have gotten lost inside. Then, rumble. The entire ship trembled. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. What's going on? Are we under attack? A low, excited murmur spread through the blood warriors. Finally, a fight. I was getting bored. Let's tear something apart. We need a battle worthy of our strength. Jiang Cheng ignored their eagerness and turned to Yu. Yu, can you display an external feed? Of course, master. 5 light blue screens appeared before them, each reflecting a different direction. The surrounding landscape appeared unchanged. Except the abyssal rift. There, a monstrous hand had emerged. Fingers. Colossal fingers, pressing against the edges of the rift. They were forcing it open. Forcing it wider. The gap expanded, stretching tens of kilometers apart. A shudder ran through the group. Even the battle-hungry blood warriors fell silent. Lily and Mengli's faces paled. This thing is trying to tear the rift open. Jiang Cheng's expression darkened. How massive is this creature? Even Anna, usually unfazed, frowned deeply. Her golden eyes glimmered with rare unease. A silence settled over them. Jiang Cheng exhaled slowly. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. This was no ordinary enemy. If the rift continued to expand, the abyss wouldn't just leak monsters. It would unleash a god.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
An angry roar came from the other side of the cosmic crack. The monster's fingers tried hard to turn around, but it was blocked by an invisible force. It roared unwillingly, and then retracted its fingers. Under the blessing of this invisible force, the crack that was torn open at a height of 10,000 meters shrank back a little. It seemed to have noticed this. The monster on the opposite side punched the cosmic crack twice angrily. Although no substantial energy was transmitted, layers of air waves were generated. The tens of millions of god-level warships were forcibly moved back 10,000 meters by these air waves, and a deep gully was plowed on the ground, like a canal. As the movement of this terrible monster subsided, countless sharp and piercing sounds of monsters came from the void cracks, and these sounds became louder and louder, and the movements they made were getting closer and closer. All the lords on the continent heard this situation clearly. They were extremely frightened in their hearts and fought desperately with the crazy abyss monsters around them. At the same time, they asked about the situation on the World Channel. Not only were they afraid, the top lords and super lords were also terrified. They were all within 1,000 miles of the crack, and the giant hands were so huge that it was hard for them not to see them. And it wasn't just one pair of giant hands. There were dozens of pairs, filling the entire crack. The reminder in his mind before indicated that if they didn't clean up the abyss monsters on the continent in time, the monsters coming out of the crack would become more and more numerous and stronger. Maybe after a while, these extremely huge guys would come out from the other side of the crack and smash the continent under their feet into pieces with one palm. And by that time, they would also die. For this unknown fear, everyone felt a little cold in their hearts. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng stood up at the critical moment. Don't worry, everyone. There is an invisible force in the crack that stops these monsters. As long as we work together to eliminate the monsters on the continent, the monsters on the other side of the crack will not be able to escape. Besides, if these monsters escape, we, the super lords and top lords, will definitely be the first to attack. We will definitely suffer before you. The other super lords and top lords echoed, although they felt inexplicably unhappy to let them die first. But the most important thing at the moment is to stabilize morale. Let the other lords calm down and continue fighting. Don't be frightened by fear. After a few words, the lords who were so scared that their legs were weak and ready to run away immediately calmed down and fought again with fear in their hearts. Jiang Cheng and others are about to join the battle. The movement on the other side of the crack is getting louder and louder. I don't know how many abyss monsters are rushing over. All the Blood Clan warriors left the warship. What came out in advance was a very strong abyss breath, which contained negative emotions such as killing, erosion, and madness, as if to infect the soul and exterminate all the creatures between heaven and earth. As the breath overflowed, the ground under his feet became more purple and black. I'm afraid it has eroded under the surface. Even the environment of heaven and earth has changed because of this. No wonder the announcement asked them to bring enough energy stones. It is difficult to restore the energy consumed by the body in this environment. The energy stones mined on this continent cannot absorb the energy inside, unless you want to become like the abyss monster. Boom. Everyone present subconsciously operated the holy power and condensed a layer of protective shield around their bodies to isolate these abyss breaths, and then they felt physically and mentally comfortable. However, Anna did not start to defend. Instead, she tried to absorb this abyss breath. Some of the negative emotions such as killing and madness were absorbed by her, and the rest of the breath was expelled from her body. More than half of this breath is in line with my killing law, which is really amazing. If all these breaths are absorbed, my law power will be further improved. These breaths are not too strong. Under the purification of Anna's divine power, some of the breath inside was evaporated, and the rest of the breath can be absorbed. Hulala. Anna operated the spell, and a huge breath quickly poured into her body, permeating her limbs, even every cell, and merging with her law. An extremely huge vortex appeared above her. Endless abyss breath was absorbed by her. The purple-black ground was unconsciously stained with scarlet, and then turned into blood soil all over the sky. Wisps of dark red light emerged from the ground, and the air was filled with a killing wind that could cut the body of God at will. Before, Anna's killing law was the ultimate killing. And now there are some strange emotions. Staying in there for a while, you may become emotionally crazy, not recognizing your relatives, and become a monster who only knows how to kill. The abyss breath within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was completely absorbed. If the abyss monster had not run out of the crack, Anna might have continued. A dark, extremely thick gas mass condensed on one of her hands, like a very dangerous bomb. I'm afraid that throwing it out can turn tens of millions of lives into dry bones in an instant. Anna collected the air mass. The parts that were just sucked into her body were refined by her, and the rest were all condensed into this air mass. The power was extremely terrible, which could pose a certain threat to the true gods. Not to mention the creatures below the divine realm, it can completely turn the area of 10,000 miles into purgatory, a dead land, and deprive all creatures of their lives. Anna gathered the power of the law. Endless abyss monsters rushed out of the crack, densely packed, overwhelming, and when they smelled the breath of Jiang Cheng and others, these monsters swarmed in like hungry wolves that had not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. There were no less than 1 million abyss monsters in front of them, and this crack stretched for hundreds of thousands or even millions of miles, and countless abyss monsters rushed out from every place. This scene was simply too terrible. Fortunately, the realm of these monsters was not too strong. The ones running in the front were the abyss monsters of the Holy Realm, including saints, saint kings, and great saints. The ones running behind were all star-level monsters, not worth mentioning. Now the abyss monsters have not completely come out. Jiang Cheng and others don't know how many are behind, and it is estimated that the demigod and pseudogod level will appear at the end. These abyss monsters are different from the abyss monsters that first appeared on the mainland. Some of these abyss monsters have 2 horns on their heads, which are crooked and engraved with strange patterns. Some have 4 hooves and are 2 or 3 meters tall, like pigs and cows, but also have the characteristics of bears. They look very strange. Others are shaped like octopuses, floating in the air, with a huge demon eye between their eyebrows, and are filled with a strong abyss atmosphere at all times. Not only that, the holy level abyss monster running in the front can also speak human language. Ha ha ha, I smell the breath of creatures from another universe. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. We just came out and met creatures from another universe. Kill them. I can feel that they have abundant blood and energy, which is a great tonic. Today is really our lucky day. There is a human among them, standing in the front, who seems to be their leader. Humans are the lowest existence in our universe. The creatures in this universe are really inferior. Humans have become leaders. Such a terrible universe should be conquered by us. Within 3 years, we will definitely conquer this universe. The saint-level abyss monster was full of excitement. The voice monsters that couldn't speak behind them made a shrill chirping sound, which made people dizzy and their cockleys hurt. Anna's face was as cold as frost. Listening to these abyss monsters talking about Jiang Cheng, she took out her blood abyss sword directly. The sword body was mixed with endless divine power and the extremely terrifying killing law. An unimaginable light from the abyss battlefield shot out, like a sun rising into the sky, as if the master had descended. The sun crossed the sky, pierced the dark sky, and tore the black curtain. All the abyss monsters in the sky died under the sword. The airwaves generated made the earth tremble. The space shook hundreds of thousands of times in an instant. If it weren't for that invisible force, the cracks in the universe might have cracked a corner, forming a void turbulence. The Blood Clan warriors behind him looked at the flat land in front of them and swallowed their saliva. It was too cruel. Just a few words from the Lord, the Empress killed tens of millions of monsters. The law has been improved, and my hands are a little itchy. I won't take action next. Anna's face remained unchanged, holding the sword and walked to the back. A huge amount of experience poured into her body, which made her realm further and reached the middle stage of the first level god. The mighty divine power spread out. The abyss monsters within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were affected. They roared in anger, with madness flashing in their eyes, and rushed here desperately. The 2 super lords next to Jiang Cheng looked at the abyss monsters leaving in the distance, and they were confused. What happened just now? Why was there such a big commotion over there? Did a super lord directly use his last trump card? Because they didn't know their specific locations. The 2 lords had no idea what was going on, so they could only send a message on the world channel during the gap between the abyss monsters' attacks. But at present, there are at least nearly 1 million lords who sent messages. His message instantly fell into the sea. Jiang Cheng divided the Blood Clan warriors into 3 teams, defending the front, left and right respectively. As for the rear, there is no need to worry at all. Those top lords should be in the rear, and all the abyss monsters will gather there. Even if there are abyss monsters coming from the rear, they are just a few cats. They are not a threat, and Jiang Cheng can easily deal with them. Countless abyss monsters attacked from both sides. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they felt that their kind had died here. They wanted to trample the Blood Clan warriors in front of them into meat paste to vent their anger. Strange energy surged in their bodies. Ripples appeared layer after layer under their feet, spreading in all directions, and rocks were shattered one by one. Deep and bottomless cracks appeared on the ground, stretching for more than 10 kilometers. The Blood Clan warriors in front were not afraid of this situation. They were scattered in various places. The blood wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out and floated in the air. The blood-red field spread from under their feet, filled with the incomparably powerful power of the Holy Way. Boom! The terrifying holy power burst out. The Blood Clan warriors roared and rushed over, and subfire flames appeared around their bodies. Flame balls with a diameter of thousands of meters fell from the sky, like a star falling from the outer space, and smashed into the abyss monster group fiercely. So many fireballs appeared at the same time, and the air within a radius of hundreds of kilometers suddenly collapsed. The first to bear the brunt were the suspended octopus monsters with big eyes in the air. Before they could react, they were squeezed to the ground by the terrifying airflow, generating extremely terrible shock waves. With these big-eyed octopus monsters that fell to the ground as the center, countless abyss monsters were shaken to pieces, and just turned into countless particles and dissipated in this abyss battlefield. At the same time, the flame spheres exploded. Endless holy power covered the star-level abyss monsters in the back, causing them to dissipate between heaven and earth without even a scream. The netherworld blood flame stained the rest of the monsters. A power that could burn the soul made these monsters lie on the ground and roll continuously, emitting painful and sharp wails and screams. No matter how they rolled on the ground, they could not extinguish the flames, and even intensified the burning of the flames. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. The Blood Clan warriors understood this truth. They quickly stood up and attacked the abyss monsters covered by flames beside them. The super-grade holy weapon stabbed into the monster's body, and the violent holy power poured into the body. The bodies of the monsters exploded one after another and turned into powder on the ground. Most of the Blood Clan warriors have now reached the Great Saint realm. Only a small number of Blood Clan warriors who lacked talent have not yet broken through the bottleneck, but after a killing, they all successfully broke through and reached the Great Saint. Not good, these guys are a bit weird. They were at the peak of Saint King before, but now they have broken through after killing a few of us in the early Saint King stage. What kind of monster is this? Doesn't this guy need to settle down and accumulate? If they continue like this, they will become stronger and stronger, and our people will become fewer and fewer. I suggest sending a message immediately to let the demigods, or even gods, take action. That's right, the guy over there was still in the early stage of Great Saint. After killing more than 20 of our Saint Realm companions, he is about to break through to the middle stage, and they have a method to improve their strength, which seems to not require any energy. It's okay to improve their strength, but the most important thing is that every time they kill one of our companions, they can gain invisibility and a short-term acceleration. We can't catch their figures at all. I didn't expect that we would have a bad start. We encountered such a hard nail not long after we came out. I don't know what the other troops are like. If this is true, we must send gods to clean them up, otherwise we will pay a heavy price. The Abyss monster encountered such a fierce Blood Clan warrior. They began to communicate constantly, but they did not retreat. The creatures in their universe are all brave and fearless. Even if they know that there is an almighty strongman here, they are still fearless and willing to sacrifice their lives for the invasion. He is so mean. He dared to call the demigods and true gods over. Isn't this obviously bullying the honest people? It's simply unethical. Bah. The eagle heard the discussion and slapped 2 roaring saint-level abyss monsters to death with a slap. Killing 2 saints with his demigod strength is so easy, just like pinching to death 2 small beasts that just learned to walk. The surrounding abyss monsters couldn't help cursing in their hearts when they heard his complaints. You are the most outrageous person present. A dignified demigod strongman actually rushed into the star-level team in the back and killed them. He also ran over to listen to them from time to time. Slap 2 of their kind to death at any time? This is intolerable. This group of abyss monsters were extremely angry, and an invisible sound wave came out of their throats, which was transmitted to the tentacles of the remaining big-eyed octopus monsters in the air. This is their special way of communication. It is basically difficult to detect. Invisible sound waves passed through the abyss monster army behind and entered the cosmic cracks. At present, the Blood Clan warriors have fully opened their skills, domain, blood burning method, rage. With the blessing of many skills, they are extremely brave and wander among the monsters. Basically, no attack can threaten them, but the abyss monsters are restrained, fearing that they will accidentally attack their teammates. Under the crazy killing, the strength of the Blood Clan warriors has risen rapidly, but because of the excessive waste of holy power, the holy power left in their bodies has dropped to half. As a result, some Blood Clan warriors have to absorb energy stones while fighting bravely to prevent their physical condition from falling below the red line. The number of abyss monsters is dozens or even hundreds of times that of vampire warriors, which is impossible to calculate. Only the abyss monsters all over the sky can be seen rushing out from the cracks in the universe. And don't know why. The monsters coming out of the abyss are becoming more and more powerful, and basically all have reached the holy level, and there are only a few star-level monsters. There are many demigod realm abyss monsters among them. Faced with this amount of disparity, the holy power consumed by the vampire warriors increased exponentially, and soon dropped to 30%. Their bodies were covered with large and small scars, and new wounds would appear as soon as they were repaired. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Cheng personally entered the battle, holding the golden giant sword that Meng Li transformed into. As if he was in a deserted land, he raised and lowered his sword. Every second, an abyss monster fell under his sword. After thousands of reincarnations, Jiang Cheng's own fighting level is no longer the rookie he was before. During those days in the fantasy world, Anna could not always be by Jiang Cheng's side. Therefore, she taught Jiang Cheng many fighting skills. One-on-one personal guidance throughout the entire process, during which he put in countless efforts and sweat, allowed Jiang Cheng to go from an ordinary person with a modest fighting level to the level of a martial arts master. Coupled with countless years of hard work, it has now reached a very scary point. As the medicinal effect of phantom sound fruit is completely absorbed, Jiang Cheng's mental power has been greatly improved. Half of the battlefield is covered by his mental power, and every move can be clearly felt. Those abyss monsters who wanted to attack him from behind died tragically under his sword before they could react. The addition of war puppets brought great relief to the battlefield. Wherever they went, abyss monsters fell in droves and could not last more than 3 seconds. A massive amount of experience poured into Jiang Cheng's body. It makes his realm deeper. Although there is no ranking list for this event. However, you can check the points earned by the Lord personally. Through this function, Lords can check which guy didn't kill any abyss monsters, or which guy was opportunistic and only killed a few abyss monsters. The lord who spoke on the World Channel yesterday was ready to run away. Their names have been recorded by some thoughtful lords, and their points can be checked at any time. At this juncture, I want to run away. Since you are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. Each of these lords who recorded their names turned into a petty person, checking these people's names every few minutes to see if their points were increasing. If their points stagnate, these lords will give crazy reminders on the World Channel. In this move, some top lords also got involved. Because most of the lords who are planning to run away are members of the Alliance. Not only do these guys embarrass themselves, but they also bring down the reputation of the Alliance, so top lords like them are not happy with them. They even made bold statements that if they dare to slip away, they will not be able to see the sun tomorrow. As a result, those lords who were originally planning to run away began to fight bravely and actively search for the lost abyss monsters, fearing that their points would stagnate and make the bosses unhappy. The monsters in the continent are not like the crackmouth. Once an area is cleared, it will be gone, and new abyss monsters will not regenerate. So many lords were free. A team of supervisors was formed spontaneously. Supervise those dishonest lords. With nothing to do, they checked the points of the bosses to see how they were doing on the front line. After all, the terrifying news at the beginning frightened many people. Our leader is so powerful. He has already scored 800 million points and will soon break through the 1 billion mark. This number should not be too far behind among the super lords. What is 800 million? Our alliance leader has already reached 1.2 billion, and the speed is soaring. It seems that we are serious about it and will soon exceed 1.3 billion. The Angel Lord has reached 1.5 billion. The angels under her have holy light, which can purify the negative emotions in the air and have a certain restraint effect on abyss monsters. The purple-winged brilliant dragon lord currently has 700 million points. It seems that the last attack on Jiang Cheng caused him heavy losses. Although he finally escaped using the secret method, his foundation has been damaged and he will not be among the top ranks again in a short time. I wonder what the situation of the demon lord with him is like. Is it worse than him? What is the situation with the demon lord's points? Why is it only over 1 million now? Is there something wrong with the statistics? This is worse than some intermediate lords. Holy crap, what's going on with this guy? Why is he only 1 million? Can he surpass this score by just killing a few holy level abyss monsters? He couldn't have activated some kind of defense and then hidden there drinking tea and being lazy, right? Damn it, if this happens, there will definitely be many abyss monsters that will cross his defense line. All the pressure will be on the top lords behind, and they will definitely not be able to support it for long. In the end, these monsters will find us. Countless lords were angry. They didn't expect that the demon lord who was once at the top of the list could only get 1 million points. What is the concept of 1 million points? It can be achieved by killing a few saint-level abyss monsters. For the big guys at the top of the list, what is the difference between a few saint-level abyss monsters and ants? But just when these big guys need to unite as one, share hardships, and face terrible and powerful enemies. As a big guy, the demon lord actually made such a move, allowing countless abyss monsters to leave his defense line and pour into the continent. In this way, their pressure can be imagined. The big guys tried their best to plug the hole in front. They were responsible for clearing the monsters on the continent. Such cooperation will definitely win the final victory. But the demon lord's approach is completely disruptive. Millions and tens of millions of abyss monsters that ran out of his defense line will flow to every corner of the continent. They can't clean them up at all. And the strength of these monsters is extremely strong. Even if they meet, they may not be opponents. What the hell does this guy want to do? He must have been taught a lesson by Lord Jiang Cheng over and over again, so he is resentful and wants revenge. You shouldn't want revenge at this moment. I used to be in the Demon Alliance, and this experience will be a shame that I will never get rid of in my life. He is simply a bug in our Lord's power. He is not worthy of having such a powerful army as the demon, the title of Super Lord, and the top 10 of the ranking list. I am so angry that my heart disease is about to relapse. He is a bastard. If I have a chance, I must beat this guy up and make him suffer. I should kick his eggs to pieces. All the lords in the World Channel were angry about it. A huge amount of angry power was generated. In front of the cosmic crack, a purple-black energy light ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters enveloped the ground, as if it was connected to the ground. A steady stream of abyss breath poured into the body of the light ball. The aura of the figure inside it became more and more terrifying. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect so many people to be angry. Such pure anger makes me feel comfortable physically and mentally, and the law of anger has been improved by twice. This pure anger is much better than the abyss breath in front. I think I should do more excessive things to make these lords even more angry, he. The light ball is the demon lord. It should be the demon lord whose body was seized by the 6 demons. His originally handsome face has been destroyed and twisted, evil. A pair of demon horns grew on his head. A pair of demon wings behind him covered the sky. There was a divine light on his body, like a peerless demon king. During this period, the 6 demons inherited the method left by Lucifer, using the devouring of ordinary demons as the cornerstone to refine this divine body into a demon divine body that fits the demon god incomparably. At that time, they will not need to parasitize. Instead, they can completely control this body. Realize a true rebirth? Now the realm of the demon lord has reached the peak of demigod, the same situation as Jiang Cheng. They need to perfect the power of the 6 laws, then break through to become a god? With the 6 laws and the foundation accumulated for so long, they can completely become a first-level god and stand on the top of the continent. Anger. Your anger laws are too easy to absorb. It's a pity that the laws of the 5 of us are still the same. Some of the breath in this abyss fits our breath, but it's a pity that this body is still a demigod and can't expel the breath that is not good for us, otherwise we will definitely absorb it for 7 days and 7 nights. By the way, breakthrough to become a god here. The rules of the heavenly way here are disordered, and the divine calamity that comes should not be too strong. We should be able to get through it easily. The control of the body is switched to the angry demon. He laughed twice. Don't worry, everyone. When my power of law is fully developed and I leave this hellhole, we will summon a few little demons to stay in the territory and go to the humans' trump card alone. Humans are greedy, jealous, lazy, gluttonous, and hungry creatures. They can definitely provide you with a huge amount of power of law, so that our law can be perfected. Even if they don't have these ideas, we can use our powerful mental power to subtly evoke this kind of psychology in them and make them have this kind of emotion. Ha ha ha. The other demons laughed in agreement in their minds. The lustful demon couldn't wait to say, then I must catch a few thousand human women and have a good time with them. The hundreds of succubi in the forest are not my opponents at all. You guys are active every day. I don't know where you get so much energy. I want to live in another body. Ha ha ha. I don't care, but you must enjoy the food while exercising. I have been thinking about the food of humans for a long time. The 6 demons are eager to go to the human territory, while absorbing emotions and strengthening the law, still thinking about the life of a drunken fairy. Damn, is Jiang Cheng's score cheating? Someone in the World Channel checked Jiang Cheng's score. Looking at this long list of shocking numbers, the man was so shocked that his hands were shaking. The other lords also checked Jiang Cheng's score. Fuck, 200 billion points. What on earth did this do? Did he kill tens of millions of abyss monsters? It's really too cruel. So many abyss monsters have died in such a short time. I'm afraid this abyss battlefield will become a level-up copy for Jiang Cheng. No need to look, the one with the highest score this time is definitely Jiang Cheng. No one can surpass this score except himself. Jiang Cheng's strength is really terrible. With him, I feel that we have no worries in the abyss battlefield. At this rate of score growth, the abyss monsters on his side should be eliminated quickly and he can draw strength to help us. We all have to work hard to clean up the current abyss monsters and reduce the burden on the big guys fighting in the front. At this moment, all the lords were surprisingly united. Without any intrigue, they only thought about how to win this victory, clean up the abyss monsters on the continent, and share the worries of the big bosses in front. At this time, Jiang Cheng's situation was not too good. The abyss monsters seemed to have noticed that his side's combat power was slightly better than other directions, so they continuously sent reinforcements here. Every half a minute, millions of abyss monsters could run out of the universe crack. There was even a situation where there were no monsters on Luoqi, Yunxi and the purple-winged Huanglong Lord's side. Only tens of thousands of monsters were fainting at the mouth of the crack. Lying at the mouth of the crack, screaming, full of momentum, but just not moving forward or retreating, restraining the power in their hands and not allowing them to support. It seems that these guys are ready to chase and kill me first before dealing with other lords, damn it. Jiang Cheng couldn't help cursing in his heart. Such a terrifying number caused the holy power in the Blood Clan warriors to drop to 10% and was about to be exhausted. Nearly 1,000 demigod abyss monsters, relying on their huge bodies, firmly restrained the war puppets. Even though each move of the war puppets could take the life of a demigod monster, they still stuck there like a dogskin plaster, making it difficult for them to move. If it weren't for the strong self-repairability of the Blood Clan warriors, there might be deaths in such a battle with such a large difference in numbers. At present, more than a dozen Blood Clan warriors have been seriously injured and sent to the warships in the rear for treatment. It can be seen that Jiang Cheng and others are already in a state of failure. Tens of thousands of big-eyed octopus monsters in the air made strange screams, as if sending some kind of signal. Roar. A roar sounded. A deep abyss monster as big as a mountain came out of the crack with a shake, holding a huge hammer full of abyss breath in his hand, and exuding a mighty divine power. It was an abyss monster that had reached the realm of the third-level god. Clang. A sharp sword sounded. A blood-red long sword dragged a gorgeous divine light, cutting through the sky, stabbing straight at the god-level abyss monster, as if to split the space, emitting a terrifying cold light, cutting people's cheeks and making their hearts radiate coldness. During the flight, the sword continued to expand. When it was less than 1,000 miles away from the abyss monster, the sword had grown hundreds of times. Damn it. It was not until the sword was about to hit the monster's forehead that he let out an unwilling roar. He thought he could show his power when he came out, but he didn't expect that he was firmly imprisoned by a terrifying mental force just 2 steps out of the crack. After using all his strength to remove this imprisonment, a sword wrapped in endless divine power appeared on his forehead and gave him a fatal blow. The abyss monster that was headshot was nailed to the cosmic crack by Anna's bloodflame sword. The terrifying killing law continued to erode his soul and tear his body tissues, making him extremely painful and wishing to explode and die. A series of desperate wails roared out from the mouth of the abyss monster, resounding hundreds of thousands of miles. The 2 super lords on both sides heard the wails that exuded infinite divine power. Damn alien creature, damn it. Hurry up and get me down, otherwise other gods of my clan will come and make you want to live or die. Ah, it hurts so much, put me down quickly, my soul is going to shatter. No, The abyss monster kept roaring, and tried to grab the blood abyss sword with both hands, but the violent killing law on it cut his palms into a blur, and 4 fingers were cut off. This god has been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you didn't dare to come out, but I didn't expect you to come out in the end. It's worth my time to accumulate power for so long. Anna vaguely felt that there was a breath of God at the mouth of the universe crack, so she didn't make a move, waiting for the opportunity to give him a fatal blow. If this god joins the battlefield, Jiang Cheng will be in danger. The blood warriors will also be affected, which is something that must not be allowed to happen. This is undoubtedly the best deterrent. Countless abyss monsters were frightened by Anna's actions and stood still for a few seconds, and they had not yet reacted. The Blood Clan warriors and Jiang Cheng took advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack. Directly solved the abyss monsters around them. The abyss monsters who reacted roared and launched a counterattack. I don't know what kind of thoughts they were instilled with. In the face of this situation, they dared to attack one after another, as if they were a group of desperate people. But this time is different. Anna joined the battlefield, like a full-level boss entering the novice village, and began to slaughter crazily. Endless divine power condensed into a long sword. A vacuum area was cleared in a wave of his hand, and all the abyss monsters on it were evaporated by the hot temperature of the magic sword, and dissipated between heaven and earth before being touched. Woo! A low and long horn sounded from the other side of the cosmic crack, spreading across the entire continent. This seems to be a signal, an order. Countless abyss monsters began to retreated into the crack, and prepared to gather and attack next time. The god-level abyss monster was still nailed to the crack. The wailing sound from its mouth seemed to warn the abyss monsters on the other side of the crack, asking them to think carefully about whether to specifically target them. Watching the monsters retreat like a tide, Lily was the first to sit on the ground. She was still a minor and a woman, and she couldn't hold on to such an intense battle. The little girl was panting and sweating, and her holy power was almost exhausted. Even when sitting on the ground, her arms couldn't stop shaking, and she didn't even have the strength to hold the sword. The other Blood Clan warriors were not much better. It's just that they thought they were grown men and had to hold on. If they just lay on the ground to rest, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Jiang Cheng saw the fatigue in their eyes. Ordered to rest in the spaceship. He remembered that there was a huge hot spring in the simulated environment, and the liquid coming out of the spring could nourish the body and quickly restore the consumed physical strength and energy. He decided to take the warriors there to relax. The retreat of the abyss monster was only temporary. After all, how could there be only this part of the abyss monsters in a universe? When they launch an attack next time, they will definitely gather a larger force and more powerful personnel. It is even possible to launch an attack on the 10 super lords that is comparable to the level just now. The level of attack just now. If Anna had not deterred them and forced the blood abyss monsters to withdraw, there might really be a certain degree of casualties, and the consequences would be disastrous. Even he could hardly deal with it, let alone other lords. I am afraid that he would have to use all his trump cards to grit his teeth and resist it. This continent is dark. I don't know how long it has passed. Jiang Cheng asked Yu to be alert and report to him as soon as possible if anything happened outside. After this battle, almost all the Blood Clan warriors were promoted to Great Saints. Among them, the Blood Clan warriors such as Yechuo, who had already broken through the Great Saint, had reached the semi-god realm, nearly 30 people. The price paid for such a huge improvement is also extremely heavy. Each of them has shocking scars on their bodies, deep to the bone. Jiang Cheng glanced at his points. It has now reached 350 billion. 350 billion points are enough for Maine to exchange for a lot of good things, but it's still a long way from what I want to exchange the most. Jiang Cheng exchanged for healing holy medicine worth tens of millions of points. These holy medicines, combined with the Blood Clan warrior's own repair power, can completely heal a wound in a few seconds. Even the kind of wounds that are deep enough to see the bone can be repaired within a minute. Taking these holy medicines in battle can reduce the probability of serious injuries to a certain extent. Anna also gained a lot in this battle. If the third-level god nailed to the crack outside is killed, her cultivation may reach the late stage of the first-level god. The simulated environment in the warship is very realistic. It's like a product carefully carved by nature. There are so many hot springs here that it can accommodate thousands of people at the same time. The steaming mist will cover all the site, and it can also block other people's mental power, so that they can't spy on the figure of the hot spring next door. Jiang Cheng chose the most remote place to run. This place is quite far away from the place where Yechuo and others are soaking. It is absolutely quiet and will not be disturbed by others. To his surprise, she smelled the fragrance on Anna's body. This smell lingered in his heart. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He opened his eyes wide and tried to see through the steaming mist in front of him, but it was useless. I'll ask Yu to change the settings later and let her give me certain permissions. Jiang Cheng thought secretly in his heart. He clicked on the world channel. Because of the horn, all the abyss monsters on the continent seemed to have stopped and hid. Countless lords were conducting carpet searches. This couldn't help but be a bit troublesome. Jiang Cheng increasingly suspected that these abyss monsters were preparing to organize an unprecedented massive attack, trying to break through their defenses in one fell swoop and take control of this continent. When did these creatures on the opposite side emerge? Our vanguard troops didn't even notice them. I don't know. The strength of these guys on the opposite side is not too strong. They may have been swept to this continent by the turbulence and storm in the universe. If the powerful beings in the other universe are behind the scenes, they will not send such weak creatures to counter our invasion. The strong spiritual power of our race has blocked that continent. It is impossible for the supreme power in the other universe to detect the cosmic cracks here. That's right, especially since these cracks are located in the most remote corners of their universe. There are basically no living creatures except some vegetation. Such a continent will not stay here, and they are too lazy to even investigate. Across the cosmic crack, a dozen abyss monsters with a body of 10,000 feet were lying on the ground, communicating continuously through divine thoughts. They had deaf eyes and lazy tone. They didn't care about this setback at all, as if they would fall to the ground and fall asleep in the next second. Let the ants under my command consume some of their combat power first. If these guys survive, they will consume the energy in our universe and accelerate the demise of our universe. It's better to die early, a group of cannon fodder as cheap as ants. Yes, the top powerhouses in our universe have all fallen into a state of suspended animation, reducing their own consumption to the minimum, but the speed of the universe's demise is still not reduced. It's because there are too many of these bottom-level ants. Each breath is equivalent to our consumption of breathing for 100 years. Our universe has reached its twilight years, all functions are declining, and it can no longer support so many creatures, so we can only launch an invasion, consume the number of creatures, and plunder more land. Let the ants below rest for a while, and then instill some ideas in them after the rest, so that they will sacrifice fearlessly. It's best to let all these guys die. A group of ants should not be alive. Their survival can only squeeze our living space. These dozen abyss monsters are very contemptuous of the monsters at the bottom, and look down on them. Treat them as ants, cannon fodder, and burdens. And from time to time, instill in them the idea that sacrifice is glorious, so that they become tools that are fearless and only know how to charge forward. The universe also has a lifespan. From birth, growth, maturity, to decline, and extinction, it may span countless epochs. This is a long time that even the gods will forget. But no matter what, the universe will still have a day of decline, and this day is the twilight of the gods, and all the creatures in the universe will die because of the extinction of the universe. Whenever a universe has an extreme heyday, then after a few epochs, it will show signs of decline. Because in the heyday, almost all creatures can contact cultivation, superpowers emerge in endlessly, and every era has extremely dazzling geniuses who dominate a star field. The energy needed for these creatures to improve their realm is dispersed from the universe to the continent, and then dispersed to them by the continent. In the final analysis, it is still the energy of the universe that is consumed. During this period, a terrifying war will break out, the world will collapse, the sky will be dark, the rules of the world will be disordered, and all you can see are terrifying holes in the void, and countless void turbulence will emerge. Living beings will definitely not care about this mess. Even if they want to care, they don't have the ability. In the end, the energy of the universe itself is needed to heal these devastated places. The huge consumption in the long run, it will greatly damage the life of the universe. Until this universe can no longer support so many living beings, it will decline, and the laws will collapse. It will be difficult for people in some remote areas to improve their cultivation. They can only go to the higher so-called upper realm to continue to break through. The current situation of the Abyss universe is already quite serious. The number of living beings in their universe is dozens of times that of Jiang Cheng's universe. Coupled with the decline of the laws, it is difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Those great powers in their heyday chose to sleep. While reducing consumption, it is also to avoid the disaster of the way of heaven. The heavenly Deo of the Abyss universe also realized this, and often sent divine punishment to those old monsters who were struggling to survive and trying to increase their lifespans, trying to wipe them out to reduce their burden. Various reasons piled up together. The contradictions between the upper and lower levels of the Abyss universe have intensified very seriously. Those Abyss monsters above the God level wish that all the lower level creatures would die so that they can get the opportunity to improve their cultivation. They dare not offend the sleeping old monsters. But aren't these lower level ants still at their disposal? A series of orders were issued. These dozen huge abyss monsters walked into the depths of the universe. Now the universe on the opposite side rejects their rules, resulting in the universe crack that can only pass through the third level gods at most. If they want to pass through, they also need the great power to weaken the rules of the opposite continent until the rules over there are completely wiped out. By then, they can gather the armies of hundreds of continents and march straight into launch an invasion. Their supreme power can also be awakened in the opposite universe. With the combat power they have accumulated from their heyday to the present, it is not a problem for them to invade 4 universes at the same time. Looking at the overwhelming abyss monsters in the distance, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but frown and ponder. For 2 consecutive days, these abyss monsters have been charging hard, not taking their lives seriously at all, just like the NPCs in the game that can be resurrected infinitely. However, the number of their attacks each time is not too large, conservatively estimated to be around 5 million. They will launch attacks every once in a while. It's impossible to rest quietly for a while. Sometimes Jiang Cheng even suspected that the leader of the abyss monsters was a ghost, sending all the small fish and shrimps to die, and no big fish appeared. 5 million abyss monsters, Jiang Cheng only left 1/3 of the Blood Clan warriors to stay. Other Blood Clan warriors and war puppets helped other lords on the continent to clear out the monsters hiding in the dark corners, and strive to clear them up as soon as possible. There are tens of millions of lords and talents from all walks of life. This morning, a lord made a simple map through various relationships, made hundreds of thousands of copies, and distributed them to some capable lords. At the same time, they also formed a large group chat of millions of people and began to share various information in it. While perfecting the map, mark the suspicious places. Such suspicious places may hide abyss monsters. Ordinary lords are difficult to eliminate, and the support troops of the great lords are needed. Now all the lords are united. Incomparable unity, jointly resisting foreign enemies. There may still be situations where they dislike each other, but for the sake of the overall situation, both sides tacitly put aside their prejudices. The group chat is headed by the 9 super lords. There is one less demon lord. Because everyone unanimously agreed that it would be better not to bring him in. This guy still has 0 points so far. At first everyone would be angry, but now everyone is numb in their hearts and has ignored the existence of this phenomenon. Still defeat the abyss monster as usual. This time Anna forcibly controlled an abyss monster, imprisoned him, did not give him any chance to react, and shattered his consciousness with a slap. Then he used the secret technique to control it. They tried to capture an abyss monster before, but the abyss monster was like a madman after being captured. I don't know what he activated, but he exploded directly, basically without hesitation, very determined. It seems that death is nothing in front of him. Later, after observation, Anna discovered that there was a divine power hidden in the consciousness of the abyss monster, and he could activate this divine power to commit suicide as long as he thought about it. What is your name? What realm are you in now? What position do you hold in the team? Jiang Cheng asked 3 questions in a row. The abyss monster's eyes were dull, and he answered Jiang Cheng's questions uncontrollably. My name is Base, I am currently in the Saint Realm, belonging to the 19,097th Corps, and serving as the captain of the assault team. Long live the Abyss Universe, for the Holy War, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows. He originally just wanted to ask tentatively to see if there was anything abnormal, and then ask in detail. But I didn't expect this guy to say the second half of the sentence. Anna on the side explained, this sentence has been engraved in his bones. His language and actions are all affected by this sentence. Even if he is controlled, he will say this sentence involuntarily. It may be caused by the repeated indoctrination of creatures with strong mental power. After some explanation, Jiang Cheng became curious about this sentence. The Abyss Universe should be the name of their universe. The Holy War mentioned by the other party should be this invasion war. But these guys can actually not fear death for the sake of fighting. It is really a bit crazy, and it is probably affected by some evil and weird things. After that, Jiang Cheng asked more than a dozen questions in succession. He learned that before each battle, these abyss monsters preparing for battle had to go to a special square to listen to their military advisor's battle declaration. The content of the declaration is about the Holy War. Let them not be afraid of death, don't worry about sacrifice. Because death is also a new kind of salvation. As long as you make a contribution to the Holy War, you will be reincarnated into a wealthy family in the next life, standing at the top of the pyramid since childhood, enjoying treatment that ordinary people can hardly reach. How is this the same as a sect? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little funny. But then he thought, this so-called military advisor should be a spiritual power. While reading these contents, instilling thoughts into these abyss monsters. Change their minds unconsciously. Let them believe these words. And let these words stay in their hearts forever like a cancer. For spiritual power, it is not difficult for them to change a person's mind in this way. The gap in strength between the two is huge. This kind of subtle influence, the weaker party is powerless to resist, and can only be forced to accept, and these words are deeply engraved in the bones and cannot be erased. Jiang Cheng was curious about why the high level of the abyss monsters let these low-level monsters die and bury their lives in vain. But this abyss monster only knew this. Anna was also puzzled by this matter. After all, the rise and fall of the universe is an extremely secret. Only those races that have experienced the destruction of the universe and survived this catastrophe know these contents. After the universe is finally destroyed, a new universe and new rules will be formed. A universe that is completely different from the previous one will be formed. Therefore, those races that survived the destruction were identified as alien creatures, which would be rejected by the rules and unable to survive normally in the universe. The slightest carelessness would be life-threatening, so they could only form a space by themselves, avoid being excluded by the rules of the universe and become a hidden race. Only these hidden races know the secrets about the rise and fall of the universe. As the rules of the universe become more and more complete, they will come out less and less, until they can't come out at all. If they show their heads a little, they will be regarded as alien creatures and be wiped out. Therefore, the secrets they know cannot be brought out. The rise and fall of the universe is also little known. Unless someone can find these hidden races by chance, bring out this kind of secrets, and tell everyone. Jiang Cheng did not tell this information to others. Because this information is not valuable, it will not have any impact on the current situation, and it is only limited to the abyss monsters on this side of the rift. The abyss monsters in other areas still have their own thoughts. If this information is told to other lords, they may relax their vigilance. It will cause a series of negative effects. Make the current situation more difficult. Lords, please pay attention. The environment of the continent is changing. A new star source has been generated in the center of the continent. This star source will definitely be coveted by the abyss monsters. As long as they seize this star source and control it, they can change the rules of this continent. This also means the complete failure of this event. The attack of the abyss monsters will inevitably become more crazy next time. Please be vigilant and do your best to deal with the next dilemma. It is best to defend around the new star source in the center of the continent and not let the abyss breath infect it. Due to the sudden situation, each lord is now compensated with 30 million energy stones, 1 million lord coins, and 5 million points. At present, even if the lord attacks others, it will not return to the lord. Seeing such a generous compensation, many lords were delighted. I didn't expect that I didn't do much, but I got the same reward as the frontline boss, and it was so generous, it was simply amazing. But the next second they thought that with such a generous reward, the number and lineup of the abyss monsters might be extremely powerful, and I am afraid that even the frontline bosses can't handle it. Retreat to the center of the continent. And now they can't return to the territory, which means they are about to face enemies that are millions or tens of millions times stronger than themselves. Thinking of this, the lord's teeth are trembling, feeling that this reward is extremely hot. The future is bleak, and life is bleak. If I can take this star source for myself, I can solve the problem of battleship energy. Jiang Cheng is full of desire for this star source. The star source is the core of a continent. It absorbs all kinds of energy in the universe, feedback to the continent itself. And if it is embedded in the god-level battleship, it can also operate as usual, and continuously feed back the energy stones in the universe to the battleship, providing inexhaustible energy. This continent is obviously a new continent at the edge of the universe. It has not condensed the star source until now. It is only a newborn at present. In this process, it needs to continuously absorb energy from the universe, and be recognized by the laws of the universe, and establish a connection with it, in order to become a real star source. At present, the star source in the center of the continent is equivalent to an embryo, and it has not yet officially matured. It takes a while to wait. This change will definitely not be hidden from the abyss monsters on the other side of the crack. The powerful people in their tribe must have realized this problem and will inevitably launch an attack that is dozens of times more fierce than before, and may send out dozens of gods at once. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little troubled. And other super lords will definitely covet this star source. When the quarrel breaks out, the forces that have been united with great difficulty will collapse at the touch of a button. A small amount of chaos has already appeared in the world channel. Obviously, this sudden change has affected the residents gathered by the lords at the moment. The super lords and top lords who were originally full of responsibility remained silent at this moment and did not stand up to control the current situation. Obviously, different ideas began to arise in their hearts. Jiang Cheng couldn't care so much. He summoned all the Blood Clan warriors outside. Prepare to withdraw the defense line 300,000 miles. The demon lords will definitely continue to fish and swim. If the defense line is not contracted, once the abyss monster attacks, there will inevitably be a huge gap. At this time, in the center of the continent, several senior lords who happened to pass by here stared at the distance in amazement. The ground kept cracking, forming a bottomless abyss, which radiated red energy, and a bright sphere like the sun rose into the air. Several senior lords were surprised to find that the plates under their feet were moving outward, and they were moving away from the red sphere in the central area. A vast vacuum zone soon formed under the sphere. It seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force. The sand and stones floating in the sky in the universe were gathering towards the vacuum zone below, quickly condensing together, and quickly condensing into an endless land. The new land was full of vitality. It formed a sharp contrast with the purple-black soil eroded by the breath of the abyss under the feet of several senior lords. The former was like the most beautiful pure land in the world. The latter was like land formed by silt at the bottom of a river. One after another, transparent cosmic laws were imprinted on these new continents. These continents have undergone earth-shaking changes. Several lords could clearly feel the rotation of the four seasons, the changes of the cycle of life and death, and various mountains, rivers, plants, birds, and flowers began to be born on this land. The red sphere began to emit a power like the power of creation, emitting warm light, like the embrace of a mother, making people want to rush over. Several senior lords looked at each other greedily. They rang the prompt sound in their minds just now. This must be the so-called star source. This is what the super lords are eager to obtain. Now this treasure has appeared in front of them. How can they not be moved and greedy? If they can take it for themselves, it will be a supreme opportunity. Although they don't know what benefits this thing will bring to them, it must be extremely valuable. It can make them soar into the sky. Several senior lords were about to rush over. They saw several black shadows flashing in front of them. They were 4 abyss monsters hiding in the dark. The 4 abyss monsters exuded a terrible holy power and a strong abyss breath, as if they wanted to use this overwhelming abyss breath to infect the entire star source. But just after they advanced a few miles, they were wiped out by a mysterious force and dissipated between heaven and earth. Several high-level lords swallowed their saliva. They all saw fear in each other's eyes. This thing seems to be a bit powerful. This is the origin of a planet. How can it not be powerful? It feels like a god will fall here if he approaches. Several people were scared and retreated again and again. They were afraid that the terrible power would spread and kill them here. Compared to their fear, Anna was so excited when she heard the news that she wanted to break through the void and go to the location of the star source immediately. At the beginning of the birth of the star source, endless power of heaven and earth will be generated around it. If she absorbs these powers of heaven and earth alone, her realm will soar up rapidly like a rocket, without stopping halfway. Jiang Cheng rarely saw Anna so excited. It was only in the first reincarnation of the 1,000-year cycle that Anna was excited when she saw those high-tech gadgets. Even then, she was not as excited as now. Anna could not go alone. She needed to move forward in the void while urging divine power to resist the surrounding void turbulence. What if something unexpected happened in the meantime? Fortunately, all the Blood Clan warriors returned to the warship. Jiang Cheng stored hundreds of billions of energy stones inside the warship, and let Yuyo control the spacecraft to move forward to the center of the continent and increase the speed to the fastest. As for the third-level god nailed to the crack, he had been executed by Anna. The wailing sound emitted before death scared the surrounding lords to retreat tens of thousands of miles away, fearing that they would be affected. Jiang Cheng evacuated very quickly. Other super lords and top lords also began to retreat. It was unwise for them to continue to stay in such a forward position. Wait for the army of abyss monsters to rush out of the crack. They will definitely be difficult to resist. Even if they can hold on, what about the other super lords and demon lords? If there is a place where the abyss monsters are not dealt with, these abyss monsters that broke through the defense line are likely to outflank them and surround them. At that time, they will really be helpless. They can't escape from this encirclement at all. Other lords will not be stupid enough to come to support. Not long after they left, a series of changes occurred in the void crack. A terrifying divine power attacked the invisible protective energy of the crack. The two forces confronted each other, generating countless air waves, each of which could easily destroy a demigod. Countless rocky peaks were affected. Colliding with the air waves, they turned into dust all over the sky. It is unknown how long the two fought against each other. The invisible force in front of the void crack seemed to have weakened a lot, and an abyss monster who had reached the realm of a first-level god walked out from the other side of the crack. Those ambitious eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything, looking at the center of the continent. Without the suppression of the universe rules, I feel that my cultivation has gradually loosened. This long-lost feeling is really unforgettable. The abyss monster closed his eyes and groaned. The expression on his face was very enjoyable. In their universe, except for the central area, the breakthrough of creatures in other areas will be subject to various restrictions. For example, the highest realm in his area can only reach the first-level god, and it is impossible to continue to break through. The abyss monster looked back. The corridor he just walked through has been completely closed. The invisible force overwhelmed the terrible divine power. The threshold for passing through the cosmic crack was lowered to the second-level god. This universe's control over this continent is getting weaker and weaker. When I take down the star source in the center of the continent and infect it, I can completely control this continent. I heard that there is another first-level god on this continent, but I don't know how strong she is. I have been in this realm for 100,000 years. I hope that the native god is not too weak. The abyss monster did not rush forward. After a while, 5 second-level gods walked out of the crack. 23rd-level gods followed behind. As they descended, pairs of abyss monsters wearing special costumes and with very strong auras came out of the cracks. They stood in human form, with curved horns on their heads, green faces and fangs, and a slender tail covered with barbs behind their backs. They were muscular and looked tall and mighty, full of fighting power. There were nearly 5 million of these special abyss monsters. They were all great saints. After they arrived one after another and lined up neatly, only then did the ordinary abyss monsters appear. Commander Gubo, this is the expeditionary force that the Marshal has withdrawn from the second battlefield. They will help you to capture the star source, capture this continent, and annihilate all the creatures on the continent. Remember not to let them leak the news of our attack. After you capture this continent, you will stay where you are. The Marshal will arrange people to set up a large formation on this continent to steal the origin of this universe, and at the same time cooperate with other battlefield troops to conduct large-scale infiltration of this universe. A second-level god said to Gubo in front. The universe is so vast. It is impossible for the abyss monsters to open up only one battlefield. In every corner of the universe, those sparsely populated continents may be under attack by abyss monsters at this moment. Marshal is really making a fuss over nothing. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I, Gubo, can take down this continent alone without his help. Gubo in front was extremely arrogant. The terrifying divine power of the first-level god spread out. Under the pressure of this divine power, countless ordinary abyss monsters knelt down to Gubo. Other gods bowed slightly to him to show their respect. Only that special army did not move, still standing in the same place, staring into the distance. It is worthy of the Marshal to prepare war machines for several epochs. Just this momentum is different. I heard that they can kill a third-level god with the power of thousands of people when they are just born. Gubo looked at this army with interest. A second-level god beside him who knew about his deeds bowed and said, yes, this army was carefully selected and formed when our universe was at its peak. At that time, our universe was so powerful that all kinds of geniuses emerged one after another. It was not difficult to form such an elite force. Fortunately, something happened to the hidden clan that year, otherwise we would not know the rise and fall of the universe, and we would not be able to prepare for the invasion plan at its peak. In the final analysis, all this is destined. God bless my abyss universe. This special force was formed when the Abyss universe was at its peak. After training for a period of time, the leader behind it sealed all these legions. Let them sleep underground, and at the same time nourish them with divine power to maintain the best condition. Every member of this team has the opportunity to become a supreme power. If they did not participate in the selection of this army that year, maybe the seats of these decision-makers in the Abyss universe will be increased by a few more. After sleeping for several epochs, most of them have lost their memories. The mighty of the Abyss universe struck while the iron was hot, instilled a series of crazy ideas into them, and turned them into emotionless war machines. They were in the heyday of the universe. Their physical fitness was far superior to the great saints of the Abyss universe now. The gap between the two was as big as heaven and earth. The former was like a dazzling star in the sky, while the latter was as cheap as ants on the ground. The long-term cultivation of divine power made every member of this army have a certain resistance to divine power, and their physical strength was extremely terrible. When they just woke up, this army killed a third-level god with the power of thousands of people. Their heroic performance on the battlefield. The overwhelming offensive. Many gods admired these Tianjiao predecessors who were several epochs older than themselves. The army has been assembled. With Gubo's order, countless abyss monsters set out towards the center of the continent. The lords didn't know that the abyss monsters had sent out such a strong lineup. They were heading towards the center of the continent. Of course, some people ran in the opposite direction. They were determined not to participate in the following events. The subsequent war was not something they could get involved in. It was better to leave first. Jiang Cheng's god-level warship traveled through the void, encountered Luoqi's void worm on the way. The opponent's speed was on par with his warship. The huge void worm was like a fish in water in it, as if it had returned to its hometown, not bothered by any resistance. The void turbulence scraped the shell of the void worm and was perfectly rebounded to another direction. The two did not travel together. Luoqi did not plan to go to the central area. She was going to arrange the weapons and equipment she brought to form an invincible castle made of metal artillery. Came to the central area of the continent. The red star source expanded more and more under the infusion of a mysterious force, like a high-hanging sun, shining on the land of millions and tens of millions of square kilometers. Countless lords gathered around. They all looked at the scene in the sky curiously, observing the changes of Xingyuan. Boom! The god-level warship emerged from the void. Like the Kunpeng floating in the sky, it was huge, covering the sky and the sun, overlooking the thousands of tiny creatures below, and making one roar after another. Anna in the warship observed Xingyuan through the screen. She looked at Jiang Cheng beside her and said, "Master, Xingyuan is currently absorbing the power of the universe and stars, condensing a new, vibrant continent. This power of the universe and stars is extremely terrifying. It is difficult for creatures below the divine realm to survive under this power, so I can go outside alone. You don't have to worry." Before leaving, I also brought out the wheel of heaven and earth. With its help, my efficiency in absorbing the power of heaven and earth will be greatly increased, and I will be back soon. After a greeting, Anna left the warship. Before leaving, she wrapped herself in mental power and hid her figure. People with lower mental power than her could not find her trace at all. Therefore, the lords below the warship only saw the hatch open for a moment, then closed, and nothing happened. No one walked out of it. No strange sounds were heard. My goodness, is this a warship? The surface of this warship is glowing with divine light. It should be a divine metal that can be used to refine artifacts. This alone is beyond the reach of us. Not only that, this warship just came out of the void. Among all our lords, only Luoqi can run around in the void at will. The value of this warship can be imagined. I just used my mental power to check it out, but I didn't expect that I couldn't find any information. All of it bounced back to me. Now I feel uncomfortable all over, and my blood is surging. This should belong to a super lord, only they have the capital to own a warship of this level. What is the super lord doing here? Shouldn't he defend the periphery to resist the strongest attack? Is this guy trying to covet this star source? Don't joke, if you want to get your hands on the star source, you must have at least a god-level strongman. The owner of this warship obviously doesn't have one. Opening the hatch just now may be a test. I just bought a book, and it is indeed recorded in it, but we can't let our guard down. The fact that he doesn't have a god-level strongman doesn't mean he doesn't have other special means. Seeing the appearance of this warship, the lords below were like seeing a wild boar with sharp fangs breaking into their own cabbage fields. Want to drive him away, but dare not provoke him. Good things like star sources have many wonderful things. The energy it emits can give a continent a new vitality. Who doesn't want to have this energy that is like creating the world? They have already discussed it privately. Each of them will do a little bit to build a large formation near the star source and steal the energy emitted by the star source for themselves. For this purpose, these lords bought countless books. They piled up as high as a hill. At the same time, they spent countless costs, basically exchanging everything they had for the materials to build the formation. Now the process is halfway through. Seeing that the formation is about to be completed, a big black fish suddenly appeared in the sky. Even if the other party did nothing, these lords still have concerns. After all, the other party has the ultimate force in his hands. They are like ants and can't resist such a big guy at all. Maybe they can't even see the other party's face, and they will be bummed into ashes by the cannons with a diameter of dozens of feet on the warship. Such a frustrating thing, no one can bear it. What they have in their pockets is about to fall into the hands of others. Such a huge gap makes these lords active, and they start to think of countermeasures, intending to drive away this big black fish. We can tell the other super lords this news and ask them to force the owner of this battleship to leave, so that they can stay on the front line and cannot get involved in the star source. People like us are like ants in the eyes of these super lords. They don't take it seriously at all. They never thought that we would build a large formation and steal the energy of the star source. After our plan is successful, we will sneak to the rear with the stolen energy, hide in a hard-to-find place, and secretly refine it. A scheming lord came up with the idea of driving away tigers and devouring wolves. With a huge compensation, these low-level lords had capital in their hands, and they had more and more ideas. Facing the difficult Xing Yuan for ordinary people to deal with. They all found ways to steal its energy from the classics, as well as ways to refine this energy. The other lords thought this method was good and agreed one after another. They didn't say it directly, but another way. A super lord drove a super battleship to the star source in the center of the continent. This battleship looks so cool that it is beyond the reach of us below. Such a passage immediately caused an uproar on the world channel. In the current situation, every lord is always paying attention to the world channel to see if there is any new news and if there are any changes. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of others, and it caused a great deal of discussion. A super lord actually appeared in the middle of the continent. Who is this person and what is his purpose of going there? This guy probably wants to get his hands on that star source. 2 alliance leaders among the 5 major alliances have gathered together. Their respective defense lines are far apart, and logically they should not be gathered together. But thinking about the materials worth 1 billion energy stones that Jiang Cheng cheated that day, several people couldn't let go for a long time, and they had already planned hundreds of countermeasures. He had beaten Jiang Cheng countless times in his mind. On the surface, he was submissive and swallowed his anger, not daring to say too many angry words about Jiang Cheng's behavior. But in my heart, I felt like a god descending from heaven. I had already imagined various scenes of beating Jiang Cheng, and my heart was so happy that I clenched my back teeth. This time they planned to gather the strength of 5 people to find Jiang Cheng. Let him spit out the materials worth 1 billion energy stones and return their hard-earned money? After a while, the remaining 3 alliance leaders gathered here, and the 5 of them arrived here. So who is in the center of the continent can only be deduced by elimination. Brothers are finally here, let's not worry about the energy stone for now. There is currently a mysterious person who is suspected of being a super lord, driving a super battleship to the vicinity of the star source, trying to get involved. I've also heard about this news. To be honest, I'm very excited about this star source. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't go to the center of the continent in a short time, I would have gone there long ago. I'm also very excited. If you hadn't told me to gather here and ask Jiang Cheng for his hard-earned money, I would have gone to the center of the mainland long ago. Who wants to guard this bullshit defense line? That's right, in 3 days, more than 200 of my troops were killed. Such huge casualties are unprecedented. If I hadn't been unable to leave, I would have left this hellish place long ago. It's better not to say such depressing words. Now we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. If we lose, the result will be the difference between early death and late death. Yes, in that case we might as well stay on the front line. Dozens of my soldiers have already reached the peak of demigods, and there is only a chance to break through and become gods. This is almost the case for the other lords. The long period of killing has brought many of their soldiers to the peak of demigods. However, the rules of the world in this continent are chaotic. Whether they can break through and become gods depends on their appearance. If you are lucky, you can catch that opportunity. If you are unlucky, you can only go back to the territory and break through again. Of course, it is still unknown whether they can successfully return to the territory. My men came to report that Luoqi and Su Liang have built a war fortress on the defense line, which stretches for hundreds of miles and is filled with automatic artillery and various warships. The 2 of them are ready to join forces to fight against the enemy. A super lord receives news from one of his men. The Soul Clan Lord analyzed, if Yunxi and Luoqi are already on the defense line, the only ones left are Jiang Cheng, the Demon Lord, and the Purple-Winged Dragon Lord. The last 2 guys have no way of owning a battleship of that size. If they did, they wouldn't be so calm. They might have sought revenge on Jiang Cheng. After all, the 2 of them were able to escape from Jiang Cheng but suffered so much humiliation. I don't believe they can remain calm. All 4 were excluded. Then the only remaining suspect is Jiang Cheng. This guy is the strongest and has the most cards. He might actually get Xing Yuan. The 5 people thought for a long time, decided to call Jiang Cheng to the defense line. Otherwise, they will give up resistance. Obediently withdraw from the defense line. At the same time, let the members of your alliance give up resistance and let the abyss monsters drive straight in to devour the mainland star source in one fell swoop. It's like Jiang Cheng, if you don't leave there, we will die together with you. At this time, Anna absorbed a huge amount of heaven and earth power. She absorbed as much as the star source produced. She also absorbed all the heaven and earth power produced before, causing the new continent to stagnate halfway through the production. The scene from a distance was very strange. It was as if time and space had fallen into a static state. A huge amount of heaven and earth power poured into her body. Anna's realm reached a peak, and dozens of laws and powers behind her were intertwined. These laws were supplemented by killing, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These powers were intertwined, sometimes condensed, sometimes repelled, as if the fire was not enough. He took the heaven and earth wheel next to him. A lot of heaven and earth power was accumulated here. It has been refined into power that can be directly absorbed. Anna was not polite and melted all these powers into her body. Suddenly, the laws and powers intertwined behind her seemed to have reached a critical point. Under the forced condensation of a divine power, these laws and powers merged together. The power of the 5 elements complements each other and rotates alternately. A small world with the law of killing as its main core seemed to condense behind Anna, and a more powerful divine power burst out from her body. The vast divine power made the surrounding space constantly vibrate. Some fragile places even cracked directly. A vacuum zone was formed. One after another, strange phenomena appeared in the air. The lords below were all shocked. They couldn't see Anna's figure, thinking that something unexpected had happened to the star source, and an extremely terrifying mutation was about to break out, so they didn't care to think too much, and retreated desperately, wishing their parents would give them 2 more legs. The fear effect is still very useful. One person running back will involve a group of people. Then everyone began to retreat. Those who didn't want to retreat were also surrounded and ran back to prevent themselves from being trampled. Stabilized their own realm. Anna placed the wheel of heaven and earth near the star source and continued to absorb the power of heaven and earth created on it. She set up a ban around it. No one was allowed to approach, otherwise they would be wiped out. Even a second-level god would not get much benefit from this attack. At the least, he would be seriously injured and his cultivation would fall to the level of a new god. At the worst, his soul would be destroyed. After doing all this, Anna returned to the battleship. She walked towards Jiang Cheng, and her fair and green fingers lifted the broken hair hanging by her ears. After breaking through the realm, Anna's eyes were shining and captivating. Her temperament had changed greatly, which made Jiang Cheng very moved. Feeling the burning gaze, Anna was a little embarrassed, and a very light blush emerged from her earlobes. She tried her best to control her facial expression. Such a small change was captured by Jiang Cheng. He took Anna to the cockpit and asked Yuyo to start the battleship and go to the frontier area. After the lords knew that he was the owner of the battleship, they began to urge him to go to the frontier area quickly and respond to the invasion of the abyss monsters at any time. There were many lords who spoke sweet words. There were also conspiracy theories and lords who suspected that he was doing something tricky. All of them are members of the Big Alliance. They are going to push him to the forefront of public opinion through this method, so that he will have no choice but to drive the warship away from the central area. This trick will naturally not fool him. But his goal has been achieved. The next goal is to destroy all the abyss monsters. Anna's realm has reached a whole new level. It should not be difficult to deal with these abyss monsters. It is only a matter of time to wipe out all the monsters. Anna, what realm have you reached now? Hearing this, Anna summoned the prototype of the small world condensed by the laws behind her. At present, I have reached the Earth God realm. This realm is to condense the power of the laws that have been cultivated before into a ball, let it evolve by itself, and form the prototype of a small world. After the Earth God realm is the Heaven God realm. The Heaven God realm is to completely fill the gaps in the small world and form a perfect, unique internal small world. Every god's world is different. Each has its own merits. What kind of world can be formed depends entirely on what laws you have condensed. The more law power you have, the richer the world you form. The fighting power that erupts will be stronger. At the same time, this world can also be regarded as a huge storage ring, a treasure land to imprison enemies. Of course, the most important change in this small world is that as the realm is improved, the small world becomes larger, and your own law power will also increase accordingly. Combined with your own practice, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Finally, you will form your own unique Tao. Anna no longer pursues other things. She plans to kill to the end. This law and this Tao are most suitable for her. Jiang Cheng has not yet determined which law he will mainly condense. The specific situation depends on the so-called ancient secret realm. Countless gods have fallen there. The law power on them will be left in that secret realm after death. At that time, he will pick the most powerful one. The warship arrived at the front line of defense. The huge ship emerged from the void. It was hard not to pay attention. After the lords of the 5 major alliances discovered this scene, they hurried over through the teleportation array, followed by many top lords and senior lords. These guys behind were just acting as the atmosphere group to boost the arrogance of their alliance, and there was no other purpose. The warship stopped facing these lords. Hundreds of deep and huge gun muzzles on it were aimed at them, like the mouths of prehistoric beasts, ready to devour their lives at any time. Humph, it's just a trick. I don't believe this guy really dares to fire at us. That's right, if we die, the defense line will collapse without attack, and Jiang Cheng will be unable to take care of such a big gap. In the end, won't he end up like us? Looking at the morale of the atmosphere group behind him falling, several top lords spoke up to reassure them. Now they want to force the palace. Force Jiang Cheng to spit out all the materials of 5 billion energy stones that he had embezzled before, and give a certain amount of compensation, otherwise they will never leave today. A breeze blew by. The leaders of the 5 major alliances looked extremely ugly. They had been waiting outside for 10 minutes, but Jiang Cheng didn't show any expression. They waited outside foolishly. Jiang Cheng turned a blind eye and treated them as if they didn't exist. He didn't go out to negotiate with them. He didn't invite them in to sit down. Which of the 5 of them was not a super lord with extreme military power, but Jiang Cheng looked down on them so much, and even despised them directly. At this time, the members of the 5 major alliances felt that they were lackeys in the court, and the top lords and super lords in front were powerful officials in the court. Jiang Cheng was the supreme emperor who was in the 9th position. At this time, he was staying in the gentle place of the harem. He dressed and washed under the service of concubines and palace maids, enjoyed delicious food, and then came out to meet them. Thinking of this, these alliance members felt so aggrieved in their hearts. To be honest, they didn't want to get involved in the fight between these big guys. After all, the cases of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance and the demon alliance were vividly in front of them. The super lords are fine. The ones who suffered were the middle and lower lords. They were just victims of the fight between the big guys. The big guys can get the most benefits from the fight, and they can withdraw calmly in case of unexpected accidents. Basically, there will be no damage and they can recover after a period of time. The benefits obtained by the middle and lower lords are all obtained through layers of exploitation. Not only that, they also have to bear huge risks. If they are not careful, they will lose both their money and their lives. But if there is no other way, who is willing to do these things? These alliance members sighed helplessly. The world of the middle and lower lords is so difficult. Jiang Cheng, come out. Jiang Cheng, you old swindler, you cheated us many times before, and this time you cheated us of items worth 1 billion energy stones, which is simply too much. If you don't pay back the money this time, none of us will buy the items you sell in the Lord's trading zone in the future, and we will jointly boycott you. That's right, our alliances will also put pressure on you from other aspects. You are only popular in terms of weapons and equipment, but we can attack you from the aspects of talismans, formations, and elixirs. Humph, if you don't pay back the money today, we will stay here and the army on the defense line will withdraw, allowing the abyss monsters to march straight in. Since you are not good enough, we will not pretend to be friendly with you. We are all for our own interests. Now that the interests are not distributed equally, we might as well show our fists and see whose is bigger. Each of our 5 major alliances has millions of members, and the number of troops under them adds up to tens of billions. Even if you have all the means, you will find it difficult to deal with such a huge difference in amount, right? Even if you have some trump cards that we can't deal with, how many times can you use your trump cards? We are different. Our army can come to you one after another and fight to the death. The top lords and super lords below chattered non-stop. Just when they thought Jiang Cheng was not going to pay attention to them, the muzzles on both sides of the warships emitted a little bit of colored starlight. What is going on? A heart-pounding breath came out of the muzzles. These lords were so scared that their faces turned green. At this time, they didn't know what Jiang Cheng was going to do, so they just restarted. Damn it, Jiang Cheng is going to attack us. How can this be possible? Is he really going to die with us on this continent? Damn, is this guy crazy? If he kills us, who will resist the abyss monsters? When the abyss monsters control the star source, won't he die too? Don't we force him into a corner? This shouldn't be the case. This guy has earned so many energy stones in the trading zone. I don't believe he can't come up with 5 billion. What's more, these energy stones should have belonged to us. I'm really pissed off. These lords were angry and scared. The frustration in their hearts could not be described in words. They just wanted to collect a debt. But the other party attacked directly without saying anything. Is there any law? This is a naked gangster? The lords of the 5 major alliances gnashed their teeth. They did not bring many people with them. It was impossible to resist so many artillery at the same time without suffering damage. And these artillery can definitely fire the second and third rounds, until the energy of the battleship is exhausted. Each of these artillery can penetrate the holy body and kill holy creatures. These small ones are so terrifying. These lords even began to suspect that the largest artillery in the middle of the battleship could kill the true god with its attack. Damn Jiang Cheng, how dare he do that? I didn't expect this guy to be such a scoundrel. I shouldn't have come to collect debts. I am so wise and brave, but I will die here today. I want to cry. I hope I can return to Earth after death and never be a time traveler again. Boom boom boom. A series of light blue artillery fire dragged a long rainbow towards the lords of the 5 major alliances, like a fairy scattering flowers, so beautiful. The members of the 5 major alliances summoned their trump cards one after another. They didn't dare to look at the blue long rainbows in front of them. They were so scared that they clenched their teeth, and even their facial expressions were distorted, looking extremely hideous. The scorching temperature passed over their heads. The imagined explosion did not happen. The members of the 5 major alliances watched the hundreds of blue missiles whizzing past their heads and rushed to the flat ground in the distance. The plain in the distance was empty, but the next second, the abyss aura in the sky rose from the ground. It seemed to come out of thin air. The abyss aura that covered the sky and the sun suddenly emerged, very thick, completely covering the sky and the earth. It was like the scene before the rainstorm, when the dark clouds covered the sky. The roars of the abyss monsters came from afar. They didn't know how many abyss monsters came, but the movement from afar made the sand and stones on the ground jump slightly. Just Jiang Cheng's side was like this, and it was estimated that their defense line was in a similar situation. But thinking of the embarrassing defense scene just now, the members of the 5 major alliances gnashed their teeth in anger. They wanted to rush into the warship and fight Jiang Cheng to death, especially those lords who used a one-time defense. They were so angry that they almost fainted on the spot. This was their trump card to save their lives. But now Jiang Cheng played him like a monkey and used it directly, without any effect at all, just like a special effect on himself. Thinking of this, these lords were crying blood in their hearts. The lords of the 5 major alliances were also angry. The White Tiger Lord had a calm expression and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. The most important goal at the moment is to return to the defense line and kill the abyss monsters that are invading." Hearing this, the faces of the other lords suddenly became ugly. Jiang Cheng insulted them like this. How could they tolerate this? A series of crazy ideas grew in their minds. You are crazy. Jiang Cheng is playing us like monkeys, and we are still foolishly defending the abyss monsters. This guy must be the one who laughs the happiest after working so hard. I think we should stay here. Anyway, we will die anyway. Let's just cooperate with the abyss monsters to destroy Jiang Cheng's warships and die together. This guy just relies on his own strength, so he doesn't take us seriously at all. We must teach him a lesson. The White Tiger Lord smiled and waved his hand. Signed everyone to be quiet. He took out an object that looked like a barrier. Place it around several people. This object can block the detection of all creatures below the god level. If someone talks inside, outsiders can't hear what they are saying unless there are gods eavesdropping. It is also impossible to judge by the shape of their mouths. Listen to me first. It is totally unwise to confront Jiang Cheng head-on at the moment. I suggest that everyone go back and let the semi-god soldiers under their command kill the enemy, gain experience, and seek opportunities for breakthroughs. Jiang Cheng obviously doesn't have a god in his hand, otherwise he would have attacked Xingyuan long ago. It is impossible for him to just drive the warship to the vicinity of Xingyuan and do nothing. Wait until we kill the abyss monsters and the soldiers in our hands break through the realm and become gods. At that time, the gods in our 5 hands will add up to an extremely terrifying force. When that time comes, we will take action against Jiang Cheng, settle new and old grudges together, and make him look bad. Hearing this plan, the eyes of several lords lit up. They thought this plan was quite good. At present, lords will no longer be sent back to their territories when they fight each other. This means that they can deal with Jiang Cheng here. At that time, everything Jiang Cheng has will burst out. When they return to the original continent, they can also use a series of relationships to come to the Vaslo forest where Jiang Cheng is. Reclaim his territory and divide up all the assets in his territory? They know how rich Jiang Cheng is. The energy stones earned by the other party in the Lord Trading Zone can be measured in trillions. The 5 super lords hit it off immediately. They did not tell anyone else about this plan. If they were told, this group of people might follow them and try to get a piece of the pie. This is something no one wants to see. Without much nonsense, several people led the team to retreat calmly and returned to their own defense line through the teleportation array. Jiang Cheng on the battleship ignored their little moves. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy will be self-defeating and will not work. Through the battleship, Jiang Cheng already knew about the massive attack of the abyss monsters. He just tested the range and power of the spacecraft artillery. The result of the test is that the farther the enemy is attacked, the less threat the artillery poses. The perfect effect can only be achieved within 80 miles. Of course, this is only the result of the counter-artillery test. The other 2 types of artillery have not been tested yet. After this period of rest, the Blood Clan warriors have recovered to full status. They can join the battle. As before, the Blood Clan warriors were divided into 3 groups to deal with enemies from 3 directions. The ordinary abyss monsters were still in the front, but they seemed to have no intention of fighting. They tried their best to break through Jiang Cheng's defense line and rush to the back, with their troops heading straight to the center of the continent. These guys don't want to fight us at all. Their goal is to rush to the center of the continent. An abyss monster took the initiative to attack Jiang Cheng. When Jiang Cheng made a defensive posture, the abyss monster actually stopped directly in midair, as if it had been rehearsed in advance. The next moment, the abyss monster ran past Jiang Cheng without paying any attention to him, and the speed was surprisingly fast. There were more than 1 abyss monsters who made this move. Almost all the abyss monsters had no intention of fighting, and they only thought about how to rush to the center of the continent at the fastest speed. In order to keep them, the Blood Clan warriors did not hesitate to mobilize a large amount of holy power and launch attacks with a large killing range to delay their steps. But this had little effect. This group of abyss monsters didn't want their lives at all. On the contrary, the consumption of holy power in the Blood Clan warriors increased, and they could not maintain such a defensive posture for a long time. At the same time, behind the defense line of Jiang Cheng and others, those hidden abyss monsters had gathered in several secret places in advance. Feeling the breath of their companions, they no longer hid, and sent an invisible sound wave into the air, calling on the abyss monsters and other places to rush to the center of the continent with them. Along the way, they cooperated with the abyss monsters that crossed the defense line and attacked one defense line after another. These lords could not withstand such an offensive. They were immediately dispersed and defeated. They gave up their own defense line. The team composed of abyss monsters, like a powerful spear, easily pierced the defense line formed by the lords, poking holes one after another. Faced with this situation, Jiang Cheng had to summon the war puppet. At the same time, he ordered Yuyo to control the artillery on the warship. Kill these abyss monsters at all costs. The war puppet roared to the sky, and the 5 divine sources and hundreds of colorful divine stones on his body were fully operational. Divine power continuously burst out from his body, and a fighting force comparable to that of a second-level god burst out on the battlefield. This time, the war puppet was at full power. The abyss monster wanted to attack with thousands of demigods to hold back the war puppet. But before they could pounce, their bodies were blown away by the divine power burst out by the war puppet for dozens of miles, and thousands of huge deep pits were smashed on the ground. The situation on Jiang Cheng's side temporarily stabilized. He looked back at Anna's position. He found that the other party had left here. He immediately thought that the abyss monster had sent out a god-level strongman, and the other party would definitely not take the same ordinary path as these ordinary monsters. They would definitely take the route of the void. That was the fastest way to reach the center of the continent. Maybe a war had already broken out in the void at this time. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's face was solemn. The number of abyss monsters coming this time was really too many, to an outrageous number. Facing such a huge enemy, the disadvantage of his insufficient number of Blood Clan warriors was revealed, and it was impossible to defend the entire line. Even with the support of the artillery on the warship, and the full firepower of the war puppet, it can only stop 50% of the abyss monsters, and the rest of the abyss monsters have all passed. The situation of other super lords is not much worse than his, and they are also extremely difficult to defend. In this case, the pressure will inevitably be given to the top lords and high-level lords behind. As for the middle-level lords and low-level lords, it is estimated that a few saint-level abyss monsters can make them drink a pot. Forget it, just block as many as you can. If it doesn't work, I will drive the spaceship directly to the vicinity of the star source and launch the final defense there. Jiang Cheng made the final plan in his mind. Brothers, my defense line has been breached. I am hiding in a valley now. Be careful, brothers behind me. There are 3 great saint-level monsters among these guys. A top lord evacuated the defense line with dozens of injured soldiers. Damn it, what happened in front? Why are there so many abyss monsters? Those big guys won't have any conflicts and are not going to resist. No, our leader said that there are at least tens of billions of abyss monsters this time. The number of their troops can't fill this gap at all. They can only try their best to block them. A lord who knew the situation sent a message. Seeing this message, all the lords changed their faces. Tens of billions of abyss monsters? The combat power of these abyss monsters is much stronger than that of their lords. Among them, there are at least several 100 million abyss monsters in the saint realm. But what about them? At present, the lords who have saints are only high-level lords and above, and some intermediate lords have the strength to fight against saints. But this level is far from enough. Damn it, why did the defense line collapse so quickly? This group of abyss monsters are less than 200,000 miles away from the center of the continent. The defense line behind is all intermediate lords and low-level lords. These abyss monsters can be completely ignored. The lords near the star source are all weak lords. They don't have much combat power. They can only hide at the back and kill some fish that slip through the net. But if they are faced with hundreds or thousands of abyss monsters, it's like asking a group of ants to stop a speeding fighter. It's impossible to do it. So, don't look at the long distance. With the crazy advancement speed of these abyss monsters, it may soon reach the center of the continent. A top lord suddenly found that something was wrong. What's going on? I retreated to a defense line in the back. I originally planned to cooperate with the senior lords here to defend and rebuild the defense line, but where are the people here? Why can't I see even a shadow? The most outrageous thing is that there is no trace of battle, not a single corpse. Looking at such obvious signs of escape, this top lord was almost furious. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, when he was ready to sacrifice at any time, someone would flee without fighting and directly escape from the battlefield. There were more than a dozen high-level lords on this line of defense. They all ran away without even saying hello. Thinking of this, the top lord's back teeth were bleeding. A lord who knew the situation stood up. These guys have already run to the other side of the continent, which is the farthest from the cosmic crack, and there is no need to consider the attack of the abyss monsters. I didn't want to say it at first. After all, one of them is my friend, and he originally planned to take me with him, but I refused. If I hadn't seen so many lords still resisting, I wouldn't have planned to say it. What? Seeing this news, countless lords who were still defending were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. They fought hard on the front line and were ready to sacrifice at any time. But these guys sneaked to the back? I know a little bit of inside information. At the beginning, many people did not intend to go. It was the demon lord who took the lead. He contacted his old subordinates and asked them to contact those lords who were indecisive and retreat to the rear to avoid the attacks of the abyss monsters. It's the demon lord again? The eyes of countless lords were red. I wish I could tear this guy to pieces. It would be fine if he didn't defend before, but now he led others to retreat to the rear? What does this guy want to do? After seeing this news, Jiang Cheng also felt a rage in his heart. But then he thought that the real demon lord had died in Anna's hands, and now the demon lord was controlled by the 6 demon gods. Their purpose was to create negative emotions that matched them and increase their own strength. These 6 guys. After solving all the abyss monsters, I will settle accounts with you. Jiang Cheng's eyes were cold, and he planned to solve this scourge. Just when everyone was worried about the next situation, the dragon lord stood up. Everyone, rest assured. 3 of my soldiers have already touched the threshold of the god realm. They will soon be able to break through and become gods. Then they can turn the situation around in an instant. My 2 white tigers have also touched the door of the god realm. They have condensed a calamity cloud in the sky, which has dispelled most of the abyss aura. I don't know how many abyss monsters will die under the calamity cloud next, ha ha ha. After the 2 of them, the other 3 lords of the 5 major alliances also said that their soldiers had touched the threshold of breaking through the god realm. This move undoubtedly gave the other lords a shot in the arm and made them regain their confidence. Especially the members of the 5 major alliances. They began to flatter crazily. Of course, these guys still can't change their eating habits. It would be fine if they just flattered, but they had to choose to belittle others to highlight the power of their leader. And the object of this belittlement is naturally Jiang Cheng himself. Watching the World Channel, the troops of the 5 major alliance leaders have touched the threshold of the god realm. The lords hiding in the rear were frightened and pale. If the troops under these lords break through the god realm and destroy the abyss monsters, they are likely to be liquidated and judged one by one. And the end of the trial is definitely death. After all, only if they die can the lords who liquidate them gain the most benefits. Thinking of what is about to happen later, these lords broke into cold sweat. They looked at the demon lord who presided over all this and now sat on the top of the mountain, overlooking all living beings and looking down on the world. They hoped that the other party could come up with a countermeasure. Demon lord, what do you think we should do in this situation now? The troops under those super lords have broken through the god realm one after another, and are no longer on the same level as us. Even if we have more people, it is difficult to pose a threat to them. When the abyss monsters are repelled by them, they will definitely liquidate us and cause trouble for us. A senior lord came below the demon lord. Looking at the lords below, the demon lord exuded a thick demonic aura, and seemed to be consciously rushing towards the lords and their soldiers. Wherever he went, all living things turned into bones. Tens of thousands of lords watched this scene in horror. They didn't know why the demon lord wanted to attack them. Shouldn't they be grasshoppers on the same rope and solve the dilemma together? Why should I explain to you ants what I have done in my life? But I have a solution, that is, I will kill you all, so that you can avoid being liquidated, ha ha ha. You now have only one value left, that is to be slaughtered by me. I will condense your wronged souls and extract endless anger from your wronged souls as my power to break through the realm of God. Under the traction of the power of the angry demon god, the eyes of tens of millions of lords nearby instantly became extremely angry, with hideous faces and gnashing teeth. Those lords in the distance who didn't know the situation were stunned. Not only them, even the other 5 demon gods living in this body were stunned. Breaking through the realm to become gods? Shouldn't we wait until they perfect the law before breaking through? Angry, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to wait until our law is perfect before breaking through? Yeah, are you going to go back on your word? If you want to do that, we won't be polite to you anymore. At most, you can sleep for thousands of years. Don't think that I can't shake you just because you are the strongest now. The combined strength of the 5 of us is not afraid of you. I saw that something was wrong with this guy a long time ago. Fortunately, this guy couldn't wait to tell me his purpose in advance. If it was a few days later, the consequences would be disastrous. The terrifying spiritual power of the 5 demons rioted in his mind, and the demon lord's pale skin flushed morbidly, but his expression was still calm, with a faint smile. Haven't you 5 guys realized that your minds have been controlled by me without you knowing it? A great demon god actually became so angry at my few words, don't you realize anything? Now my power is no longer something you 5 can contend with. When I refine you, my soul will expand more than 5 times, and my strength will be greatly enhanced. Such strength is enough for me to break through the divine tribulation, and after the breakthrough, I am sure that I can break through the first level god within 3 months. The 7 demon gods used to check and balance each other. That's because they have a common enemy, and their own strength can compete with each other. No one can do anything to anyone. This situation has kept the 7 of them peaceful for a certain period of time, and even created friendship. But now the situation has been broken, the power of the angry demon god is enough to suppress the other 5 demon gods, so he doesn't need to care so much. The demon forces used to be divided. Countless demons believe in the 7 demon gods. And now, only the angry demon god is left among the 7 demon gods, and all demons can only believe in him. This is simply a great feat, and the history of demons will be rewritten by him? This is just one of the reasons. Another reason is his current status as a lord. With this status, the revival of the demon clan is a matter of time. At the same time, he can also use the privileges of the lord to kill other god-level creatures and gain huge experience. With this, his strength will advance by leaps and bounds. In less than 3 months, he can easily break through the first level god. The height he can reach in the future can even surpass his peak period and create greater glory. These 2 temptations prompted the angry demon god to take such a move. He unconsciously controlled the power of the soul and eroded the other 5 demon gods. These 5 people are far less powerful than him. Every night, they would choose a time to restore the power of the soul. This is a good time for him to take action. Taking advantage of the fact that the 5 demon gods were less vigilant, he mobilized the power of the soul and began to erode like pulling silk from a cocoon, and achieved his goal unconsciously. The 5 demon gods wanted to resist in fear, but they found that they were like shrimps with weak feet and could not mobilize any strength at all. A deep sense of powerlessness came over them, and they fell asleep in front of their eyes. Ha ha ha, now this refined demon body belongs to me. After I become a god, who can stop me? With such a powerful soul, plus the years of cultivation experience, combat skills, and endless means of this demon god. Even if those lords have several new gods, I am not afraid. Deep and cold magic patterns emerged from the body of the angry demon god, and each magic pattern contained the blood of dozens of demons. Countless wronged souls poured out from behind him. They rushed towards the hundreds of thousands of lords in front. These lords were not at a high level. The speed of escape was not even faster than the speed of the spreading of the angry demon god's mental power. Suddenly, under the coverage of the powerful mental power, hundreds of thousands of creatures exploded and died directly. They were shaken into blood mist one after another. The blood mist that fell from the sky turned into blood rain, dripping on the ground, rendering the world into a terrible blood red, and the strong smell of blood could be smelled thousands of miles away. The dark magic pattern extended from the feet of the angry demon god like a spider web, and outlined on the ground, like a huge fishing net. Under the traction of magic power, the souls of these dead creatures were condensed by him. These wronged souls have died and lost their original consciousness. They knew that it was the man in the distance who killed them. Angry eyes hate the angry demon god, emitting his extreme resentment. Looking at all this in the distance, the angry demon god did not feel the slightest guilt, but laughed at the sky, enjoying and greedily absorbing the anger in the sky. The killing continued. There were hundreds of thousands of lords who came here. Most of them were low-level lords and middle-level lords. They had a common feature, that is, a large number of arms, which also meant that killing them could gain more anger. This was the purpose of the angry demon god. The anger in the sky condensed into the power of law. His aura continued to strengthen, and he was already at the peak of the demigod and could break through at any time. Finally, a black calamity cloud appeared in the sky. The aura of this calamity cloud was very terrifying. It was several times stronger than the ordinary divine calamity. It might be that the heavenly Deo could not stand what the angry demon god did and wanted to take the opportunity to punish him. The demon god body of this body has been refined. The power of the divine calamity will only help me adapt to him quickly, so that we can become one. The demon lord snorted coldly, not afraid of the divine calamity. The lords who saw this scene from a distance were furious. They used their last breath to send a message to the World Channel to report the news here, hoping that someone could stop the demon lord's atrocities. Ha ha ha, evil is rewarded with evil. The demon lord did a good job. Kill all these guys who fled from the battlefield. Don't clean up the garbage for our lord's forces. It's great. Because of your escape, I lost more than 3,000 soldiers and one of my arms was broken. Even if the demon lord didn't do it, I would kill you. A group of profit-seeking insects. They didn't say a word when they ran away, and let us fight here with our lives. Did you think about our fate when you ran away? It's really a good turn of events. A group of dem guys, they only thought about themselves when they ran away, and now they are in danger and screaming in the World Channel. Bad luck. The lords of the World Channel not only did not lend a hand. Instead, they applauded. If it wasn't for the short time, they would have wanted to add a few more knives on the backs of these fleeing lords, for fear that they were not dead. The angry demon god wanted to see this scene the most. His law of anger has been condensed to an extremely terrifying degree, comparable to the laws of some first-level gods. At present, he is only a demigod. If he breaks through the divine realm, the power of this law will be even more terrifying. The leaders of the 5 major alliances saw this scene and said nothing. They smiled at the same time. They are very confident in the soldiers who are going through the divine tribulation. When they all pass through the divine tribulation, Jiang Cheng and the demon lord are all rotten fish and shrimp. The demon lord killed hundreds of thousands of lords. Just think of it as helping us collect supplies. I will give him a good time later as a thank you to him. Ha ha ha. When the time comes, the resources in the hands of the demon lord and Jiang Cheng will be integrated together. The leaders of the 5 major alliances thought of this huge cake, and they couldn't wait to witness that moment. At present, the leaders of the 5 major alliances have 7 or 8 soldiers who have touched the threshold of the divine realm. They have chosen to break through the realm without deliberately suppressing it. Relying on the excellence of their own soldiers, they can definitely break through the divine realm. When they gather the strength of 5 people, are they still afraid that they can't kill Jiang Cheng and the demon lord? The 5 people became excited when they thought that the pattern of lord power would change soon and they would become the new masters of the era. In the void, Anna wore a mask on her face and stood with her hands behind her back. Ripples spread out from behind, and brilliance intertwined, creating a terrifying vision. The Blood Abyss divine sword was suspended beside her, and the terrifying law of killing spread all over the sword, shaking the dense turbulence of the void into nothingness. The pressure of the Earth God realm was released. Gubo and others on the opposite side had ugly expressions, feeling that something was not good. They were ready to escape, but thinking of the Marshal's order, if the mission failed, the result would be the same even if they ran back. There is no shortage of talents under the Marshal. The consequence for failure is death. Unless you have a strong background, it is impossible to escape divine punishment. This will also reduce the burden on the universe. Gubo had personally seen the Marshal punish those losers with divine punishment. Those shrill wails were replayed in his mind, and the cruel methods seemed to be applied to himself, causing him to subconsciously cover his abdomen. You go first. In desperation, Gubo pushed 5 million special abyss monsters behind him out of the void. They were wearing special equipment, and the turbulence of the void did not pose much of a threat to them. Gubo knew that this force was carefully prepared by the Marshal. If there were too many casualties, his family and friends might not be able to escape death. Let them leave first and die here, at least to save the lives of his family. Gubo, the commander of the plane, underestimates me. The commander-in-chief of this special force rejected Gubo's suggestion. The armor on his body merged with his body, and a mysterious and strange power emerged. The 5 million troops behind him also experienced this change. Their bodies slowly liquefied and vaporized, turning into clouds of grey mist, which began to condense backwards. Seeing this scene, one of the third-level gods seemed to have thought of something and laughed. This seems to be a supreme formation of our clan. It can perfectly fit the power of 500 people and merge into one. A terrible beast. In the past 10,000 years, no army has been able to use this formation. They all ended in failure, and the classics recording this formation were also covered in dust. I also browsed that classic book once by chance. I thought it was just a talk in the book, but I didn't expect to see you again today. He is truly worthy of being a genius at the peak of our universe. This true god expressed heartfelt admiration. Unexpectedly, the expressions of other people changed and turned into the color of pig liver. You know it, but why do you say it out loud? The guy opposite is the god of earth. Gubo almost growled. His eyes were as wide as bells, and he didn't know what to say to such a pig teammate. The expressions of several other true gods also changed greatly. Hearing this news, Anna's eyes flashed with a look of interest. She is quite interested in battles, and has studied them privately, treating it as a hobby to pass her spare time. She set her sights on the special unit that was forming a large formation, and mobilized her mental power to analyze it. If I didn't suddenly become interested, maybe she has already arrived in front of these abyss monsters and shattered their formation with one palm. Being interrupted while the formation is condensing is a taboo. Anyone who joins the formation will suffer serious, fatal wounds that are difficult to heal, and may even be at high risk of death. But she wanted to wait and see. If some of the contents of this formation can be learned and integrated into the Blood Sky formation, the effectiveness of the Blood Sky formation may be doubled. As for complete imitation, it is impossible. These abyss monsters have special physiques and can transform their bodies into an energy body and then reorganize them. This alone is difficult to achieve. Not to mention other difficult conditions. Anna just wants to get the best of it. Damn it, what a terrifying mental power. Gubo and others felt Anna's undisguised mental power that directly overcame them, and their expressions suddenly turned ugly. They didn't expect Anna's mental power to be so terrifying. An earth god who is far beyond normal. I am afraid that some of the earth gods in the later period cannot compare to her. They even suspected that the other party could kill them all with just their mental power? Damn it, who said that the strongest person in this continent is only a first-level god? If I, Gubo, can go back, I will question that guy and report it to the marshal and try to impeach him. Gubo was so angry. Previous intelligence said there was only one first-level god here. I thought I could easily reach the center of the continent. Unexpectedly, an earth god came out halfway. The gap between each realm of the divine realm is huge. The opponent's earth god can easily kill them. It doesn't take much effort. He and others could not last more than a few rounds in the opponent's hands. If he had known that this would be the case now, he would not have applied to fight. The other true gods were also at a loss. Even the strongest Gubo found it so difficult. So what can they do? It is estimated that the opponent's earth god can smash their divine bodies into pieces with one palm. It's really mysterious. With the super memory of the true god, Anna has memorized the entire process of forming the formation of the abyss monster. When you have free time, you can repeatedly deduce and simulate in your mind, trying to come up with a better formation that is more suitable for them. The formation of the abyss monster has been integrated to the last step. That is the ultimate fusion. This process is optional. Anna doesn't need to read any more, so now, Gubo and others' eyes flashed. It was discovered that the powerful earth god opposite had disappeared. Already appeared behind them. A second-level god has been observing Anna's every move. The moment she moved, he also moved with her, just in time for him to meet her head-on. This special force at the back is their only way to reverse the situation, and there must be no surprises. The combined power of 5 million great saints is definitely comparable to an earth god. If you want to take action against the troops behind me, then just step over my body. The abyss monster roared angrily, and lines like veins appeared on its abdomen, spreading towards its limbs. His size and aura surged at this moment. Anna didn't speak. The vast mental power crushed him all the way. This caused the abyss monster to appear in a brief trance. The next second, a cold light flashed. The huge abyss monster was cut in half together with its soul. The terrifying divine power continued to flow out from the cut, causing chaos in the surrounding void. The divine body of the abyss monster dissipated. They don't belong to this universe. There is no blood in the body and there is no so-called divine source. Seeing this scene, Anna couldn't help but feel sorry. However, the experience of the second-level god poured into his body. It made her realm more stable and she could exert stronger power. At the same time, she also took the opponent's storage ring over during the battle. It is covered with a layer of divine soul power. To see what's inside you need to erase it. It would take a few seconds, and Anna didn't plan to look at it now. Anyway, the ring was on her hand, and the contents inside couldn't go anywhere. During this short period of delay, Gubo led people over. They all showed their trump cards and fought desperately towards Anna, using their lives to fight for a few seconds for the formation. In the face of absolute strength, these monsters of the abyss are vulnerable. Anna smashed their divine bodies to pieces with a wave of her hand, and the next second the terrifying mental power covered their souls, obliterating them. A supreme true god died in Anna's hands like a chicken or a dog. Woman, you killed so many of my brothers. I will make you pay a heavy price today. Gubo was furious. These true gods were all his trusted followers who he had cultivated with great difficulty. Now most of them were dead and injured. The power he had worked hard to build for thousands of years would all be burned to the ground? He roared angrily, and an extremely thick abyssal mist emerged from his body, spreading in all directions. With his body as the center, the space with a radius of thousands of miles was instantly surrounded by the mist of the abyss. Anna is in the center of the fog. This mist seems to have a special connection with space. It can imprison time and space, and even her divine power is delayed. Gubo, a first-level god, would definitely not be able to do this with his strength alone. He was holding a jar-like magic weapon in his hand to control the mist of the abyss. This mist doesn't feel good. We have tested it on other battlefields. The creatures in your universe cannot adapt to our fog at all. Soon they will be affected by these fogs and produce all kinds of violent emotions. Although these fogs may not have much impact on you, it is more than enough to delay you for a while. Gubo looked at the large formation that was about to be completed in the distance. I feel extremely excited. The power exuded from the formation is already infinitely close to that of the Earth God in the later stage. Such a powerful force will not put much pressure on the Earth God in the early stage. But the next second Gubo discovered that the surrounding abyssal fog was becoming thinner, and the abyssal fog that filled the sky continued to shrink towards the central area. It seemed like there was a tornado there, absorbing the mist of the abyss that made even his heart palpitate. There is essentially not much difference between the mist of the abyss and the breath of the abyss. Anna discovered this and chose to absorb it. She dared to absorb the breath of the abyss when she was a first-level god, so these abyssal fogs were naturally not a problem. A large amount of mist was sucked into her palm. She began to peel off the cocoon, absorbing the aura that was beneficial to her and leaving useless impurities in her palms. Saw this scene. Gubo felt as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't expect the creatures from another universe to be so powerful. Even he dared not touch this abyssal mist. I didn't expect this woman to dare to absorb it directly. Previously on another battlefield, they captured a false god and instilled this kind of fog into the opponent. Within an hour, the opponent was affected by all kinds of negative emotions and exploded to death. A pressure comparable to that of the late Earth God realm emanated. 5 million special abyss monsters combined into an extremely huge beast, like a god from the beginning of the world, standing in the void. Gubo's body in the void suddenly pressed down, but he did not complain at all. Instead, he shouted excitedly, "Great, now the formation has been successfully condensed, and the power of 5 million great saints has been integrated into one. This woman can't resist it at all." It seemed to be responding to Gubo. The beast roared. The sound was mixed with divine power, forming countless terrible sound waves, which spread in waves around, and even the creatures outside the void could sense it. Countless lords changed their faces and looked around in panic, fearing that something terrible would come out accidentally and solve them with one move. The battlefield was also affected to a certain extent. Anna has already fought with the other party. Even the outside world can feel the movement in the void. Can Anna deal with it? Jiang Cheng cleared the abyss monsters that rushed over from a few miles in one move. At this time, the aura on his body was extremely vast. The aura emitted by the demigod realm is even stronger than that emitted by some gods, and the experience accumulated on his body is comparable to the skills of ordinary demigods who have practiced hard for thousands of years. He closed his eyes and felt the connection between him and Anna. They have been together for so long in the reincarnation of thousands of years. They have already developed a kind of inexplicable relationship in spirit, through which they can judge each other's physical state at this time. Jiang Cheng found that Anna was in very good condition at this time, and the aura on her body has improved a little. I don't know if he sensed it wrong or something. No matter what, Anna, as a god of the earth, has super strong combat power and good means. Nothing should happen. Jiang Cheng looked at the battlefield. The entire battlefield has been razed to the ground, and huge deep pits have appeared one after another, with potholes and traces of explosions everywhere. Now the abyss monsters either died in this battlefield, or crossed his line of defense, rushed to the back, and moved towards the direction of Xinyuan. Jiang Cheng didn't know how many abyss monsters he had killed. Anyway, he felt that if he broke through, the experience he had would be enough for him to break through to the second-level god, and he would not be too far away from the first-level god. The credit for all this should go to Zhang Kui. The divine power on this guy is almost inexhaustible. The majestic and vast divine power poured down on the abyss monsters, turning many places on the battlefield into forbidden areas. Creatures below the divine realm who entered those areas might not have the life to come out. If they were not careful, they would be crushed by the violent divine power. Achuo, Yali, and dozens of others have reached the peak of demigods. They have just touched the threshold of the divine realm and wanted to break through to become gods, but were stopped by Jiang Cheng. Anna said when she explained it to him privately before. Before breaking through the divine realm, it is best to master the law of the 5 elements, and then master a law power that will be the main practice in the future, and finally break through to become a god. At that time, you will break through the divine calamity and get the blessing of heaven. These law powers will grow under the blessing of heaven. Under this power, you can also deepen your understanding of the power of the law. This opportunity is rare. It will take a lot of time to comprehend these laws after breaking through the God realm. Jiang Cheng plans to let them break through slowly. At that time, he will take these guys to the ancient secret realm to search for them. Although these guys can't cheat like him, they can always comprehend the power of the law that suits them. Besides, Jiang Cheng has so many spiritual fruits that can deepen his understanding. Under the careful cultivation of the elf mother tree and a group of strong people such as Delis and Kalena, the quality and effect of these spiritual fruits can be further improved. Taking one can turn into a genius in a short time. The most important thing after the God realm is this power of law. It is related to all future realms. Once you don't lay a good foundation in the early stage, you can basically be useless in the later stage. As for the realm, you don't need to worry about it at all. When you see who you are unhappy with, you can destroy whoever you are unhappy with. The realm will naturally come. It's so easy. An encyclopedia with Anna in human form. Jiang Cheng learned a lot about the realm. But other lords didn't know. They were immersed in how to earn huge amounts of energy stones, how to improve the strength of their own troops, how to obtain supreme treasures and lofty status. They would never think of reading books about this knowledge. After all, they are all time travelers, impatient, who would read boring and tedious books when they have nothing to do. However, Jiang Cheng told Yun Shi, Luo Qi, and the purple-winged Huanglong Lord about this news, just to remind them. As for what they do, it is none of his business. Whether to choose to suffer first and then sweet or sweet first and then bitter depends on their personal wishes. What makes Jiang Cheng jealous is that Luo Qi is so lucky. The void worm under his command has evolved, and the outer layer of the shell that can block the void turbulence has produced the void law. She herself spent a huge amount of lord coins to obtain the above law, and killing the abyss monsters gave her a lot of experience, and she is now ready to break through the realm and become a god. After breaking through and becoming a god, she will become the god of the void, roaming freely in the void and mobilizing the power of the void to fight. The future void can be seen as her main battlefield. There, unless it is a living being who also possesses the void law, or there is a crushing realm, no one can compete with her. This guy's luck has always been so good. Jiang Cheng sighed secretly. But he would not show envy. Because he has Anna, this alone makes him luckier than anyone else. There was no serious injury on Jiang Cheng's side in this battle. After all, the goal of the abyss monsters was not to fight them, but the star source in the center of the continent. It was to clear and hinder their progress. The Blood Clan warriors basically maintained a high consumption state throughout the whole process. At present, there is not much holy power that can be mobilized on their bodies, and they can't sustain the subsequent wars at all. It is worth being happy that they have basically broken through to the semi-god level. In the future, they only need to accumulate experience and obtain laws to break through collectively. The troops under the leaders of the 5 major alliances are on the verge of breaking through, and they will not leave the front position for the time being. And Jiang Cheng needs to rush over to support. After all, the star source is what he likes. How can he tolerate others' involvement? The abyss monsters that have reached the god level in the void were dragged by Anna. At present, it is estimated that only the abyss monsters of semi-god and below can reach the vicinity of the star source. Although creatures below the god realm have no impact on the star source, they may have special means to threaten the star source. After all, they have only dealt with each other twice, and the other party did not show any special means. Basically, they don't know each other. It's better to be careful with an unknown enemy. Don't underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, you will only suffer. Jiang Cheng looked at the news sent by the lords on the World Channel. The frontline troops of the abyss monsters are only 10,000 miles away from the star source. Most of the lords defending behind are low-level lords. Although they have a large number of troops, they are basically vulnerable to the abyss monsters, and can even be ignored. They run by their attacks. In this case, the speed of the abyss monsters will be extremely fast. The frontline troops have opened a path. The follow-up troops can reach the center of the continent directly by following their route, and there will not be too many obstacles along the way. Jiang Cheng felt that he needed to hurry over. He called the Blood Clan warriors to board the warship. Let Yuyo go to the center of the continent at full speed. Ha ha ha, brothers, I have seen the light emitted by the star source. Everyone work harder, victory is just around the corner. The light emitted by this star source is so dazzling, it's really disgusting. When we infect it, it will become a gray-black star source. Why haven't the gods of our tribe appeared yet? Are they in trouble? The army of abyss monsters quickly approached the star source. The light emitted by the star source has been seen. They are all half-god abyss monsters. After all, they are powerful and their speed is naturally far faster than the saint-level abyss monsters, leaving the saint-level monsters behind. There is a lot of distance between the two sides. The same is true for the abyss monsters in other directions. I heard the withdrawing troops say that there is a first-level god on this continent. Now it seems to be true. Commander Gubo and his men have probably run into the first-level god and started a war. Then forget about them. Let's infect this star source ourselves. In this way, we will have made the first contribution. I think the military advisor will definitely tell the younger generations about our deeds. Ha ha ha, that's right. For the holy war, what does our sacrifice count for? It's nothing more than self-destruction. Whoever is afraid will be my son in the next life. Don't be afraid of shit. I will be the first to self-destruct. This group of abyss monsters can't shake the star source. But they can self-destruct, generate huge amounts of energy, and destroy the originally stable energy structure near the star source. At the same time, their self-destruction will also release the breath of the abyss. When the energy structure is destroyed and the star source loses its self-protection ability, it will be a good time to erode it. The abyss breath generated by the self-destruction will attach to the surface of the abyss at this time, and penetrate madly from the outside to the inside, just like the purple-black ground. The low-level lords along the way had never seen such a battle. Most of their soldiers were killed or injured just by a pressure, which dealt a fatal blow to them. Such a huge gap in strength made them give up resistance and leave their own defense line. Looking at their embarrassed fleeing figures, the abyss monsters became more and more excited, laughing wildly while moving forward, with an extremely arrogant arrogance, as if victory was firmly in their hands. Hundreds of thousands of semi-god abyss monsters appeared on those new continents. They trampled on this new land crazily. They stepped out one huge deep pit after another. All the semi-god abyss monsters gathered near the source of the star. They looked up at the sky. Suddenly, they found an ancient, constantly rotating disk in the sky, and they were confused. What is this thing? It was clearly not there just now. Before they could figure it out, an extreme mental force penetrated their heads and crushed their brains and souls into pieces. Hundreds of thousands of demigods had no room to resist this extreme mental force. Almost in an instant, they all turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. After absorbing the mist in the surrounding space. Suddenly, Anna found that the killing move she placed near the wheel of heaven and earth worked, and the experience of hundreds of thousands of demigods poured into her body. It made her aura much stronger. Her realm reached the middle stage of Earth God. All the gods of the abyss who saw this scene, such as Gubo, were shocked. What is going on? Are all the Earth gods in this universe so abnormal? Originally, he was still in the early stage of Earth God, with obvious signs of breakthrough on his body. It was obviously not long after the breakthrough, but now he has reached the middle stage directly? Such a perverted speed is impossible to see in their universe, especially at the end of the universe. There is a suppression of the law, and their realm is even more difficult. It takes twice the cultivation speed of ordinary gods. Now seeing that Anna has broken through a small realm at once, they began to wonder if their abyss mist has great benefits for the creatures in this universe. It can instantly improve their realm. If this is true, then he feels it is necessary to stop this invasion opportunity and shrink all the troops distributed outside to prevent them from counter-invasion. Just as they were stunned, Anna came to the giant beast formed by the condensation of 5 million great saints. Behind her, there was a radiant light, a chaotic mist filled the air, and a powerful world force was revealed. It's just that the power has reached the late stage of the Earth God. There is no power to compete with the real Earth God. It's enough to bully those first level and second level gods. Anna's eyes were indifferent, high above, overlooking all living beings. The prototype of a small world emerged behind her. The small world condensed by nearly 100 kinds of law power continued to expand, and the vast and profound world power suppressed the giant beast. Although he struggled hard, he could not get rid of this power. Divine power and mental power merged together. Behind the small world, Anna's Empress Phantom condensed, and the huge phantom was no less than the giant beast. A pair of jade hands suppressed the giant beast's head, and the vast divine power squeezed the giant beast, compressing him to half the size of the small world and forcibly stuffed him into it. Under the dual suppression of the world power and Anna's divine power, the giant beast could not make any resistance. At the same time, his spirit was also crushed by Anna's spiritual power. The abyss monster that dominated the giant beast instantly lost its mind and its mind fell into a blank. This is also the weakness of this kind of formation. Although their power is integrated, their spiritual power is not. The spiritual power of the first level god and the second level god may not be able to break through the body of the giant beast and find the abyss monster that dominates the giant beast. But Anna can. Her spiritual power has been amplified by the fantasy sound fruit and is now comparable to the peak of the earth god. Coupled with her research on the formation, this kind of thing is easy. After stuffing the giant beast into the small world, the powerful killing law and the world power inside are eroding the giant beast, starting to decompose the power in his body and gradually refining it. Like a pill in the alchemy furnace, the giant beast struggled in the small world with the instinct of his body. Everything on his body was transformed into nutrients for the small world. Every second, countless abyss monsters died like cells. Unfortunately, when human power is limited, the small world can continuously generate the power of the world, but the giant beast does not. His power is constantly being consumed. It can't be compared with the power of the world at all. Gubo and others in the distance looked ugly. They originally thought it was a fight between gods. They were going to run away and come back to clean up the battlefield when the fight was almost over. But they didn't expect it to be a one-sided crushing. Is this the means that the Earth God has? Several people seemed a little at a loss for a while. The Earth God has a small world, and they can't compete with this means at all. And this woman seems to have good strength. The condensed phantom, just a glance made them feel cold in their hearts, their limbs weak, and they kept feeling palpitations in their hearts, as if they were facing an ancient god, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Before they could react, a terrifying power enveloped them. Gubo raised his head with difficulty and found that the huge phantom was looking at them. A suction force emerged from his hand, as if to suck them all in along with the turbulent flow of the void. Just as they were preparing to fight back, a huge mental force swept through their minds. In the moment they were stunned, their bodies lost control and were sucked into the control of the phantom and thrown into the small world to be refined together. After the small world refines the creatures, its structure will continue to improve, and it will also feed back some energy to Enna, and Enna will also know the memories of these creatures. Abyss universe, the universe is shattered. The top powers in this universe are really terrifying. There are so many of them. They are all old monsters who have lived from their peak to the present. Even the creatures in this universe don't know the exact number. We need to dig them out of the ground one by one to know whether they are dead or alive. Through these memories, Anna knew the specific number of powerful people in the Abyss universe, and her scalp felt numb. Anna also learned about their specific war plan. A dark giant network has enveloped their universe and is gradually eroding the edge of the universe. This plan must be told to Jiang Cheng as soon as possible. Anna no longer stayed, took the small world back, let it refine the Abyss monsters inside, and left the void. Meanwhile, the outside world. Jiang Cheng's battleship has arrived near Xinyuan. The huge ship stopped in place. He looked at the wheel of heaven and earth appearing in the sky and had an idea in his mind. Just as he was about to go down and take back the heaven and earth roulette, no fewer than 10 divine powers covered the land. Lord Shenlong, Lord White Tiger, and Lord Soul came here with their troops that had just broken through and become gods. Behind each of them were 2 soldiers who had broken through to the divine realm. The terrifying divine power swept across the world, making the air sluggish and making it difficult to breathe. Members of the 5 major alliances and many lords who were watching the excitement gathered around, but they did not dare to get too close. After all, the Abyss monsters had not been cleaned up yet. Ha ha ha, don't panic. We actually have 3 soldiers who have reached the divine realm. We have brought 2 so far, and 1 is cleaning up the remaining Abyss monsters. They have been blocked and cannot come here, so you can come here with confidence and boldness. Witness this moment. Lord White Tiger laughed. They came flying all the way. He dragged the colorful divine light behind him and scattered a lot of energy stones at the same time, just to attract other lords. Watch how they kill Jiang Cheng. This is a historic moment. Jiang Cheng will eventually be wiped out by the long river of history. After they divide Jiang Cheng's wealth, their strength will be greatly improved. The 5 of them will definitely be at the top by then. In the future, the 5 of them should be the leaders among the lords. Everyone must obey their orders, otherwise they will die. Thinking about the future scenes, it feels wonderful just thinking about it. 10 true gods, how can this boss Jiang Cheng withstand them? According to the previous information, what we can get is that he has no gods in his hands, only demigods. Now that he has arrived here in a battleship, it means that his vampire warriors have not broken through to the divine realm. If one of his troops breaks through the realm and becomes a god, it may reveal the aura of divine calamity. At the same time, it is impossible for him to lead his troops to arrive here so quickly. A gentle-looking lord analyzed. Holy crap, boss Jiang Cheng doesn't have a true god yet. Could it be that the leaders of the 5 major alliances have surpassed Jiang Cheng unknowingly? It seems that our lords need to take the 5 major alliances as our leaders in the future. Jiang Cheng's era has passed, and he is destined to perish here today. What? Then we will become leaks in the future and let these hateful guys exploit us wantonly. I survived under the squeeze of the capitalists before the time travel, and will I have to suffer the same after time travel? A mid-level lord looked up to the sky and roared, his words full of God's injustice to him. Not long after he finished speaking, his head shattered like a watermelon. A high-ranking lord in the Grand Alliance kicked his body aside as if it were an inconvenient piece of trash. Ha ha ha, long live the alliance leader, kill Jiang Cheng. In the future, all lords will look to us as leaders. Members of our alliance will become superior people. Ordinary lords will be humble and inferior people. When they see us, they need to salute respectfully and hand over 5 million energy stones as a greeting gift. Otherwise it is contempt for our alliance. The senior lord is extremely arrogant. The lord of the major alliance next to him smiled and said, not only that, the conditions for recruiting members to our alliance will be 100 times more stringent in the future. Anyone who has a problem with Jiang Cheng will not be accepted. At this moment, the members of the major league released their long-repressed emotions. Jiang Cheng was pressed on his head for so long. Even after forming an alliance, they never got any benefits. I also suffered discrimination from others on the World Channel. Being scolded as a lackey of the capitalists and a villain without dignity was only part of the scolding. They did not dare to look at even worse scoldings. Some female lords did not even bother to make friends with members of their 5 major alliances, nor did they join them, and instead fell into the arms of the Angel Alliance. Thinking of this, some members of the 5 major alliances began to threaten to go to war with the Angel Alliance. In an attempt to rob the female lord inside, she could become his beautiful wife and concubine. The ordinary lords who heard these words were furious. They suddenly felt that Jiang Cheng was extremely kind. He never bullied others by relying on his status as the strongest, and would release good things to sell to them from time to time. The price is also worthy of the quality of those items. Except in the beginning. Basically, they have not been deceived in the future. Even if they are deceived, it is only a small number of people who have been deceived, and the vast majority of people have not been deceived. Thanks to this, the strength in their hands has also been greatly improved. Compared to Jiang Cheng, the actions and appearances of the 5 major alliances were much uglier. It was hard to imagine what they would do if they became the strongest among the lords. It is estimated that their end will be very difficult by then. Oppressed and suppressed everywhere. No one wants to live such a life. Ordinary lords wanted to stand up and speak out for Jiang Cheng. but the gap in strength prevented them from speaking. This look of daring to be angry but not speaking out fell into the eyes of the members of the 5 major alliances. Not to mention how happy they felt, like drinking a glass of ice water in the dog days of summer. Jiang Cheng, if you are a man, come out quickly. That's right, how you deceived us in the past, today we will pay you back 10 times or 100 times. The dignified Lord Jiang Cheng actually cowered inside the battleship and did not dare to come out. It seems that he is a person with no reputation. If you take the initiative to come out on your own, we can also consider letting you go and stay with us in the future, serve us tea and water, and become our servant. I originally wanted to take this battleship as our own, but unfortunately this guy Jiang Cheng is really ignorant. It seems that we can only forcefully break it open. The leaders of the 5 major alliances looked at each other. The 10 god-level soldiers behind him erupted with terrifying power, and the vast divine power continuously impacted the surface of the battleship, seemingly able to penetrate the void. The overflowing divine power caused the ordinary lords who were watching to retreat and quickly used their trump cards to resist. Wait for those 10 terrifying divine powers to dissipate. They looked towards the star source again. It was found that these 10 god-level soldiers were panting from exhaustion, but Jiang Cheng's battleship was still standing there without any damage, with not even a trace of scar left on the ship. Jiang Cheng's battleship could only be pushed back several hundred meters. What's going on? Jiang Cheng's battleship is so tough that it can actually block the attacks of 10 true gods, and there's not even any damage on the ship. One of the lords was stunned. From this point of view, Jiang Cheng's battleship can at least withstand the attack of the 2nd level god. These 10 god-level units may not be able to do anything to him. Instead, he has to be careful of the terrifying attack from the middle cannon barrel. With such a strong defense, its attack is definitely not weak either. A top lord soldier mobilized his talents and skills, his eyes flashed with a seductive green light, and then he whispered a few words to the lord's side. The lord heard this and explained to the others. These 10 god-level soldiers have just broken through to the divine realm, and their realm is not stable at all. Their mental state has not returned to its best after just experiencing the divine tribulation. It must be because of this that they didn't destroy Jiang Cheng's ship. He was a member of the major leagues. We must stand up and explain the current situation. Stabilize the hearts of other lords. They're just a bunch of big parallel importers with empty realms. A top lord next to him who did not belong to any alliance snorted coldly. He did not like the behavior of the 5 major alliances, and naturally he would not give them a good look. The leaders of the 5 major alliances in the sky looked ugly. They didn't expect Jiang Cheng's turtle shell to be so hard. Such a powerful attack had no impact. At present, the condition of their troops is not very good. Even if they are drained dry in this situation, they will not be able to squeeze out so much divine power to crush this battleship. The news just came from my men, saying that the abyss monsters have retreated in full force, and our troops are chasing them fiercely. I believe that several true gods will appear soon. At the same time, the few breakthrough troops we left on the forward position have also survived the divine calamity. They did not absorb the blessings of heaven, but rushed here at full speed. The leader, Lord Shenlong, shared the information with the other 4 lords. Now their expressions softened a lot. If we continue to delay like this, God's blessing will be wasted, which will be a harm to everyone. If you can't get the blessing from heaven, then the future achievements of their arms will be very limited. Even if their realm is improved, they may not be able to defeat enemies of the same realm. It is even possible to be killed across borders by enemies with higher talents. They don't want such a shameful thing to happen to them. At present, this news has made several people breathe a sigh of relief. 3 of their units have completed their breakthrough ahead of schedule, and there are still 3 or 4 units on the front line that are breaking through. By then, all the god-level soldiers under the 5 of them will gather here, and the number will reach a terrifying 30. More than 30 true gods stand together. I believe it will be a big impact on everyone. Just then, the sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. A figure covered with demonic energy came out from inside. Although the lords below did not see the true face of this figure, they would get angry unconsciously and their blood pressure would rise. Now the strange power made them feel frightened. They had only seen things that scared them before, but it was the first time they could not help getting angry. However, when they saw the person clearly, the angry expression on their faces could not be restrained immediately. Their blood pressure soared, and their back teeth were bleeding. They are all here. It seems that I can harvest them happily this time, and it is worth my long journey. The angry demon god came out of the dark clouds. With a playful smile on his face, he looked at the leaders of the 5 major alliances below with a playful look, as if he was looking at 5 ignorant reptiles. The leaders of the 5 major alliances were arrogant people. Facing such a situation, he was so angry. You are one of our targets anyway, so we don't have to go to find you in person. The White Tiger Lord snorted coldly. In his opinion, the Demon Lord was repeatedly taught a lesson by Jiang Cheng, and he was the kind of weak one. Now Jiang Cheng was oppressed by them and dared not come out. Why did this Demon Lord dare to appear in front of them? Immediately, the White Tiger Lord called one of the White Tigers behind him to rush up. This White Tiger has reached the divine realm, and its body is as big as a hill. The tiger's paw exudes a powerful aura, which seems to contain billions of pounds of power, and the space is compressed and distorted. But before he could get close to the Demon Lord, he let out a scream. The huge body fell heavily, smashing a huge deep pit on the ground like a meteorite, and then the body rebounded. It slid along the ground for several miles, plowing a deep gully before stopping. There was a dark palm print on the forehead of this white tiger, which exuded a cold demonic aura, constantly corroding his internal organs, and his breath was extremely weak. I'm afraid that a demigod could easily understand it. Everyone present was extremely shocked. Shouldn't the demon lord be very good? How come he has become so fierce now, knocking a god-level white tiger to the ground and losing his combat ability? Everyone looked at him with fear, including the 5 leaders who were arrogant just now. At the moment when the demon lord made a move, they realized that the aura on the other side was far beyond their arms, and it seemed that he had surpassed the 3rd level god and reached the realm of the 2nd level god. The demon lord glanced at the god-level arms behind the 5 major alliances and laughed like a pig's foot. This time he couldn't help it. He didn't expect these guys to be so stupid that they directly let the arms break through the realm, because he found that only 2 or 3 of the 10 god-level arms had laws, and they were the most common laws. The other arms did not even have the power of laws. Such a great talent and bloodline of the army was directly ruined by the ignorance of these guys. If it was an ordinary lord, he would not laugh at it. After all, it is very good for them to have god-level soldiers. Why do they ask for so much? But these guys can be called the existence of the ceiling level, and their soldiers did not even give the power of the law, and they rashly broke through. Those who can break through the realm and become gods in advance must be outstanding talents, and their bloodline is also extremely noble. This is even more important to arrange the law for them. The demon lord thought that he would encounter a fierce battle here, but he didn't expect that these guys had a superficial realm and no law. This level of new gods is no different from ants in his eyes. Almost one can be solved with one move. The angry demon god was once a powerful man who was feared by one side, with excellent means and extremely rich combat experience. He is an old antique. The demon lord couldn't help but think that every lord had a statue. Logically speaking, as long as these 5 guys subdued the statue, they should know something. They wouldn't be like this innocent now. They just made a lot of jokes. He said out his inner doubts. The 5 leaders were slightly stunned, and then there was a hint of anger on their faces. Those guys who are not loyal to us must be kept under control. We can't let them come out to disrupt my rule. I killed the resurrected statue directly. That guy's loyalty to me is very low. He doesn't like to do anything. Not long after resurrection, he dropped to the red line and was ready to rebel, so I took the initiative to kill him. The 5 people were basically imprisoned or killed, and some were even expelled. Lucifer understood this. He also came out of the statue, but he was special. From the beginning, his soul had consciousness and could observe the external environment. As a former demon god, how could he be subordinate to others? Naturally, he tried every means to rebel and take back everything he had. Although they felt sad in their hearts, it did not stop the angry demon from laughing at them without any scruples. The expressions on the faces of the 5 major alliance leaders were very angry. Especially the way the other party looked at them, as if they were looking at a country bumpkin or an idiot. It made their teeth itch with hatred. But the next scene made them hate another person, Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, who was sitting in the battleship, blocked the sounds from the outside world and paid no attention to what they were talking about, just as he was munching fruits leisurely. A dying, god-level white tiger was found lying on the ground, looking like he was seriously injured and didn't have much time left. Jiang Cheng considers himself a macho man who likes small animals. So I can't watch this kind of scene at all. The painful wails of the little animals made his heart seem to bleed. So he ordered Yuyo to fire the largest naval gun that could penetrate the divine body, and asked her to aim at the opponent's head, making sure to deliver a fatal blow, to save this little animal from further suffering. Rumble. A beam of energy like an aurora hit the white tiger's head, shattering its head, and its soul was destroyed by this level of attack. When Lord White Tiger saw this scene, he was so angry that everyone was stunned. Pfft. Vomiting out a mouthful of blood. The veins on Lord White Tiger's neck and forehead popped out, his face was red and his ears were red, his expression was ferocious and twisted, like a ghost crawling out of hell, his teeth were clenching. Jiang Cheng, I'm going to kill you. Don't even think about leaving here today. I will cut you into pieces, eat your flesh and sleep on your skin, extract your souls and torture them day and night, so that you will never be reincarnated. Jiang Cheng's joking voice came from the battleship's broadcast. Then don't just talk but don't do anything. I'll stay in the battleship. If you want to kill me, you can do it at any time. Lord White Tiger vomited 3 liters of blood again. He was so angry that his internal organs ached. I feel like my longevity has been reduced a lot. This is one of his favorite soldiers. They have followed him all the way from the beginning to now, but now they were shot in the head by Jiang Cheng, in front of him. This feeling is like watching your wife being bullied by an old gangster, but you can't do anything. The angry demon was also very angry. This white tiger will soon be corroded by his demonic energy and die. This dim Jiang Cheng actually stepped in and snatched his head away. He was really bullying someone? Jiang Cheng's actions instantly attracted the firepower of both sides. At this moment, the sky lit up with divine neon lights, colorful clouds, and dozens of creatures with endless divine power looked up to the sky and roared, flying towards this side. At the same time, a reminder sounded in the minds of the lords. The battlefield of the abyss has ended. All abyss monsters on the mainland have been eliminated. The crack at the end of the continent will be closed soon. Lords, please pack your bags, lead your troops to stand in the open space, and silently recite the word territory in your mind before returning to the original continent. In order to ensure that there are no emergencies in teleportation, Lords must abide by this rule, otherwise we will not be responsible for teleporting to other areas. The points redemption page will end in 1 day, please hurry up and redeem. Every Lord has made a contribution to this event, so the surviving Lords will each receive a subsidy of 100,000 Lord coins and 5 million energy stones. The event is over. Countless Lords burst into cheers. This event led to a significant reduction in the number of Lords. At least 4 million Lords died, and hundreds of thousands of Lords died at the hands of demon Lords alone. Such heavy casualties caused some Lords to lose close friends and partners who fought side by side. Many Lords were already standing in the open space, closing their eyes and meditating, silently reciting the word territory in their hearts. After about 3 seconds, they left the mainland together with the troops around them. The remaining Lords who stayed wanted to see how these big guys would end up. Since there was no limit on the time they could go back, it meant they could stay here as long as they wanted. Such an interesting confrontation made this group of melon-eating people reluctant to leave. Especially now that dozens of god-level soldiers are coming from the horizon. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. There was interest on their faces. The ensuing battle is related to the new pattern of the future Lord's power. It is still unknown who will have the last laugh. Lord, when I was cleaning up the abyss monsters just now, a powerful spiritual force suddenly swept over me. Almost instantly, all the abyss monsters died tragically, leaving not even ashes behind. I can't sense the opponent's location, but I guess that the opponent is a powerful person who is definitely not something we can defeat. If he takes action, we will all have to answer here. The troops of the 5 major alliance leaders reported to several people what had just happened. Hearing this, several people looked at each other, with a trace of solemnity flashing in their eyes. A supremely powerful man whose traces are unknown. Has this continent been discovered by a powerful person? Will the other party be observing them secretly, waiting for action? These uncertainties prevent several people from making rash decisions. The Dragon Lord stood up. Since that strong man didn't attack our troops, it means that he has no ill intentions towards us. At least he won't attack us in the short term. I have a one-time instant formation in my hand, which can create an ultimate shield. This shield is impossible to break, and external forces cannot penetrate it, but it can only last for about half a minute. If that strong man attacks us, I will summon that shield and leave immediately. If anyone is stupid and can't leave, don't blame me. The other 4 people instantly had a bottom line in their hearts. Then the Dragon Lord looked at the angry demon. The angry demon inherited the body of the demon lord. No one knows about this matter, and in the eyes of the other lords, he is still the demon lord. Demon lord, how about we join forces to blast Jiang Cheng's warship open, and then kill him and divide the supplies on him. After that, we will not attack you. We will not interfere with each other. What do you think? This tempting condition would be agreed by everyone. The other lords below sighed. It seems that Jiang Cheng is in danger today. The 6 super lords have joined forces to attack his warship. No matter how strong his warship is, it can't withstand such an attack. It's only a matter of time before he is caught. It's a pity that a generation of big bosses is going to fall. I never thought that the first one to fall would be the number 1, Lord Jiang Cheng, who is at the peak of his career. The irony is that Luo Qi, Yun Shi and others didn't come to help him. I don't know if Lord Ziyi Huanglong was scared by Jiang Cheng and didn't show up. I guess they have already escaped and will not appear here again. The demon lord's heart moved. Just as he was about to agree, he found that an extremely terrifying divine power enveloped the world. The ground turned into a sea of corpses and blood, and the sky was filled with bloody rain and wind. The whole sky and the source of stars were dyed blood red. Under the blood clouds, purple-red thunders that were more terrifying than the divine calamity flashed, each of which could easily penetrate the body of the true god, exuding the power of destroying the world. Who do you ants want to kill? A cold, emotionless, yet very pleasant female voice sounded in the sky. The voice was mixed with rolling divine power, and all creatures below the great sage were shocked and fainted. The creatures above the great sage were not much better. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, dizzy and dazed, the soul was greatly traumatized and aching. It would take a long time to recover. The demon lord was pale. He felt that this power was not what he could contend with at the moment. He just wanted to slip away and prepare to take it slowly in the future. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even take a step. The divine power and mental power on his body were greatly suppressed. The power that could be exerted was only half of the original. Damn it, if I had known I would stay in the marginal area and not come here, why did I come here to join in the fun, and come here to attract hatred for a little anger power? I am so cheap. The demon lord gnashed his teeth and blamed himself in his heart. Through the memory in his mind, he heard this voice. The other party was someone close to Jiang Cheng. The previous demon lord was killed by this woman through some means at a very long distance, and he couldn't escape even if he escaped through the teleportation array. Such means even frightened him. Obviously, the other party was a person similar to him. Just now, he accidentally heard that the Dragon Lord and his men had means to escape, but he didn't. He currently only had strength. What use were other means in the face of absolute strength? Brothers, please take me a ride. The Demon Lord squeezed out this sentence from his teeth. But the Dragon Lord and his men didn't even look at him. Directly and instantly launched the protective shield. Anna launched an attack in advance, but the instant formation was really abnormal. A protective shield was formed almost instantly and began to wrap the soldiers behind. Taking advantage of the gap in this wrapping, Anna killed nearly half of the soldiers behind them with one move. When she heard that these guys were going to attack Jiang Cheng and wanted to kill him, Anna was very angry and didn't hide her figure anymore. She wanted to directly take action to teach them a painful lesson. Therefore, they used all their strength to attack. More than 10 new gods were killed in one move. The blood of the gods in the sky evaporated in an instant. But even so, Anna was still unwilling. She thought these 5 guys were really hateful. The Blood Abyss sword slashed out countless sword lights in an instant, bombarding the surface of the protective shield crazily, causing the entire continent to tremble slightly. The invincible protective shield at the mouth of the Dragon Lord cracked like a spider web. Fortunately, it did not break in the end. The 5 of them did not dare to wave again, and hurriedly recited the word territory in their hearts, and fled with the soldiers behind them. They didn't know who this woman who suddenly appeared was. As soon as she came out, she released such a terrifying killing move on them, almost making them lose their lives. However, through what the other party said, and the scene of bloody rain and bloody clouds in the sky, and the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the ground at that time, I am afraid that the other party is inseparable from Jiang Cheng. Thinking of this, several people felt like falling into an ice cave, and they broke out in cold sweat. There was such a terrifying strong man behind Jiang Cheng. If they didn't have this instant protective shield today, I'm afraid they would all die there today. After losing half of the god-level troops, the 5 major alliance leaders left the Abyss battlefield with that invincible barrier. Before leaving, their inner emotions were very chaotic. Fear, panic, unwillingness, resentment, powerlessness. After seeing Anna's true strength, it is estimated that the 5 of them will not dare to dance too much in front of Jiang Cheng for a long time in the future, unless they have the strength to fight against Anna. Or maybe he was saying something proud where Jiang Cheng couldn't see him. After they left, the lone demon lord was left in the sky. He broke out in a cold sweat on his back and kept thinking about countermeasures to see if he could escape from this place. All the previous thoughts and calculations turned into chills and regrets. I wished I could go back across time and slap myself on both ears. The demon lord could feel that this world had been completely blocked by Anna's mental power. He himself was locked by the terrifying mental power and could not escape at all. Unless the woman stood there and did nothing and let him run away for 5 seconds, she could escape. It's just possible, he's not 100% sure. This is still under the premise that he uses all his methods. Through memory, the demon lord learned about Anna's previous state. Unexpectedly, the other party had already broken through to the earth god, and he could reach the level of a 2nd level god. Isn't this clearly bullying? Woman, I can give your lord whatever he wants. You can ask for whatever conditions you want, as long as you let me go. The demon lord fought tooth and nail. He had killed hundreds of thousands of lords before, and the energy stones and lord coins in his hand were enough to allow him to raise his realm by several levels in the next few days. But in order to survive, even if Jiang Cheng asked for everything, he would still be willing to hand it over. After all, the green hills are still there, so there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Anna made a cold and indifferent voice, like the sound of nature, without any clarity, as if she was talking to a dead person. Wouldn't it be the same if I killed you? The demon lord's breath was stagnant. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't even give him a chance to deal with it, and was determined to let him fall here. Woman, you are going too far. Anna sneered, even if you say the word bullying too much hundreds of thousands of times, millions of times, I will still bully you. She didn't want to continue to struggle. With a wave of his sleeves, he stood in the air. Buzz, raise your hand and push it down. A giant palm holding up the sky suddenly covered and fell down. The mist was lingering in the air, and the power of the gods was rising and falling, weighing as much as trillions of June, as if the hand of God was compressing the void into distortions and fragments, containing infinite power. The terrifying pressure made the demon lord extremely palpitating. Damn it, have we finally fallen to this point? Boundless hatred and unwillingness welled up in his heart. At this moment, monstrous demonic energy emerged from the demon lord's body, and ferocious and twisted demonic lines crawled up his neck and cheeks. Even his eyes were filled with demonic runes. The demonic energy that filled the sky condensed into a shadow of the demon god behind him. The aura on his body was close to that of a 1st-level god. It was obvious that he had used some forbidden secret method. This kind of secret method usually makes the caster pay a high price, such as burning blood essence, wiping out the soul, and the worst thing is falling into the realm. But in order to escape from Anna, the demon lord had to do this. After all, as the god of earth, the other party also holds the most terrifying power in the world. He must use his strongest strength to escape from the area before the other party can react. But this also showed in disguise that he was at the end of his rope and had been reduced to a situation where he had to use forbidden secrets. After confirming that the opponent had no other trump cards that could threaten her, Anna's power increased a bit. At the same time, a small world filled with colorful rays of light appeared behind him, releasing the power of the deep and vast world to suppress the demon lord. The demon lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, why is this woman so steady? She immediately mobilized her strongest power. Shouldn't this kind of power be used at the last moment when I'm about to escape? The demon lord considers himself a decent person. Think of Anna as a villain who talks a lot of nonsense and is arrogant. Unexpectedly, things backfired. Anna came up and used all her strength, even her mental power. The terrifying mental power went straight to the Demon Lord's head. Even though the Demon Lord tried his best to use his mental power to defend himself, he was still as vulnerable as shredded paper and couldn't even resist for half a second. This is the most effective method for creatures with strong cultivation to deal with creatures with low cultivation. It can make the opponent unable to defend and lose the ability to resist. The Demon Lord yelled unwillingly. It would be nice if he didn't take action against the 5 demon gods. With the power of their 6 souls, he might have a chance to escape from Anna's hands. But he was too impatient. After taking action against the 5 people, he couldn't wait to start refining their souls. Currently, he has only reached 1/10 of the process. The soul has not been strengthened much, and the spiritual power that can be mobilized is naturally not much. At this time, he felt very regretful in his heart, feeling that he was just a fool, and that a good situation had been turned into a disadvantageous situation where it was impossible for him to come back. It is on the verge of collapse. Disturbed by mental power, the demonic energy on the Demon Lord slowed down. The aura on his body was also falling. With a blank mind, he had no way to support his own magical powers, and even for a time he couldn't even remember how to use these magical powers. The giant palm fell on him. The Demon Lord took this palm. The shock wave sent out smashed the mountains and ruins below into pieces, and the lords and soldiers who fainted in the distance were also shocked into blood mist. Of course, only some lords and soldiers were seriously injured. Most of the other lords were only blown away by the air wave for dozens of miles. With their physical fitness, they would only break their arms and legs, but would not die. Jiang Cheng didn't plan to kill these guys. He planned to peel off a layer of flesh from them. After all, each lord received a lot of compensation for this event, and these guys were very rich. Since they wanted to watch a good show, how could it be justified not to spend money to buy a ticket? After squeezing out the oil and water from them, let them go quickly, and then get more energy stones after returning, and come to the Lord trading area to buy his weapons and equipment. Then he can clean up the battlefield on this continent alone, such as the star source, the blessing of heaven, etc. It is necessary to sustainably exhaust the pond to maximize the role of these lords. Although these guys are not very capable, but the value of the benefits that can be generated is still very optimistic. Giving him tens of millions of energy stones per person is a considerable fortune, not to mention that the value that these guys can generate is far more than tens of millions of energy stones. As time goes by, their own strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the things they are planning will become more and more. Their sights will not stop at tens of millions of energy stones, but billions, tens of billions, or even more. At that time, harvesting was much more enjoyable than now, and each harvest of one person was a huge sum of money. The Demon Lord was knocked to the ground by the giant hand. Half of his body exploded. The whole person's breath was extremely weak, and it was quite difficult to even stand up. A super lord who was feared by countless lords lay on the ground like a dead dog. If the lords present woke up and saw this scene, they would be shocked. Anna showed no mercy and took advantage of your illness to kill you. A dazzling sword light cut through the void and slashed towards the Demon Lord. Before the sword light approached, the demon body that the Demon Lord was proud of began to break, and countless cracks appeared on his flesh and blood. The terrible killing law penetrated into his body, and countless blood came out of these scars and cracks. His soul was gone. I thought Anna had just made a full-strength attack, but now Anna's means made him feel deeply desperate and full of regret. At the last moment, the Demon Lord used all his divine power to resist, but he was still pierced through the center of his eyebrows by this sharp sword light, piercing through from front to back. A generation of treacherous Demon Lords officially fell. The name of the Demon Lord disappeared from the eyes of the lords. All those who were watching this scene knew what had happened. They were extremely shocked, and then turned into deep joy. After all, this guy had screwed them over badly in the Abyss battlefield. Although they didn't know how they won the battle in the end, they just wanted to win, so they didn't care. Suddenly, countless lords cheered, celebrating that this scourge that they hated was finally dead. When the leaders of the 5 major alliances saw the news, they sighed and felt very sad. They felt that they had harmed this guy. If they had the courage to take him with them at that time, they might not have fallen, and they could have won over a super helper. But there is no such thing as time going back in this world. The past can never come back. At the same time, the 5 of them were all worried about one thing. That is, how Jiang Cheng would deal with the remaining lords. If they remembered correctly, many lords had not returned to the territory, but stayed in the Abyss battlefield. They were stunned by the aftermath of the battle, lying on the ground and being slaughtered. 80% of them were from their 5 major alliances. After all, they had the upper hand at that time, so their subordinates did not leave, but chose to cheer them up. Those neutral lords could not bear to see Jiang Cheng fall, so they chose to leave. Now their subordinates have become lambs to be slaughtered. Jiang Cheng will definitely not let them go. Skinning, tendons, sucking blood, a series of processes will probably squeeze them dry. Thinking of this, the 5 people couldn't help but feel a little sad and angry. Jiang Cheng will definitely squeeze all the value of their subordinates, and he might even give them a hard blow if he doesn't like them. If so, it will be a devastating blow to their alliance. Not only did they lose half of their god-level troops, but their subordinates have basically become waste. Their alliance may need to recover for 10 days or half a month before it can regain its vitality. The fact is just as the 5 of them expected. After the death of the demon lord, Jiang Cheng ordered the blood warriors to capture those lords. If they saw soldiers with strong blood and rare types, they would also capture them and withdraw them to fill the vacancy in the blood pool. He did not forget the mocking faces of these guys. If they don't exploit them hard today, don't even think about getting off his warship. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Cheng for killing the demon lord and obtaining his wealth of 20 trillion energy stones, 30 billion lord coins, the law of anger, the artifact, the demon's sword, 4 semi-artifacts, 8 super-grade holy artifacts. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. This guy is really rich, worthy of being a man who killed hundreds of thousands of lords. It's a pity that these guys didn't get the activity points, and the second lord subsidy was not received. Otherwise, the things on the demon lord would be even richer. Most of the resources on the demon lord are not valued, except for energy stones, lord coins, artifacts and semi-artifacts that can catch his eye. Other things are of little use to him at present. Jiang Cheng took a rough look, put the useful items in the lord warehouse, and sold the useless ones to the lord trading area. Only hundreds of thousands of lords died. The total number of lords is tens of millions. These guys received subsidies for 2 activities. They are full of money. The weapons with weapon spirits sold by Jiang Cheng have been snapped up by them, and the items on the market are also in short supply. It seems that after returning, I have to visit the ghosts in the depths of the Vaslo forest and catch more ghosts to refine weapons. Jiang Cheng was in the Abyss battlefield. His mind had already drifted to the ghosts in the Vaslo forest, wanting to squeeze profits from them. The formation of ghosts seems to be caused by the environment. It is not through reproduction. The depths of the Vaslo forest is probably a dark and evil place. All the souls of the creatures who died in the Vaslo forest gathered there, and through the special environment, they formed a ghost clan. Such places are often full of opportunities. Because the Vaslo forest is too strange, there are many god-level creatures hiding in it. The surrounding forces do not have the ability to develop this place, nor do they want to develop it, so no one knows what secrets are hidden in it. Jiang Cheng became interested in it. He has read many online novels. Such mysterious and strange places often hide great opportunities. Now Anna's strength is different from the past, and she has the ability to walk sideways on the mainland. It should not be difficult to enter the depths of the Vaslo forest to explore what is inside, even if there is no opportunity here. But those countless ghosts are also a great fortune for him. Jiang Cheng and others stayed in the Abyss battlefield for nearly 4 days. During this period, they can remotely control some matters in the territory, such as breeding blood warriors and telling Green Rose some basic affairs. And this function does not seem to be closed. In the future, the lords will be able to operate the lords remotely. The elves on the Sky God Island also behaved very well. They honestly abided by the rules of the island. The task of cultivating spiritual plants was not left behind. At present, the first batch of holy medicines have grown vigorously under their cultivation. They can be used for alchemy or directly taken, and both have good effects. The God Island has become a holy land. Coupled with the special space environment on the island and the special cultivation methods of the elves, these holy medicines are growing very fast like mushrooms after rain, almost changing every day. During this period, various strange phenomena occurred on the island. Hundreds of birds sang, thousands of beasts roared, and the rosy clouds were diffused. After that, many holy medicines emerged, and some vampires even picked up holy beasts that came into being. The body was full of auspiciousness. All signs are the benefits brought by the Holy Land. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look forward to the next upgrade of the territory and turning the territory into a sacred land. Unfortunately, almost no great saint's source was obtained in the Abyss battlefield this time, and the Abyss monsters did not have that thing. Most of the lords on this side are small fish and shrimps. The so-called top lords have good means. The moment Anna appeared, they turned into streams of light and slipped away. Most of the people who stayed here were high-level lords and middle-level lords, and they didn't have many great saints. There were only more than 200 of them. But upgrading the temple required more than 800 great saints, and Jiang Cheng's level also needed to reach the realm of God. Jiang Cheng would not upgrade the temple in a short time. He would have this idea after coming out of the ancient secret realm. Luoqi, Yunxi, and Lord Purple-Winged Huanglong originally wanted to help Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng didn't let them come. He could handle this matter alone. What's more, the 3 of them couldn't help much. And the ground was full of lords who had fainted, and they let the 3 of them watch him pick up the corpses. Even if they didn't have any ideas in their hearts, Jiang Cheng felt bad for his face, so he let them leave the Abyss battlefield. During this period, Jiang Cheng asked Luoqi about her void worm purification and learned that as long as a certain period of time is reached, the void worm will naturally evolve. 3 void worms will evolve in 2 days. He immediately reserved one, wanting to obtain the void law on the worm. He is rich and powerful now. Let Luoqi name a price directly. However, Luoqi did not want Jiang Cheng's energy stone, but chose to give it away for free. After all, free things are the most expensive, so Jiang Cheng owed her a favor. According to Jiang Cheng's terrifying development speed, the value of this favor will only get higher and higher, far exceeding the value brought by the energy stone. Jiang Cheng naturally has no objection to this. He readily agreed to this request. The 2 agreed to meet on the Sky God Island in 2 days. After dealing with these things, Jiang Cheng contacted Yaqing again. This guy is much more honest than before. And I don't know if it's good luck or something. She obtained the inheritance of a divine snake in a secret realm of Wanyao Mountain, and her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. With the help of Peacock God, Jiang refined several drops of divine snake blood, and with the supply of countless cultivation resources, her realm has entered the realm of Saint King. If it weren't for these, Jiang Cheng wouldn't pay attention to her. After all, she is just a tool person, and she will definitely be remembered when she is needed, but I didn't expect that this girl seems to have great luck and has been smooth sailing all the way. Now she is no longer the maid of Peacock Goddess. With such talent, she has been accepted as a disciple by Peacock God. During this period, many disciples of Peacock God clan were dissatisfied and came to challenge, but they were all suppressed by Jiang with a wave of his hand. Cross-border combat is as simple as eating and drinking. The general process is basically that those disciples are dissatisfied. First, there is a pessimistic ridicule. Then a series of challenges are carried out. There is a plot of a lucky girl slapping an ordinary extra in the face. Thanks to Jiang's takeoff, the status of the Sky Snake tribe in Wanyao Mountain has also risen. Its tribe has moved near the Peacock God clan. Many good things can be their turn. Before, other tribes of theirs also came to apologize and presented generous gifts. It was like one person's success brought prosperity to all. Jiang Cheng thought that he had great luck and could influence the people around him. Jiang was related to him in terms of cause and effect, so it was understandable that his luck had improved. But the current situation was not a matter of good luck. It was simply too good to be true. A template for the rise of a lucky girl. In order to find out the truth, Jiang Cheng naturally cared about her recent situation, and then asked around about what had happened to her recently. But Jiang said that she did not do anything. She just followed Jiang Cheng's instructions to infiltrate the Peacock clan, and then with the help of the Peacock Goddess, she obtained the qualification to enter the secret realm of the 10,000 Monsters Mountain. She got the opportunity by chance, and her cultivation level was like a rocket launcher that was installed. Her mind was also much more active. Some things that she couldn't figure out before were now suddenly clear. All kinds of changes made her a little confused. This is indeed the case. Achuo, Yali, and others can peek into Jiang's memory, and everything she said is true. After pondering for a while, Jiang Cheng asked Jiang to wander around the cliffs and canyons whenever she wants. If she feels bored, she can jump down from the cliffs. There may be supreme opportunities waiting for her. The expression on Jiang's face suddenly stiffened. She made a few excuses, obviously not wanting to do what Jiang Cheng said. There are only a few canyons in the Wanyao Mountain. Each one is a dangerous place, full of miasma below, and jumping down from the cliffs will kill her. The gods find this situation difficult. Why does she, a rookie who has just entered the Saint King, dare to go down? Or jump down? Isn't this asking her to die? This kind of thing cannot be forced. According to the general plot, the people in the Peacock clan will definitely be dissatisfied and wait for an opportunity to retaliate against Jiang. At this time, opportunities are often born to help Jiang escape danger and reach a higher level of strength. Jiang Cheng thought about it for a while. Then he ignored Jiang. Anyway, when the time comes, the opportunity will naturally come to her. Jiang Cheng cannot leave the Abyss battlefield in the next period of time. There are still many good things waiting for him to deal with. First of all, there is the star source in the central area that emits a blazing light. Under the irrigation of the laws of the universe, this star source is close to maturity. However, Jiang Cheng gave up his previous idea. He planned to give these star sources to Luluo and let her see if they can be integrated with the Sky God Island. After all, it is a waste to place such a supreme treasure in a warship. The star source belt can provide inexhaustible energy to the continent. At the same time, it can also be used as a sun. Illuminate the entire continent. There is no sun near some continents, and the source of their light is the star source in the center of the continent. If this kind of continent core is stuffed into a warship, its function will be framed, and it can only provide energy for the warship, and nothing else can be done. And this energy cannot be stored. It will cause energy overflow. But it is different if it is given to Luluo. If the Sky God Island can integrate a star source, the effect it brings will be earth-shaking. Of course, the prerequisite is to bring this star source back. After all, the core of a continent is quite rare, and Luluo is not sure about integrating a treasure of this level, so a series of attempts are needed. Jiang Cheng, what do you want to do? Let me go? If you dare to attack me, our leader will not let you go. A senior lord was tied up by Yale in an extremely shameful posture. His cultivation was sealed, so he couldn't break free. The room was dark. The dim yellow light shone on him, like a criminal being interrogated. Jiang Cheng sat opposite him, his face showing no joy or anger. Behind him stood two fierce, tall, and mighty Blood Clan warriors with a strong smell of blood. After recognizing the situation, the senior lord's breath suddenly waned. He was thinking fast. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, he was just a rookie. Now the other party didn't kill him but tied him here, treating him like a prisoner, obviously wanting to get something from him. The senior lord swallowed his saliva. He thought it would be better for him to be honest. From the classics, he learned that some strong people can search their souls through special mental power methods to get the desired results. This method is applied to others. It is very likely to cause irreparable mental trauma, split personality, mental disorder, idiocy and other side effects. After thinking it through, the senior lord did not hesitate and said directly, Jiang Cheng, Sir, I can give you whatever you want, intelligence, energy stones, as long as I have them, I will give them to you. I beg you to let me live. My cheap life is not worth much at all. Another honest man. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. He did not do anything to many lords, so he took the initiative to explain the matter without any hesitation. I don't need you to do anything, just hand over all the items on your body. In the reluctant expression of the senior lord, a pile of storage rings appeared out of thin air on the low table in front of him. With previous experience, Jiang Cheng had a general understanding of how much wealth these senior lords had. This senior lord obviously did not hide much. Even some of his clothes were handed over. Jiang Cheng was not the kind of person who would kill him. After returning his underwear to him, he asked Yali to throw it outside the battleship. Yali looked fierce, grabbed the senior lord's arm and pulled him out, scratching his arm. When the senior lord was not paying attention, a drop of blood flowed into the broken skin. Almost every lord who was thrown out of the warship was treated like this. They dared to be angry but did not speak, but there was no burning pain in their arms, but a constant itching sensation came out, as if they were bitten by a mosquito. They did not think much. They quickly took the soldiers waiting outside the warship and left this barren land, preparing to return to the territory to recuperate, and report to their own leader. Jiang Cheng treated them like this. These lords were naturally angry. When Jiang Cheng was dealing with these lords, Anna was refining the law of anger that overflowed from the corpse of the demon lord. These negative emotions were integrated into her small world, which was quite wonderful. In the future, if there are creatures with lower cultivation than hers who are imprisoned in this small world, then they will become extremely angry and lose their minds without knowing it. This corpse cannot be wasted either. The demon body is made of the essence and soul of countless demons. It is a supreme physique. If the divine blood inside is refined by Jiang Cheng, it will be of great benefit to his physique. The two were busy with their own things. The star source in the center of the continent seemed to have entered a mature period. A series of chaotic mists spread with colorful rays of light. The extremely hot light burst out from the inside of the star source. It illuminated the whole world. One after another, majestic and magnificent, blue-brown mountains rose from the ground, and spiritual plants and young creatures began to grow on them. There were also excellent energy stone mines, and large areas of pure energy stones were exposed on the plains, waiting for others to develop. The air was filled with fairy spirits, and the spirits were rising, as if there were dragons and phoenixes, and there were strange visions everywhere, turning into a blessed land suitable for living creatures to live. It felt like the beginning of the world. The eyes of the lords who had not left were wide open. It seemed that cement was poured on their feet, and they could not move a step. Their eyes were full of greed, covetousness, and yearning. They wanted to rush over and occupy a mountain range and take it for themselves. These spiritual plants are all born naturally, and their quality is many times better than that of acquired ones. Take them back and cultivate them for a while. Maybe one plant can make ordinary creatures evolve their blood and become saints. Those energy stones are even rarer. This is a mine produced in the center of the continent. The quality of energy stones is several times higher than that of remote areas, not to mention that this kind of mine is likely to produce colorful divine stones in the future. This is the supreme treasure used for refining tools. Even if you don't use it to refine tools, just leaving it there to produce energy stones by itself is a considerable income every day. For a moment, these lords' eyes were red, and they wanted to rush over immediately. It's a pity that Anna's voice poured cold water on them. If you stand here and don't leave, do you think you won't leave, or do you need me to send you off? I'm not that capable of sending you back to my territory. I can only send you to Hades and Hell. A vast ocean-like divine power swept over. The remaining lords felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave and broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that they were afraid that Anna would kill someone and silence them, so they quickly left the abyss battlefield. Jiang Cheng also knew something about what was happening in the outside world. He saw the spiritual plants all over the mountains in the distance, as if he were looking at a treasure mountain filled with endless wealth, waiting for him to discover it. With so many spiritual plants, if they are cultivated by the elves and then refined into items such as elixirs, they will surely be able to make huge profits from them. If this happens, the 5 major alliances will be furious again, and the originally good elixir business will be completely disrupted by me, leaving no profit at all. Some elves among the elves also have the ability to refine elixirs. Although this efficiency is not very high, the refining techniques are definitely first class. After all, he came from the Elf Empire. What he carries must be the alchemy technique of the Elf Empire. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Tide Lords in the hall behind him. The rest of the lords were sent away by him, leaving behind all the lords from the 5 major alliances who were good at refining weapons, alchemy, and making talisman formations. These guys are looking bad at the moment, but the potential that can be unleashed through cultivation is still great. At present, the lords of these guys have been relocated near the top lords in the major leagues, protected by top lords. On the surface, it is a shelter, but it is better to say that it is a supervisor. Although my life was relatively smooth, I was restricted in every aspect, and sometimes I had to suffer the consequences of being dumb. I couldn't resist, so I could only sulk secretly. Dignity is only possessed on the basis of strength. Where do these guys get the strength to fight against the top lords? On weekdays, I basically work for the top lords for free, and spend every day free of charge on the things they refine. I have long been filled with resentment. Jiang Cheng ordered people to loosen their bonds. Then he ordered someone to serve fresh meals. He planned to use these lords to obtain the coordinates of the teleportation arrays of the top lords, defeat them one by one, and implant blood seeds. Gradually eliminate the 5 major alliances. Let the 5 of them be the polished commanders. Naturally, the people under him could only do things for him, Jiang Cheng. For example, the lords in front of them were devouring fresh meals. They didn't know that the cup of black tea in front of them contained the blood of vampire warriors. After they drink it, they will be controlled by him unknowingly, and they can only do things for him in the future. Now Yechuo and others have reached the level of demigods, or even the peak of demigods, and their ability to infect has also been strengthened. The blood in the body is full of activity. After these lords drank the black tea in front of them, it would not take long for their blood to be infected. Everyone, you must have a hard time under the oppression of the 5 major alliances, right? In that case, how about you join me, Mr. Jiang? Eat and drink enough. Jiang Cheng started talking about business. Take refuge in Jiang Cheng? The lords present here became serious. Their life was indeed becoming more and more difficult under the pressure of the 5 major alliances, especially the lords responsible for refining weapons. The senior leaders of the 5 major leagues basically don't treat them as human beings. They were abandoned after losing their market. All the previous promises have turned into nothing. The lord responsible for protecting them looked at them very ugly, as if they were looking at a pile of garbage. Other lords also saw this scene. They know that they are still valuable, so they will not be oppressed in that way. But who can predict the future? Maybe one day they will lose their use value. It will also be thrown away like garbage. There was even news in the alliance that a weapon refining lord was dissatisfied with the decision of the alliance's top management and was cut into pieces with extremely cruel methods. Afterwards, the body was dumped directly in the wild. There are still birds and animals passing by that pick it up. It can be said that there is no complete corpse. Jiang Cheng, you damn girl, don't try to sow discord between us and the alliance. If you are smart enough, let us go as soon as possible. Otherwise, if our alliance leader becomes stronger, your nest will be razed to the ground. That's right, our lord only suffered a temporary defeat. Currently, you only have one strong man in your hands, while we have dozens of lords. Over time, you will definitely be surpassed by our lords. You want us to work hard for you, bah. Several loyal lackeys were dissatisfied with Jiang Cheng's words. He stood up and yelled. A vampire warrior standing behind snorted coldly. The standing lords exploded into blood mist on the spot, and the hot blood splashed on the heads of the other lords. Let their minds tremble and their bodies tremble. They couldn't even detect when the vampire warrior took action, and there was no fluctuation at all. As if with a thought, he killed several lords. To tell you the truth, I tampered with the food you just ate, and now you are under my control. No matter where you are, I can know what you are doing and what you are thinking, and I can control your life and death at any time with just a thought. Jiang Cheng had a harmless smile on his face. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, feeling the terrifying intimidation and murderous intent from within. Thinking of what happened before. Although Jiang Cheng looks pretty good on the surface and has a good reputation among the lords, this guy is a murderous master. Anyone who dares to go against him will definitely be killed on the spot. Like a murderous demon without blinking an eye. He had killed all the thousands of lords of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance before, without any regard for the feelings of all of them who were fellow time travelers. Of course, the demon lord is an exception. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that that guy is abnormal. His face is covered with magic marks, and his body is full of demonic aura. He is neither human nor ghost. Apart from the demon lords, Jiang Cheng was the one who killed the most lords, and he was extremely ruthless. Not only that, his methods also frightened these lords. They were not careless people. They had carefully checked the food before eating it to make sure there was nothing wrong with it before using their chopsticks, but in the end they were still tricked. Lord Jiang Cheng. A lord stood up tremblingly. The moment he stood up, he felt the blood in his body begin to coagulate. It seemed that as long as he said the wrong word, he would explode into a ball of blood mist like the previous people. At this time, the lord's back was covered with cold sweat, and he forced himself to continue. Lord Jiang Cheng, it's not that we don't want to follow you, it's just that our territory is currently located next to the senior lords of the alliance. Our wealth and life are all in their hands. If you dare to disobey their orders, you will be severely beaten. My broken leg was kicked off by a top lord. After this lord, hundreds more lords stood up. Show Jiang Cheng the wounds on their bodies. Broken legs and arms were common. Some lords were burned all over their bodies and were beyond recognition, and some had their teeth and nails pulled out. These lords were about the same age as Jiang Cheng. They were all in their 20s and at the peak of their lives. However, they did not expect to receive such inhuman treatment. There were wounds on his body that were difficult to heal. It's just that they make those top lords unhappy, disobeyed their orders. The top lord who attacked them was obviously cruel, and the violent force destroyed all their body tissues. Unless it's a very effective elixir. Otherwise, it would be impossible to heal this injury at all. These lords regretted it very much, thinking that it would be beneficial to join the big alliance, but since their wealth and lives were controlled, they did not even have a chance to speak out in the Gongping district. Even the most basic chats are threatened. Naturally, no one knew about their situation. Although most lords did not receive such treatment, maybe they were lucky enough to meet a top lord with a good temper, but they could not help but feel angry and sad in their hearts. Don't worry, as long as you agree to do things for me, I will help you seek justice and regain your freedom. Jiang Cheng smiled secretly. In fact, most of these lords showing scars on their bodies were transformed by his mental power. How could the spiritual power of these lords here be comparable to his? In addition, Anna taught him a spiritual method, and it was not easy to do these things. At present, most of the lords are beginning to feel shaken, thinking about whether to do something for Jiang Cheng. The blood warriors conveyed their inner thoughts to Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng used this to make a series of promises. Everything is under his control. Under this situation, these lords quickly agreed to serve Jiang Cheng, but they also had requirements. These requirements are not high, and they almost copy the treatment promised to them by the major leagues. Jiang Cheng naturally nodded in agreement. Just take control of those top lords and let the top lords provide them with protection. Jiang Cheng didn't need to guess to know that the 5 major alliances were currently discussing how to deal with him in the future. Little did they know that their own alliance had been penetrated one after another by him. So many alliance members were infected by him. These infected people can actually continue to infect others. As the blood activity of vampire warriors increases and their infection ability strengthens, these infected lords will begin to spread like pathogens. You must know that after the territory transfer card is issued, the members of these major alliances moved their territories together. It won't be long before at least 80% of the members of the 5 major alliances will fall under his control, not to mention all of them. I wonder what those 5 guys will think if they find out. Jiang Cheng felt that if those 5 guys knew the truth of the matter, they might be angry to death on the spot. As a result, he couldn't help but look forward to the next event. When the time comes, I will cheer up. Members of the 5 major alliances responded one after another. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and sat on the soft chair in the cab. After dealing with the affairs of those lords, he came here and began to check the points obtained in this event. A total of 110 billion points. This number of points can be exchanged for the dimensional interstellar cannon he has been thinking about. One shot can annihilate the creatures of half a continent, and the power is extremely terrifying. This cannon requires 1 trillion points. Jiang Cheng can exchange it. Do you want to spend 1 trillion points to exchange for the dimensional interstellar cannon? Because the number is too large, there is even a prompt sound in my mind, and I have to confirm it again and again to avoid exchanging the wrong item. Exchange. As Jiang Cheng's voice fell, the roar of heavy objects falling sounded outside the battleship. Through the screen, Jiang Cheng saw a huge cannon full of technology, novel structure, and standing next to the battleship. Its length and size are no less than this battleship. Especially the gun barrel. I am afraid that it will be no problem to put the body of the true god of Wanyao Mountain in it. Through the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Cheng knew the power of this artillery and the energy he needed. This artillery did not require a lot of resources to start up as Jiang Cheng imagined. On the contrary, it did not require any resources. Instead, it needed to absorb a large amount of cosmic power as the energy for launching. This is a bit troublesome. The power of the universe is extremely mysterious. Only the star source can absorb and transform it. Where can I get this for you? Jiang Cheng looked at the star source outside. Now the strange phenomenon has not passed, and there are mountains rising from the ground. It is estimated that it will take some time, and it may cover the entire continent before it will be declared over. By then, this star source will be officially mature. Jiang Cheng knew that this star source could attract the power of the universe, but he could not intercept these cosmic powers from it. The relationship between the two is extremely complicated. If even the power of the universe can be comprehended, then his strength is more than that. So far, he can only pin his hopes on Luluo. Jiang Cheng exchanged the remaining 10 million points for space orbs, each of which is worth 10 billion points and covers an area of 300 square kilometers. Just like the elf forest of the elves. It is a special space. It can allow the green radish to merge and expand the area of the Sky God Island. As his home, Jiang Cheng must spend more time on it. Only when the Sky God Island is built into an unparalleled fortress can he go out with confidence. In the next period of time, he needs to go to the depths of the Vaslo Great Forest, and then to the ancient secret realm of the local forces. He can't stay in the Sky God Island to participate in these matters, and going out is inevitable. Jiang Cheng exchanged all the remaining fractions for Lord coins. According to Yaqing's recent feedback, the ancient secret realm has experienced countless wars, and countless true gods have fallen, and the power of laws is floating everywhere. There are many rare and powerful laws among them. This kind of law often requires expensive Lord coins. For example, Luo Qi's Void Law, she spent 5 million Lord coins to obtain it. I wonder how many Lord coins it will take to evolve the Void Law to the Void Way. Even though Jiang Cheng currently has a large amount of Lord coins, the aura of luck on his body makes him feel that these are not enough, and there is a supreme opportunity waiting for him. It is naturally good to be prepared. As for other items, he has them for the time being. At present, only Jiang Cheng and the special lords on the warships have not left the Abyss battlefield, and the rest of the lords have all returned to the territory of the mainland. After fighting for 4 consecutive days, they are naturally exhausted and ready to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Before that, they naturally exchanged all the points of the event. After all, there is only 1 day. If they don't oversleep and the event ends, who can they cry to? During this period, these lords glanced at the extremely expensive and technological artillery from time to time. Although they are not eligible to exchange, it won't lose a piece of meat to look at it. But soon, a lord found something wrong. The number behind the limited exchange below changed from 1 to 0, which means that this artillery has been exchanged for a full 1 trillion points. Who is so cruel? Fortunately, personal points can still be checked now. The first person that countless lords thought of must be Jiang Cheng. After all, he was so fierce at the beginning. It is reasonable to break through the 1 trillion mark. Sure enough, this artillery was exchanged by Jiang Cheng. Ordinary lords think it is nothing. After all, Jiang Cheng has no grudges against them, and maybe he can get close to him in the future and touch this artillery. But the members of the 5 major alliances dare not even sleep, especially their leaders. Jiang Cheng has this artillery. As long as he finds the general direction of their territory on the map, he can fire a shot at random, and they will only end up in ashes. Even aiming is not needed. The power is comparable to tens of thousands of nuclear bombs falling. Half of the creatures on the continent will encounter it. No matter what realm or identity you are, under the coverage of this artillery, there is only death. They don't know what the price is to activate this artillery, but they are afraid that Jiang Cheng can activate this thing, and it is hard to say. Even if he can't activate it now, what about the future? With such a powerful weapon in Jiang Cheng's hands, the leaders of the 5 major alliances sat upright, feeling a sense of fear in their hearts, as if their fate had been firmly controlled by Jiang Cheng. The vision lasted for half a day. At the end, a heavy Sanskrit sound was heard, announcing the official maturity of the star source. During this period, Anna collected all the innate chaotic auras emitted by the star source into the small world. These auras are of great benefit to living beings and plants. She planned to collect these auras. When Jiang Cheng breaks through the realm and becomes a god, let him absorb them. Jiang Cheng and others were not in a hurry to go down. As the star source officially matured, the deep cosmic crack at the end of the continent, which spanned millions of miles, began to close. Invisible power enveloped the crack. Like a piece of flesh and blood that was recovering. The great power of the Abyss universe naturally sensed this change. A terrifying creature of supreme existence issued a mighty force that shook the world. The sun and the moon flowed, the universe was destroyed, and many mountains and plains were turned into dust under the influence of this force, and fell backwards like a sandstorm. Anna mobilized her divine power to cover the battleship with a protective shield, and the gravity of the battleship itself was also increased to the maximum. But even so, it was still pushed back dozens of miles by this terrifying force. Even some of the barren stars outside the continent were affected and deviated from their original trajectory. The laws of heaven and earth were seriously disturbed. The beautiful scenery of the Abyss battlefield suddenly fell into the end of the world. If it weren't for the invisible force that offset most of the power of the Supreme Being, this continent might have been crushed into pieces and disintegrated. Soon, a heart-shaking roar came from the direction of the cosmic crack, full of strong unwillingness. It seemed that something was making a final desperate resistance, and it made a roar that could be called earth-shaking. The roar in the distance gradually dissipated. Jiang Cheng and others were pale, and the mental impact contained in it was not something they could resist. Creatures below the divine realm would probably become idiots on the spot under this mental impact. Fortunately, Anna was protecting them on the periphery. They were just shocked to the point of pain in their cochlea. Even the Lord's troops were not damaged, only a small part of them fainted. At present, the cosmic crack on the continent is completely closed, but this battlefield is not the only one. In a remote continent that is difficult for ordinary people to find, Abyss monsters have descended in large numbers and are beginning to familiarize themselves with the rules of this universe. They hold the supreme secret method and it is quite easy for them to adapt to the new rules. The bottlenecks that have been sealed for many years have loosened and they have begun to break through on a large scale. Not only that, they also brought innate artifacts. Using this as the cornerstone of the formation, they began to steal the origin of the universe and transport it to their own universe. The materials on these innate artifacts all come from the beginning of the chaos of the universe. They are extremely precious and can make countless old monsters jealous. The Abyss universe used such artifacts at the beginning of the war, which can be said to be a huge investment. This is just the first step in their plan. The first batch of Abyss monsters that have adapted to the rules have transformed into native creatures of the universe and began to head towards the star field where the central creatures are densely populated. While obtaining intelligence, they will control some creatures for their use, paving the way for a full-scale war in the future. All these cosmic cracks were concealed by the mighty powers of the Abyss universe, and the mighty powers of Jiang Cheng's universe were difficult to detect. Moreover, the mighty powers of that level were all located in the central rich areas, and no one would go to such remote corners to hang out. Jiang Cheng and Anna knew this. But at present, the two of them could not care so much. This matter was obviously far away from him. The most urgent task should be to work hard to develop power. Make the power in your hands stronger. From the time of crossing to now, there have been 2 activities involving Abyss monsters. Obviously, there will be a 3rd and 4th activities about Abyss monsters. Although each activity can cause the Lord's power to lose millions of people, the survivors can be greatly improved, far beyond ordinary things. In fact, Jiang Cheng really hopes that the Abyss monsters will launch a large-scale battle as soon as possible. After all, heroes emerge in troubled times, and wars are often accompanied by endless opportunities. The continent has once again become a devastated scene. It is estimated that this continent will be torn open in the near future and restore the previous scene. However, the treasures on the ground are now exposed. Jiang Cheng couldn't miss this opportunity. He ordered those special lords to go down the warship with him to collect treasures. The collection range was not too large. The area where the treasures were concentrated was the area near the star source. There were almost no good things in the areas farther away. Even if there were, Jiang Cheng would not look down on them and was too lazy to worry about them. It took another half a day. All the natural treasures near the star source were collected. These things were naturally put into Jiang Cheng's pocket. Although the special lords were jealous, their lives were in the hands of others, so they naturally did not dare to covet them. This item was not included in the conditions of both parties. As Anna put the star source into the small world, Jiang Cheng put the warship and the interstellar dimension artillery into the lord's space, and the two held hands and returned to the territory. As for those special lords and their arms, they were all locked up in the warship by Jiang Cheng. The space inside was still enough to squeeze in. Jiang Cheng planned to train them intensively after returning so that they could master more advanced techniques. It took 5 days in the Abyss battlefield. The task of nurturing Blood Clan warriors in these 5 days was not neglected. At present, there are 500 Blood Clan warriors standing neatly in the Blood Clan camp. Among them, there are 120 purple gold level Blood Clan warriors, 180 dark gold level, 110 platinum level, and 90 red gold level. Their cultivation has not been abandoned. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng left a lot of energy stones for Luluo. With the advantage of the time domain, the first 2 batches of Blood Clan warriors basically reached the semi-god level. The last 3 batches are slightly worse. After all, they were bred late. After a little arrangement, Jiang Cheng upgraded the Blood Clan camp and left some energy stones for them for their next cultivation. Master, Queen, are you looking for me? Luluo walked in from the void. On the God Island, Luluo can do whatever she wants and go wherever she wants. When Jiang Cheng looks for her, she only needs to think silently and she will come back. Inviting her to sit down, Jiang Cheng took out the space orb from the Lord's warehouse and gave it all to Luluo. Anna took out the star source in the small world. This star source was compressed to the extreme by her, like a giant light bulb. The only bad thing was that the heat emitted from it was too terrifying. Even if there was divine power to isolate it, the surrounding temperature still rose sharply. Space orb, star source. Seeing these 2 items, Luluo breathed rapidly, her eyes became bigger, and her little hands were shaking. If she could fuse these things, her rank would go up a level and reach the level of eternal artifacts. Jiang Cheng looked at the star source. Can you fuse this thing? If you can, I'll give it to you. After all, the effect produced after you fuse it is the best. Luluo nodded quickly. She could naturally fuse the star source. A god-level battleship like Yu can do it, so why can't she, as the spirit of the supreme artifact, do it? She felt that the master really underestimated her. Green Ivy can fuse star sources, which is naturally a good thing for Jiang Cheng. He gave her all the space magic ball and the star source in his hand. At the same time, there is also the harvest this time. Jiang Cheng gave the spiritual fruits and spiritual plants he obtained to Green Ivy and asked her to send them to the elves. At the same time, he also picked out some useful objects to give as gifts. After all, he couldn't give useless things every time. The elves worked so hard, so it didn't matter if they were rewarded a little. The most important thing is that he wanted to obtain the means of refining weapons, refining pills, and making talismans and formations passed down by the elves from the other party. As a major force, their means must be better than those of the special lords who fumbled around. It must take a lot of time for Green Ivy to fuse so many things, so she went to the elves with the things Jiang Cheng told her as soon as possible. The top lords and their arms in the battleship are currently placed inside the Island of Gods. Jiang Cheng took these lords out, then let them choose a few arms with good talents, sent to the location of the elves. Let them go to learn the inheritance of the elves. Anna has already talked to Delis through her divine thoughts about negotiations. Feeling Anna's divine thoughts in the Earth God realm, Delis agreed without hesitation. Jiang Cheng has paved the way for them. As for how much these guys can master, he doesn't consider it. Delis's realm has been consolidated. It has stabilized at the early stage of the 3rd level god. The mother tree of the elves has not had any adverse reactions. Many matters on the island have been arranged. Originally, Anna planned to retreat and refine the vast amount of heaven and earth power inside the heaven and earth wheel. After her small world refined those abyss monsters, her realm has reached the middle stage of the earth god realm. If she can refine the heaven and earth power in the heaven and earth wheel, then she is likely to enter the late stage. It's just that this retreat, even with the blessing of the Time Lord, will take 2 or 3 days. But Jiang Cheng wants to take advantage of this time to check the interior of the Vaslo Great Forest and explore what is going on inside, and how creatures like ghosts can be generated. He even learned from Delis. There are not only ghosts but also vengeful spirits. Both creatures belong to the same category of spirits. The former is more suitable as the spirit of ordinary weapons and equipment, while the latter is more suitable as the spirit of magic weapons and murder weapons. A place where 2 kinds of spirit creatures can be generated at the same time. It must be not simple, and it is very likely to hide something. Especially there can be the birth of spirits that reach the realm of true gods, which is the most terrifying. He felt that this trip would definitely take a lot of time, so it would be better to go and take a look first. After all, in a few days, Jiang Cheng needs to take people to Wanyao Mountain and mix into the team of Wanyao Mountain. Go to the location of the ancient secret realm and wait for the opening of this grand era. During this period, it may be necessary to deal with the affairs of the top lords and control them. So time will be very tight. Inside the Vaslo forest, there are towering ancient trees everywhere, and the air is dark and humid, which breeds many poisonous creatures. Apart from that, there are few signs of biological activity, as if it is a life-restricted zone. Animal corpses that have been covered by leaves and have begun to rot can be seen everywhere on the ground. There are no signs of being bitten on them. It seems that someone deliberately moved these corpses here, in such a harsh environment. The corpses of animals and plants rot after death, forming a dense and terrible miasma that is almost condensed into substance. Creatures below the Holy Realm may not survive more than half an hour in it. Anna and Jiang Cheng flew over the forest. The two originally planned to go below, but such an environment made it impossible for the two to set foot. Simply fly directly in the air. Anyway, you can use mental power to cover it and check the situation below. As you go deeper and deeper, the poisonous creatures in the forest disappear, replaced by groups of dormant ghosts. They have one thing in common. That is, they like to stay in the dark. Due to their long-standing living habits, they rest during the day and move around at night. The corpses placed outside the forest are probably moved by them. Observing these sleeping ghosts, Jiang Cheng thought they were very cute. If they could be refined into spirits, they would be even cuter. He wanted to compress them into balls and play with them in his palms. In his eyes, these ghosts turned into natural energy stone mines. The cave entrance was open, attracting Jiang Cheng to go in. Jiang Cheng and Anna mobilized their mental power to protect their bodies. No ghosts noticed that the sky was wrong wherever they went. Not even the great saints and demigods. Soon, the two came to the central area. Here are basically demigod ghosts gathered in groups, and opposite them are the demigod ghosts who are covered in grey and exude an ominous aura. The two spirits occupy one side of the forest, but they didn't find where the god-level ghosts are. If it was the old woman Opsi, she might know something. After all, she colluded with the god-level ghosts at that time. Anna took out the god-level ghost that was sealed by her divine power and not refined into a weapon spirit. After being sealed for so many days, the ghost's mental state was obviously not very good. He opened his eyes and was stunned for a long time before he remembered Anna and Jiang Cheng. This is the interior of the Vaslo forest. Feeling the familiar breath below, the ghost immediately came back to his senses. He looked at Jiang Cheng and Anna. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Especially during this period of time, he felt that the divine power that imprisoned him had undergone a qualitative change. It was like crossing from one level to another. I ask you, where are the true gods of your tribe hiding, and what secrets are hidden in this Vaslo forest? Anna's long hair danced lightly, and her temperament was extraordinary. Behind her, a vague shadow of a small world appeared, which contained the rising and setting of the sun and the moon, ups and downs, and dozens of laws of power intertwined with each other, exuding a palpitating breath. Along the way, she found all kinds of unusual things in the forest, and it seemed that something was hidden here. But due to insufficient information, as a result, she could not infer what was going on. Such a naked threat made the god-level ghost feel cold in his heart. He knew that if he did not answer honestly, he would most likely be thrown into the small world behind. Such an obvious sign of the earthly realm made the god-level ghost have no intention of resisting. He seemed to be able to foresee that the secret inside the Vaslo forest was about to be revealed, and a huge disaster was about to cover the entire continent. Please don't do it, both of you. This god-level ghost told everything he knew. There was no concealment. From his mouth, Jiang Cheng learned. Under the surface of the Vaslo forest, there was a huge formation hidden, which condensed the yin spirits of heaven and earth and gathered in the center, creating a steady stream of ghosts and resentful spirits. The creatures that died in the Vaslo forest could not transcend. Instead, they were transformed into these two spirits and stayed here forever. The animals in the forest were captured by ghosts at night. After being captured, they were placed in the miasma and poisoned to death. When the gathering of yin spirits reaches a certain level, a hall will appear in the center of the formation. Through the teleportation array inside, you can go directly to the underground, where the god-level ghosts and resentful spirits live. The two are of the same origin, and there is no contradiction between the two sides. This is a very strange phenomenon. This god-level ghost knows something. The patriarch of our ghost clan and the patriarch of the resentful spirit clan often go deep underground. There is a so-called restricted area there, and we are not qualified to enter it. If anyone dares to sneak in, the only outcome is death, and your strength and status will not be taken into account at all. But sometimes we can feel the third breath coming from there, and that breath is fundamentally different from ours, neither like ghosts nor resentful spirits. Through the words of this god-level ghost, Anna and Jiang Cheng learned the general information. But all this still needs to wait until the night falls. Fortunately, it is only an hour and a half away from the night. The two left the inner area and prepared to visit other creatures. Although those creatures did not know them, Jiang Cheng thought they should be able to see the fist. Just a big beating. The other party will be honest and serve them well until the night falls. Kong Jingying, if the goddess knows that you do this, aren't you afraid that she will punish you? Besides, I have been accepted as a disciple by the true god. If I have any accident, the true god will definitely be able to sense it in the first time. Yaqing's hair was messy, with blood at the corners of her mouth, her dress was covered with dust, she looked extremely embarrassed, and her aura fell to the bottom. Today is a big competition for her Peacock God clan. All the young generation must participate, because this competition can determine which collateral descendants are qualified to follow the goddess and goddess to the ancient secret realm and participate in this grand event where all the geniuses gather. Jiang is no exception. Her sudden appearance and the amazing strength she showed caused many people to be dissatisfied. After all, there are only so many places, and her joining caused many collateral descendants to lose the qualification to participate in the ancient secret realm. The people behind those collateral descendants are naturally not happy. Ask Jiang to participate in the competition and convince the public with strength, instead of relying on the care of the goddess and the favor of the true god, and open the back door openly. Jiang knew that it was difficult for her to convince the public, so she took the initiative to stand up and ask to participate in this competition. Her actions made the peacock true god nod secretly, thinking that his vision was right, and immediately another huge amount of cultivation resources was thrown into her hands. This made those collateral descendants grit their teeth, decided to eliminate this threat in the competition. So there is the current scene. Ha ha ha, Jiang, you are such a stupid woman. You don't have to participate, but you have to show off and pretend to be a master. You asked for this situation. You are just the daughter of a great saint, with low blood, but you can be appreciated by the true god and have resources and status that should not belong to you. All this should belong to me. A woman in green standing opposite Jiang shouted sharply. She is a collateral descendant of the Peacock God clan and the most outstanding one. Her dream is to worship the true god, to rebuild the glory of her ancestors. Unexpectedly, all this was obtained by Jiang, who broke in halfway. The woman's jealousy was fully reflected at this moment, and she made a fatal move at the beginning. 20 great saints were sent to ambush on the road that Jiang had to pass. At this time, Jiang felt that God was helping her. The content of the competition turned out to be to enter the wild monster breeding farm of the Peacock God clan. Only the descendants who killed 5 great saint wild monsters could successfully advance to the next round. This place has more room for maneuver than a one-on-one competition. After all, a one-on-one competition is definitely under the eyes of the true god. Entering the wild monster breeding farm is different. The true god's spiritual power cannot enter it. Even if the true god wants to spy, others will stop it. After all, no one knows whether the true god is mobilizing spiritual power to secretly help someone. This is not allowed. In normal times, others may not say anything if they secretly help. But this time it involves the competition for the qualification of the ancient secret realm. The elders of the Peacock God clan are all staring eagerly. This gave Jiang an opportunity. In addition, it was not just her who wanted Jiang to die, but a lot of collateral descendants. They gathered together to form a considerable force. Even the guards guarding the wild monster breeding farm were replaced by their own people. This is also the reason why Jiang was able to arrange 20 great saints to come in. When Jiang was about to kill the 5th wild monster, Jiang led people to kill, caught Jiang off guard, and seriously injured her. Although the peacock true god outside felt it, he did not investigate, but just thought that Jiang was injured in the fight with the wild monster. Jiang's strength has doubled during this period. Cross-border combat is like eating and drinking. But people have their limits, and her combat state is not enough to support her to resist the attacks of 20 great saints at the same time. Soon she was driven to the edge of a cliff 30 miles away from the breeding farm. This cliff was originally to prevent the wild monsters in the breeding farm from escaping, but unexpectedly it became a natural chasm that she could not cross. Ha ha ha, this cliff has a special gravity. Even if you use your holy energy to support yourself, you can't fly over it, not to mention that your holy energy is almost exhausted now. Jiang was extremely rampant. The Peacock God clan's side branch Tianjiao hidden in the dark showed their figures one after another, blocking this area, leaving Jiang with no way to retreat. Jiang was extremely sad and angry. Her life had just improved a little, but she was targeted by so many people. I don't know what happened. While she was lucky, her ability to attract hatred also increased a lot. People often come to provoke her and look down on her. She obviously did nothing, and she can't avoid it even if she pretends to be invisible. Jiang was very unhappy with her recent experiences. She was very depressed. Did the price of good luck mean all kinds of troubles? Now Peacock God could not help her. The nominal protectors in the breeding farm chose to turn a blind eye to this scene. It was obvious that they were bribed. The only ones who could save her were Jiang Cheng and his people. Jiang cried for help in her heart. Yechuo, Yeli, and others who learned of this situation were indifferent. They knew Jiang's current situation and that she was on the edge of a cliff. The two remembered that the Lord had told them before. If Jiang was in danger, don't worry about it. Instead, encourage her to face difficulties bravely. Especially in dangerous areas such as cliffs and underground caves, let her jump down without hesitation. The two said according to Jiang Cheng's instructions. Jiang almost fainted with anger. She looked back at the bottomless cliff behind her, with a whistling wind. She was extremely resistant and didn't dare to jump down at all. On the opposite side, 20 great saint-level warriors behind Jiang had already rushed over, each wearing a super-grade holy weapon, and the background of the God clan was obvious. At the same time, those sideline geniuses also built a large formation to constantly consume the holy power of Jiang, and the aura of the 20 great saints became even more powerful. In such a desperate situation, Jiang did not collapse instantly, but relied on his own means to hold on for a while and killed several great saints. His realm even broke through a small realm and reached the middle stage of the Holy King, which shocked the people present. Damn it, this Yeching must die today, otherwise it will be a huge obstacle on my way to becoming a god. Kong Jingying gritted her teeth and used her trump card to play a piece of crystal clear, divine light, and terrifying feathers. This is a peacock feather given to her by her ancestor. It must not be used until the critical moment. She was ruthless this time, and could no longer care about so many things. The feather explosion would burst out with terrifying divine power at the first time, and the true gods outside would notice it at the first time and arrive in an instant across the void. So she had to kill with one blow. She could no longer care about the follow-up matters. Now she just wanted to kill Yeching. If she continued to let her grow, the other party would be an insurmountable natural barrier on her way to becoming a god. The other children of the Peacock God clan cursed the crazy woman inwardly and left here without looking back, accompanied by a terrifying explosion of divine power. Yeching's broken body fell into the cliff behind him. The breath on his body was swaying in the wind and rain, like a candle in a storm, dying. Peacock True God and other gods, as well as the sons and daughters of gods who were watching the battle, arrived at the scene at the first time, and they had no time to stop Yeching from falling. A mysterious gravity below the cliff quickly pulled her down. Then Peacock True God was furious. If it weren't for her ancestors' desperate obstruction, she might have been torn into pieces of meat on the spot. The Peacock God clan was filled with regret for the death of such a genius, especially the young Peacock goddess, who burst into tears on the spot, her tears like beads falling off a string, and she couldn't stop at all. Seeing her beloved little daughter crying like this, the Peacock God clan sent Kong Jingying to the heavenly prison, depriving her of her identity and status as a collateral descendant, cancelling all resource supplies, and reducing her to the most ordinary tribesman. She was also not eligible for the ancient secret realm, and she was asked to pay a large amount of cultivation resources to the Sky Snake tribe to comfort Yeching's spirit in heaven. The anger of the true god spread throughout the 10,000 Monsters Mountain with the news of Yeching's death. All these operations caused an uproar in the 10,000 Monsters Mountain. It was unexpected that the Peacock True God would be so angry for a disciple who had just worshipped him and made such a strong punishment. It was really admirable. For a time, all the talented geniuses in the 10,000 Monsters Mountain rushed to the location of the Peacock God clan, wanting to join them, or even worship under the true god. Things in the outside world change rapidly. At this time, under the cliff, Yeching slightly opened her eyes. She found herself lying in a sea of blood. Above her was a huge snake head, with a bloody mouth and dark yellow snake eyes, staring at her motionlessly. Yeching was startled. But then she found that the snake was dead, with scars all over its body. The sea of blood below was formed by the blood of the giant snake, and her wounds were almost healed. The blood in the sea of blood below continued to merge into her body, making her breath rise steadily. Yeching felt that these bloods seemed to have some kind of connection with her, very kind. Just when she was puzzled, a shadow of a woman appeared in front of her. The other party's figure was illusory and hazy, so she couldn't see the other party's face clearly, and could only see the enchanting waist and slender long legs. Little guy, are you willing to become my disciple and inherit my legacy? In the future, you only need to reshape my body for me. In return, I will hide in this special storage ring and help you grow quickly. The woman's beautiful voice sounded. Holding an ancient ring in her hand, it seemed to be a product left over from ancient times and was extremely rare. Yeching hesitated for a while, as if he thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he quickly kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to pay his respects to his teacher. What happened to Yeching, Yechuo, and Yeli informed Jiang Cheng through the communication rune. Is this going to follow the route of the old man with you? Although the routine will be very old, with the help of that strong man, I believe Yeching's talent and strength will rise to a higher level. Jiang Cheng felt that the value of this little tool person was getting higher and higher. If she could help him a lot, he could keep her. All this required Yeching to fight for it himself. At the same time, the changes in the other party's luck were very strange. Whenever the son of luck and the daughter of luck appeared, it was the moment when the continent was about to fall into danger. There would be no huge disasters in peacetime, and the son of luck would not be born. The birth of the son of luck and the daughter of luck requires the luck of this world to be born, and they will not appear out of thin air. Could it be that this side of the heaven has noticed a certain crisis, so it is eager to give birth to the son of luck to solve this crisis? Then who is the creator of this crisis? Jiang Cheng does not think that the lords are the creators of the crisis. If it were them, they would be restricted everywhere on this continent, and the son of luck would have conflicts with them and stand against them. Jiang Cheng had no idea for the time being. Now that night had fallen, the shouts and howls of ghosts had been heard from the forest, and there was a constant gloomy wind coming out of it, like 100 ghosts parading at night, which was terrifying. Jiang Cheng and Anna came to the air, watching a large number of ghosts drill into the caves of those beasts, dragging your creatures out, ignoring their struggles, lifting them up and sending them into the forest. After arriving inside, press these creatures to the ground. Let the surrounding miasma invade their bodies. These ghosts captured creatures of lower levels and did not capture strong ones. Maybe they were worried that if things went on like this, the creatures in the forest would be caught by them, so they chose to do this. After these creatures died, invisible ghosts emerged from the corpses, and they drifted aimlessly towards the center of the formation in the center of the forest. In this process, Anna and Jiang Cheng came to the sky above the inner forest, standing at a height where they could overlook the entire inner forest. The positions of these ghosts and their routes to the central area are all planned in a specific way. They will only move forward on this planned route and will not change. Anna combined the positions of ghosts and resentful spirits and the routes of ghosts' movements to form a formation pattern in her mind. Although she didn't know what the formation was called, she was sure through speculation that it was a ceiling formation made with the help of the great trend of heaven and earth. The energy of the world has its own veins and has its own unique veins. With the help of these energy veins, the formation is arranged, resonates with the energy of heaven and earth, and changes the energy veins, which can play a variety of incredible roles. If such means are needed, what is sealed below? Anna felt more and more that there was a big secret hidden in it. She looked at the 18,000 peaks in the forest, and the intersection of energy veins was below these peaks. There are huge energy stone mines one after another, and tens of millions of energy stones are piled up there, like a huge treasure mountain. However, the energy stones in these mountains cannot be easily excavated. Every time a mountain is excavated, the strength of the ceiling formation below will be reduced until it can no longer suppress the things below and breaks the seal. She told Jiang Cheng what she knew. Master, if this formation is needed, the creature below may be extremely terrifying. If it is a living being, then its realm will not be weaker than mine. If it is an artifact, the power it exudes may cause chaos in the world, and then the attention of all forces on the continent may be focused on it. Jiang Cheng pondered for a while, and now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. At the same time, he has a hunch that the thing below is inseparable from the recent appearance of the Daughter of Luck. If this guy below is really as terrible as Anna said, it is not impossible to pose a threat to the continent. It is very likely that the source of the outbreak appeared in the Vaslo forest. As the yin spirits continued to gather, a simple and majestic hall appeared in the center of the formation, exuding the breath of primitive and ancient times, as if it had been here billions of years ago. There was a bronze door in front of the hall, and many ancient and mysterious inscriptions were carved on the door frame. It shone brightly under the moonlight. Kakaka. The bronze door opened, and a god-level ghost and a god-level vengeful spirit appeared in front of the door. A magic tool similar to a cloth bag appeared in his hand, and these newly born ghosts were put into it. After doing this, the two turned back. The door closed under the traction of a mysterious force. The hall gradually became illusory and disappeared on the spot. The two ghosts and vengeful spirits did not realize anything. They came to the teleportation array in the center of the hall, muttered a few spells to activate the teleportation array, and disappeared on the spot. Little did they know that after they left, two figures slowly emerged from the void. The two were Anna and Jiang Cheng. They sneaked in the moment the door of the hall opened, observed the surrounding environment, found that this hall was just an ordinary decoration, with nothing on the surface. The truly valuable place could only be reached through this teleportation array. This teleportation array is not easy to sit on. If there is any tampering on it, the fluctuation of this teleportation array can be sensed, and the god-level ghosts and resentful spirits below may be alerted. In an uncertain situation, Anna condensed a most ordinary clone that could dissipate at any time, and let this clone go down to explore the way and see what the situation is. If there is danger, she and Jiang Cheng will make plans. Jiang Cheng thinks this method is good. A clone walked out of Anna, as if copying and pasting. Except for the breath, the two are almost identical and difficult to distinguish. The spells that the two ghosts and resentful spirits muttered just now have been captured by them. The clone cast the same spell. A bright and brilliant light enveloped the clone and sent her to the underground world. Anna checked everything about the underground world through her clone. The sky below was dark, as if wrapped in a layer of mysterious fog. The only light source was the magma flowing on both sides of the road, emitting scorching temperatures. What came into view were a large number of newly born ghosts and resentful spirits. The number was dozens or even hundreds of times that of the outside world. Their strength level was not high. Those high-level ghosts and resentful spirits did not seem to have the intention to improve their level, driving them to a place similar to an altar. This altar was thousands of feet high and was cast from thousands of purple-black stones. On top of it, dozens of god-level ghosts and resentful spirits sat cross-legged. Among them, there were 27 third-level gods, 10 second-level gods, and 2 first-level gods. The 2 first-level gods, who sat cross-legged at a different height than other ghosts and resentful spirits, and their forms were also more advanced than other ghosts and resentful spirits. They were probably their patriarchs. Such a huge force can definitely dominate one side, make countless forces surrender and become vassals obediently, get a better treasure land on the continent. Even though they are spirits, they will be coveted by many forces, but with their strong strength, those forces dare not be too blatant. There is a gap under the altar. There is a layer of mysterious power covering the outside. Those new ghosts and resentful spirits came out from there, like a machine that can produce products without raw materials. Anna found that this altar was a bit strange. But she is currently just a clone, unable to penetrate this mysterious power and explore the secrets inside. She remembered the god-level ghost she had caught before. The other party said that there is a cave inside, leading to deeper underground, but she did not find any caves around. Presumably, that cave should be under this altar. There is often a breath of a third party in there. The patriarchs of the ghosts and resentful spirits are sitting outside. They only go deep underground when they need to occasionally. This shows that their status is not as good as the third party deep in the cave. The other party is the real owner of the altar. His strength is far above that of the ghost and resentful spirit clan leaders, at least he is a god of the earth. Through her own observation, Anna discovered that this underground world is connected to the seal formation outside. The two complement each other to form a supreme seal formation with heaven and earth as a prison. She felt a breath that made her feel palpitating coming from the ground. This breath was very scary, at least above the realm of heaven and earth. She felt that things were getting more and more mysterious. The ghosts, resentful spirits, and a god of the earth realm, in conjunction with the supreme heaven and earth formation, suppressed a god of the heaven realm. What is going on? These forces alone may not be enough to fight against a god of the heaven realm. They may just be guards. There is someone else who suppressed the god of the heaven realm. Before Anna could think about it, a wave of fluctuations came from the void beside her, and she hurriedly drilled into the void to self-destruct. The main body took Jiang Cheng out of the hall outside. Strange, there is actually someone else's breath here. An old man with a gloomy face walked out of the void. There seemed to be a small world hidden in his turbid eyes. The power of the law behind his head was full of terrifying laws, and the breath on his body reached the terrifying late stage of the earth god realm. The pattern of the old man's clothes was extremely strange. There were various stars, as well as various birds and beasts. These patterns were lifelike, as if they were alive and included in them, which was extremely strange. He was the guardian of this large formation under the altar. The long-term peace made him relax his vigilance. But just now he discovered a strange breath that did not belong to a spirit body, but to a living creature. The vast spiritual power surged from the old man's body, extending to the palace outside. Two obvious breaths of living creatures and signs of living creatures' activities were left on the ground. Damn it, someone actually slipped in. At such a critical moment, we can't let these two guys ruin our good things. The old man roared angrily. Soon, under the night, dozens of ghosts and ghosts flew out from the interior of the Vaslo forest, flying around to explore all traces around. The ghosts and ghosts in the forest also went out together. They did not let go of the surrounding forces. All the people inside were captured, and their memories were searched through special secret methods. On the other side, Jiang Cheng and Anna returned to the Sky God Island. On the way, Anna had told everything she knew. According to her current strength, it was obviously unwise to force her way in. That was the opponent's lair. Who knows what means they have hidden to defend against foreign enemies. And the opponent's own strength is not weak. There are so many god-level ghosts and ghosts. If it was just Anna, she might still try it, but with Jiang Cheng by her side, she might not be able to take care of him when the fight starts. In a battle of that level, the Vaslo forest might be turned into a vast wasteland. Jiang Cheng was at the center of the battle, and it would be a miracle if he could leave there alive. The two of them could not continue to investigate. After all, if they alerted the enemy, the Earth God would definitely strengthen his vigilance, and the ghosts and vengeful spirits would definitely be ready for battle. What made Jiang Cheng afraid was that the Earth God was not the ultimate Black Hand. He was just a gatekeeper, and there was someone else behind all this. At the same time, he was full of curiosity about the powerful man in the heavenly god realm sealed underground. He didn't know whether the other party was a decent person or a villain. All this needed further investigation. However, this trip was not without any gains. Before leaving, Anna mobilized her mental power and swept away a large area of ghosts in the central area. The strength was between the Saint King realm and the demigod realm. There were about 100,000 of them. It was a windfall. It happened that Luoqi was coming here tomorrow, so Jiang Cheng ordered the same number of weapons from her and asked her to bring them together tomorrow. Thinking that he will have the Void Law tomorrow, Jiang Cheng is more or less excited. The Void Law on the back of the Void Worm is accumulated over a long period of time due to frequent floating in the void and constant erosion by the power of the void. Over time, the law is formed. If these laws are not absorbed, their shells will rot and eventually lose the ability to float in the void. So absorbing the void law on the back of the void worm is not only harmless to them, but can promote their molting and evolution into a more powerful ability. Jiang Cheng can't help but envy Luoqi. Her void worm often wanders outside, which will provide her with a constant supply of void law power. Tomorrow, 3 void worms will condense the void law. Later, there will be more void worms condensing the law. The time will also be very tight. As long as she extracts new void worms every day, her void law power will not be cut off. Finally, the void law reaches a certain level and forms the void way, and then the void origin. Possess the ability to control the entire void. The premise is that she must keep up with the realm. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how fancy things are, they are not enough. Luoqi's lord coins will definitely not be as good as mine. By then, her lord coins will be used up, and the void law cannot be wasted. If it is left alone, the shell of the void worm will rot, which is not worth the loss, so she is likely to sell it to me. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look forward to the arrival of that day. In the following time, Anna returned to the Blood Clan temple and refined the vast amount of heaven and earth power in the heaven and earth roulette. Green Rose is still refining the star source, and it is estimated that it will not come out for a while. Those special lords have settled down in the elves and become elementary school students, learning those inheritance techniques with those 7 or 8-year-old elves. Yaqing is in very good condition now. Her injuries have been completely healed, and her realm has reached the early stage of the Great Saint realm, just like turning on the plug-in. and with the full help of her chief master, she refined all the blood under her body, and her physical strength is comparable to that of a divine beast cub, not weaker than those gods and goddesses. At the same time, her chief master also gave her a semi-artifact bracelet as a gift, and a colorful fairy skirt, overflowing with light, with divine runes interwoven on it, filled with various law chains. Even the attack of the third-level god can be resisted. In addition, there are various skills inheritances that match snake monsters. It seems that he really regards Jiang as his own apprentice. However, Jiang's blood is still controlled by Yezuo, Yeli, and others, and her master did not notice it. Jiang herself did not dare to say it, for fear that if she is not careful, the explosives hidden in her body will explode. In the early morning, all the creatures on the Sky God Island began a new day of work. Under the governance of Anna and Jiang Cheng, the living standards of the residents on the island have been raised to a very high level. They don't have to worry about food, clothing, and daily necessities. All aspects are arranged very well, just like a paradise. The two have also learned how to govern an area in the reincarnation of thousands of years. They optimized various systems and applied them to the Sky God Island. Coupled with the super execution ability of Green Ivy, the happiness index of the residents reached its peak. Towns and streets have been formed. Young men and women can be seen snuggling together everywhere. I believe that in the near future, there will be a wave of babies on the Sky God Island, adding countless fresh blood to the God Island. Such a thriving scene, Jiang Cheng naturally has to protect it well. This is a paradise for him and Anna, and no one is allowed to invade. Standing on the upper floor of the temple, Jiang Cheng looked down at the God Island. He was filled with emotion and various emotions. He looked up at the sky, and countless auspicious clouds and rays of light gathered above the God Island. The sound of the great Dao rang out in the air, accompanied by the birth of various anomalies. The sun and the moon shone together, the heaven and earth resonated, and a chaotic blue lotus appeared above the island of gods. Various ancient laws of the great Dao were entangled on its surface, as if it had survived for eternity. Endless laws of heaven were condensing, and various chains of rules emerged from the void. The embryonic forms of small worlds bloomed in the chaos as the lotus leaves fell, and then evolved into the vast and boundless world. Is this a sign of the success of Green Radish? Such a magnificent vision will probably attract attention from all parties. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself as he stood above the temple. The area of the Island of Gods was expanding infinitely, and the surroundings were full of chaotic scenes, just like the beginning of the universe, and traces of the long river of time and years could be vaguely seen. One after another, the eternal sacred mountains rose from the ground. The glory of the great Dao fell, the morning sun fell, golden clouds were dotted, the spiritual energy was dense, countless mountain grasses and holy medicines drilled out of the soil, and the roars of spiritual birds and beasts were heard from time to time in the mountains and forests. The residents of the island cheered, and countless powers of faith emerged from them. The faith steel once again burst out the tall and majestic shadow of Jiang Cheng, almost condensed into substance. Countless elves who love nature also ran out of the school, feeling all this with their whole body and soul, wishing to melt into this pure land. Those special lords were dumbfounded and stunned. This was the first time they saw such a scene. Jiang Cheng's position in their hearts has surpassed everything. The chaotic blue lotus in the sky bloomed. A figure with peerless elegance and ethereal temperament walked out of it. With a wave of her jade hand, the starlight in the sky fell and merged into the body of every living being. The residents of the island could clearly feel that their physical fitness was strengthening, their mental power was constantly expanding, the filth and impurities that had accumulated for a long time were discharged from the body, their minds were more refreshed and flexible, and their whole bodies seemed to be thoroughly cleansed. A vast fog appeared in the void in all directions. Countless rules of heaven poured into the body of that figure, and the sound of Tao echoed for a long time. This is a blessing from heaven. The figure looked back at the sky and uttered a voice like the sound of nature. Thank you. At this moment, the breath emitted by the figure became extremely powerful, affecting a range of 1 million miles, and even resonating with the way of heaven. Countless old monsters suddenly raised their heads at this moment, looking at the vast low forest with a shocked face. Even Anna was startled by this breath and appeared beside Jiang Cheng. A prompt sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. Sky God Island Eternal Artifact. The figure in the green lotus walked out of it, and it was the face of Green Rose. Countless chains of laws turned into countless rays of light, accompanied by her breathing, and merged into her body, making her look like a fairy above the 9 heavens. Countless Dao rhyme inspirations came from all directions. The hair and bones on the body exuded a vibrant brilliance. The surface was filled with various complicated rules, and a trace of the shape of the great Dao was imprinted in it, which looked extremely mysterious. The huge chaotic green lotus was incorporated into Green Rose's body. At this time, the area of the Sky God Island reached 10,000 square kilometers, like an extremely powerful kingdom of the sky, and also like a paradise beyond the heaven and earth. Soon after the star source matures, the heavenly Dao consciousness will be born. At this time, Anna took action to block this process. As Green Radish merged it, she, as the spirit of the God Island, underwent a qualitative change and became the heavenly Dao incarnation of this star source, controlling everything on the God Island. At this time, the God Island is a continent that is truly beyond the heaven and earth, and it no longer belongs to the outside world. Everything is under the control of Green Radish. She can give birth to creatures anywhere, give them cultivation and luck, and control the direction of spiritual veins and land changes, just like the Heavenly Deo. She can do everything that the Heavenly Deo can do. It's just that the God Island is not as good as the real continent. The role that Green Radish can play is also extremely limited. Giving creatures cultivation can only raise them to the realm of 8 stars at most, and the luck is also limited to the God Island. Next, she needs to swallow and spit out the power of the universe to become stronger. Central Territory, Immortal Great Sect, Shinto Palace. This is the oldest and most prosperous center of the continent. A majestic palace standing in the sky is located here, magnificent and sacred, like a fairy palace standing here. The palace was built in an extremely magnificent manner, with flawless white jade and glazed tiles as tiles, million-year-old purple golden sandalwood as eaves, and pure obsidian star stones as the floor. Magnificent, simple, majestic, and solemn. There are also laws as thick as the sea surging in it, just like the realm of gods. This palace overlooks the endless ancient city below. The main hall rises and falls with the rising and setting of the sun, and the runes are intertwined on it. Every moment the stars in the sky are reflected, and all the phenomena of the universe are like the supreme divine throne, which also shows the transcendent status of this place. In the center of the palace sat a solemn old man. At this time, he was staring into the void, in the direction of Vasluo Forest. Obviously, the vision that had just occurred had not escaped his capture. With such a terrifying Dao Yunqi machine, what happened in Vasluo Forest? Could it be that the seal became loose and the guy below ran out? The old man closed his eyes and pinched it, pondering for a long time. Fortunately the seal is not loose, but in order to ensure that there are no mistakes in the plan, it is better to send someone to investigate. A tall, dark figure walked out of the void. The old man threw him a jade token and said, "Go to Vasluo Forest to find out what happened. My clone is contained in it. If you crush it at the critical moment, my clone will appear." Yes. The tall figure bowed and saluted, then retreated into the void and left the area. The ancient Ye family. In an ordinary pavilion. A young man with a delicate face and starry eyebrows and sword-like eyes opened his eyes. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from his thin body, and a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flowed through his eyes. The young man let out a breath of thick air. A confident smile appeared on his delicate face. "Ha ha ha, I can finally control the murderous aura in my body. The next step is to participate in the clan competition, kill a group of young geniuses, and gain the qualification to go to the ancient secret realm. They are just a bunch of young people. They are destined to be the stepping stones on my growth path. I want to make those guys who once looked down on me fall at my feet. I didn't expect that I would turn around and be reborn one day after killing the God King. It's true that the sky has eyes. When I enter the ancient secret realm, find my divine body, and integrate the divine blood and laws on it, my strength will be comparable to the divine realm. Who can be my opponent at this time? My achievements in the future will surpass those in my previous life." The young man's tone was full of pride. He is not the owner of this body. Rather, he was a powerful man in the God King realm who turned around and was reborn by chance. The original owner was an ordinary child of the Ye family in Jiang Cheng. He originally had good talent, but he was a disciple that the family focused on cultivating, so he was favored by various resources. But he didn't expect to be betrayed by his childhood sweetheart. Falling from the cliff, he died. Whenever he recalled this memory, Ye Chen sneered, feeling that this guy had the same name as him, which was an insult to his name and extremely stupid. Fortunately, at the critical moment, God King Ye Chen possessed him. Relying on the memory of his past life, he pretended to be a slap in the face, making his childhood sweetheart regret it. Unfortunately, they are not from the same world after all. Even if my childhood sweetheart cries no matter how sad it is. Ye Chen was not moved at all. Because at that time, his cousin Ye Xianer, who had lived in the Ye family in Jiang Cheng since childhood and disappeared suddenly, came to him and told him everything. Ye Xianer is the daughter of the ancient Ye family head. It was a period of family turmoil. The infant Ye Xianer was sent to the Ye family in Jiang Cheng to avoid danger. At the age of 10, Ye Xianer showed extraordinary talent and was eventually taken back to the ancient Ye family in advance. Countless resources were poured into her and she was canonized as a saint of the Ye family. However, the original owner Ye Chen left countless good impressions on the other party when he was young. As a result, Ye Xianer could not forget the original owner. After achieving great success and settling all kinds of criticisms, returning to Jiang Cheng, he took Ye Chen, the reborn God King, back to the ancient Ye family. "Xianer, this girl is really cute. I will propose marriage to the head of the family when I reach my peak cultivation." The mountain of corpses and sea of blood disappeared from Ye Chen's eyes, filled with deep emotion. He decided not to let down his original owner. Let Ye Xianer be his woman? He borrowed the body of the original owner to have sex with Ye Xianer, which was considered worthy of the original owner. I believe the original owner would be very happy to see this scene in the sky. But the next second, Ye Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. There is definitely something wrong with Ye Fan, who was picked up halfway. His identity is probably related to the intruder force that has been hotly discussed in the family recently. This guy actually dares to have such thoughts about my Xianer. Then I can only send you to hell. Even if you have the attention of the elders, as long as I show my extraordinary talent, you will be like dust. The ants can be discarded at will. Ye Chen has long regarded Ye Xianer as a forbidden love, and no one can covet her. At the same time, he expressed his disdain for the elders of the Ya family. Treat those greedy elders as bedbugs. Honghuang ancient domain. An extremely vast and desolate place. There are many ancient mountains here, and there are countless ancient beasts with amazing blood and energy, and their breathing can cause the world to roar. There is an endless wild atmosphere everywhere. Here, there is a small mountain village like a paradise. There are not too many people, only a few hundred, and everyone's face reveals simplicity. At the entrance of the village, a huge willow tree with a charred body stands here. Except for half of the main trunk, it only has a weak branch that is still emitting vitality. It is hard to imagine that someone can survive in this extremely dangerous wilderness. At the entrance of the village, a cute little girl, about 13 or 14 years old, is bowing to her masters. The girl is dressed in green and looks very simple, but her appearance is like a secluded orchid in the valley, clear mist in the forest, and unworldly. Her eyes are pure and flawless, with a quiet and moving beauty, and a kind of cunning that sees through everything. The girl carried a rusty kitchen knife, a rope, and scissors on her back. It was a huge contrast to her appearance. Linger, this jade pendant can give you the qualification to enter the ancient secret realm. There may be clues about your parents hidden in it. Don't miss it. The things the masters gave you can ensure that you will not be at a disadvantage when you meet your brother. Alas, the ancient Xiao family has a good reputation for generations. Why did these things happen in this generation? Back then, she was still a little girl who kept saying fuck and damn, but now she has grown up and become a big girl. Time flies. It was the girl's masters who spoke. They looked very strange. Some were blind, some were deaf, some had broken legs, some had missing arms. Hearing this, the girl scratched her head awkwardly. When she just crossed over, she had not gotten rid of the old problems of her previous life. After all, she was not a cultured person, so it was not surprising that she uttered those words. At the beginning of the crossing, she was the little princess of the family. She was gifted and had a bone of the road, possessing a strong fit with the power of the law, possessing endless wealth and glory. But all this was destroyed by her brother Xiao Yan. Thinking of the other party, Xiao Linger's chest ached. She would never forget the painful memory of being dug out, and she wanted revenge. The girl's eyes were full of determination. Now her brother should be a powerful and arrogant son, with extremely powerful cultivation, and the power in his hands is far beyond her ability to shake. But so what? Under the guidance of several masters, and the comprehension ability of several traversers, her cultivation is not bad. The girl burst out with the strength of the Great Saint Realm. Her body is filled with dozens of law powers. She was lucky enough to have a new bone of the Great Dao after being dug out, which enabled her to master dozens of laws in the Saint Realm. Before leaving, Xiao Linger kowtowed to the willow tree at the entrance of the village. This willow tree is quite extraordinary and is the guardian of the village. She hopes that the other party can protect her on the road. Not long after she left, her masters looked in a certain direction. The Vaslo forest has erupted with such a strong aura of Taoism. What happened? I don't know. I wanted to go there to investigate, but it's a pity. With the arrival of such a great era, all kinds of Tianxiao with great luck will appear. I wonder if Linger will encounter any trouble when she goes to the ancient secret realm this time. It's not that troublesome. I'm just afraid that she will bring back a perfect husband. With so many Tianxiao appearing, is there a crisis coming, so the heavenly Dao reacts like this? And there are those invaders on the continent. They came to our continent silently, and we can't find out how they came. Xiao Linger, Ye Fan, Ye Chen, Ye Qing. Everyone's experience is quite extraordinary. They have invisible and intangible great luck. In addition to the four of them, there are several young Tianxiao with luck. The goal of these people is the ancient secret realm that is about to open. A battle for luck is about to begin. The strange phenomena produced by the Sky God Island naturally could not escape the ghosts and evil spirits in the forest, and the Earth God Realm strongmen also noticed it all. However, they did not dare to investigate rashly, because they were afraid that if they left, if someone sneaked to the altar, opened the seal, and released the guy below, things would become difficult. Therefore, they could only stay put. They did not dare to leave the ground. Owner. Below the temple, Jiang Cheng and Anna looked at the green radish in front of them that had grown into a big girl. Beside them were hundreds of vampire warriors watching. The vision just now shocked everyone. Even Tyrese from the elf tribe came running over. Meng Li's young face was full of curiosity. Her big eyes stared at the green dill in front of her, thinking that before, the other person was at the same level as her, but now he was far taller than her. The little girl's heart was full of bitterness. He took a bite of the rare metal in his hand with great frustration. Her realm has reached the peak of demigods. During this period of time, she ate all kinds of food, which made her level rise rapidly. Unfortunately, no matter how much she ate, her height never increased, and she was still a little cub. He patted the metal shards in his hands. Mengli, who is wealthy, has allowed herself to eat metal like this. When she encounters unpalatable metal, she is so generous that she even chooses to throw it away directly. A proper little rich woman. She ran over and hugged Jiang Cheng's thigh. His eyes were wide and he looked pitiful. Prince Regent, when will I be able to break through the realm and become a god? Now that I have reached the peak of demigod, I have eaten so many good things and can easily withstand the divine calamity. Look at Pothos, she has grown so tall, and I am still so short. I have to raise my head when talking to her, let alone be friends with her. The small body looked extremely lonely, and a feeling of loneliness arose spontaneously. Jiang Cheng cruelly rejected this little loli who tried to pretend to be pitiful to impress him. No, when the time comes, you will enter the ancient secret realm with me. I will select a few suitable laws for you and engrave them on your body. This will improve your chances of surviving the divine tribulation. He still couldn't see what the little girl was thinking. I just want to grow taller quickly. As for how to easily survive the divine calamity, it is completely nonsense. Seeing Mengli like this, Luluo chuckled and returned to her original state, becoming a head shorter than Mengli. Mengli was a lot happier now. He hugged the green dill and left here. Jiang Cheng did not stop him, and Luluo could continue to communicate with him and Anna through spiritual thoughts. Luluo was promoted to an eternal artifact and possessed the ability of heaven. This surprised Jiang Cheng, and at the same time he was completely reassured about the safety of his rear. This upgrade did not generate new skills. Because the pothose at this time is already all-powerful, all other skills after regeneration are useless. She can mobilize time and space at will, and the rules of generation are for people to understand and absorb. Her own combat power is also quite terrifying, and she can explode with combat power comparable to that of a god. But the premise of all this is that she needs to absorb enough cosmic power, which is her energy source. Without enough cosmic power, she is still an ordinary floating island. Luluo increased the time flow rate in the temple to 10 times that of the outside world. This is the fastest time she can control at present. As for the scope, it is limited to the temple, and she cannot support any larger scale. Otherwise the rest of the island will be unsustainable. A mysterious cosmic power shrouded the Sky God Island. The most important thing was that Tiandao was kind to Luluo and took the initiative to help transmit the cosmic power. Thanks to this, Jiang Cheng's dimensional interstellar cannon began to charge. I don't know how long this process will take, but it will certainly not be too slow. When Luoqi brought her void worm to the Sky Island, she was shocked by the changes in the island. She thought she had entered some strange secret realm, rather than Jiang Cheng's territory. Without too much nonsense, Jiang Cheng spent Lord Coins to absorb the void principle on the back of the void insect. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to be in the vast void, and a similar sense of homology arose spontaneously, as if he was born to belong here. As Jiang Cheng thought, the void around him shattered. Waves of void turbulence surrounded him, but they did not hurt him, but instead were used by him. This kind of law is great for the improvement of gods. The duel between gods often causes the earth to collapse, the rules of the heaven and earth to be chaotic, voids and turbulence everywhere, and countless creatures cannot escape. A more powerful existence can even turn the world upside down and reverse the sun and the moon. Therefore, in order to avoid these situations, most of the battles between true gods are carried out in the void. When facing the enemy, they also have to prevent the erosion of the power of the void, so they cannot unleash their full strength. If you have the law of void at this time, then your own combat power can be fully exerted. At the same time, void is an attribute that combines attack, stealth, and speed. It is extremely powerful and involves various aspects. Countless powerful people in the divine realm want to understand such a law. It's a pity that they are not lords and do not have the ability to cheat. They can only rely on their own understanding. But the power of the void is ethereal. Unless you are a very lucky person, you can't even touch it. A transaction was made. Just as Luoqi was holding the energy stone and preparing to return home, a notification sounded in their minds. Upcoming events. Event, Luck Plunder Battle is about to begin. In recent days, countless local geniuses with great luck have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. They are all carrying good fortune, some only have a few hundred, and some have as many as tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Currently, all lords will awaken the luck plundering function, and you can plunder their luck through a series of means such as killing or conquering. For specific matters, please check the World Channel announcement. The activity alert sounded suddenly. Luoqi, who was about to leave, stopped temporarily. Open the World Channel. An event announcement appeared in front of me. Battle for luck. Each lord will receive a luck plundering treasure bottle. Whether it is killing the genius or conquering the genius, the luck value of the opponent will flow into the treasure bottle, and it will be settled together when the event is over. During the event, each lord can obtain a special query function to check the luck value of the local genius. The mainland is about to usher in a prosperous era where geniuses gather. Most of the sons of geniuses will gather in a secret realm and enter it to find opportunities. Therefore, this event is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, all lords can randomly attack the local talents of the mainland and plunder their luck value through various means. In the second stage, when the secret realm of the mainland opens, a teleportation array will appear on the territory of each lord, leading directly to the ancient secret realm. Lords can enter through this teleportation array and take action against the great geniuses. At the same time, all opportunities in the secret realm can be obtained by various means. Tip 1. If a lord encounters a favored person with a luck value of over 10,000, do not kill him directly. You can use a series of means to stumble him, sow discord, seriously injure him and cause him to miss the opportunity, etc., to eliminate the evil spirits on him. Luck value. Wait until its luck value drops below 10,000 before killing. If you kill him rashly, it is likely to cause a backlash from the heavenly Dao in this area, and the gain will outweigh the loss. All luck values lost during this period will be included in the luck bottle. If you conquer the opponent, you don't need to think so much, you can get all the luck value of the opponent. Tip 2. The structure of the ancient secret realm is special. Lords need to suppress the realm to the level of the Great Saint before they can enter it. They are not allowed to mobilize power exceeding the god level inside, otherwise the space will collapse and the consequences will be disastrous. The speed of time and space in the ancient secret realm is different from that of the outside world. 1 month inside is equal to 7 days outside, so all lords need to prepare early. This event will start at 12 o'clock tonight, and there will be no upper limit on the lord's space capacity. There are no restrictions on this event. Lords can do whatever they want and play freely. You can choose to join in the middle or not to participate. It all depends on your personal wishes. The power of luck is illusory. It is related to everything in the dark. This opportunity is rare. I hope all lords will consider it again. Luck. Jiang Cheng couldn't miss this event. Currently, he is carrying supreme luck, and several halos are very shining, but these halos are not fixed. If someone in the Lord's force has more luck than him, then the other party is likely to obtain his aura. Thinking of the terrifying ability of the Wisdom Halo, Jiang Cheng was unwilling to face this. The ancient secret realm is opened, and a teleportation array will appear in front of the Lord's territory. This means that the Lords can enter the ancient secret realm without going to the entrance, avoiding being discovered by the local true god, which greatly improves safety. It also saves a lot of time, used to do other things. It's extremely convenient. However, Jiang Cheng did not intend to pass through the teleportation array. He still decided to go to the entrance of the ancient secret realm, mix with the team of 10,000 monster mountain prodigies, and enter it. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, he can use this opportunity to understand various situations in the ancient secret realm, and maybe even get a map inside to go straight to various areas containing opportunities. After all, the ancient secret realm is opened once a year. After countless years, there are records of all the treasures inside. The locals definitely know more about that place than outsiders like Jiang Cheng. Following them can avoid risks and save a lot of time. It won't wander around like a headless fly. The second point is that he can take this opportunity to meet the geniuses everywhere, check their luck values in advance, and find the right target. It's hard to say whether we can even start in advance. Even if he doesn't target these geniuses, Jiang Cheng can still see what the local forces are like. See how good they are. In the future, as the overall strength of his territory increases, it will definitely be accompanied by the pace of external expansion. It was only a matter of time before we faced off against these local forces. Therefore, it is better to know them in advance than not knowing anything at all. Various factors made Jiang Cheng feel that it was better to go to the entrance of the ancient secret realm than to go directly to the interior through the teleportation array. This teleportation array is probably provided to those lords who want to participate in the event, but their own strength does not allow them to go to the ancient secret realm. Luoqi came over to discuss something with Jiang Cheng. After learning about Jiang Cheng's plan, she seemed to have opened the door to a new world, then waved her hand and left Sky God Island through the teleportation array. The event starts at 12 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Cheng plans to deal with the affairs of these special lords in the next time. In the next period of time, he will leave Sky God Island, and it is obviously not good to keep these guys. At the same time, the troops of these guys depend on the island of God, and Jiang Cheng needs to provide them with food, drinks, and toilets, which is a huge expense every day. Even a wealthy landlord like him cannot afford such consumption. Soon, those special lords left the school with several books of the elves' inheritance. These were not originals, but copies that were improved later. The originals were firmly in the hands of Delis. Unless Jiang Cheng asked for them, she would not easily take them out. Then these lords and their troops gathered in front of the teleportation array. They began to register the teleportation array of their own territory, and wrote down the approximate strength of the top lords near them. Jiang Cheng assigned teams according to the information they filled in, striving to achieve a quick battle and a quick decision. Control those top lords with a crushing situation. Inject blood into their bodies and control them. In order to compress time to the extreme, the elves sent some strong men to help Jiang Cheng. The elf clan leader Delis even went out in person. The elves who stayed in the territory learned the news and spontaneously formed a team similar to a cheerleading team to cheer for the blood warriors who were about to set off. With Jiang Cheng's permission, some elf strongmen on the island came to the blood camp and used the time field here to speed up their own cultivation. All the elves who came to the camp were strong men, or elf geniuses with outstanding talents and ethereal temperament. They practiced in seclusion all year round, and they were definitely stay-at-home girls. Basically, they rarely went out. They had very little contact with the outside world. In addition, the elves were closed all year round. As a result, these elves rarely saw men, and some young elf geniuses even saw men for the first time. They were innocent and pure. When they saw the bloody blood warriors, they were immediately attracted and had a strong curiosity. The blood warriors showed their friendly side in the face of these elves. They wanted to leave a good impression on these elves. After all, they knew Jiang Cheng's inner strategy and wanted to completely subdue this elf tribe and let them do things for the territory. Who would have thought that after a few visits, the two sides actually developed a strange feeling? Delis also knew this. Looking at their brows and the blush on their faces that could not dissipate for a long time, she knew what happened. She didn't know what to do about it, so she could only let it go. These are the backbones of their tribe in the future. If all of them marry, then their elves will be almost hollowed out, existing in name only. Delis also realized Jiang Cheng's idea, but the two sides did not expose each other. At present, they can no longer leave this area. There is no place for them to settle down in the outside world, and the mother tree has become someone else's home. The elf empire will not waste resources to take in useless people like them. Such a good place is the Sky God Island. It is absolutely safe here, and the environment is quite suitable for their survival. Under such conditions, the elves can grow up healthily without having to consider other trivial matters. Delis has already tacitly accepted these things in her heart. As long as her people are happy, let her take care of the rest. As the teams left the Sky God Island one by one, the 5 major alliances suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. Jiang Cheng sent out the elite of the elite. Those who are not at the peak of the semi-god realm are not allowed to go. Although the number of people is not as good as the top lords, the soldiers are not the number but the quality. These Blood Clan warriors sneaked into the territories of those top lords unexpectedly, and took advantage of the other party's low vigilance to control them with thunderous means. Implant blood in his body. The lord was controlled, so the soldiers naturally did not dare to be too presumptuous. They could only watch their own lords being pressed to the ground, cut open, and let the Blood Clan warriors do it. Such a large-scale raid would naturally spread the news. The 5 major alliances were in an uproar. I didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so cruel. He actually raided so many top lords at the same time. This was simply going to cut off the lifeblood of the 5 major alliances. These top lords are the backbone of the alliance. They can be used to support the scene at critical moments. Now that they have all been attacked, the 5 major alliances are afraid that there will be countless casualties and serious damage to their vitality. The leaders of the 5 major alliances naturally couldn't stand this scene. They just stood up from their chairs, and immediately sat back dejectedly, sighing constantly, thinking of the strong man in Jiang Cheng's hand, and his dimensional interstellar cannon. The 5 people were frightened and didn't dare to go against Jiang Cheng. Therefore, facing all this, the 5 people chose to remain silent at the same time, and hurriedly cut off the way to pass with these top lords, recovered the teleportation array at the door, and even had the idea of moving. This idea was soon realized. They had a lot of territory migration cards. I thought it would be completely abandoned. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this critical moment. There were also several circles of territories around the 5 of them, all of which came to huddle together for warmth. After discovering that the leader had run away, these people also quickly packed up their things. One after another, jaw-dropping news was transmitted to the World Channel, giving people a feeling that the world had changed. With the previous news, the top lords made full preparations, but they were horrified to find that Jiang Cheng did not send a few scattered Blood Clan warriors, but sent god-level strongmen to attack them. Such a huge gap in strength made the top lords cry bitterly and completely lost the idea of resistance. In one day, nearly 80% of the top lords were attacked, and the high-level lords around their territories were also affected, but fortunately the losses were not great. According to the lords who were attacked, Jiang Cheng did not seem to want to kill them, but only extorted a huge amount of energy stones and lord coins. Then he left their territory. At first, there were lords who doubted the authenticity of this matter. They jumped out and asked a lot of questions. But before he could get an answer, the remaining victim lord stood up and said that this was the truth of the matter. One person can lie, but tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, it is impossible for so many people to lie collectively with one caliber, right? If this is true, then even if it is false, it can be made true for him. In this case, the happiest people are the leaders of the 5 major alliances. They didn't expect that Jiang Cheng just gave a lesson, took away the energy stones, and did not kill those top lords. In this way, in fact, their alliance did not lose much in the end. Energy stones can be earned again if they are lost, as long as their lives are still saved. While they were feeling emotional, the 5 people expressed their disdain for Jiang Cheng's indecision. If they had taken action, they would have definitely killed them without sparing a single one. Jiang Cheng was still too soft-hearted, and he was no match for them. Jiang Cheng himself was counting the stolen goods at this time. The people who were robbed this time were all wealthy landlords. Everyone had a huge amount of energy stones and lord coins, which more than doubled Jiang Cheng's wealth. However, he only took some energy stones and lord coins. He didn't touch any weapons or equipment. All those lords were controlled by him, like hungry wolves on a leash, and they couldn't threaten him. Naturally, there was no need to remove their fangs. It would be great to keep these sharp teeth to hunt prey for him. He added the top lords who were under control. He sent his customized governance policy to them. He asked them to strictly follow the above requirements. At the same time, he ordered those special lords to supervise. He brought over the same tactics that he had used to deal with the colonies in the Ying Empire before the time travel, supporting one faction and suppressing the other. As long as the two sides did not fight each other and restrained each other, they would not cause trouble, and Jiang Cheng would not need to spend too much time managing them. Just collect the energy stones they sent every day and make money sitting down. In the following time, Jiang Cheng arranged the affairs of the territory. The time had unknowingly come to 12 o'clock. In the warehouse of Lord Jiang Cheng, a treasure bottle that looked ordinary on the outside, but was engraved with various inscriptions and spells inside, appeared. Luck plundering treasure bottle. Currently obtained luck value, 0. It is detected that the Lord has subdued 32 elf geniuses. Do you want to obtain their luck value? A prompt sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. Get it. As his words fell, 32 golden and dazzling lights flew out of the Blood Clan territory and poured directly into the treasure bottle in Jiang Cheng's hand. There were exactly 32 elves who came to the Blood Camp. They were much worse than the outsiders, and their luck points were not too much. They only provided Jiang Cheng with 4,800 luck points. Then Jiang Cheng went to the elves' place, visited the elves, and found several little prodigies with luck. The luck value reached 5,400. These elves still have too little luck. I don't know how much Jiang has. She should be subdued by me. I should be able to get her luck points. Jiang Cheng began to look forward to the next journey to the 10,000 Monsters Mountain. He obtained the luck of the Demon Lord. The luck value increased greatly, and the next luck halo was only 30,000 luck points away. I don't know if I can get the luck points of Achuo and others. Jiang Cheng cast his eyes on Achuo, Yale, and others. Non-native creatures, luck value query failed, cannot be obtained. Then Jiang Cheng tried to obtain old native creatures such as Delis, but the results were the same, unable to check and obtain. Obviously, this activity is only for local Tianjiao. It will not work for other creatures. After understanding this, Jiang Cheng led the team to set off. He asked all the Blood Clan warriors to board the warship. Then he put the warship into the Lord's warehouse, took Enna away from the Sky God Island, and headed towards the direction of Wanyao Mountain. There is Luluo guarding the God Island. With her current strength, even if a strong man from the heavenly God realm comes, he can't do anything to her, and she may even kill him. After all, the way of heaven is full of kindness for Luluo. Maybe he will send down a heavenly punishment to help. Of course, this is just a guess by Jiang Cheng. As for the elves on the island, Jiang Cheng doesn't have to worry about them at all. The elves are kind-hearted, won't make trouble, and have been living a stable life. May I ask if you two are Miss Yaqing's friends? The location of the heavenly snake tribe of Wanyao Mountain. A hunchbacked old woman looked at the ordinary-looking young couple in front of her, whose strength was around the peak of the great sage. The young couple was Enna and Jiang Cheng. In order not to attract the attention of others, the two wore special masks that could change their appearance and body shape, and their strength was suppressed to the peak of the great sage. This mask was made by Enna herself. It contains her spiritual power of the Earth God realm. I'm afraid that the old demon king behind Wanyao Mountain would not be able to see through their disguise. We too are here at the invitation of Miss Yaqing. Jiang Cheng responded expressionlessly. After confirming it twice, the old woman took Jiang Cheng and the others to the heavenly snake tribe. After sending the two to Yaqing's mansion, the old woman withdrew. There were only a few servants in this mansion, and their strength was extremely low, only 8 stars, so the two took off their disguises. After Yaqing had learned the skills passed down by her chief master, she returned to the Peacock clan through the hidden teleportation array below. Her strong rise shocked everyone. Those who looked down on her in the past came up to ask about her well-being and began to curry favor with her. The Peacock True God even gave her a lot of natural treasures, and at the same time conferred Yaqing as a saint, whose status was second only to the sons of gods and goddesses, and she had a very high power in the entire Wanyao Mountain. The sons of gods who heard the news saw this new Yaqing, and their hearts were inexplicably moved. They fell in love with her and began to pursue her madly. They wanted to give birth to a strong offspring with her. However, all these crazy bees and butterflies were stopped by Tang Shan, the only follower around Yaqing. The other party was an ordinary member of the Heavenly Snake Department. His father was a blacksmith in the blacksmith shop in the city. He didn't care about the young Tang Shan, and Tang Shan solved all the meals. At that time, Yaqing saw that he was really pitiful, so he took him back to the mansion and made him a miscellaneous servant. When he was free, he was given some elixirs for cultivation. Let him improve his realm so that he would not be bullied by outsiders. After all, he was from her mansion. If he was too weak, wouldn't he be laughed at? But for some reason, Tang Shan, who was originally only 6 stars, suddenly rose overnight. It seemed that he had practiced another cultivation method, which did not require much resources. He only needed to practice on the hill outside the city every morning. Not only that, Tang Shan also mastered a pupil technique and powerful hidden weapon techniques. His peers were not his opponents at all. Therefore, he instantly stood out from the Sky Snake tribe and became the Tianjiao child second only to Yaqing. He was valued by the clan leader and the elders. Recently, by chance, he also worshipped the Peacock God clan and became the only follower around Yaqing. Tang Shan, the father who opened a blacksmith shop, pupil technique, hidden weapon technique. Jiang Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. Then, he thought that the daughter of luck must give birth to a son of luck, and the two faced difficulties together. Moreover, the son of luck had a very difficult time cultivating, but the daughter of luck could easily catch up with the son of luck who had fought hard for his life, and even surpassed him. This is what happened to Yaqing and Tang Shan. Tang Shan relied on his special skills to get up early and stay up late every day, facing various opponents. Although he had obtained countless opportunities along the way, the process was not smooth and full of difficulties and obstacles. After upgrading, he might deliberately suppress his realm because of problems such as the realm being empty. This caused him to lag behind others by a large distance and let others look down on him. In the end, he was slapped in the face and fought across borders, shocking countless onlookers. On the contrary, Jiang was quite smooth, directly gained cultivation, and also gained powerful support and status, which made countless people respect him. It was too easy. If Jiang Cheng hadn't intervened, Jiang might have been one of Tangshan's harem in the future. This dogblood routine. But there is an extra son of luck for nothing, it's a waste, but I don't know how much luck this son of luck has. There was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door. Jiang Cheng knew that Jiang had returned. The expression in the little girl's eyes was very complicated, with fear, excitement, joy, and a hint of admiration. As Jiang Cheng said, there was an opportunity waiting for her at the bottom of the cliff, and this opportunity was only suitable for her. If other people fell down, her master might not care and let them die, because the physiques of other people were not suitable for inheriting her master's legacy, only she. Jiang could hardly imagine how Jiang Cheng knew that there was an opportunity hidden below. If she had known this, she should have jumped down earlier. Flying into the sky a few days earlier, maybe now her realm can reach the peak of the great saint. Jiang's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, and she quickened her pace. Tangshan, who followed behind her, was full of doubts. Who came to the Sky Snake tribe and made Qing rush back from the Peacock God tribe? Now is the last time for cultivation. If you fall behind others, you may not even be able to drink soup when you enter the ancient secret realm. Looking at the nearby courtyard, Jiang's slender legs moved even faster. He looked like a young girl out of court meeting her lover. This scene fell in the eyes of Tangshan behind him, and he felt very unhappy in his heart. He wanted to know who the person in the courtyard was, who could actually make Jiang so excited. Thinking of all the changes that happened to the other party after he left the tribe and went to the vast Luo forest. Could it be that Qing'er was rescued in a dangerous situation and therefore fell in love with a certain genius? Now the genius is in the room, so she is so excited. Tangshan couldn't help but think in his heart. He didn't know much about what happened to Jiang when he went out this time, because the other party seemed to be deliberately concealing what happened. Whenever the matter was brought up, his eyes would flicker and he deliberately avoided the topic. Her words might fool others, but he would never be able to deceive him as a disciple of the Tang sect. Although he was only an outer disciple in his previous life, he was already 30 years old and had experienced all kinds of things, especially the various ridicules made by the inner disciples. Even if some people are not sarcastic, their eyes full of disgust will never deceive him. Because he has experienced so many things, Tangshan can know what a person is thinking through his facial expressions. When Jiang returned to the tribe and was talking to her father, Tangshan happened to come over and hid by the door to secretly observe what was happening inside. The detail about Jiang's eyes twinkling at that time was definitely a lie. His sneaky skills were superb, and he was not discovered the whole time. In his previous life, he relied on this to sneak into the inner gate and learn the Tang sect's secret technique, Xiantian Bailu. That's why he is what he is today. It's just that someone had secretly poisoned him, and it was only completely discharged some time ago, so he started practicing Xiantian Bailu so late. Before that, his cultivation was quite difficult. It can almost be described as a useless physique. But in fact, his physique is quite strong, far superior to ordinary people, but I don't know if he inherited it from his father, or from his mother who was captured by his grandfather and brought back to the section. Every time he thought of his mother, Tangshan felt sad and couldn't help pinching the jade pendant on his chest. Why did Qing'er lie? She has never lied before. An idea flashed in Tangshan's mind, and he thought that the clan leader did not allow Jiang to fall in love too early. He could only fall in love when he was successful in cultivation and had enough strength. Thinking of this, Tangshan was extremely frightened when he thought about it. Sure enough, Qing'er must have met his beloved when he went out this time, but due to the opposition of the clan leader, he lied when he came back and covered up the truth of the matter. Now that Qing'er has received an incredible opportunity, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, far exceeding the requirements set by the clan leader at that time. So she couldn't wait to invite her lover to come to our 10,000 Demons Mountain, and even gave up her precious training time to rush back to the tribe as soon as possible. Tangshan felt like a knife was cutting through his heart, and he wished he could spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Thinking that Jiang would be having sex with his lover in the room later, making Tangshan feel extremely uncomfortable, and the expression on his face was as ugly as eating shit. Maybe after the intimacy, they would go to the clan leader to announce the matter hand in front of him. Tangshan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were sharp, and he gritted his teeth. Jiang was the woman he liked, and no one was allowed to get involved with her. Recalling that year, when the poison in his body broke out, he was lying on the street rolling on the ground. The people around him had indifferent and disgusted expressions, and they avoided him like snakes and scorpions, as if he was back in the Tang sect. Just when he was desperate, a little girl wearing a light green dress appeared in front of him. The clothes on the other party and the energetic servant behind her all showed her noble status. But she was so noble, yet she could condescend to save him. Save him from the freezing cold wind. Tangshan will never forget that day. From that moment on, he vowed to marry this girl. Even if she was the only daughter of the patriarch, accompanied by countless noble and talented geniuses, he was not afraid. After all, he is a disciple of the Tang sect. But now that the girl he loved most was about to fall into the arms of someone else, Tangshan was so angry inside. The guy inside must be coveting the lady's body. If he were a truly responsible man, he would have come with the lady a long time ago. How could he wait until now? I must have heard rumors about the young lady recently, so I came here immediately. I don't even have a servant with me, so I probably don't have much background. Tang Shan snorted coldly. If it was a son of God, he would still be afraid of him. But if he was a disciple of a holy force, he would have no choice but to give up and return Qing'er to him. Article 5 of the General Outline of the Xiantian Treasure Record of the Tang Sect. All disciples of the Tang Sect should not easily cause trouble, but if there is an active intruder, I promise to retaliate with thunder. You dare to take the initiative to steal my woman, then don't blame me for giving you some trouble. When I reveal your true face of hypocrisy, Qing'er will truly recognize me. In Ye Qing's eyes, he was always a horse-breeding boy, although his status has improved a lot now, but the other party still looked at him with that look. Tang Shan decided to use this opportunity to make Ye Qing look at him seriously. He only needed one time to capture the other person's heart. Stay here and wait for me to come out. Ye Qing suddenly thought of something and told Tang Shan behind her. She planned to introduce Tang Shan to Jiang Cheng. This guy has been very lucky recently. Although he is slightly inferior to her, he should be able to enter Jiang Cheng's eyes. If he can get Jiang Cheng's guidance and obtain the supreme opportunity, it is not an exaggeration to say that his future will soar to the sky. Hearing this, Tang Shan's breathing suddenly stagnated. Although he had expected the other party to say this, he still couldn't calm down. He stayed outside. Then there would be only Ye Qing and the mysterious man in the room. When young lovers are alone together, it is inevitable that there will be physical contact, and if they are too excessive, they may even kiss each other. Tang Shan, who has been in the Tang sect for many years and has a conservative mind, can't accept this at all. He can't even accept the fact that Ye Qing holds hands with a strange man, let alone kissing. Tang Shan's eyes were suddenly full of bloodshot, and his face suddenly lost color, as if he had suffered a serious blow. Ye Qing didn't even bother to look back at his expression. Throwing down these words, she lifted her skirt and walked into the courtyard. Tang Shan was left standing alone outside the courtyard. His back was extremely lonely, full of loneliness and desolation. Qing'er, you don't even want to look at me, but it doesn't matter. No matter what happened between you and him, I will love you. After I uncover the hypocritical true face of that man, I will pity you. Cough cough. A touch of scarlet appeared on Tang Shan's palm, and he coughed up blood. Entering the room, looking at Jiang Cheng and Anna who were sitting at the round table, Ye Qing bowed gracefully. Meet the master, mistress. If Tang Shan outside saw this, he would probably faint directly from anger and go crazy on the spot. Jiang Cheng glanced at Anna, who looked normal next to him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is no need to greet each other in the future. The two of us will enter the ancient secret realm with you. You can arrange an identity for us and try to keep a low profile. While speaking, Jiang Cheng checked Ye Qing's luck value. Suddenly, infinite golden light appeared in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes, like a human-shaped sun. The daughter of luck, Ye Qing. Current luck value, 31,563. More than 30,000 luck values? It is detected that the daughter of luck has been subdued by the Lord. Do you want to obtain her luck value? Jiang Cheng did not choose to obtain it, because he found that Ye Qing's luck value was gradually increasing, and there would be more opportunities in the future, and her luck value would be even more terrible at that time. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng chose no. Ye Qing is not fat enough now, and it needs to be raised for a while. It is not too late to obtain it when she is fat and plump. Anna beside him snorted. It was not that she was dissatisfied with Ye Qing in front of her, but she noticed that the little bug at the gate of the courtyard was not honest, and dared to extend his mental power to spy here, not knowing whether to live or die. Such sneaky behavior, Anna would naturally not show mercy, and presumably the guy outside was not a good thing, so she naturally did not hesitate to take action and teach the other party a lesson. Strike the son of luck Tang Shan, gain 3,000 luck value, which will be added to the lord after it is gained. Jiang Cheng showed an intriguing smile. Ye Qing on the opposite side was terrified. Her current realm had reached the Great Saint, and she had just felt that Tang Shan was about to mobilize his mental power to spy. I wanted to block him, but I didn't expect the mistress to do it directly with thunder. Tang Shan is her follower. Thinking of this, Ye Qing apologized quickly. I'm sorry, master. I didn't expect this guy to be so bold that he dared to mobilize his mental power to spy. I will definitely reprimand him. It's okay, I've already taught him a lesson, and I guess he won't dare to do it next time. But this guy has impure thoughts, and it is estimated that he has spied on the things of your clan more than once. It's better to be careful and keep an eye on everything. After that, Jiang Cheng took out a fruit full of spiritual energy, with divine light flowing on it. Just smelling it makes people feel comfortable physically and mentally, and the realm has a tendency to grow upward. I promised you before that I would help you improve your realm. This fruit is it. If you eat it, your strength will be greatly improved, more than double the original strength. This fruit was picked from the elf mother tree. In Jiang Cheng's territory, it is already a common thing. It is no loss to give one to Ye Qing. Thank you, master. Ye Qing smiled, feeling the strong divine will on it. It must have been picked from the divine tree, and it was very fresh. It seems that the other party's promise to help him improve his strength is true. Then Jiang Cheng explained some things to Ye Qing, mainly about the information of the Tianjiao of Wanyao Mountain. There is also a map of the ancient secret realm and a detailed introduction. After the things were explained, Anna took the initiative to help Ye Qing sort out the meridians, probably because of the mistress she called just now. This process was not noticed by Yeching's mysterious master, because the other party's soul was weak and he was usually asleep. Before this, in order to help Yeching, she consumed a lot of soul power, so she should sleep more. Unless Yeching's life is in danger, she will not wake up on her own initiative. After explaining the matter, Yeching left the courtyard. 2 days later, the team of Wanyao Mountain will set out for the entrance of the ancient secret realm, which is a towering ancient city that has existed for countless years. There are many powerful people in it, and the number of gods is twice that of their Wanyao Mountain. The city lord is even more erratic and unfathomable. It is said that he has already crossed the category of first-level gods. In the face of this situation, Wanyao Mountain will send 9 true gods to accompany them, and the mysterious old demon king will also secretly send a clone to escort the team. This year, there are many geniuses, and we must be cautious. Yeching was named a saint, and she was no longer the little follower of the peacock goddess. Wanyao Mountain gave her the qualification to form a team alone. This qualification can be said to make countless people jealous. After all, among the 9 major gods, there are geniuses who are not qualified to go to Wanyao Mountain, but Yeching, an outsider, has the qualification to bring a little follower into it. Suddenly, a series of flattery and jealousy followed. Yeching chose to ignore these changes. Her strength allowed her to no longer be low-key. Outside the courtyard, Tang Shan rolled on the ground with his head in his arms, roaring continuously, his whole body trembling with pain. Presumably his soul had suffered a great deal of trauma. Yeching sighed slightly. After all, he walked out of her house. Although she was dissatisfied with Tang Shan's behavior, she couldn't bear to see him in such pain. This is for you. It should be able to relieve a lot of pain after you go back and eat it, and you are not allowed to approach this courtyard in the future. There are very important people in it. If you disturb the people inside, I will not let you off easily. Yeching took a herb full of spiritual energy and placed it in front of Tang Shan. Her master was weak in spirit, and this was originally given to her, and now she could only let Tang Shan take it, but there were still many such herbs, and she could ask Peacock God for a few more. Tang Shan raised his head with difficulty, and only saw Yeching's profile, the rosy face, as if it had just been well moisturized, full of a different kind of beauty. Puff. Tang Shan didn't know what Yeching did inside, but he could more or less guess it because of the other party's ruddy face. A mouthful of heart blood spurted out. 1 drop just fell on the jade pendant on his chest. A faint green light emanated from the jade pendant, and Tang Shan felt that the holy power in his body was slowly absorbed by it, and his realm showed signs of falling. Just when he was shocked and wanted to take off the jade pendant, a more pure and mysterious holy energy fed back into his body, as if it had been purified again, constantly washing and washing his body. These new holy energies were very heavy, and they would feed back as much as they absorbed, one after another, and even the surrounding air was distorted. Tang Shan was shocked, and then overjoyed. This was the opportunity her mother left for him. After being stained with his heart blood, he officially awakened. In order not to be discovered by the people in the courtyard, Tang Shan endured the severe pain in his mind and ran back to his residence in embarrassment. Little did he know that a pair of eyes were staring at his back. This guy actually carries a luck value of 40,000. It seems that something has just been triggered, and it has skyrocketed by 5,000. Could it be the jade pendant on his chest? It's really interesting. I didn't expect to meet another son of luck. With so much luck, we can't just do it directly. We need to destroy his opportunity and attack him in secret, slowly. The subtle holy aura just now alarmed Anna and Jiang Cheng in the room. In order to prevent being spied on by others, the 2 of them have been covering the entire courtyard with their mental power. With such a strong mental power, Tang Shan's various actions can't escape their eyes. Not to mention such obvious fluctuations in breath. If the 2 of them hadn't appeared, Tang Shan's little secret might not have been discovered, and it would have become a perfect weapon for him to play the pig and eat the tiger. But now, at the same time, Jiang Cheng was also a little curious about Tang Shan's life experience. If nothing unexpected happened, Tang Shan's parents were not simple. They might have been famous strongmen on the mainland, but they had to hide in the mortal world for various reasons. After all, the life experience of the son of luck is not simple. When Tang Shan grows up, he may run into his father's or mother's enemies, and then he will come to avenge his father and become famous. If that's the case, his parents are not simple people. Maybe they have some hidden tricks, waiting for the rising Tang Shan to inherit and turn them into Tang Shan's unique opportunity. It is even possible that they left a force and let Tang Shan become the leader of this force, so that he can fight the enemy forces on the mainland to death. He sent a message to Yeching, who was arranging affairs in the mansion, and asked her to secretly investigate Tang Shan's background. No matter how much information there is, collect it all and give it to him. Outside of Yeching's mansion, an elite armored knight stopped at the gate. The leading man was tall and straight, with a brilliant divine light flowing on his body. He was a son of the god of Wanyao Mountain. Beside him, there was a younger boy with a similar face. The leading man looked angry and looked at the blue and purple wounds on his brother's face. He burst out with extremely terrifying power. The guy who hit you is in this mansion. Yes, brother, the people I sent out saw him walk into this mansion with their own eyes, and he never came out the whole time. At this time, the onlookers recognized the 2 brothers. The 2 brothers are sons of the god of the Blood Clan. The elder brother is named Jin Yang and the younger brother is named Jin Xin. They are the few Tianjiao sons of the Blood Clan in the contemporary era. Other sons of the gods are either in seclusion preparing to break through to become gods, or their age cannot be considered as the young generation. It takes a huge price for gods to give birth to a child. So it is best to have as few children as possible, and self-cultivation is the top priority. The onlookers were very curious about what the two high-ranking sons of God were doing in their heavenly snake tribe. Judging from the expressions on their faces, they seemed to be looking for trouble. And the son of God Jiang Cheng seemed to be injured, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Brother, you must teach that Tang Shan a lesson later. That guy is very cunning. He deliberately led me to suppress my realm and fight him, which put me at a disadvantage. That's not all. He seems to have a lot of poisoned hidden weapons on hand. He gave me a few needles when I wasn't paying attention. The wound hasn't healed yet. Jiang Cheng touched the purple-black swelling on his face and grimaced in pain. Because the incident was too absurd, he was afraid of being ridiculed, so he didn't go to the masters of the tribe to deal with the swelling on his face. He was one of Yeching's pursuers. As early as when the Sky God Island was tied up together, Jiang Cheng fell in love with Yeching. It's just that Yeching's identity at that time couldn't be with him, and they were not from the same world. But with the rise of Yeching, the restless heart in Jiang Cheng's heart started beating again. This time he did not retreat, but took the initiative to go to the Peacock clan to express his feelings to her. But he did not expect that instead of expressing his feelings, he was taught a lesson by a guy named Tang Shan. That guy's methods were extremely strange. His hands turned into white jade, and then turned into dozens of ghosts, wearing various poisonous hidden weapons. Underestimating the enemy, Jiang Cheng was defeated by him. As the saying goes, if you beat the younger one, the older one will come. In order not to be ridiculed by other sons of God, he decided to seek revenge from his brother and beat up the guy named Tang Shan. The guard at the door of the mansion heard their conversation and was so scared that he almost collapsed and fainted. Beating the son of God, even if they slaughtered their entire clan, could not dispel the anger of the true God. Fortunately, Jin Yang mobilized a holy energy to support his body. Go, call out the guy named Tang Shan in your house. If he doesn't come out, I'll go to the blacksmith shop to find his father. Yes, yes. The guards didn't care about these things, and crawled in, ready to pull Tang Shan out to take the blame. The onlookers were extremely panicked. Recently, the Peacock True God gave a pill to the clan leader, and the other party was in seclusion, preparing to break through the semi-god. And the eldest lady went out to do things again. The whole Tianxi was leaderless, and no one could calm the anger of the two sons of God. If something happened, the consequences would be disastrous. At this time, the onlookers hated Tang Shan. You said you had nothing to do to provoke the son of God. Can you provoke a person of this level? For a while, the crowd complained. There were even radical people who went to Tang Shan's blacksmith shop to make trouble for his father. After all, they are demons, and they handle things so roughly. It is detected that the son of luck is falling in realm. Will the Lord collect this part of luck? Jiang Cheng in the room raised his eyebrows, his mental power spread out, and he understood the cause and effect of the matter. He is indeed a son of luck. Troubles come one after another. Basically, after solving one, another one will come. Jiang Cheng touched his chin. The Jinyang brothers have a good reputation in Wanyao Mountain. They don't look like the kind of dandy boys who bully others by taking advantage of their power. They don't even have a few strong people around them. Next, Tang Shan and Jinyang should have a fight. Then Tang Shan won with the opportunity he just got, and was admired by Jinyang. At this time, the onlookers must be extremely shocked and spread this matter throughout Wanyao Mountain. What followed was the surge in Tang Shan's luck value, appreciation from various bigwigs. Countless opportunities are waiting for him behind. In this way, Tang Shan is in the limelight, and some narrow-minded sons of God will definitely be unhappy and continue to make trouble. The next round of pretending to be cool and slapping in the face begins. Jiang Cheng's eyes were shining. He wanted to get rid of Tang Shan as soon as possible. If this guy succeeded in pretending to be powerful, and those big guys paid attention to him, and his own luck value skyrocketed, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Maybe his identity would be exposed. So this time, Tang Shan must be embarrassed, so that he would lose face and his luck would plummet. On the other side, Tang Shan restrained the holy energy on his body. His realm was about to reach the middle stage of the Holy King. Although his realm did not look high, he was not afraid of the peak of the Holy King with various means. Even if the great sage came, he had the confidence to fight him. Cross-border fighting was like a common thing for him. When did he not cross the border to defeat his opponents along the way? In the end, those seemingly strong enemies still became the dry bones under his feet. Humph, no matter who it is, don't think about snatching my chinger. She can only belong to one person. Tang Shan, who got the opportunity, was full of confidence in his heart. He was ready to find the man in the courtyard to have a good competition and teach him a painful lesson. Let the other party know that chinger is not something that anybody can covet. Only he, Tang Shan, can be worthy of Yeching. A burst of hurried footsteps came. The guard who came to report the incident told the whole story. Brother Tang Shan, you are too reckless to provoke such a being. Fortunately, the other party is the son of God Jinyang, who has a good reputation in Wanyao Mountain. If it were any other son of God with a bad temper, it is estimated that our Tianxi tribe would have been a sea of blood, and everyone would be unable to escape the fate of extermination. You dug this mess up, and you must come forward to solve it yourself. If you don't go out, the son of God Jinyang will go to find your father. This guard watched Tang Shan grow up. When the young Tang Shan just came to the mansion, he didn't know anything, and he took care of him a little. Out of kindness, he advised, I think you can kneel down and apologize to Jin Yang and Jin Xin, and that's it. They are generous and won't embarrass people like us. It will only take a while. When you have made achievements in the clan and gained a noble position in the future, who dares to expose this matter behind your back? The guard considered Tang Shan from the perspective of the bottom. Although Tang Shan was defined as a child of the heaven in the clan, he was only the son of a blacksmith after all. He had no background and no backing, and was not as good as those dignitaries. He felt that in the face of such things, he should swallow his anger. Compared with a bright future, a little humiliation was nothing. Who doesn't have a few stains? But as a son of destiny, Tang Shan had to take an unusual path after all. He had to fight to the end in everything. He would rather live on his feet than die on his knees? Shut up. As a disciple of the Tang sect, I, Tang Shan, will kneel to the heavens, the earth, my parents, and my teachers in this life. What are Jin Yang and Jin Xin? Even if I die, I will not kneel to them. Tang Shan was furious and extremely angry. Jin Xin, the guy who coveted Qing'er's body, was defeated by him in public, and he had the nerve to trouble him. He simply didn't know how to live or die. That Jin Yang is not a good guy either. He actually threatened him to do something to his father. A hypocrite who helped the tyrants to do evil? The third article of the Tang sect Xiantian treasure record. If you are sure that the opponent is an enemy, as long as he has a way to die, don't show mercy, otherwise it will only add to your troubles. Tang Shan's eyes burst with murderous intent. No matter what kind of son of God the other party is, as long as he dares to go against him, he will kill him. His achievements in the future will definitely not stop there. He will definitely surpass the gods of Wanyao Mountain, stand between the worlds, and carry forward the Tang sect. Tang Shan touched the jade pendant on his chest. This is the source of his confidence. I just don't know if my mother can feel that he has awakened this jade pendant. More than 10 years have passed, and my mother should be able to get rid of my grandfather's control and come to find him. By then, his status and position will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The sons and daughters of the third-level gods in Wanyao Mountain don't even have the qualifications to follow him and serve tea and water. Oh, my ancestors. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The other party is outside now. Maybe a strong man heard what you said with his mental power. This matter will not be solved by simply kneeling down. The guard's face changed drastically, and he quickly covered Tang Shan's mouth. Although Tang Shan's status has not changed substantially, his living conditions are hundreds of levels higher than before. No need to go to the smelly stable to feed the horses. He only needs to practice with peace of mind every day, and the servants in the mansion will take care of his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. At the same time, he has an independent mansion. However, he wanted to be closer to Yaqing, so he didn't move there and stayed in the young lady's mansion. Smelling the sour sweat on the guard, Tang Shan pushed him away, patted his messy clothes, and a trace of anger and disgust flashed in his eyes. This is the clothes made of the cloth given by Yaqing. It's dirty like this? If he hadn't taken into account the other party's care in the past, he might have slapped him directly just now. If he didn't die, he would be half disabled. In the end, he was too kind. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Since you all don't think highly of me, then let's see how I defeat Jin Yang outside. Tang Shan has experienced a lot of such pessimism. Every time the crowd didn't think highly of him. But he won in the end. This time was no exception. Tang Shan burst out with confidence, and left the courtyard with a gust of wind. This guy, he usually looks steady, why is he so easily angry today, as if he had eaten gunpowder? The guard scratched his head and hurriedly followed him. In the dark corner, Jiang Cheng and Anna emerged from the shadows. Looking at Tang Shan's performance, Jiang Cheng showed an evil smile. What Tang Shan said just now flowed into the ears of Jin Yang and others word for word, and now their lungs are about to explode, and a good show is about to be staged. But this is thanks to your anger power, Nana. If it weren't for this power, things might not have developed to this point. Anna rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng. Do you have the nerve to bully ants of this level? I think we should go find trouble with the gods of Wanyao Mountain. Enemies of that level are interesting. Jiang Cheng took out the luck plundering bottle, which was filled with a lot of luck value, and the flashing golden light seemed to overflow. Anna's eyes lit up and she immediately understood Jiang Cheng's actions. As Jiang Cheng's luck improved, she would also be affected in this aspect. The two figures disappeared again. This level is not enough. After all, Tang Shan is the son of luck, and maybe he can resolve the crisis directly after a few words. Wouldn't Jiang Cheng's work be in vain in this way? Tang Shan must be slapped into a deep pit with a slap, so that he can never raise his head again. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Outside the mansion, Jin Yang and others looked livid. They didn't know why they suddenly heard the conversation in the mansion. Tang Shan's words were full of disdain for Jin Yang's people. He even spoke wildly, saying that Jin Yang and Jin Xin were nothing. This made Jin Yang and Jin Xin, the sons of God, lose face, especially with so many onlookers around. The two of them were extremely noble and high above. Even if someone had complaints about them, they would only complain secretly behind their backs. Who dared to be as presumptuous as Tang Shan? The voice was heard outside the mansion, and everyone heard it. Isn't this trampling on their face? Even if Jin Yang had a good temper, he couldn't help but get angry at this time. He was not a person without temper, but he just disdained to argue with others in normal times and felt that it was troublesome. It seems that it is time to establish his majesty, otherwise any cat or dog would dare to provoke him. If he doesn't handle this matter well today, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to raise his head in front of other sons of God again. He will become a laughing stock in other people's mouths, the King Kong clan will be ashamed, and the father's attitude towards him will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this series of consequences, Jin Yang wanted to cut Tang Shen into pieces and beat him so hard that even his own father could not recognize him. Brother, that kid is out. As Jin Xian said, everyone's eyes were focused on the door, Tang Shen's wheat-colored, seemingly ordinary but very handsome face. After all, it is difficult not to provoke people with such a standard appearance, with an ordinary protagonist face and a handsome boy's appearance. Looking at the extremely confident Tang Shan, Jin Yang frowned. Are you the Tang Shan who severely injured my brother and spoke arrogantly and belittled me in the mansion? His voice contained terrible mental power, forming a series of visible sound waves. This is to test Tang Shan's strength, and at the same time to give him a warning, to show him some color first. How could Tang Shan, whose soul was injured, withstand such an attack? His head was buzzing with pain. If he was in his prime, he might be able to resist, but after being severely injured by Anna, his soul state was extremely poor. As for the herb, he had not had time to eat it. Mainly because it had the lingering fragrance of chinger, he did not plan to refine it so quickly, and planned to savor it in the evening. But after hearing Jin Yang's words, Ye Qing's eyes flashed with anger. He had clearly defeated Jin Xian openly, and the other party was injured because of his stupidity. What's the situation of you, Jin Yang, intervening in the conflict between him and Jin Xian? Can't afford to play? As for the derogation, it was even more fictitious. It was nakedly putting a hat on his head and throwing dirty water on him. I'm afraid you want to use this excuse to attack him. He just said a few words to the guards. It was just a whim and emotional. Could it be that Jin Yang was mobilizing his mental power to peak at that time? Such a despicable thing can actually be done. The good reputation outside is probably the private publicity of the Vajra God clan. Jin Yang's true face is actually a real hypocrite. Tang Shen sneered in his heart, and his double-standard mentality was fully reflected at this time. Under the influence of Anna's law, his inner activities were completely reflected on his face. He was angry, disdainful, and sneered at the same time, as if he was provoking. Is this guy fooled by the mental attack of Jin Yang Shenzi? He sneered and provoked His Highness Shenzi in this situation. Does he really think that his strength as a Saint King can compete with the great Saint Jin Yang Shenzi? The onlookers thought that Tang Shan had a problem with his brain. He dared to be so presumptuous in front of Jin Yang Shenzi. I'm afraid that there have been a lot of comments praising him in the clan during this period, and he really regarded himself as an invincible Tianjiao in the world. Jin Yang sighed helplessly in his heart, and he also began to think that Tang Shan had a problem with his brain. Ordinary people would not react like him in this situation. Facing this kind of stuff, he didn't want to get entangled too much. After all, he is a pitiful person. With such a character, there will be many people who will teach him a lesson in the future. Tang Shan, if you can take my 3 palms, then I will forgive your previous behavior and let you go. But if you can't take it, then you must kneel down and apologize to my brother, and give him the antidote. After that, a golden light appeared behind Jin Yang, covering the sky and the sun, and the phantom of a divine ape standing between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding houses to collapse and the ground to shatter. If it weren't for the timely action of the demigod behind him, I'm afraid that half of the Tianxi tribe would be in trouble. Jin Yang was filled with divine light, and a golden road extended under his feet, like a young god of war, with a mighty power approaching the demigod realm. There seemed to be gods and Buddhas in his palms, and the surrounding void collapsed. Jin Yang can definitely be ranked in the top 5 among the young sons of gods in Wanyao Mountain. He is a true young genius, and cross-border combat is not a difficult task for him. In order to establish his majesty, he thought he would be a little ruthless at the beginning and try to defeat Tang Shan in one blow. If he can't defeat Tang Shan with one palm, wouldn't it make him look weak? Who knows what the outside world will say about him? Damn it, he didn't play by the rules. Tang Shan's face turned pale. Before, most of the people he met were fakes with empty realms, and they were all very arrogant. Some of them died in his hands without even showing their trump cards. The 6th article of Tang Sect Xiantian Treasure Record. Taishan collapses in front of you and your face remains unchanged, and the yellow river bursts on your head and your face remains calm. A true master of hidden weapons always has a calm mind. Tang Shan forced himself to calm down. He didn't know what happened to him today, why he was so impetuous. This was completely inconsistent with his usual performance. Could it be that the strong man around Jin Yang used some despicable means to affect him unconsciously? Without caring so much, Tang Shan took out a black hammer with faint patterns and weighing 10,000 pounds from the storage ring. Above the hammer flashed the terrible power of thunder, and the air within a radius of 1 kilometer became extremely heavy and oppressive. He got this hammer by chance. At present, his grade is a top-grade holy weapon, which can be continuously evolved and its hardness is comparable to that of a semi-artifact. At the same time, Tang Shan turned into several ghost shadows, his hands turned into white jade, his eyes flashed with faint purple light, looking for flaws in Jin Yang. This boy's aura is close to that of a great sage, and his holy energy is also quite terrifying. I'm afraid that ordinary great sages are not his opponents. A demigod from the Vajra god clan had a gleam in his eyes, as if he was looking through Tang Shan. Jin Xian next to him was surprised. So, Tang Shan had not used his full strength before the competition with him? No wonder he was so confident. But in front of his brother, this strength was still not enough. After all, they were the descendants of gods, and they were better than ordinary geniuses in all aspects. The onlookers were in an uproar. They were extremely surprised. After all, the chief of the Sky Snake tribe was only a great sage before. Tang Shan had the strength to defeat the great sage at such a young age. It was so terrifying. But they still didn't think highly of Tang Shan. Tang Shan had long been accustomed to the gazes from the people around him. The powerful holy energy on his body continued to condense, and the speed at which the jade pendant fed back the holy energy had been stimulated to the extreme by him. He began to swing the black hammer in his hand towards the air. The speed was quite fast, and the power of the hammer was constantly increasing with the number of times he swung it. Countless dust was shaken up. Various terrifying visions were formed. As Tang Shan swung the hammer for the 80th time, a force that made everyone's heart palpitate came out of the hammer. This was his hidden trump card. He never used it easily from beginning to end. The first rule of the Tang sect Xiantian treasure record: never let people who cannot be fully trusted know how much your real strength is. Tang Shan felt that stealing the Xiantian treasure record was the most correct thing he did in his previous life. If it weren't for the Xiantian treasure record, he would not have achieved what he has today, nor would he have such strength. Jin Yang in the air finally looked at Tang Shan seriously. He didn't expect that this mentally ill guy actually had such a few tricks. The power of this hammer might be difficult for ordinary demigods to resist. The surrounding space was distorted by him. In order not to lose face, in order to win with one blow, Jin Yang urged the holy power of his whole body. His eyes burst out dazzling golden light, the shadow behind him became more and more solid, and a golden giant hand with tens of thousands of streamers entangled suppressed it. It was like a pair of hands from heaven, covering the Tianxi tribe. Some silent old monsters looked here. 9981 hammers. Tang Shan roared, swung the hammer to meet the giant hand. Both sides burst out with extremely terrifying power, and the airwaves generated made the protective shields created by the surrounding demigods tremble, cracking like spider webs. As a last resort, several demigods who were accompanying took out the extremely precious protective formation. This is the Tianxi tribe after all. Now the Tianxi tribe and the Peacock God clan are very close, and the only daughter of the Tianxi tribe leader has the qualifications to become a god. In the future, it is very likely that she will lead the tribe to become the 10th largest god clan in Wanyao Mountain. If they destroy this place into ruins, I am afraid they will be punished when they go back. Just when the two forces are about to collide, 3 ordinary pebbles were ejected from the void. They hit Tang Shan's 3 key acupuncture points accurately. Tang Shan's body suddenly became numb, and the holy energy in his body was like a deflated balloon. The sledgehammer in his hand flew out of his hand and smashed towards the ground. At the same time, he fell rapidly, and his face became extremely pale. This change surprised everyone. The onlookers may not see anything, but the old monsters who were secretly observing found this clue. Between the two semi-god powers, even the special metal used for refining would be crushed into pieces, not to mention 3 ordinary little stones. What's more outrageous is that these 3 stones also hit 3 key acupuncture points for running holy energy. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Obviously, someone was secretly calculating Tang Shan. These old monsters were old and cunning, and they soon figured out what was going on. Presumably, the King Kong true god was afraid that his son would not be able to defeat such an ordinary genius, so he secretly made some moves. No one else had any conflicts with this young man. These old monsters smiled knowingly and retracted their gazes. Since it involved the true god, they would not care. The young man was not their disciple or anything, so there was no need to offend other true gods for him. The terrifying holy energy was suddenly blocked. Tang Shan suddenly vomited 3 liters of old blood, and all the holy energy that had just been mobilized flowed back into his body, very violently, and madly destroyed his meridians. Instantly, Tang Shan turned into a bloody man. This was not over yet. Jin Yang's strongest attack had already arrived in front of him. Even if Jin Yang discovered that Tang Shan's body was abnormal, the opponent was so close at this time that he could not take back so much holy energy at such a short distance. Boom boom, the terrifying golden giant palm crushed Tang Shan, knocking him thousands of meters away, and smashed him into the surrounding formation like a cannonball. He smashed the formation into countless cracks. Tang Shan had fainted at this time, his internal organs were all shattered, and he was almost dying. If it weren't for the jade pendant on his chest trying to save his life, I'm afraid the son of destiny would have died here. Kakaka. The seal in the body was broken. A new blood washed over Tang Shan's body. There was a terrible divinity flowing on it. This new blood replaced the original blood in his body, and the injuries on his body were constantly repairing. In a remote blacksmith shop of the Tianxi tribe, a tall and burly middle-aged man in his 50s suddenly opened his eyes. The seal on Xiaoshan was broken. No one can break the seal except me and his mother, unless it is forcibly shattered by external force. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. He was Tang Shen's father, Tang Hao. Because of years of alcoholism, he smelled of alcohol. The robe he wore had many holes in it, which was worse than that of the beggars begging on the street. His skin was sallow, obviously caused by insufficient nutrition. But even such a middle-aged man had amazing blood and energy, and his body was full of muscle lumps. I'm afraid he could kill a wild bull with one hand. A trace of panic flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. If the seal in Tang Shen's body was broken by external force, his current state would be no different from dying. Thinking of the terrifying battle fluctuations outside just now, Tang Hao hurriedly got up and ran towards the place where the battle was. Tang Shan is the only son of him and his wife. Although he usually doesn't care about him, this is just a superficial imagination and a kind of tempering for him. Tang Hao ran at full speed, alarming his next-door neighbor, Old GK. Old GK looked at the other person's back and said, "Why is this idiot running so fast? Is there something wrong with Xiaoshan? Damn it, if the lady knew that Xiaoshan was in trouble, I'm afraid my head would be in danger." After saying that, the elderly Old GK burst out with terrifying power and followed. Ahem. Tang Shen's liver and gallbladder were shattered, and his whole body was in pain. His legs have even lost feeling. Looking at the Jinyang godson who was high in the distance and exuding golden light, he only had endless resentment in his heart, and his terrifying eyes made people feel chilled in their hearts. Tang Shan hated Jinyang very much in his heart. There is definitely something wrong with those 3 stones just now. Jinyang must be afraid of losing to him. So he sent someone to do this dirty trick? He mentally recalled the contents of the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect, and his eyes suddenly became firm. He hid his right hand in his abdomen and took out his carefully crafted hidden weapon, the peacock feather. This is the best hidden weapon he can currently create. The remaining 2 more powerful hidden weapons cannot be crafted due to lack of materials and time. This Jinyang will definitely come to me later to show off his power and ask me to kneel down and apologize. When the time comes, he will definitely let down his guard, and I will take advantage of that moment to kill him with one blow. Before, I only used the most common hidden weapons to deal with his idiot brother. Jinyang would never have thought that I had a weapon that could instantly kill the great sage. Peacockling has 12 divine needles. To launch them, you only need to press the button. There is no fluctuation of holy energy, and each one can penetrate the holy body. Tang Shan has been playing with hidden weapons for so many years, and he is confident that he can instantly hit the 12 vital points of Jinyang at close range. Thinking of the opponent being unable to defeat him and sneaking up on him, there is such a chi in Tang Shan that I wish I could drink its blood, eat its flesh, and get rid of it quickly. In anger, he had lost his mind and began not to consider the consequences of killing Jinyang. He just wanted to let the other party die. Jinyang fell in front of Tang Shan, looked at Tang Shan who was lying on the ground in a panic, and said, "Tang Shan, you lost. Although I don't know why you suddenly stopped just now, but as long as you apologize to my brother, I can forget about it. Take people out of here immediately, and we'll also send people to deal with your injuries." At this time, Yahayun, the leader of the Sky Snake tribe, broke out of the barrier. His demigod-level strength could not be fully restrained, so he immediately attracted the attention of others. Yaqing, who was mobilizing manpower outside to investigate the Tang Shan family's information, also rushed back. After all, such a terrifying battle had occurred in front of her house, and it was difficult for her not to come back. If it disturbs the master and mistress from resting, I'm afraid that everyone outside will die. Even if the true god comes, we won't be able to protect him. The onlookers immediately understood the cause and effect. Looking at Tang Shan who was lying on the ground in a miserable state, Yaqing suddenly felt guilty for some reason. The incident started because of her. If she had politely rejected Jin Xian's pursuit at that time, Tang Shan would not have had a conflict with him, and there would not have been any subsequent incidents. 2 sons of God, this incident happened because of me. Tang Shan is also a member of my family. If you want to apologize, just come to me and don't embarrass him. Yaqing's words attracted the attention of the 2 gods and everyone present. At this moment, Tang Shan, who was lying on the ground dying, suddenly burst out with a roar. "Go to hell, you sanctimonious hypocrite." The expression on Tang Shan's face was like a ghost crawling out of hell. With all his meridians and internal organs destroyed, he used all his strength. A cylindrical metal object was taken out from his arms. With a click, the object instantly unfolded into a fan shape. The gorgeous accessories on it were like peacock feathers, extremely exquisite. Suddenly, Jinyang's back was like a thorn, and an extreme sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of his heart. 12 streaks of colorful light flew out from the metal object in Tang Shan's hand. There was obviously no vitality at all, but it was filled with a terrifying power that made people palpitate, and seemed to be able to tear the surrounding air apart. Every stream of light points directly to the key location of Jinyang. Such a distance gave him no time to react, and even if he could react, these 12 attacks were too fast. It arrived in front of him almost as soon as it was launched. Brute. Yahayun was dumbfounded. This guy actually dared to sneak up on him, and even wanted to attack and kill him directly. Before he could think about it, he roared angrily, and the terrifying force overturned Tang Shan to the ground. He didn't know if the Son of God died in his heavenly serpent tribe. Would true God Vajra send an army to raise his heavenly serpent tribe to the ground? By then, I'm afraid even the true god Peacock won't be able to protect them. Thinking of this, he broke into a cold sweat behind his back. From the onlookers, he learned the cause and effect of the incident. It was not that the two sides lost the competition, and it was not that they could not afford to lose, but they actually had murderous intentions. You, Tang Shan, were the ones who hit you first. If you apologize and surrender first, wouldn't that be the end of it? You apologize directly and sincerely. As a son of God, I can't bear to do anything to you in front of so many people. After all, they are weak and the other side is strong. Some things should be tolerated, just tolerate them. Ye Haiyun didn't know why Tang Shan couldn't even figure out such a simple thing. Why did he have to be tough? Such people have such an extreme mentality. I am afraid that they will mislead the entire ethnic group and cannot be retained. Chinger has the qualifications to become a god. This time he goes to the ancient secret realm to get a few more opportunities. Within 100 years, he will definitely be able to obtain a godly position and make the Sky Snake tribe become the 10th largest divine clan in Wanyao Mountain. Moreover, the number of female true gods on the mainland is relatively small. At that time, there will not be too many true gods who come to pursue her. Some true gods with strong backgrounds will come to propose marriage. Then choose a true god who is willing to marry into the family. The Heavenly Snake tribe will have 2 true gods at once, and the future is limitless. The rest of the gods will be jealous. Such a bright future cannot be ruined by a reckless man. Even if you, Tang Shan, have great talent, can you compare with my daughter, Ye Haiyun? As the patriarch, Ye Haiyun must consider the whole clan. It is better to kick out a guy like Tang Shan who likes to make trouble as soon as possible, so as not to cause more trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Ye Haiyun made a decision. Jin Yang's body was intertwined with divine symbols. As a son of God, his parents must have left him a way to save his life. But he didn't expect Tang Shan to be so despicable and shameless. Although his brother had reminded him before, he didn't expect that the other party could do a sneak attack in public. Especially Ye Haiyun and Ye Qing were both present. He knew that Tang Shan had a crush on his young lady, but because of different reasons such as status, position, and strength, he had not revealed his feelings. He didn't expect that this guy could sneak attack in front of his beloved woman. If the Father God hadn't engraved a divine talisman on him, he would have died here today. Damn it, you actually used your hidden weapon to sneak attack again, and almost got my brother hit. You're just courting death. Jin Xian, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, ran over and kicked Tang Shan 100 meters away, venting his anger fiercely. My jade pendant. While being kicked away, Tang Shan suddenly found that the jade pendant on his neck was missing. Before he could think about it, he fell to the ground and saw stars. His mind was in disarray. His head was filled with terror, and he had no idea what force had taken away his jade pendant. That was the only thing his mother had left for him, and it was an opportunity that belonged to him alone. With that jade pendant, his achievements would be infinitely expanded. But now it was taken away for no reason. It must have been done by Jin Yang's secret helper. Damn guy, it's okay to sneak attack me when I was casting a spell, but he also took away the jade pendant given by my mother, which is simply too much. Tang Shan was so angry that he couldn't speak, and could only cough up blood. Ye Haiyun knew that it was his turn to come forward. He grabbed Tang Shan's collar, brought him in front of Jin Yang and Jin Xian, and forced him down. Your Highnesses, this boy is the son of a blacksmith in my Heavenly Snake tribe. Because my daughter felt sorry for him, I took him into my mansion as a horse-raising servant. Recently, perhaps because my realm and strength have improved, I have become a little arrogant and accidentally bumped into you, Your Highnesses. In the final analysis, it is because I failed to discipline you properly. I apologize to you here. If you, Your Highnesses, have a fancy to something in our tribe, just ask, I will immediately offer it with both hands. If you can use me in the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Of course, I will definitely punish this guy Tang Shan when I get back, please rest assured, Your Highnesses. Tang Shan is still a member of the Heavenly Snake tribe. The things he committed were more or less related to the Heavenly Snake tribe, so Ye Haiyun naturally had to apologize. Now his code of conduct is to try to stay alive, to protect his daughter, and to protect his tribe. As long as there is no major accident, his future success is a foregone conclusion, there is no escape. Jin Yang also knew this. After all, Ye Qing's talent was too terrifying. She was a lady who had not even entered the Saint realm some time ago. Now her strength has reached the Great Saint. Her combat power and trump card are probably not weaker than his. In addition, the Peacock God clan intends to cultivate her, and a huge amount of resources are poured into her as if it is free. Her treatment is even higher than that of several unemployed sons and daughters of gods. In the long run, it is only a matter of time for Ye Qing to surpass him. It is even possible that she has surpassed him now, but it has not been exposed. After all, every genius has his own little secrets. Ye Qing can move so fast, she must be extraordinary, and there must be more than just the Peacock God behind her. Otherwise, she would have been caught and dissected to find out the secrets of her body. Looking at Tang Shan, who was forced to kneel on the ground with a pale face, Jin Yang waved his hand generously. You are too polite, patriarch. Yet. Since the matter is over, I will take my leave first. There has been such a big commotion here. I am afraid that I can't come out and stroll around before leaving. Jin Xian next to him smiled awkwardly, nodded to Ye Qing next to Ye Haiyun. Just now, Ye Haiyun said that he could take whatever he liked. If it weren't for his brother standing by to stop him, he might have won the beauty now. Humph, 2 little kids whose hair hasn't even grown up yet. You dare to hurt my son? Get out of here. A deep voice exploded in the sky. The sound was not too loud, but the domineering aura contained in it made everyone's body tremble unconsciously. The terrifying divine power spread in the sky, covering the entire Tianxi tribe. Countless creatures couldn't resist this terrifying pressure and knelt on the ground one after another. Seeing himself kneeling on the ground in a mess, begging for surrender, Tang Hao was extremely angry. His tattered robes burst open, revealing his muscular body. It was hard to imagine that this was the body of a long-term alcoholic man. Dad. Dad. Tang Shan raised his head with difficulty and looked at his domineering father in the sky. Tears in his eyes could not stop flowing out. Seeing that others had powerful backers, but he didn't, no one knew the bitterness in his heart. This emotion had been suppressed in his heart, and finally broke out at this moment. I knew that my father was not simple, but I didn't expect to see his true strength today, and he was actually a true god. The powerful divine power on his body was not concealed, and the terrifying divine power overwhelmed countless creatures. Tang Shan raised his head at this moment, with a proud look on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. Several figures of true gods appeared from the void. They were the patriarchs of the 9 major divine clans. Looking at Tang Hao in the air in the distance, their eyes were extremely solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy, because the aura of the other party reached the 2nd level god, which was far beyond their ability to contend with. Perhaps they could defeat the other party together, but they would also pay a painful price, and even the true god might fall. But who is willing to bear this price? Each of them has supreme power and status. Who is willing to die like this? They can survive until now, firstly by talent, and secondly by who can hide the most. Not fighting or grabbing, and developing in silence is the kingly way. The King Kong true god wanted to negotiate with Tang Hao on the opposite side, but the other party was obviously extremely angry, and without saying a word, he directly threw a terrifying god-level attack towards Jin Yang and others below, tearing half of the sky. As for Tang Shan, he had been dragged far away by the secretly watching Lao Chak, out of the reach of the attack. Damn it, we can't rely on this divine power at all. The true god Peacock and the King Kong god clan want to enter the scene and rescue Yeqing, Jin Yang, and others, but they obviously underestimated Tang Hao's strength. Just the residual power he exuded made it difficult for them to get close. If he insists on rushing in, they will be injured. When Tang Hao wants to kill him, it will be easy. The other major Protoss probably want to die so that they can take advantage of the situation and annex their territory. Just when Tang Hao's attack was about to land, Yeqing's eyes turned black, and his body erupted with power that could compete with Tang Hao, easily erasing his attack. Yeqing seemed to be a different person at this time, his expression extremely cold. Even Yehayun began to wonder if this was his biological daughter, and felt that some old monster had taken away her body. Junior, I see that you are not in a very good condition, so I might as well skip the fight today. If the stalemate continues, I don't know if your body can hold on. If you forcefully mobilize the secret technique, you know the consequences better than I do. Yeqing's indifferent and cold voice reached Tang Hao's ears, causing his expression to change. His aura quickly weakened, and even his divine power disappeared. He was clearly a false god. It's just that Tang Hao's situation is a bit special. He has a divine source, but the divine source has been shattered into pieces, as if it was forcibly broken by others. Essentially no different from false gods. But he can burn the divine blood, activate the secret method, and forcibly raise the realm to the realm before the divine source was shattered. Tang Hao's face froze after being exposed by Yeqing. It was just as the other party said. If he insisted on fighting, his divine source would definitely not be able to hold on. By then, his body would be overdrawn and his divine source would completely lose hope of repairing. He was just a spent force now. He originally thought that he could regain some face for his son, but he didn't expect to end up in this situation where he was neither up nor down, and even his old face would be lost. He thought of how high-spirited he was when he was young. Tang Hao was very unwilling. He had no face to stay here. He wanted to find his son and train him to be a peerless strong man, standing at the top of the world. Looking at Tang Hao, who left angrily, the onlookers booed. They thought it was a wonderful and unprecedented battle, and they hoped to witness the fight between gods. Unexpectedly, the strong man actually admitted his cowardice and ran away. Then the people of Wanyao Mountain looked at Yeqing, who was graceful in the air. Although they didn't know what happened to their young lady, the terrifying divine power she exuded enveloped everyone's heart. This is the eldest daughter of their tribe. Now that she has such strength, they will have to hold their heads high when they go out. Even the Supreme 9 gods will have to give way to them when they see them outside. The crowd was extremely proud. In an instant, Yeqing's luck value soared by 5,000 again. With her prestige at this moment, even if she drove her father out of office and became the tribe leader herself, she would still have a large number of followers to support her. Yeqing slowly fell from the air. She introduced herself to the people around her. Her mysterious master appeared in front of everyone for the first time. The woman's name was Luoji, and the one in front of her was a powerful earth god. Although it was just a soul, the terrifying aura contained in it made the gods of Wanyao Mountain dare not underestimate it. They all paid homage to this mysterious strong man, thinking of their own little calculations in their hearts, wanting to win over the other party, join their tribe, and strengthen their strength. Luoji did not say too much, and did not want to talk nonsense with these guys. She went back to the storage ring directly, leaving Yeqing standing there alone. The meaning is very clear. Yeqing's meaning is her meaning. Everything is decided by Yeqing. Suddenly, Yaqing became a delicious bun. Those true gods who used to be high above, overlooking everything and treating ordinary creatures as ants, all looked at Yaqing with a flattering face, constantly taking out the natural materials and treasures that helped her from the storage ring, each of which could improve her strength by a level. Yaqing had never experienced such treatment before. She panicked all of a sudden. Fortunately, Yahayun came forward in time. The 9 true gods looked at each other and decided to confer Yaqing as the common saint of the 9 clans, and also asked the old demon king to come out and confer the saint. The time was set on the day of departure for the ancient secret realm. With the blessing of various factors, Yaqing's luck value soared by a full 20,000 points. Next, a series of major events happened in the Tianxi tribe. First, Tang Shan, a Tianjiao son, attempted to harm the son of God, and his family was completely expelled from the Tianxi tribe. Secondly, Yaqing was appointed as the young patriarch, and could replace Yahayun at any time and take the position of patriarch. Before, because Yaqing was a woman, and the elders in the family had their own thoughts, the position of the young patriarch had not been decided. Yaqing completely conquered the negative voices in the clan, and no one dared to stand against her. Those elders were old and cunning, and knew that their previous calculations were impossible to achieve. In this case, it would be better to follow Yaqing and flatter him and take advantage of the situation to get some benefits. Yaqing didn't say anything to these guys. She received the saintly robe issued by the 9 major gods. Feathered phoenix crown, white robe with wide sleeves. Every inch revealed exquisite beauty, as if it was made of billions of 9-day starlight, divine light flowing, and the gods of Wanyao Mountain left a divine talisman on it. The old demon king who had not appeared for hundreds of years even gave her an 80,000-year-old divine medicine, which could provide great help when she broke through the realm and became a god. With the existence of this divine medicine, Yaqing's future time to become a god can be accelerated by at least 20 years. The news about Yaqing spread to the entire Wanyao Mountain in an instant. For a time, countless forces came to visit with gifts, hoping to get hold of this big thick leg in advance. Master, this is all the information about Tang Shan. Just after putting on the saint's robe, Yaqing came to the courtyard of the mansion and handed over all the information about Tang Shan's family. The Peacock God clan has its own intelligence department. As a saint, Yaqing only needs 1 sentence to investigate Tang Shan's family. Jiang Cheng looked at Yaqing's luck value. After getting so many benefits, Yaqing's current luck value has more than doubled, which can be said to be quite terrifying. If she can get enough opportunities in the ancient secret realm, her luck value may be able to break through 100,000. Okay, you go down. Jiang Cheng took the information. He was secretly guiding this matter, including the 3 stones and Tang Shan's jade pendant. Tang Shan originally had 40,000 luck points, but after his pitfall, it has fallen to the edge of 10,000, and is about to reach the point where he can be killed at any time. But he didn't expect that his bloodline was broken, which made his luck value rise to 20,000. At present, except for the Xiantian treasure record, the rest of Tang Shan's luck value should come from his parents. It is estimated that his mother has sensed Tang Shan's location and is on her way. If they really meet, I'm afraid Tang Shan's luck value will increase a lot. But it's good this way. Anna has left a mark on Tang Shan. He is just a leek that has been reserved in advance. Wait until he grows fat and then continue to harvest. Jiang Cheng has obtained nearly 30,000 luck points from Tang Shan, but after seeing Yaqing's luck points, he is no longer satisfied with this number. Decided to let Tang Shan go. After all, he is a leek. You can't eat much if you pull it up all at once. The way is to harvest slowly and torture slowly over and over again. Anna next to him stared at the jade pendant in her hand and had figured out some tricks. The material of this jade pendant is a piece of jade that was born when the world was first created. It is made by postnatal refining and is full of primordial chaos. As long as the holy energy is injected into it, it can continuously feed back more powerful primordial holy energy. If all the holy energy in the body is replaced, then the strength can be increased by several times. However, the function of this jade pendant is limited to feed back holy energy. Injecting more powerful divine power into it will destroy its internal structure. Anna put the jade pendant in Jiang Cheng's hand. At present, Jiang Cheng is still a demigod, and the holy source has not yet transformed into the divine source, so the power mobilized in his body is the holy power. This jade pendant can just play a role in improving him. In a cave tens of thousands of miles away from the 10,000 Monsters Mountain. Old Chek hunched over, removed the branches covering the entrance of the cave, and told Tang Shan and Tang Hao, father and son, what happened in the 10,000 Monsters Mountain. That's what happened. After we left, Yahayun informed the entire clan, deprived you of your status as a disciple, and completely removed your family from the Sky Snake tribe. The blacksmith shop was also razed to the ground. In order to win over Yaqing, the 9 major clans made her the common saint of the 9 clans. Even the old demon king who had been in seclusion was alarmed and gave Yaqing a treasure. It is said that in 2 days, when Yaqing is officially canonized, the old demon king will come out in person to see her off with the other sons of God. Old Chek took out a handful of storage rings from his arms and put them in Tang Shan's hands. Each of these storage rings is extremely luxurious and full of charm, as if the true god has worn them for a period of time. It seems that it is not something that ordinary people can show off. Tang Shan, with bloodshot eyes, looked stunned. He knew that old GK had a complicated background and that he was a pseudo-god with extremely strong cultivation. But despite this, it was extremely difficult to take out so many storage rings at once. Grandpa GK, what are you doing? In Tangshan's surprised expression, old GK knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. Old slave greets the young master. Then old GK revealed his identity to Tangshan. He also told about Tangshan's mother. The young master's mother is the eldest daughter of the Nanyan family, a well-known ancient family on the continent. She has an extremely terrifying cultivation and broke through the divine realm at a young age. She is an extremely rare daughter of a genius in contemporary times. It is said that when she was born, auspicious signs fell from the sky, all things grew, and the divine phoenix appeared, alarming countless dusty old monsters on the continent. These storage rings were sent to a special place by the young lady, and the old slave went to pick them up. I originally wanted to give them to you directly, but... Old GK paused and looked at Tang Hao, who was pale and gloomy next to him. His meaning was self-evident. Young master, now that the seal on you has been broken, the eldest lady may have sensed your location and is on her way to find you. You and your son will be able to meet soon. Tangshan was excited. The ancient family Nanyan family? That is a force that is dozens of times larger than the 10,000 Monsters Mountain. There are many powerful people in the family. It is one of the best super forces on the continent, and his mother is the eldest lady of the Nanyan family. She broke through the divine realm at a young age. He remembered that he had heard that the descendants of the Nanyan family were declining. That meant that his mother must have a lot of power in her hands, not to mention that she was an extremely rare and proud daughter of heaven who was born with a vision. In this case, when his mother heard about his experience, she would definitely be furious and send out a terrifying divine army to raise the 10,000 Monsters Mountain to the ground. Catch the hateful Jin Yang, Jin Xian, and the villain who secretly attacked him and took away his jade pendant, and cut them into pieces. Pull their souls out of their bodies and burn them with divine fire all night, so that they will experience the pain of living a life worse than death. That sycophant Yahayun can't be let go either. Tangshan's face was grim, and he kept imagining the happy scene of revenge in his heart. He also hated Yahayun, thinking that he was a sycophant who easily stood on the side of Jin Yang and others instead of standing behind him. Today you stood behind Jin Yang, tomorrow I will make you unable to reach me, and make you kneel on the ground to beg me. At this moment, Tangshan felt that his status had improved hundreds of times compared to before. He no longer looked down on Yeqing, the goddess he once admired, and instead set his sights on the proud daughters of other ancient families. Then he looked at the storage ring in his hand. If he didn't look at it, he would have thought there were many divine objects in it. But the result was that they were all the most basic cultivation materials, even worse than the materials he had fought for. I'm afraid that if these storage rings were sold, the materials they would get in exchange would be more than the things in them. What's going on? Isn't his mother a high-ranking figure? Why is the thing so shabby? Even beggars would be more luxurious than this. Grandpa check, what's going on? Tangshan was confused and full of doubts. Next to him, Tang Hao, who looked extremely depressed, gave an explanation. It turned out that Tangshan's mother's life was not good. As a daughter of heaven, she should have met talented children of the same status, but she didn't expect to meet Tang Hao, who came from a grassroots background, in a secret place. Tang Hao's simple aura immediately attracted this pampered genius girl. The two of them fell in love and had a relationship without outsiders knowing. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. The affair between the two soon made Tangshan's grandfather know. The other party was a powerful person in the realm of heaven. He came out of seclusion and found that his daughter had been pregnant. He was furious on the spot and almost went crazy. If it weren't for Tangshan's mother threatening to die, Tangshan might have died in the womb, and Tang Hao might have turned into a pile of rotten meat. Under the urging of divine power, Tangshan was born 2 days later. His bloodline was sealed and his mother was taken away immediately. Although the Nanyan family did their best to block this matter, the intelligence network of other forces was not vegetarian. The Tianjiao children of the same period on the mainland could not accept it at all. Dozens of Tianjiao were so angry that they went crazy on the spot. The rest of the Tianjiao formed a divine army to attack Tang Hao. Under the attack of the true gods, Tang Hao fled while protecting the hungry young Tangshan in his cradle. Finally, when the source of the god was broken, Tang Hao escaped the encirclement with his own skills. The battle failed at the cost of 8 third-level gods. The forces involved in the battle did not want to mention it again, so they jointly blocked the news. As a result, when Tang Hao ran from the far south to the 10,000 Monsters Mountain, no one discovered his true identity. Your mother returned to the clan and was imprisoned by your grandfather. She was not allowed to leave the family for life. The cultivation resources given were also very limited and were carefully calculated. So your mother's situation is quite difficult. There are not many things I can give you, but I still have a lot of good things in my hands. I'll give them all to you. Tang Hao didn't give much, but it was enough for Tangshan to cultivate to the semi-god realm. At the same time, there was a finely crafted jade pendant inside. Tangshan had seen this thing. With this kind of jade pendant, he had the qualifications to enter the ancient secret realm. Of course, this kind of jade pendant was randomly distributed among the people. The folk geniuses finally determined the ownership of the jade pendant through a series of fights, which was also a way to select the geniuses. But the god-level forces do not need to do this. They only need to scan their faces to enter. What Tang Hao gave was like a shot of cardiotonic for Tang Shan. Although he was under great pressure, he was not afraid. One day he would stand on the top of the world, let his grandfather take a good look, let the other party bow his head and admit his mistakes, acknowledge his father, and let their family reunite. 2 days later, Wanyao Mountain held a grand ceremony of canonization. Under the attention of countless powerful people and the surrounding major god-level forces, Yeching was canonized as the saint of Wanyao Mountain. The real body of the old demon king of Wanyao Mountain appeared and canonized Yeching in person, causing an uproar among countless people. In the past, even if the extremely gifted sons and daughters of gods went to the ancient secret realm, the old demon king only condensed a clone for the sake of showing his respect. But this time, the saint was canonized in person. Those forces who came to watch the ceremony drew Yeching's appearance and prepared to take it back to let the geniuses in their forces know her, so as not to accidentally bump into each other in the future and cause unnecessary conflicts. In the crowd, Anna and Jiang Cheng wore special silver robes with the totem of the sky snake engraved on their backs. With the help of Yeching, the two successfully mixed into the team of Wanyao Mountain and became the only 2 followers of Yeching. With the help of Yeching's name, the two did not encounter any troubles, but people often came to please them and gave them gifts, trying to curry favor with them. Apart from that, the two of them lived a pretty good life. In the middle of the ceremony, Anna saw through the mist that wrapped around the old demon king. It turned out to be a turtle demon, whose realm was at the peak of the first-level god. It seemed that he had cultivated a stronger law, and a small world phantom had condensed behind him. During this period, Jiang Cheng checked the prodigies of Wanyao Mountain and did not find anyone with great luck. The highest was only 3,000 luck points. It was not as much as what he got from attacking Tangshan once. According to the mark Anna left on Tangshan, it can be found that he was heading towards the ancient secret realm at this time, and his speed was not fast or slow. It is estimated that he can enter it when it opens. After all, the old man next to him ran quite fast, and he could actually rescue Tangshan under their noses. With his help, Tangshan might get some opportunities on the way and improve his luck again. The little leek began to absorb nutrients from the soil. Jiang Cheng was naturally happy to see it happen and would not disturb it. As for the information collected by Yeching, there was actually nothing worth referring to. The only thing we know is that Tangshan's family and his next-door neighbor all moved to the Heavenly Snake tribe later. Refer to various factors around Tangshan. These include his father's age, identity background, and the thickness of his divine blood. Jiang Cheng came to a conclusion, that is, his mother is not simple, she must be the kind of gifted and proud daughter of heaven with a powerful background. She broke through the divine realm at a young age and gave birth to the young Tangshan, but due to unknown reasons, the divine blood in Tangshan's body was not as thick as that of ordinary divine sons, as if he was born in advance by external forces. Such a practice will cause the fetus in the abdomen to develop poorly, the blood is thin, and many abilities that should have been possessed will be missing, which means congenital disability. Under normal circumstances, no god would want this to happen, but Tangshan's mother did this. Obviously the situation was very urgent at the time. If she didn't do this, Tangshan would probably die in the womb. Combined with Tang Hao's situation, Jiang Cheng immediately thought of the plot of a rich lady meeting a rural boy. In this kind of plot, the wealthy family certainly doesn't want their daughter to fall in love with the young man. Tangshan's mother's family must have discovered this. At the critical moment, his mother did not hesitate to use external forces to give birth to Tangshan in order to keep the child. And the divine source in Tang Hao may have been broken because of this incident. In the future, when Tangshan develops, he will definitely go to his mother's family and make the whole family obedient through a series of protagonist-exclusive operations. Let the family admit that he is with his parents. Under such circumstances, Tangshan's luck value will definitely soar, but I don't know if this event can last until then. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered and he began to think about countermeasures. After the enthronement ceremony ended, a competition was launched among the Tianjiao. In the end, Yeching, who broke through to the middle stage of the Great Saint, stood out and defeated a group of gods and goddesses. With the natural materials and treasures harvested in the past 2 days, Yeching's cultivation has been further improved. At the same time, the true god of Wanyao Mountain sent a lot of natural treasures to repair the soul, thanks to which, Luoji's figure became more solid. They were actually trying to please Luoji, and Yeching just got the benefits of his master. Through the teleportation array inside Wanyao Mountain, Jiang Cheng and others came to the Nine Heavens Fox clan. Through the teleportation array here, they finally arrived at the entrance to the ancient secret realm, the Dusk Ancient City. At this time, Yeching had already fought with the Tianjiao of the Nine Heavens Fox clan. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, showing their magical powers, trying to test each other's true strength. This situation is very common in the Dusk Ancient City. Basically, Tianjiao will start a war every distance. Because this place is located in the center of the continent, and there are special formations inside and outside the city to maintain it, even if these Tianjiao use their best efforts, they will not cause much damage. During this period, Tianjiao gathered in the Dusk Ancient City, and there were young men and women with various means and excellent talents everywhere. Especially the Tianjiao of the people, they have no big forces to rely on behind them, so they can only enter the ancient secret realm by seizing the Jade Pendant. After all, the holder of the Jade Pendant will eventually come here, so if you take action here, your chances of obtaining the Jade Pendant will be the highest. When Jiang Cheng and others came here, they saw several heads rolling around on the road and being kicked around. Tianjiao, who had been here several times, seemed very calm. The geniuses who had never been here before turned pale, and some of the goddesses even turned pale with fear, with tears filling their eyes. A son of God couldn't help but ask, "It is said that there are many powerful true gods in the city. Why do some people dare to kill people at will without fear of divine punishment?" And so it is. When Anna came here, she felt several auras inside and outside the city that were not weaker than hers. An older son of God has been here several times and explained with a smile, originally there were law enforcement teams inside and outside the city, but every time the ancient secret realm opens, these law enforcement teams will all be withdrawn because of the number of geniuses. There are too many and they can't handle it. One of them is that some geniuses like to hide their identities, pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, deliberately not revealing the power behind them, and dress themselves up to look shabby, thus triggering fights. It is said that a disciple of the ancient sacred mountain did this hundreds of years ago. When he was causing trouble, he was beaten to death by a group of law enforcement teams. As a result, an old monster behind the sacred mountain was born, which almost caused an unprecedented divine war. Another point is that these geniuses themselves are not weak in ability. The casualty rate of the law enforcement team is very high. Dozens of them are killed by the geniuses every year. Things like this, being a law enforcement team in the ancient city of Dusk has become a high-risk profession, so the city owner simply gave up treatment and let these geniuses fight as they wanted. As long as the ancient city is not destroyed, they will not be held accountable. The ancient secret realm will be opened in 3 days. After settling down, Jiang Cheng and his friend changed their clothes and the faces on their masks also changed. They looked like ordinary people. As they entered the city, Jiang Cheng found many people with great luck, most of whom were ordinary people, with luck values of up to 8 or 9,000, and some even over 10,000. According to the plot in the novel, some of the sons of the prodigies fought their way up from the people, and the corpses behind them piled up like mountains. With so much fat in front of him, how could Jiang Cheng not be tempted? The god-level forces all have their own residences in the ancient city of Dusk, where there are extremely strong defensive formations engraved, and there are god-level strongmen with their own power sitting in charge. Therefore, it is very safe and can be practiced in peace without worrying about being disturbed by the outside world. Civilian prodigies do not have such good treatment. They can choose to spend huge amounts of energy stones to stay in the inn, or rely on their own strength to occupy a house in the ancient city. This situation is allowed. On the way, Jiang Cheng and Anna had already targeted several civilian Tianjiao with great luck and left marks on them. The luck values of these Tianjiao were all less than 10,000, so killing them would not cause backlash, and they could directly check the water meter and attack them. Seeing that there was no fluctuation of the two people's aura, but they easily killed several Tianjiao with strong talents and reputation, the onlookers were horrified and hurriedly fled the area, fearing that the other party would target them in the next second. After absorbing Tangshan's luck value, plus the luck of these Tianjiao, the luck value in Jiang Cheng's luck plundering treasure bottle has reached 80,000. This value is already quite terrifying, and most of the top lords may not reach this value. According to the information fed back by the infected top lords, the leaders of the 5 major alliances are preparing to kill Tianjiao on the road and obtain their luck value. This approach is extremely inefficient, and you may not encounter a Tianjiao in a day. The efficiency of obtaining luck value is far less than Jiang Cheng's move to penetrate the enemy. But he can be said to be walking on a tightrope now. If the terrifying strong men hiding in the dark inside and outside the city discovered his and Anna's disguise, they might investigate their identities. With Anna's strength in the Earth God realm, they might be able to guess the identities of Jiang Cheng and others. After all, the existence of the Earth God realm on the continent is a powerful existence, and they all have names on the continent. Suddenly, Anna, a mysterious Earth God, appeared. They quickly thought of the Lord's power. This situation is like a few strangers suddenly living in your house, not only living in your house, but also wanting to eat you, without saying hello from beginning to end. By then, Anna and Jiang Cheng may be besieged by major forces on the continent, and the Lord's power will also be swept by local forces. Instead of sending a few juniors out to travel and hang out. However, the chance of being discovered is still quite small, unless Anna and Jiang Cheng stand still and let them investigate carefully. Perhaps they can see a clue. What's more, the situation is so complicated now. With so many Tianjiao pouring in, those terrifying beings would have a headache just looking at the faces of all Tianjiao, not to mention checking everyone carefully. It's not like they have nothing to do after eating. Yaqing was not idle during this period. She and several influential gods and goddesses of Wanyao Mountain, as well as representatives of the 9 Heavens Demon Fox clan, began to wander among the major forces. These are what they do every year. After all, those who can come here are likely to become powerful figures or strong men in the future. Building a good relationship in advance and leaving an impression in the other party's mind can make their own forces go further in the future. Jiang Cheng knew this situation. He gave Yaqing several tasks and asked him to pay attention to the names of Tianjiao from major forces, especially those with the surnames Ya, Xiao, Lin, Qin, Su, but with ordinary names, especially those with the characters Fan and Chen. Tianjiao with these attributes should write down their personal information for him, and those with similar homophones should not be let go. At the same time, those with ordinary looks should also be paid attention to. By screening these protagonist attributes, a large number of people with good fortune can be found soon. As for the daughters of the Tianjiao, pay special attention to those with beautiful looks, curvy figure, pure and lovely, charming, and sexy. These may all be members of the harem of the sons of good fortune in the future, and the good fortune value they carry is definitely not low. Yaqing is a good example. After obtaining the opportunity, the good fortune value contained in his body almost exceeded Tangshan. With this information in advance, deep pits can be tailored for them and let them jump in. Jiang Cheng and Yaqing killed several Tianjiao with terrifying talents in a wave of their hands. This news spread like the wind, and some Tianjiao of the god-level forces also heard about it. Almost all the young Tianjiao of this generation will gather in the ancient city of Dusk during this period. The Tianjiao of the god-level forces will certainly not miss this opportunity and begin to send invitations to those civilian Tianjiao who have made a name for themselves, trying to win them over. Before leaving the courtyard, Jiang Cheng and Anna received dozens of invitations, all from the sons and daughters of gods from various god-level forces. In the ancient city of Dusk, in a huge and magnificent pavilion, a handsome and elegant son of God sat in the main seat. He was wearing a luxurious white robe with embroidered cloud patterns, which was very valuable. With a terrifying cultivation base, he had reached the peak of the great saint and could break through to the demigod at any time. He was also a leader among all the geniuses. His name was Xiao Yan. He was the only son of the ancient Xiao family master and the only heir to the future master, but almost no one knew his true identity. A month ago, he was still a lord who traveled through time. But because he was too naive at the time, he died. I thought my life was over and I was about to be taken away by the black and white impermanence to drink mangpo soup, but I didn't expect to find myself sitting in the magnificent hall when I opened my eyes. At that time, Xiao Yan sat on the main seat of the magnificent hall. Below him, countless horrible Tianjiaos were crawling, respectfully calling him the master, and there were two suffocating auras protecting him in secret. Whenever he recalled the scene at that time, Xiao Yan would feel an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. He was originally a dead man, but he didn't expect that God gave him another life and let him travel through another person. This person is the eldest son of the ancient Xiao family, Xiao Yan. The original owner's identity is extremely noble, and his strength is also one of the best among the Tianjiaos on the mainland. Basically, few can compare with him. The only bad thing is that he has a violent personality. On the surface, he is like a fallen immortal, but in fact he is an out-and-out big devil. At a young age, he dug out the bones of his cousin's avenue. He is definitely a supervillain. At the beginning of the time travel, Xiao Yan had no memory of the original owner in his mind, so he knew to pretend to be stupid, saying that there was a problem with his cultivation, and asked the people around him what had happened to him. After learning about his past, Xiao Yan was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this the template of a big villain? And he is walking the path of a mortal taking over the body of a big devil. Thinking that he would be attacked by countless sons of luck in the future, Xiao Yan's face suddenly became ugly. However, villains also have their own unique advantages. That is, the family is extremely united, there will basically be no friction, and there are many strong people in the family, all of whom are his powerful backers. Even if he dug out the bones of the Great Way from his cousin, the elders in the family did not have too much criticism. This gave Xiao Yan confidence instantly. However, he did not take the initiative to contact those elders or something. After all, he came from a body and had no memory, and rash contact might reveal some flaws. After suffering so much at the hands of Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yan, who was reborn, acted much more cautiously. At the same time, he also reduced contact with his followers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he plans to recruit a group of followers again, build his own power, and become a sharp blade in his hand. And just now, he received news. The civilian geniuses he recruited were killed by two mysterious people who suddenly appeared. There was no energy fluctuation on the other party, as if they were killing a few chickens. This made Xiao Yan a little excited. Those two mysterious people are definitely talented geniuses, and they may even be the so-called sons of luck. If he recruited them in advance and made them his right-hand man. Xiao Yan pretended to be a big devil, with a cold and angry expression on his face, suppressing his excitement. Let's go. Take me to meet those two mysterious geniuses. I want to see who dares to kill the people Xiao Yan, recruited. Xiao Yan burst out with terrifying power, dozens of law powers emerged behind him, and a crystal-clear bone with a full and shining divine light appeared on his chest. Then the group left the Xiao family's permanent residence in the ancient city of Dusk in a mighty manner. The purpose of his trip spread like wildfire. The other ancient family geniuses rushed over to join in the fun. At the gate of the ancient city of Dusk, Xiao Linger, who had traveled through mountains and rivers from the ancient domain of prehistoric times, finally arrived at this ancient city outside the ancient secret realm. Along the way, she encountered countless dangers and twists and turns. However, she cleverly avoided them all, and the enemies she encountered also fell at her feet, dead and gone. This was her first time leaving the ancient domain of prehistoric times, and she saw the prosperity of the outside world, with all the races standing side by side, and also heard a lot about the Xiao family and her brother. Squeak. A golden little monkey emerged from the cloth bag behind her. She picked it up after leaving Lu village, and she took it with her because she felt sorry for it. The little monkey looked very smart, and I don't know how many dandy geniuses had their eyes on it, but they were all solved by Xiao Linger one by one. Killing and robbing was as easy for her as eating and drinking. After seeing how weak the outside world's geniuses were, Xiao Linger's sense of justice was overflowing, and she stood up for all kinds of disadvantaged groups. In her previous life, due to her physical condition, she could only lie at home all day, read novels, and watch TV, and had little contact with the outside world. The only fun was to transform into the Supreme Key Fairy, or the Ziyuan Fairy, and compete with various gods on the internet. Because of this, she chose to be so indulgent in this life. After all, the masters behind her were not vegetarians, and all had excellent cultivation and means. Before leaving, the masters did not give her too much. Xiao Linger used all the spoils she got from killing and robbing along the way. But as she got closer to the center of the continent, the spoils in her hands seemed not enough, and she could only look at many things she wanted to buy. Entering the dusk ancient city, looking at the market on both sides of the street, Xiao Linger was very excited and wanted to buy them all. But after looking at the only thousands of storage rings left in the storage ring, she could only sigh with regret. Alas, I'm so poor, is there anyone who can provoke me? The cash-strapped Xiao Linger couldn't help but think of the rumors about her brother, the eldest son of the Xiao family, who was gifted and mastered dozens of laws at a young age, a rare genius on the continent. He had so many honors. The other person's life is obviously much better than his own. Energy stones alone are inexhaustible. No matter how much he uses, someone will give him more energy stones. Damn guy. If I can meet him here, I will definitely let him see what cruelty is. Xiao Linger was extremely angry, and the air around her showed signs of solidification. Her brother's achievements today are nothing more than the piece of Dao bone that he dug out of her back then. Without that Dao bone, he, Xiao Yan, is nothing. According to various rumors on the mainland, Xiao Yan's strength is indeed very strong, but she is not a vegetarian. With the means taught by her master, she will not fall behind at all. Moreover, she has grown a Dao bone again. This natural bone is stronger than Xiao Yan's. Suddenly, the Dao bone on Xiao Linger's chest emerged with a crystal clear and dazzling divine light, and a special induction surged in her heart, as if it was a special induction between the same roots and origins. Could it be Xiao Yan? On the mainland, apart from Xiao Yan and her, no one else possessed the bone of the great Dao? Thinking of this, Xiao Linger's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, her pair of pure eyes became icy cold, and a terrifying and vast aura burst out from her as Xiao Yan and his group approached here. More and more creatures gathered in this area of the courtyard. Some of them had horns on their heads, some had wings on their backs, and some had scales covering their foreheads. These were all geniuses from all over the continent. If they hadn't fallen, they would have a place in the future strong team. Jiang Cheng and Anna had originally planned to leave here, but after hearing the name of the visitor, they immediately became very interested. One of the top geniuses on the continent, the name was so familiar, maybe it was the son of luck that Jiang Cheng had dreamed of, with a luck value of over 10,000. The crowd of onlookers suddenly became chaotic. Surrounded by hundreds of followers, a handsome man with a halo and a luxurious white robe came over. This man was Xiao Yan. His pretended indifference attracted countless genius girls around him to send him a glance, and their watery eyes were full of admiration and awe. What he was most satisfied with was the original owner's appearance. As a supervillain, his appearance must be much more handsome than those ordinary and handsome protagonists. Taking a leisurely pace, Xiao Yan saw the two masters who waved their hands to kill several civilian geniuses. 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was ordinary, with ordinary looks, and only his star-shaped eyebrows and sword-like eyes were slightly acceptable. So young, so talented, especially with such an ordinary appearance, he is probably a son of luck. It's really God's eyes that let me find him so easily. Xiao Yan was excited and secretly sighed that he was lucky. However, he was a little confused. Why did he always feel that this man had an inexplicable sense of familiarity? He couldn't help but feel disgusted with the other party and had the urge to beat him up. Is it because he is the son of destiny and I am a supervillain? Xiao Yan felt that this was the only reason that could explain it. He might not have thought that the man in front of him was Jiang Cheng who killed him some time ago. Although it was not Jiang Cheng who took action at that time, he was the one who dominated everything behind the scenes. He did not consider other things. Xiao Yan looked at Anna, and almost at a glance, he shook his head subconsciously. This woman has a good figure, but her appearance is really not good, just like the man next to her. Logically speaking, the daughter of destiny should be beautiful, with a noble temperament, and have an excellent status and background, and can provide great help to the protagonist. Such a woman meets the standard of the daughter of destiny. But the woman in front of him, whether in terms of clothing or appearance, is too ordinary. Even if she has a good talent, this is only the current situation. It is still unknown how far this woman can go in the future. Even if she can be with the protagonist, she will only be one of the harem in the future. Xiao Yan seemed to see through everything. He shook his head regretfully. Come here, these 2 civilians killed my Xiao family members, take them down for me. The several Tianjiaos that Jiang Cheng and Anna had just killed had agreed to become Xiao Yan's followers, and they could be considered half of Xiao's family members. This excuse was reasonable. The onlookers saw this scene and sighed in their hearts. They lamented that Xiao Yan's style of doing things had not changed, and he was still so domineering. Almost everyone around looked at Jiang Cheng and Anna with pity, because they knew that anyone who fell into Xiao Yan's hands would not have a good end. If you choose to be soft, you have a chance to become his follower, but if you are tough, you may suffer endless torture. In the distance, on a towering attic, the girl was dressed in purple and her skin was as white as jade. She had exquisite and beautiful features, long and straight legs, and a pair of beautiful eyes in the color of glass that revealed an extremely cold breath, which was extremely beautiful and moving. She was not very old, and looked only 15 or 16 years old, but behind her, there were hundreds of young geniuses with strong auras standing respectfully. These geniuses wore uniform robes with a big word Ye engraved on their backs. They were the sons and daughters of gods of the ancient family Ye family. On the left and right sides of the girl, there were two handsome boys sitting respectively. One of the boys had a terrible murderous intent in his eyes, as if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood flowing in his eyes, as if someone owed him 800,000 yuan and had not paid it back. The boy opposite him had a shy smile, but his eyes occasionally revealed a hint of pride, and he seemed to look at the boy opposite him provocatively. At the same time, there were two creatures standing behind him that did not belong to the mainland. These two creatures were not very talented, but they were cute and hairy all over their bodies, which could please the girl. The two boys were Ye Fan and Ye Chen, who were named the two heroes by the Ye family. This name was also spread recently. The two stood out in the clan competition and defeated all opponents except Ye Xian'er. In the end, a great battle broke out between the two. Ordinary demigods did not dare to intervene easily, for fear of being torn into pieces by the violent energy. Of course, the final winner was Ye Chen, the reincarnation of the god of killing. But because he was too ruthless, he severely injured the harmless Ye Fan, causing Ye Xian'er's attitude towards him to become much colder, and she rarely talked to him recently. On the contrary, she was much more enthusiastic towards the seriously injured Ye Fan, basically running over to see him twice a day, and sometimes feeding him medicine. Various factors have led to the deep conflict between Ye Fan and Ye Chen, reaching a level that is difficult to resolve. However, compared to Ye Chen's recklessness, Ye Fan is much smarter. Through a series of sweet words and means of coaxing girls, the inexperienced Ye Xian'er was confused, and there was a tendency to become the son-in-law of the Ye family. He can have such a superb means of coaxing girls. Ye Fan has his own little secret. About a month ago, he was brought to this continent by a mysterious force and became a lord. I thought I was very lucky and could stand at the top of the continent and achieve supreme hegemony, so that countless lords would look at him with admiration and worship. After all, the standard configuration of a time traveler is to stand at the top of the world. At first, he was full of passion in his heart, but reality slapped him in the face. He is nothing among tens of millions of lords. He is a lord in the middle and lower reaches. I don't know how many lords like him there are. Some people were born in Rome, while others were born to be cattle and horses. Looking at the battle of the great gods on the rankings, Ye Fan's inner bitterness is self-evident. He began to live a life of self-abandonment and no longer strived for his goals. His mental problems became more and more serious. He has suffered from schizophrenia since he was a child. This problem has troubled him for many years, but it is difficult for his second personality to appear unless his mood is extremely bad. Fortunately, on the seventh day, he found a group of people passing by his territory. These people are not those strange races on the mainland, but living human races, and the girl in the lead is even more beautiful than those female stars on TV. It's like a fairy from the 9 heavens falling to the mortal world. Just one glance, he was completely trapped and fell in love with the girl in front of him. The girl had no interest in strangers at first, but the soldiers around Ye Fan attracted the other party's attention. So in this case, Ye Fan left the territory with his soldiers and followed the girl to the top power on the mainland, the ancient Ye family. From that day on, his fortune seemed to soar. Later, under the observation of the elders of the Ye family, they discovered that Ye Fan had a dual soul physique, which was schizophrenia. The elders of the Ye family began to cultivate Ye Fan vigorously, and countless resources to improve his mental power came in an endless stream, allowing him to have a terrifying strength comparable to the Son of God and the Goddess of God, especially the mental power that was nearly twice that of ordinary people. It can be said that few peers were his opponents. As for the identity template of Ye Chen's rebirth, he could actually see it. But what can he do? He can be a time traveler who has been on the internet for more than 10 years. He can take out a lot of emotional quotes and tricks to deceive little girls. At present, he has won the trust of Ye Xian'er, and Ye Chen, a reckless man who only knows how to kill, has no way to deal with him. Instead, all kinds of violent operations make Ye Xian'er more and more disgusted with him. He even has doubts. After all, Ye Xian'er and the original owner Ye Chen have lived for so many years, and they don't know each other too well. In addition, Ye Xian'er is a girl with a delicate mind. She can see some clues from Ye Chen's living habits, tone, and expression in all aspects. Okay, there's no point in you two fighting like this. Let's see if the two people below can escape Xiao Yan's grasp. If they have this ability, then we might as well protect them and let them submit to our Ye family. Ye Xian'er put down the teacup in her hand. Her glass-colored eyes flashed with a strange light, and her expression was calm, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Hearing this, Ye Fan and Ye Chen stopped their secret intrigues and quietly watched the battle that was about to unfold in the distance. In the courtyard, several strange-looking demigod creatures rushed over, bursting out with terrible power, and the surrounding walls collapsed into ruins. These walls were engraved with defensive formations. They were easily destroyed by these people. Obviously, these demigods are not simple goods. Of course, such a small damage is not enough to cause those big guys to show up. 5 leaves appeared in Anna's palm, each leaf had a terrifying sword energy, which seemed to be able to cut the space in half. Stop. A young girl's cry came from a distance. A simple kitchen knife fell in front of these demigods. Suddenly, these aggressive demigods flew backwards, half of their bodies were eroded by the terrible knife energy, and blood was spilled all over the courtyard. Xiao Linger's petite body blocked in front of Jiang Cheng and Anna, like a righteous girl who saw injustice and drew her sword to help. Looking at the girl's dress in front of him and the dozens of laws that emerged behind her, Jiang Cheng checked her luck value. A full 200,000 luck value? The Xiaoyan opposite only had 120,000. Could this little girl be the daughter of the heaven? The luck value on her body is 2 against the sky. She is born to be the darling of the road? Xiao Linger, who was standing in front, froze. The guy behind her looked at her with extremely hot eyes, as if he wanted to pierce her body, like a hungry wolf that met an ignorant little white rabbit. Fuck, did you run into some pervert? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken action so early. I should have let this guy get beaten up before he came out. His wife is right next to him, but he still looks at me like that. Due to Jiang Cheng's gaze, Xiao Linger's expression became even more angry, and a thick layer of frost even formed under the broken walls of the courtyard. Xiao Linger. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan looked at the girl in front of him in astonishment. The girl looked 13 or 14 years old, but in fact she was already 15 years old this year. It was just that because of the bone digging that year, she lost a lot of blood, and her body development was much slower than that of ordinary people. Xiao Linger's delicate little face made Xiao Yan very moved. He was a pervert in his bones, and he couldn't control himself at all. The originally indifferent look began to change. He didn't expect that his sister was such a beautiful girl, and he, as a brother, was moved. I really don't know how the original owner could do it back then. What a disgusting look. Looking at the change in Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Linger felt extremely disgusted, and wanted to tear his sanctimonious and hypocritical face apart. All the bitterness and blood and sweat she had put in over the years was to find Xiao Yan one day and personally avenge the bone digging? The Dao bone on Xiao Linger's chest emerged with a brilliant light, and the sky and the earth changed color, and various strange phenomena appeared behind her. Endless dark clouds shrouded the ancient city of dusk. Dozens of law powers enveloped the surrounding area, and the original laws of heaven and earth collapsed and reorganized, and then converged into chaos. Even the true gods would feel palpitations. 2 figures appeared beside Xiao Yan. The 2 of them were originally protecting Xiao Yan in secret, but faced with this situation, they had to come forward in person. It was not that the 2 were afraid that Xiao Yan could not defeat Xiao Linger, but they were afraid that Xiao Linger would spread the news of the bone digging. When Xiao Yan dug Xiao Linger's Dao bone, only the Xiao family knew about it, and people outside did not know about it. Even if someone knew about this, facing a behemoth like the Xiao family, they could only keep their mouths shut and dare not spread it. But Xiao Linger was different. Once she revealed all the things, their Xiao family would definitely be ridiculed by all the creatures on the continent and become the laughingstock of others' gossip after dinner. At that time, conflicts would also arise within the Xiao family. At that time, the bone digging incident actually caused quite a stir in the Xiao family, especially in Xiao Linger's lineage, but they were weak at the time and did not get angry. Except for Xiao Linger's grandfather and parents, the rest chose to remain silent. This matter was temporarily calmed down. But later they were horrified to find that the ancestor of Xiao Linger's lineage did not die, but stood up after the break, and his cultivation had broken through to the heavenly god realm. If it weren't for the fact that old monsters of this level could not come out easily, and they didn't know what had happened in the past 100 years, I'm afraid the entire Xiao family would be turned upside down. If an old monster of that level knew that his descendants had suffered such injustice, then the other party would definitely ask the direct lineage to give an explanation. This matter has caused a lot of uproar, and it is inevitable that everyone knows about it. Under such circumstances, how can the eldest son Xiao Yan sit firmly in the position of the young master? The other branches will definitely become hungry wolves, divide the profits of the direct lineage, and snatch the throne of the young master. This position is related to who can be the head of the family in the future. Which branch can become the direct lineage and lead the entire Xiao family in the future depends on who can become the young master. Such a temptation is irresistible to anyone. The Xiao family is in serious civil strife, and the family strength is getting worse and worse. It will soon fall into decline and become a piece of fat meat in the mouths of other forces. Thinking of such consequences, the 2 pseudo-gods shuddered. If they let Xiao Linger spread the things of the year today, then the 2 of them will be the sinners of the Xiao family, and dying 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times will not be enough to make up for it. Xiao Yan has not realized this yet. After all, he is not the real person, and now all his thoughts are on the bone of the great Dao in Xiao Linger's chest. The other party is born with it, which is much more powerful than his acquired one, which is transplanted by force. At present, even the original owner cannot exert the full power of the bone of the great Dao, at least after entering the realm of God, not to mention him, a fake without memory. During this period, Xiao Yan tried to imitate the behavior of the original owner, but he never practiced normally. He occasionally sent people around him away and explored alone for a period of time. But because he had no foundation and no system assistance, the effect of the exploration was minimal, and he almost had problems with his body once. If he faced such a terrifying Xiaolinger now, he would probably die. Even if he didn't die, he would have to shed several layers of skin and lie in bed for 10 days and half a month to recover. In this way, he would completely miss the time when the ancient secret realm was opened. Wouldn't he always lag behind others? The ancient secret realm is like a huge treasure house, which contains a huge amount of opportunities. It is like a stepping stone. Whether you can fly to the sky depends on your own understanding and your own opportunities. But if you don't even go there, what else can you talk about? Damn it, this memory loss is too hurtful. At present, I have only mastered a few not-so-strong methods, and I haven't entered the door yet. How can I fight against Xiaolinger? No, I have to think of a way. Xiaoyan was anxious and wanted the strong man behind him to take him away from this area, and at the same time let the followers cover their evacuation. He must not let Xiaolinger chase him. He met Xiaolinger's cold eyes, his face was so gloomy that water could condense, and he looked like he dared to slaughter the world. After Xiaoyan was reborn, he stayed in the Xiao family. With a large number of followers to protect him, he didn't need to take action himself, and he lived a carefree life. But if he really had to face a strong man, he would still be scared in his heart. Iron prisoner, Lich, you two take her down for me. Xiaoyan commanded the followers behind him. The two followers looked panicked, but faced with the master's majesty, they still went forward. Before they took a few steps, two sword chi cut them in half, the incision was extremely smooth, and the terrifying sword chi remained on it. Now Xiaoyan's followers were completely confused. How could they defeat an opponent of this level? Isn't the master pushing them into the underworld? Thinking of this, these followers took 2 steps back, and the words cowardly were almost written on their faces. You. Xiaoyan still wanted to command the followers to go up. But these followers also cherish their lives very much. They are the pride of various forces and have a bright future. If it weren't for Xiaoyan's talent and the power of the Xiao family, who would be willing to condescend to be used like a dog? They have a bright future. As long as they don't die, they will definitely become gods. Who knows how high their status will be in the future? But now they have lost their lives because of Xiaoyan's words, and they are unwilling to accept it. Master, that girl is very powerful. We are not her opponent. Now only you can compete with her. Make a move, Master. Yes, Master, you always said that you wanted to hide your strength some time ago. Now is a good opportunity for you to show your skills. There are so many geniuses around watching. You should show all your strength. Let them be afraid and terrified. Thinking of Xiaoyan's terrifying strength, these followers were as excited as chicken blood. After all, every time Xiaoyan made a move, the sky and the earth changed color, the mountains roared, and the world turned upside down. Just watching from a distance was extremely exciting, not to mention that now the distance is so long that you can see the other party's figure clearly. Maybe you can learn something from it. The geniuses watching the excitement from the outside responded one after another. They came from all over the mainland, and they had only heard of Xiaoyan's name and deeds, but had never seen him take action with their own eyes, so they were looking forward to it. They really wanted to know how strong the top geniuses on their continent were, and how big the gap was between them. Let them see the gap between each other clearly, and they might be more motivated to practice in the future. Xiaoyan was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If he could exert the strength of the original owner, would he still need to stand here and command the useless followers behind him? But now that so many people are watching, if he doesn't do something, wouldn't everyone's impression of him be greatly reduced? Tianjiao with similar strength to him might come and mock him. He looked for help at the two protectors behind him. Both of them were at the level of pseudo-gods. He didn't ask them to defeat Xiaolinger, but only to take him away from this place. He didn't want to be beaten up in public and lose face for himself and his family. If he was beaten up by Xiaolinger, how would so many people from the family and the outside world view him? Old Yang, old Zhang, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable, and there are signs of being possessed. How about we go back and take it easy, and then come back to settle with her? Hearing this, the two protectors' faces changed drastically. Sir, how can this be possible? Don't pretend now, quickly suppress Xiaolinger. With your strength and a series of trump cards, it's not a problem to take Xiaolinger down. Yes, sir. Xiaolinger is so much younger than you. What ability does she have? She just looks a little powerful in terms of momentum, but her actual realm must be extremely superficial and vulnerable. I'm afraid she is a big fake who took pills to get up. In order to encourage Xiaoyan to go up and fight, the two lied that Xiaolinger was a big fake to increase his confidence. You two call this the ultimate fake. The violent holy energy in the air flowed, cutting Xiaoyan's body with burning pain, and the broken walls and ruins around him were all crushed into powder, just like his mood at the moment. This is not a realm of emptiness. If this is considered a realm of emptiness, then I'm afraid that everyone in the world is a fake. The two guardians next to him came to Xiaoyan's ear and explained to him earnestly that if Xiaolinger was not killed, there would be many irreversible consequences. What should I do now? After being reminded by the two guardians, Xiaoyan suddenly woke up. If Xiaolinger revealed what happened that year today, he would be finished. For the sake of reputation and to appease the clan members of Xiaolinger's lineage, the family will definitely punish him severely and deprive him of his status as the young master. The people on the mainland will also spit on him, curse him, and let him bear the infamy for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Young master, don't pretend now. We too don't know your strength. When you used all your strength to attack, you could even hurt us. Xiao Yan's protector smiled and stroked his white beard. He was very confident in Xiao Yan's strength. He looked calm and optimistic. Young master, if the two of us take action, it will break the rules of the Dusk Ancient City, so you can only do it. We too will help you block the sound from here and the outside world, and prevent this little girl from talking about what happened in the past. You can do whatever you want and humiliate her with words. Another protector took out a formation that can isolate the sound from inside and outside. The strength of both of them has reached the pseudogod realm. If a strong man of this level takes action, it will cause great damage to the buildings of the Dusk Ancient City. At that time, the people in the City Lord's mansion will definitely take action at the first time. The ancient city of Honghuang has a special status. It does not belong to any force and does not participate in the competition of the mainland. It guards outside the ancient secret realm and is responsible for issuing qualifications within it. It has a certain relationship with all the forces on the mainland, and its roots are deep. Therefore, even if they are from the ancient family, they dare not be too presumptuous and can only abide by the rules here. Xiao Linger on the opposite side heard their conversation, her face sank, and she dared not be careless anymore. The various visions behind her were extremely solid and lifelike. This made Xiao Yan's face even uglier, and he was already cursing in his heart. On the pavilion where the children of the Ye family were, Ye Fan looked at the vision in the distance in surprise. What did that little girl eat to grow up? She has such strength at such a young age. I'm afraid she can easily crush me. Ye Xianer looked at Xiao Linger floating in the air. Her glass-colored eyes were full of solemnity, with a hint of contemplation. Like Xiao Yan, he has the bones of the great Dao. Logically, he should not be an unknown person. But why have I never heard of Xiao Linger in the Xiao family? Is there any secret in this? The rough and rapid breathing sounds beside them broke the peace between the two. They looked at Ye Chen beside them. At this time, Ye Chen's face was flushed, and his expression seemed to be extremely excited. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Linger, as if he had a sudden illness. Ye Chen, what's wrong with you? Ye Xianer frowned, and Ye Chen's eyes stayed on Xiao Linger. Even she, an outsider, couldn't stand that look. If Xiao Linger, the person involved, found that someone here looked at her with such eyes, she would probably be scared in her dreams at night. Miss, I'm fine. Maybe something went wrong when I was practicing before. I just need to rest for a while. Ye Chen suppressed his excitement. He didn't expect that he would see his junior sister in his lifetime. The junior sister was reincarnated like him, and even her appearance has not changed. She is still the same as before, but her temperament is no longer ethereal and unworldly, but stained with a touch of fireworks, like a little girl laughing and playing in the market. Recalling every bit of the little sister with the little sister. Although the other party ignored him, at least she did not show disgust. She was just a little distant and was still willing to talk to him as a senior brother. Ye Chen firmly believed that as long as he continued to please her and gave her all kinds of natural treasures, he would be able to move her closed heart and make her fall in love with him. Little sister, don't worry. I am very different in this life from my previous life. When I enter the ancient secret realm and obtain the vast killing laws of my previous life, I will definitely protect you. No, I will protect you now. Ye Chen felt that he could no longer be timid like in his previous life. He did not dare to confess his feelings. He only dared to take care of the little sister in secret, so that when the war happened, the little sister did not know his thoughts. If you do this, you may miss the chance to marry your junior sister. Ye Chen's eyes were firm, and a terrible murderous intent burst out of his eyes. A scarlet long sword appeared in his hand, and he left the Ye family's attic in an instant. Ye Fan and Ye Xianer next to him were confused. They didn't know if Ye Chen's brain was filled with water. This was obviously their Xiao family's own business. If you get involved, won't you come back with a bad smell? It is likely to deepen the conflict between the two ancient families. What is this guy doing? Ye Xianer looked ugly. She had a huge plan in her heart. Ye Chen's actions might hinder her plan and delay it for a long time. Miss, do you want me to pull him back? An old woman in a black robe appeared behind Ye Xianer. It's too late for you to catch up with him at this speed. The people of the Xiao family might think you are an assassin who wants to kill their young master. Ye Xianer sighed and asked the old woman to leave. Ye Fan, who was standing next to her, was very considerate and asked the two furry creatures behind him to massage her shoulders and back. During this period, Ye Chen would make Ye Xianer angry from time to time. Ye Fan took this opportunity to please her and deepened Ye Xianer's affection for him. After all, he had lost his status as a lord. If he wanted to become bigger and stronger in the future, he had to rely on this big tree. Besides, Ye Xianer's appearance made him fall in love with this girl completely and couldn't extricate himself. There were so many geniuses on the mainland who wanted to become the son-in-law of the Ye family, and he, Ye Fan, was no exception. Don't hurt my junior sister. The overwhelming murderous aura broke the confrontation between Xiao Linger and Xiao Yan. Xiao Linger originally wanted to ask why Xiao Yan was so cruel to dig her bones and why he ignored the brother-sister relationship between them. But the man who suddenly appeared attacked Xiao Yan without saying a word. The terrible murderous aura emanating from his body made a sea of blood and corpses appear behind him, and the faces of the onlookers suddenly turned pale. Xiao Yan, who reacted, quickly mobilized the holy energy in his body for defense and used the defense method he had just cultivated and had not yet mastered. An illusory shield appeared in front of him. Seeing that Xiaoyan was finally going to take action, the onlookers quickly chose a best viewing position and widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Some even took out the photo stone, wanting to record this scene and take it back to let those compatriots who were unable to come to the Dusk Ancient City observe the methods of the young master Xiaoyan and see if they could gain some enlightenment from it. Ye Chen's sharp sword energy tore through the sound-isolating formation and rushed straight to Xiaoyan. In the flash of swords and shadows, the floating transparent shield in front of Xiaoyan shattered like a bubble, and the body-protecting divine talisman on his body appeared to resist the attack, but the whole person still flew backwards under the impact of this huge force. Puff. Xiaoyan vomited blood 3 times in a row, looking extremely embarrassed, obviously suffering from serious internal injuries. Ye Chen was at least given the title of the 2 heroes of the Ye family. He was able to stand out from the huge ancient family, the Ye family. His skills are definitely a threat to all the geniuses. The defensive shield that Xiaoyan condensed just now can be said to have no effect. In his previous life, Ye Chen was the god of killing. He had experienced countless battles, and the skills of finding flaws had been engraved in his bones. Without underestimating the enemy, he subconsciously slashed at the flaws. What's going on? Ye Chen frowned in the air, looking at the long sword in his hand blankly, recalling the scene just now. Isn't Xiaoyan praised by the outside world as the #1 genius of the contemporary era? Why was his defense so crude just now? Like a piece of thin paper, it's dispensable. Such a crude defense. I'm afraid that even the children who have just started practicing in his hometown can't compare to it. Is this the #1 person of the contemporary era? Ye Chen laughed mockingly. Xiaoyan's 2 protectors were dumbfounded. Why was their young master so lame? They had already measured Ye Chen's attack in their hearts in advance, and their young master could easily resist it. How come he was directly beaten and flew out, and suffered serious internal injuries? Seeing the young master being beaten, no matter what the reason, they had to get back for him. However, just as the 2 were about to make a move, a terrible force enveloped them, binding them and making them unable to move. A cold and old voice came from the horizon. In a contest between the younger generations, you 2 old men are taking action. Are you trying to break the rules of the Dusk Ancient City? We don't keep people who break the rules here. Hearing such a naked warning, the names of the 2 of them were almost called out. The Xiao family's protectors were like falling into an ice cave, and they dared not take action again. With this sentence from the strong man of the Dusk Ancient City, Ye Chen felt as if he had taken a reassurance pill. He was afraid that Xiaoyan's protectors would take action. This Xiaoyan seems to have some problems with his body, and he can't play his true strength, but the onlookers can't see this. God really helps me. I, Ye Chen, am destined to be good in this life. Sooner or later, I will become famous in the mainland. Now my junior sister is watching from behind, and there are so many geniuses watching. You, Xiaoyan, just be my stepping stone. Ye Chen felt that he was destined to be destined, and God was secretly helping him. He always had smooth sailing along the way, and various opportunities never stopped, one after another, as if they were arranged in advance. If this is not destiny, what is it? Now that he had just attacked Xiaoyan, the other party happened to have a physical problem, so he could beat the other party up and become famous. This was simply throwing a stone for him to step on. The little junior sister also has a good opportunity. In the future, I will join hands with her and will definitely surpass the achievements of the previous life, and even leave this continent and go to a higher level. Ye Chen felt that his future was bright. God even arranged his exclusive wife clearly, so that he could make up for the regrets of his previous life. Xiaoyan, you dare to attack my little junior sister, wait and see how I teach you a lesson and make you lose your reputation. With a loud shout, Ye Chen turned into an ancient god of war and displayed a series of methods that he once had as a god king. Various ancient and mysterious runes appeared on him, causing the old monsters who were hiding in the dark and watching the show in the Dusk Ancient City to appear one after another. A pair of turbid eyes stared at Ye Chen, trying to get some secrets from him. Xiaoyan has truly become a stepping stone for others at this moment. He lost the high and majestic appearance of the young master of the Xiao family. At this time, he was not even as good as the beggars on the street. The white robe on his body had turned into a muddy robe, and his long black hair was cut off at the root, revealing a large piece of scalp. His originally handsome face was beaten into panda eyes, with bruises and purples, which was very funny. Although he tried his best to defend, he was still no match for Ye Chen, who was once a powerful god king. The 2 protectors dared not to continue watching, their faces were ashen, they did not know how to face the young master, and they wanted to commit suicide on the spot to report the cultivation of the Xiao family. Originally, their team would follow an elder to escort and prevent unnecessary conflicts. The elder sent by the Xiao family had a very good relationship with the original owner Xiaoyan. Most of the original owner's skills were taught by him personally, regardless of the wind and sun, and he never slacked off for a day. The relationship between the 2 was extremely deep. But Xiaoyan, who had taken over the body, was afraid of being exposed, so he refused the family's arrangement and said that he already had the strength to stand on his own. The elder of the Xiao family was not unhappy, but praised Xiaoyan for being mature and sensible, with a look of relief. If it were not for Xiaoyan's operation, relying on the reputation of the elder, Ye Chen would not dare to be so presumptuous, at least he would have some mercy. But now Ye Chen is fighting to death, ready to leave Xiaoyan a breath, and he will not care about the rest, so that he can get rid of a strong enemy in the ancient secret realm in advance. What happened to Master Xiaoyan? Why is he lying on the ground and getting beaten for nothing? Why doesn't he fight back? Is Master Xiaoyan practicing some kind of physical training technique? Damn, what kind of physical training technique needs to be beaten? He's spewing out broken organs from his mouth. Woo, 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 this ordinary boy actually dared to hit Master Xiaoyan in the face. Sisters, follow me to rescue Master Xiaoyan. The crowd of onlookers was in chaos. Xiaoyan's followers, admirers, and worshippers all rushed to rescue him. But more people seemed to be watching a good show, and took out their photo stones, ready to record the scene of Xiaoyan being beaten and spread it to every corner of the mainland. Xiaoyan's face was firm, and he coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. He didn't know how he had provoked the man in front of him, but anyone who was beaten like this would feel unhappy, especially in such a high-profile occasion. While Ye Chen was being restrained by the attacks of his followers, Xiaoyan finally found an opportunity and took out a divine rune with purple lines from his storage ring. Damn it, I have no grudges against you, but you dare to humiliate me in public, go to hell. This divine rune was made by a true god, and it was his means of saving his life. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the attacks of the gods were quite terrible. If this divine rune was used in such a narrow space, the people around might be affected and die tragically under the violent power of the divine rune. There was a wave of fluctuations in the space, and then a surging and vast breath exploded, like a cosmic star falling from the sky, and many rune laws intertwined to form a power that could kill everything. The strong man who was secretly observing in the sky was very angry. They didn't expect Xiaoyan to be so miserable. He was beaten because of his inferior skills, but he secretly cast a magic talisman to save face. He didn't care about the crowds of onlookers around him. If he really cast this magic talisman today, I'm afraid that half of the Dusk Ancient City will be turned into nothingness, and no one will dare to come to their Dusk Ancient City from now on. The major forces may join forces to occupy this land that does not belong to anyone. Of course, the Xiao family will not be much better, and will definitely be condemned and attacked by countless people. But the strong men of Dusk Ancient City can't care so much. They just want to protect their own interests and don't want to be implicated. A divine power from the horizon controlled the scope of the Shen Mansion explosion to the extreme, only transmitting some temperature and slight aftermath. Therefore, the onlookers did not suffer much damage. On the contrary, Xiaoyan and Ye Chen, who were extremely close to the explosion, suffered a lot of impact, and the scorching temperature burned a layer of their skin. The impact force of the explosion vibrated in the space, crushing their bones, and their whole bodies flew backwards, with countless acupoints bleeding. Looking at the explosion center that had turned into nothingness, the onlookers were shocked. Xiaoyan dared to use the talisman in such an occasion. He simply didn't care about their lives. Xiaoyan must have a protective treasure that has not been triggered yet, and there are two guardians protecting him. But what do they have? If it weren't for the strong men of the Dusk Ancient City, they might have become broken arms and limbs all over the city. This Xiaoyan simply treated them as animals? Do you think their lives are worthless? The onlookers were all geniuses from all over the country, arrogant and proud. They were treated as guests of honor before, and were the objects of worship and admiration by countless people. Where have they been seen like this? Suddenly, the crowd was indignant, and countless people were denouncing Xiaoyan, wanting him to give an explanation. Xiaoyan's former followers, admirers, and worshippers also protested. In the distance, on the eaves, a man and a woman were sitting together, eating the crystal-clear fruits in the storage ring. They looked very leisurely and watched the chaotic scene in the distance with interest. The man and woman were Jiang Cheng and Anna, who quietly left the center of the battlefield. They did not want to kill Xiaoyan's lackeys directly, and then beat up Xiaoyan. But unexpectedly, a woman of luck who was brave enough to do what was right suddenly appeared. She had a bone of the great Dao, which was very enviable. This was not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing was that another son of luck came and seemed to be worried that the woman of luck in front of him would be bullied, so he attacked Xiaoyan without saying a word. The scene was like a dog-eat-dog, very exciting. Xiaoyan, whose luck value was as high as 120,000, had a sudden drop in luck after experiencing so many changes, and it was directly reduced by more than half. Nearly 65,000 luck points entered the treasure bottle in Jiang Cheng's hand. In this battle, Xiaoyan was torn off a fig leaf. His words, which were once the best in the world, became a laughingstock in other people's mouths. When everyone in the outside world was optimistic about him, he was pressed to the ground by a plain-looking and not very famous teenager. He had no power to fight back and looked extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for his followers desperately rescuing him, he might not even have the chance to cast the magic talisman. But it was also because of this that he cast the magic talisman regardless of everyone's lives, which made many people disappointed in him. Those followers who followed him and did things for him regardless of their lives would definitely leave him. These followers are all talented sons and daughters of gods in the major god-level forces. Their main purpose of following Xiaoyan is to get benefits. Now they didn't get the benefits and almost ruined their lives. If someone else took their lives, they wouldn't feel anything. After all, losing their lives is inevitable on the road to growth. But now the one who took their lives is the one they followed. In this situation, who would dare to follow Xiaoyan? Even if Xiaoyan promised to give them great benefits now, I am afraid that not many people would follow him. Xiaoyan is walking the path of a mortal taking over the body of a great demon, and his biggest support is his group of followers. After losing his followers, he is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. If it weren't for his identity, and the huge backing of the ancient Xiao family, his luck would probably fall to the bottom and be completely ruined. As for Ye Chen, Jiang Cheng looked at him. Perhaps because of his low level, Ye Chen's initial luck was not too high, even lower than Ye Cheng's, only 60,000, probably a common routine. For some reason, his luck dropped sharply, directly falling to a little over 20,000. This puzzled Jiang Cheng. He observed the aura of Ye Chen, and there was no other problem except for the injuries on his body. This injury is common for the Son of Luck, and he will be fine after a few days of rest, and there may even be a situation where his cultivation is more advanced and solid. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing. There shouldn't be such a sharp drop. Looking at the damaged word Ya on the back of Ye Chen's robe, Jiang Cheng suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the forces behind Ye Chen are planning to abandon him? The surname is Ye, that should be the ancient family Ye family, and the person he just beat was from the ancient family Xiao family. Could it be that in order to avoid hostility with the Xiao family, the Ye family will push Ye Chen out to reduce the other party's anger? Jiang Cheng didn't know if he was right, but there was a high probability that the Ye family was ready to abandon him, otherwise his luck value would not drop so quickly. Being abandoned by a big force, this kind of plot seems to be quite common for the Son of Luck. It will make the Son of Luck work harder and be full of more fighting spirit. Jiang Cheng felt that things were getting more and more interesting. It was indeed more interesting to blend in. If he had stayed in the territory honestly, he didn't know how many good things he would miss. Ye Chen didn't know that he had been abandoned. He was lying on the ground with countless wounds on his body, and the piercing pain was transmitted to his mind through the nerves. But he is also a person who has seen the big world. What kind of pain has he not experienced in his previous life? This level of pain is a common occurrence for him, and he can get through it by gritting his teeth. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the girl in front of him. Little junior sister, don't worry, with senior brother here, no one can bully you or hurt you in the future. Senior brother will help you deal with all dangers and powerful enemies. Ye Chen looked pleased. Xiao Linger frowned and felt a little disgusted from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know this guy at all, and she had lived with her masters since she was a child. When did she get a senior brother? Not only for this reason, but the most important thing is Ye Chen's eyes full of desire. He can't wait to write these words "I am greedy for your body" written on his face. Various factors caused Xiao Linger to be very disgusted with Ye Chen. Seeing that there was something wrong with the expression on Xiao Linger's face, Ye Chen suddenly realized that he seemed to have remembered something. Young sister, you probably have no memory. I was your senior brother in the previous life. The relationship between the two of us was very good at that time. Don't worry, senior brother will find a way to help you get some spring water from the Samsara lake for you to drink. You will be able to awaken your past life memories by then. This time, Xiao Linger's face became darker, and she was even more convinced that this guy was greedy for her body. In her previous life, because she suffered from a rare disease, she only went out a handful of times and didn't come into contact with many people at all. Where did she come from? She had never heard of Samsara Lake. It may be that she is ignorant, but who can ensure that there is no drug mixed in the water that can make people horny? Although I am young, I am still very cautious in my behavior. You guys, stop pretending to be a good person and cover up the dirty desires in your eyes first. I really don't know which mental hospital the patient ran away from. He ran out in broad daylight and ruined this girl's good deeds. Xiao Linger hummed softly. Her target was Xiao Yan, and she didn't have time to talk nonsense with this guy. If this guy hadn't suddenly appeared, now Xiao Yan might have knelt at her feet, begging for mercy and apologizing to her. But she wouldn't let Xiao Yan go so easily. She also wants to dig out the bones of the avenue from the opponent's body. This bone is hers, and there is no reason to take advantage of this guy. Even though she has grown a new bone now, she still feels a little uncomfortable having her bone grow on someone else's body. A suction force emerged from his hand. Xiao Yan's injured body was attracted out of thin air. The two guardians were shocked. Xiao Linger, stop. Xiao Linger, if you dare to do anything to the young master, we will never let you go today. Although Xiao Yan was beaten violently at this time, his appearance was a little embarrassed, and his breath was a little sluggish. The injuries on his body were not too serious and could be repaired after a period of rest. If there was a magical medicine for healing, a stick of incense would bring vitality to life. But if Xiao Yan falls into Xiao Linger's hands, the situation will be different. The old and new hatred between the two of them cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Because of the excavation of bones that year, Xiao Linger's parents and grandfather were missing. Having experienced extraordinary hardships since childhood, and losing a close relative, Xiao Linger's hatred for the Xiao family may have reached its extreme. All this hatred will definitely be poured out on Xiao Yan. Xiao Linger, facing his sister's delicate and beautiful face, to be honest, Xiao Yan couldn't hate this kind of girl from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the other party's small hands strangling his neck, Xiao Yan would have planned to open his mouth to influence the other party. I really don't know why the original owner would do something to such a little girl. Wouldn't it be nice to influence her since she was a child and bring her into the harem? With such talent and strength, my childhood sweetheart wife can stand on top of the world even while lying down and eating soft food. As for consanguineous marriage and so on, Xiao Linger's bloodline and his own have been passed down for countless generations, and the connection between the bloodlines has become extremely thin, almost non-existent. At this time, Xiao Yan had already cursed the original owner countless times in his heart, hating the other party's stupidity, selfishness, and recklessness. But the matter has come to this. Now that he has traveled through time, he must find a way to make up for his sister and completely influence her. Maybe this is my mission after traveling through time. Xiao Yan also had a certain understanding of novels before traveling through time. Although he had not read a few, he still knew the general formula. This is also the first time for him to occupy another person's body. He is inexperienced and cannot thrive like the time travelers in the novel. The situation can be said to be difficult. But from this moment on, he decided to take things step by step, slowly influence his sister, and let her become a member of his harem. Linger. Pft. As soon as Xiao Yan opened his mouth, Xiao Linger stabbed his sword into his chest. The tip of the sword penetrated into the flesh and blood, prying the shining bone in Xiao Yan's chest. Don't think that this girl doesn't know your tricks. She just wants to make up a lie to influence me and make me soft-hearted. I won't be fooled. Go to hell, you scum. That's what your family did to me back then. Xiao Linger's sword pierced Xiao Yan's body directly, and violently dug out his Dao bone. Xiao Yan was so shocked that he had forgotten the pain. His mind was blank, and only Xiao Linger's words lingered in his ears. Routine. Could it be that you, sister, are also, A crystal-clear bone was dug out from Xiao Yan's chest, and various laws and visions appeared in the air. The sky seemed to sound Sanskrit. Countless suns shone through the dense clouds, and the golden light shone on the bone, driving away the blood and minced meat on it. The strong men hiding in the dark were all moved, and they were already brewing divine power, ready to rob at any time. Even the old monsters in the Dusk Ancient City couldn't sit still. This is the bone of the Dao. Even if a pig is embedded in this bone, it can become the supreme heaven. Xiao Yan's protector was furious, and a suffocating divine power burst out from his body, rushing towards Xiao Linger. The war was about to break out, and countless people's blazing eyes rested on the bone of the avenue. Some people even want to take action against Xiao Linger, not even sparing the bone of Dao in her body. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. It is quite dangerous to show off one's treasures without absolute strength and backing. But Xiao Linger is not alone. The little golden monkey standing on her shoulder pressed towards the void in front of her, and a giant golden hand emerged, seemingly containing billions of powerful forces. Xiao Yan's two protectors were unable to avoid him, with horrified expressions on their faces. The divine power emanating from their palm prints made their chests dent. Boom! Deep cracks appeared on the land within a radius of thousands of miles, and it was devastated and extremely horrifying. The two guardians were pressed to the ground and crushed into flesh and blood. It was no longer possible to tell what kind of creature the dead creature was. The golden monkey erupted with suffocating pressure, covering the entire Dusk Ancient City, making everyone feel a sense of suffocation. It seems that all it takes is a thought from this monkey. People all over the city will be bleeding. The roars of ferocious beasts came from the direction of the ancient realm, coming with rolling divine power. The expressions of all the creatures along the way changed drastically. They thought that a large-scale beast wave was about to launch in the ancient wilderness, and they quickly looked for a place to hide. At this time, the strong man who secretly coveted Xiao Linger's Dao bone restrained his breath and did not dare to say anything. Now even if they want to plot against these two great masters, they have to think carefully and come up with a plan that is perfect and will not alarm others. Xiao Linger snorted coldly to the void, took out a few fruits from her cloth pocket and handed them to the little monkey. She didn't expect that the little monkey she picked up casually was so powerful, and then killed 2 third-level gods, and it could also resonate with the beast gods in the ancient world. Now she can be said to be much safer in the Dusk Ancient City, and those who secretly covet her don't dare to be too presumptuous. Even if there is no little monkey, I am not afraid of these dangers. As long as I activate the weapons my master gave me, I can kill even the true god. Of course, the final trump card is still these 2 willow leaves. When leaving Liukan, the willow tree at the entrance of the village dropped 2 leaves. These 2 leaves exuded terrible power. Even in a still state, Xiao Linger could feel the heart-stopping power inside them. Strength. This power is much stronger than the trump card her master left for her. Sometimes she is curious about what realm Lushu is. After digging out Xiao Yan's bones, Xiao Linger's anger has dissipated a lot, but this does not mean that she will reconcile with Xiao Yan. Now she just wants to find her parents and grandfather, and take them to Lu village to live an isolated life. She herself has no feelings for the Xiao family, only painful memories. In this case, it would be better to cut it off in 2. You take your Yangguan road, and I take my single plank bridge. Everyone has nothing to do with each other, and they will never interact with each other until death. As for the people of her lineage, Xiao Linger didn't want to contact them. They didn't speak out when she was dug out. Now that they are being suppressed by her direct lineage, she has no obligation to help. As for moral kidnapping, for her as a time traveler, to the reader, there is no threat at all. Master said that there are clues about my parents in the ancient secret realm. I wonder if I can gain anything by going in this time. Xiao Linger looked at the mountains behind the ancient city at dusk. The entrance to the ancient secret realm is right there. It's just that you still need to wait for the blood moon night to open. Junior sister. Ye Chen, who was lying on the ground with a pitiful look on his face, drank several bottles of pills in succession. His injuries had been relieved a lot and he could move normally, but he pretended to be seriously injured in order to deceive Xiaolinger's sympathy. Stop pretending, I can feel the majestic blood in your body. A grown man is still trying to imitate a little girl, lying on the ground trying to die. He is really worthless. Xiaolinger didn't want to pay attention to him at all. She felt that just one look at him would make her angry and inexplicably angry. As he stretched his legs, Ye Chen, who was lying dead in the aisle, was kicked to the side. Xiaolinger didn't even look at him, she just stepped over him. She held a piece of the great bone in her hand. As for Xiaoyan digging up her bones when she was a child, she did not plan to tell anyone. Such words would be too public and would expose herself to the storm of public opinion. In her previous life, she stayed at home almost all her life. In this life, he has lived in a small mountain village hidden in the ancient world since he was a child. I'm used to a quiet environment. At this time, Xiaolinger just wanted to find a place to wash away the dust collected along the way and sleep well for 3 days and 3 nights. After replenishing his energy, he entered the ancient secret realm to look for his parents and grandfather in this life. But whether others would guess these things was beyond her control. Junior sister is still as cold as before. Don't worry, junior sister. When I go to Reincarnation Lake, scoop out the water for you, and help you restore your memory, you will think of me. Ye Chen sighed, and endless motivation appeared in his body. He now has a new purpose. That's his little junior sister? The junior sister must be his woman in the future? Of course, he won't let Ye Xianer go either. In his previous life, he was a powerful god king who ruled all directions. He had countless powerful people under his command, all of whom were at his disposal. He could be said to be one of the heroes on the continent. With his status, what's wrong with marrying 3 wives and 4 concubines? He is not a playboy, he just wants to give the beautiful women in the world a warm home. If a beautiful woman appears in the future, Ye Chen would not let him go and tried every means to include him in the harem, of course, relying on his strong strength and his own charisma. Even if he looks ordinary and pretty, those women will still fall in love with him inadvertently. Ye Chen, who was extremely confident and prepared to go back to the attic of the Ye family to heal his wounds, met a young boy from the Ye family on the way. The other party said with disdain and mockery, Ye Chen, the eldest lady has just spoken and expelled you from the Ye family. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Ye family. If you dare to show off your power outside in the name of the Ye family in the future, be careful the lady cuts off your head and plays it with a ball. Oh, by the way, this matter has been informed to the top management of the Ye family through the Wanli communication talisman. The final decision was made with the consent of the family head and a series of elders. The expression on the boy's face was full of mockery. A proper cannon fodder figure. It's the appetizer before the son of luck goes crazy. Ye Chen was obviously stunned for a moment. It seems that some people don't dare to believe this sentence. Did the Ye family remove him? How can this be? He is a genius child of the Ye family. He can crush all the gods and goddesses. Even Ye Fan, who has suddenly emerged from the army, is no match for him and was defeated by him. What if the Ye family didn't cultivate a talented kid like him, but instead removed him? Any normal person in the family would not make such a decision. He should be treated as a treasure and all his requirements should be met. Ye Chen picked his ears and confirmed, are you sure you are right? Your Ye family unanimously decided to remove me. Rao is based on his tens of thousands of years of life experience. I also think this is a bit outrageous. If the Ye family does this, who will dare to join the Ye family and become a descendant of the Ye family in the future? A family that easily removes other people's names is not worthy of the mainland's genius to seek refuge with them. Without the injection of fresh blood, the children of the Ye family alone may not have any problems within 100 years, but as time goes by, signs of decline will soon appear. For an ancient family like the Ye family, the rise and fall of the family is the top priority, ranking ahead of individuals and the collective. It can be said that everything the family does is for this goal. I want to ask the eldest lady personally, I don't believe that the Ye family would do such a thing. Ye Xianer's face was reflected in Ye Chen's mind. He and Xianer were childhood sweethearts, how could the other party just sit back and watch something like this happen? There must be something wrong with this? Hey, what are you doing? Seeing that Ye Chen wanted to walk towards the attic, the boy quickly opened his arms to stop him. To tell you the truth, the young lady reported this matter to the family head and others, and then the family head and a group of elders held an emergency meeting and made the decision to remove you. The young lady brought this matter up. What's the use of going to her? Ha, you beat the young master of the Xiao family in public. Ye Chen, you really have the heart of a bear but the courage of a leopard. It doesn't matter if you are stupid alone, but don't involve our Ye family. What kind of status is young master Xiao Yan that you, a countryman, can offend? The boy looked like he was dying. From the day Ye Chen came to the Ye family, nearly 70% of the people in the family were unhappy with him. Especially Ye Chen, who has a low status, can actually enjoy 100 times better treatment than them. The sons and daughters of the Ye family, and even the doorman are jealous of him. The young man in front of him is just a microcosm of the Ye family. Now that Ye Chen suddenly fell from the sky to the dust and became a bereaved dog, the young man couldn't help but feel so happy. He quickly ran over to make a fuss and taunted him. Court death. God King Ye Chen had never been so angry. With one palm, He beat the boy who was blocking the road into pieces. He was filled with a terrible murderous aura and walked towards the Ye family attic with a fierce look on his face. You are so unbridled that even a mere outsider dares to attack my descendants of the Ye family. We will be punished accordingly. An old woman in black robe with a frosty face appeared in front of Ye Chen. She was Ye Xian'er's guardian. She would not leave the attic without Ye Xian'er's approval. Mr. Liu, what are you doing? Let me go quickly, I have something to do with the lady. Ye Chen still had a good impression of this old woman. When Ye Xian'er was sent to his remote hometown, the other party had been guarding Ye Xian'er. Sometimes they even come out to meet the original owner. Teach him some cultivation issues. After inheriting the body of the original owner, Ye Chen also inherited his feelings for Mrs. Liu. Facing this once amiable old woman, he had no guard up in his heart. Go away, who allowed you to see the lady? This time, Mrs. Liu did not treat Ye Chen as usual, but faced a stranger. The pressure of the true god on his body covered Ye Chen's body. Even though Ye Chen gritted his teeth and his bones cracked, he couldn't help but bend his knees downward, almost kneeling on the ground. The pride deep in his bones made Ye Chen try his best to resist, looking like he would rather die than surrender. The ground beneath my feet sunk. Why, you are doing this to me? Ye Chen couldn't understand it at all. He just went out to meet his junior sister and helped her vent her anger. Is there anything wrong with that? As for attacking Xiao Yan, he didn't have time to be cruel. If the Xiao family pursued him, they wouldn't go too far. At most, they would ask him to compensate him and apologize. Is it because of this that the Ye family is going to expel him and his childhood sweetheart Ye Xian'er also turn her back on him? Mrs. Liu did not answer his question. Instead, it increased the pressure released, causing Ye Chen's wounds to regenerate and tear under the squeeze of this force. He himself could no longer resist. His knees fell heavily to the ground, his flesh and blood were blurred, and the stones in the ground were cracked into deep cracks like spider webs. Ye Chen's eyes were about to burst. He was the supreme killing god king. His cultivation level suppressed the world, no one could match him, and his status was extremely noble. Back then, there were no more people with the same status as him on the mainland. During his 2 lifetimes of cultivation, he had never knelt down to anyone else except his parents, who were kneeling in heaven and on the ground. Even if he kneels, no one can bear it. But now, Ye Chen actually kneeled down to an old woman with grey hair and deep wrinkles on her face. This is simply a great shame. Ye Chen was so angry that he wanted to die. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his heart. His breath was disordered and he had a tendency to go astray. This incident will be a shadow of his life. If Ye Chen does not redeem the shame of today in the future, he may encounter a heart disaster when he breaks through the realm and becomes a god, crushing his state of mind without reservation. Ye Chen, these are the things the young lady gave you. Take these things and get out of here quickly. As for the young lady, she doesn't want to see you at all, so don't expect to say a word to her. After all, you and the young lady are not from the same world. In the future, she needs to inherit the entire ancient Ye family, and you are just an ordinary disciple of Jiang Cheng Mountain. The identities of the two of you are like clouds and mud. Don't think about eating swan meat. In the attic, Ye Fan's head popped out. The gloating in his eyes is self-evident. She didn't expect that the young lady would propose to expel Ye Chen from the family. After all, the two of them were childhood sweethearts, and the relationship between them was so deep that even if there was a conflict, it would be impossible to do it so decisively. But that's the fact. Although Ye Fan didn't know why Ye Xian'er made this decision, he just clearly felt that Ye Xian'er's temperament had undergone a fundamental change. From a pure girl in her 20s, she turned into a supreme and oppressive superior. Just that sharp look made him dare not breathe. The matter of the Ye family's attic spread like the wind. The Ye family actually expelled the Tianjiao who beat up the young master of the Xiao family. It was such a sensitive matter that it was hard not to think too much. Especially the words that the young man named Ye Chen said to the Ye family's attic before he left. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young man. For a while, everyone was watching the show, wanted to observe what would happen next. At the same time, Xiao Yan's stains were also exposed. He had calculated his cousin when he was young, and together with other family members, dug out the bones of the great Dao in Xiaolinger. If it weren't for God's blessing, Xiaolinger would have no chance to survive. He was so vicious at a young age, and he deserved to be called the devil by the Tianjiao of the mainland. Various negative news about Xiao Yan were spread, along with the photo of him being beaten. Xiao Yan's reputation suddenly became stinky to the extreme. It became the topic of conversation for others after dinner. Almost all forces cancelled their plans to visit Xiao Yan, and those who had been his followers chose to stay indoors and cut off contact with the outside world. As a result, Xiao Yan's luck value plummeted, falling by another 10,000. On the attic of the Ye family, Ye Xian'er sat alone by the window, her eyes calm, overlooking the entire dusk ancient city, and her supreme majesty inadvertently made the maids around her sit upright and dare not make a sound. There are actually 2 souls in her body. One is the young girl Ye Xian'er, and the other is Ye Xian'er who has established the supreme kingdom of God and was conferred as the Empress 500 years later. In normal times, the young girl Ye Xian'er is in charge, but at this moment, it is obviously the Empress Ye Xian'er who controls this body. 2 souls jointly dominate one body. It is inevitable that there will be conflicts and rejections. In order to solve this factor, she needs to find a person with the same dual souls in one body and conduct experiments on him. This unlucky guy is Ye Fan who was picked up on the road. It was a coincidence that she just had some ideas when she met someone with this physique. She was very lucky. During this period of time, the mental power techniques that Ye Fan practiced were actually figured out by Ye Xian'er herself, specifically for the special physique of one body with two souls. She wanted the two souls to be completely integrated. After a series of experiments, the second soul in Ye Fan rarely showed signs of eruption, and the two souls had a tendency to gradually merge. Things have come to this point. In fact, Ye Fan has lost his effect in Ye Xian'er's heart, but after her private investigation, the other party's origin seems to be a little bit complicated. It has something to do with the invading forces that suddenly appeared on the mainland. Ye Xian'er's attention to the invading forces is far greater than that of everyone in the Ye family. She traveled from 500 years in the future. In her timeline, there was no such invading force at all, but it suddenly appeared in this life. Therefore, Ye Xian'er has a very high degree of attention to this invading force that suddenly descended on the mainland. On the surface, she showed her love for the soldiers behind Ye Fan, but in fact, she wanted to observe this strange creature in secret to see if there was anything special about it. According to her observation, the way the invaders on the continent improve their strength is quite fast, which can be described as a small realm every 3 days and a large realm every 5 days. This is what she has learned so far. There are also invaders in other regions. Whether their speed of improving strength will be more terrifying than this, she doesn't know. At least before she leads the Ye family, she can't continue to investigate. Ye Xian'er has hidden ambitions, which can be seen from her future establishment of the Supreme Kingdom of God. Who would establish a country for nothing if they are a serious girl? Traveling back from the future to this point in time, Ye Xian'er's ambitions are even stronger. Her goal is no longer just to establish the Kingdom of God. She wants to unify the entire continent. To achieve this goal, it must be supported by a certain amount of strength. And the Lord Force happened to enter her field of vision. She plans to tentatively contact this force in the coming days. Investigate and study this force. If possible, she wants to cooperate with the person in charge of this force and jointly plot the entire continent. Because of this, she is not planning to make a big move at present. If the attention of the old monsters in the family is attracted, they are likely to regard this invading force as a threat, and unite the major top forces and ancient families on the continent to conduct a carpet-style encirclement and suppression. After all, Ye Xian'er came back from 500 years later, and she knows the character of those old stubborn people in the Ye family. As for Ye Chen, thinking of this person, Ye Xian'er's eyes revealed a terrible chill and murderous intent. This person is not her brother Ye Chen at all, but an old monster who has taken over the body and reborn, the notorious killing god king in ancient times. This guy took over the body of her brother Ye Chen, and used feelings to try to seduce her body. It is simply unforgivable. Ye Xian'er actually wanted to slap Ye Chen to death a long time ago, but she has been enduring. As the saying goes, things will turn against each other when they reach their extremes. When Ye Chen's feelings for her reached a peak, she kicked him away without mercy. This can make Ye Chen's inner anger burn to the extreme. In the next period of time, Ye Chen will definitely try every means to find the opportunity he left behind, gain strength, and come to her to show off. After all, it is the wealth left by the God King. Ye Xian'er was very moved by this. She wanted to unify the continent, and she could not fall behind in terms of strength. Ye Chen was so motivated that he could become her treasure hunter. Since you killed my brother Ye Chen, I won't let you off easily. As for why Ye Xian'er knew Ye Chen's true identity at this time, of course, it was thanks to her future good sister Xiaolinger. If this soul had not traveled back, she would definitely be a dog behind Ye Chen in the future, deceived by him and lost her body. This is indeed the case. The authorities are confused, and the bystanders are clear. If Xiaolinger hadn't reminded herself in time, listed a series of evidence, and set a trap to make Ye Chen reveal his identity in person, she might have really gone astray, and even the entire Xiao family. Ye Chen is a very troublesome guy. In the future, he offended almost all the forces on the continent. It doesn't matter if he causes trouble himself, but he hurt his followers badly. Almost few of his followers survived. At the same time, he is also a lustful and selfish person. The number of beauties behind him is close to thousands. All those who are pretty are taken into his harem. This phenomenon is even worse after he becomes stronger. After bringing these beauties into the secret realm, Ye Chen took all the benefits at the first time, and gave the remaining ones to those beauties, pretending to be generous. Thinking of this, Ye Xian'er kept nauseating and wanted Lupo to kill him right now. In the next 3 days. The Dusk Ancient City was not peaceful. More mainland Tianjiao gathered here. The seas on all sides were no exception, and the roars of sea beasts could often be heard in the sky. A super sea beast, as big as half of the ancient city, came to the top of the Dusk Ancient City with endless sea water, carrying thousands of Sea Clan Tianjiao on its back. The area of the sea is 5 times that of the mainland. Therefore, the number of Sea Clan Tianjiao is quite terrifying. However, the ancient secret realm exists on the mainland, and the marine creatures cannot be too presumptuous, and the number of places is very scarce. These thousands of Sea Clan Tianjiao have been carefully selected through a series of cruel selections. Each of them has the peak of the Great Saint and can break through the strength of the demigod at any time. They are several times more powerful than the mainland Tianjiao. These Sea Clan Tianjiao act according to their own will, and do whatever they want, like a group of uncivilized barbarians. As soon as they arrived at the dusk ancient city, they started to stir up trouble everywhere, beat others, and robbed women, which angered the heavens and people. Countless mainland Tianjiao were indignant and wanted to teach them a lesson. However, they were not strong enough. They walked over aggressively, but in the end, they were thrown out by the Sea Clan Tianjiao like throwing away garbage. But soon, a strange thing happened in the dusk ancient city. Every time it was late at night, Tianjiao would disappear. Some people said that there were inheritors of magic skills in the city, who specialized in catching those creatures with strong blood and qi to improve their cultivation. Because most of the missing Tianjiao were sea creatures, they sometimes disappeared while walking on the street, and at the same time, their soul lamps went out, and they died without a complete body. This caused panic among countless Sea Clan Tianjiao, and the mainland Tianjiao applauded. After this group of sea people did not dare to come out, the ancient city returned to its former tranquility. There are rumors that these were all done by Xiao Yan. He practiced an evil technique that sucked the flesh and soul of others. This technique had strong side effects. In the duel with Ye Chen, he suffered from the side effects, which led to such an embarrassing situation. The sea creatures have been missing frequently these days, precisely because he needed to repair his injuries, so he sent people to do it secretly. This rumor fermented at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yan, whose popularity had declined, returned to the forefront of public opinion again. Xiao Yan's title of the Big Devil and the public opinion this time confirmed his identity as the inheritor of the magic technique, which he could not clear even if he jumped into the Styx. This news made countless Tianjiao very afraid. If they met Xiao Yan, they would retreat at the first time and dare not compete with him. And the sea creatures came to the outside of Xiao Yan's mansion from time to time and carried out a series of verbal insults. Because Xiao Linger's golden monkey made the ground dent, some roadside stalls in the city closed down one after another, and the auction that contained countless opportunities also entered a short period of rectification. Jiang Cheng, who was doing everything in secret, did not find any big targets. These days, he killed dozens of Sea Clan Tianjiao. The behavior of these Tianjiao made him unable to stand by and watch. It happened that they contained thousands of luck points, so Jiang Cheng simply killed them directly. These Tianjiao gave him a total of nearly 200,000 luck points, comparable to the size of Xiao Linger. Dong, 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 3 loud bells came from the city lord's mansion. The Tianjiao who had been here once immediately reacted, turned into a divine rainbow, and flew towards the back mountain outside the city. The other Tianjiaos, as long as they were not stupid, understood what was about to happen. Calculating the time, the Blood Moon Night should also come at this time, and going there in advance can also occupy a favorable position. In the crowd, a young man with a cloak and a handsome face looked at the dense Tianjiao in the air and couldn't help clenching his fists. The ancient secret realm is about to open. As long as I enter it, I can find my body in less than 3 days, inherit the laws above, and merge the divine blood inside. After I come out, within a few years, I will be able to break through the realm and become a god. As a young true god like me, I don't know how many forces on the continent will try to win me over. The Ye family, Ye Xianer, and that damn Ye Fan, you all wait for me. When I become famous, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. The young man was Ye Chen, who was forced to kneel in humiliation the day before. His aura changed at this time, and the cloak also covered most of his face. If you are not very familiar with him, you can't recognize him at all. Brother Ye Chen, let's go too. Beside him, there was a wheat-skinned boy, Tang Shan, who came all the way from Wanyao Mountain. He was very lucky along the way. He got a lot of opportunities by falling into the cave, which allowed him to repair his injuries and improve his cultivation. At the same time, his uncle sent someone to give him a sum of resources, which was extremely rich. His strength soared to the late stage of the Great Sage, and his strong fighting power allowed him to easily defeat even the demigods. The reason why his uncle did this was because of his mother. In addition, during this period, an old ancestor was out of retreat, and his grandfather and a group of elders were too busy, so the family affairs were left to his uncle, so he had the opportunity to give him a sum of cultivation resources. Along with the cultivation resources, there was also a letter. The general content of the letter was Tangshan's current situation. In fact, her mother had already made an engagement with the son of a god from an ancient family. But that incident happened later, which caused the son of God to suffer mental damage and seclude himself for 15 years. But after coming out of seclusion, the son of God not only did not fall in realm, but broke through to the first-level god, and developed a strange habit. He developed a very morbid obsession with other women. As early as a year ago, he said that he would put aside the past grudges and wanted to marry Tangshan's mother, and promised a betrothal gift that made the entire Nanyan family excited. Seeing the content of the letter, Tangshan was furious and wanted to kill Nanyan family directly to rescue his mother. And Tangshan, who was seriously injured, fainted on the spot, and old GK had to stay to take care of him. Now Tangshan is like carrying an ancient sacred mountain on his back. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and kill back to Nanyan family. Otherwise, his mother might become someone else's wife. As night fell, the bright moonlight faded, and a strange scarlet inadvertently dyed the moon red. The enchanting moonlight shone on the ground, dyeing it with a touch of blood. Countless wild monsters became manic and attacked their kind indiscriminately. Their strength and speed increased by more than 3 times under the moonlight, and their temperaments were extremely cruel. In the ancient domain of Honghuang, countless wild beasts with red eyes rushed out and crashed into the city built by the human race. They were fearless and continued to fight, as if they had lost their minds. Every year on the night of the blood moon, there will be such a large-scale beast tide. This year is particularly fierce, especially because the number is too large, which is hundreds of times more than the creatures in the border area. There is even the appearance of the beast god. Countless places on the continent are in emergency. Those living in the border areas are basically civilians who are powerless. They do not have too much power, so they cannot compete for resources with powerful creatures that can fly and hide. They can only move to the desolate and remote marginal areas. Now that the beast tide has arrived, they are the first to bear the brunt. Several beast gods who have lost their minds wantonly slaughtered the people along the way, and the entire marginal area is in a tragic state of blood flowing for 30,000 miles. In the ancient domain of Honghuang, a small mountain village with green mountains and clear waters is being attacked by countless wild beasts. Outside, there are wild beasts stretching for hundreds of miles, and the number of beast gods alone has reached 400. These beast gods have clear eyes and are not affected by the blood moon night. Their beasts have lived in the ancient domain of the wilderness for so many years. The harsh environmental conditions here have caused one of their races to die every year. They really can't stand such a life. So they decided to take advantage of this blood moon night, when the human race's attention was all shifted to the ancient secret realm, and they launched an unprecedented large-scale attack in history. Strive to defeat the human race, which is now in its heyday, with one blow. Of course, they can't just have their own force to participate in the war. There are more than one race on the continent that has been oppressed by the human race. They secretly united with other races, and everyone attacked together to catch them off guard. But the most important thing at the moment is to kill the people in the small village in front of them. This village is like a nail in their eyes. It is difficult to get rid of the hatred in their hearts if they don't pull it out. They have never seen such a bold person dare to build a village in the ancient domain of Honghuang, which is simply a naked provocation to their beast tribe. Dozens of beast gods waved their fists like small mountains and smashed them hard on the top of the small mountain village, like a meteorite falling in the universe, containing the power to destroy everything. Rumble. Countless dust was shaken around the small mountain village, the earth shook, the space was oscillating, and the airwaves generated flattened the mountains in the distance. Countless wild beast armies retreated 100 steps before they stopped. But the small mountain village stood still, and a green, thin protective shield blocked all the power of the beast god. Not even a grain of sand was shaken. Xiao Linger's masters looked at the scene outside with a smile, and laughed mockingly from time to time, disliking the beast gods for being too weak. After an unknown period of stalemate, the beast gods left angrily. They did not intend to continue wasting time in this small mountain village. Now that the human race's defense line has collapsed on a large scale, they have enough confidence to completely conquer the entire human race within 3 months. The roars and roars of the beast gods came from the ancient domain of Honghuang. Countless wild beasts rushed out like a tide, a large area, like a thick dark cloud, constantly rolling, and the terrifying aura that came out could be felt tens of thousands of miles away. After all, they still took action, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. I just don't know if those old guys can make preparations in time, otherwise the vitality of the human race will be greatly damaged, and it will decline for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Xiao Linger's masters sat cross-legged under the willow tree at the entrance of the village. Each of them is a towering figure in the outside world. Stamping their feet can cause a shock in the outside world. If it weren't for this willow tree, they would have killed and roasted those ignorant little beasts. Don't worry, those old guys have also considered today, and they have accumulated a lot of experience, so they won't be defeated so quickly, and they can still respond in time. I just don't know how Linger is doing now, whether she has been bullied by the kid from the Xiao family, whether she has been made difficult by others, whether she has entered the secret realm. Ha ha ha, it's good enough that the girl doesn't bully others. She killed so many villains along the way, not to mention that the little guy is by her side, and no one can bully her. At worst, she still has the treasures we gave her, and no one can hurt her. Xiao Linger's masters are very optimistic about the current situation, and they don't seem to be worried at all. This is indeed the case. The sudden war is now only spreading in the border areas, and has not caused any impact on the ancient city of Dusk in the central area of the continent. The geniuses have already entered it in an orderly manner. It's just that the battlefield in the border area is beyond everyone's imagination. Almost all races launched attacks on humans, including those races whose overall strength is not weaker than humans, but who just don't want to compete with them. Among them, the elves are a good example. No one expected that the elves, who have always loved peace, would participate in this war, and their attack speed was second only to the beasts. A large area of the country had already fallen into their hands. The queen of the elf even personally participated in the war. She condensed several clones, opened up 3 battlefields at the same time, and launched a comprehensive attack in 3 directions. Everyone has heard that the elves love peace. Therefore, outside the elves, the human race did not gather too much strength at all, and was caught off guard. However, the major forces on the continent responded quickly. Those old monsters who were about to die and had to fall into a state of suspended death broke out of their coffins one after another, without changing their rotten robes, and rushed to the battlefield first. The situation stabilized for a short time. But soon, something happened that surprised everyone, even desperately. That is, the Sea Clan joined the war. The strength of the Sea Clan can be said to be the most terrifying. Whether in terms of quantity or overall strength, it is an absolute overlord-level force. It can be said that the entire continent needs to gather all its strength to barely resist the attack of the Sea Clan and be on par with it. But now the Sea Tribe did not attack other creatures, but specifically selected the gathering places of the human race. Apparently, they and other races had planned in advance and were ready to destroy the human race with unlimited potential first. Suddenly, the whole continent fell into a crisis. There was grief everywhere, and no one could escape this catastrophe safely. If you are not careful, you will end up with a dead body. The ancient secret realm was opened as usual. Jiang Cheng and Anna mixed in the team of Wanyao Mountain and entered it smoothly. For some reason, only a few clones of gods came to the opening of the secret realm this time. According to the process of previous years, every time the ancient secret realm was opened, the gods of various forces would gather at the entrance and watch Tianjiao enter. Obviously, these gods had something important to do, and this matter was so important that they couldn't even spare this short time. Among the crowd, only Yexian roughly guessed something. That is, all the major races on the continent, including the sea race, launched an attack on the human race. Logically, this should happen 5 years later. She rubbed her frowning brows and stopped thinking about it. She knew what was going to happen in the future, so she had informed her father in advance. Although the other party didn't believe it, he also made certain preparations, so the loss would not be too heavy. At the same time, she was secretly accumulating strength. As long as she came out of the secret realm smoothly, she could fully launch the plan and launch a counterattack. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Isn't this a full-scale dispute an opportunity? She remembered that many Tianjiao would show extraordinary talent and strength in future battles. For example, Ye Chen, Tang Shan, Ye Qing, Xiao Ling'er and other Tianjiao with great luck. Ye Xian'er still had a deep impression of Ye Qing. Although the other party was a demon clan, in the future, she made the entire demon clan withdraw from the war with her own strength, giving the human race a big breath. Those creatures who escaped from the quagmire of war erected a longevity monument for her and loved her very much. In the next 300 years, she led Wanyao Mountain to become a giant force among the demon clan, making countless demon clans bow down. In the crowd, Jiang Cheng was also observing the surroundings. Many Tianjiao with luck values over 10,000 were found. Since everyone present was a true god clone, Anna could relax a little and do some tricks on these Tianjiao, leaving marks on them. Immediately, he found Tang Shan, who had changed his appearance, and his good brother Ye Chen, who he had just met, in the crowd. The luck values of both of them increased. Obviously, these two little leaks have obtained something good in these 3 days. Anna also marked them, like a human-shaped little sun in the dark night, so dazzling that it is hard not to pay attention to them. At dusk, a large number of creatures gathered in the back mountain of the ancient city. The clouds and mists in the mountains were undulating, and all kinds of gorgeous rainbows broke through the sky. They were all genius creatures from various races. There were strange beasts that looked like rhinos and covered with scales, and there were also rocks with lightning wrapped around their bodies and flying with wings spread. The communicators on countless creatures flashed with light. The content above was the news of the war between various races. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the entrance of the ancient secret realm dropped to the freezing point. Countless creatures looked at the human creatures with a covetous look, ready to enter and kill them. Of course, the human race was not easy to mess with. He activated the holy weapon and semi-artifact on his body, looking fearless. A long and narrow space crack stretched out. From the outside, you can see countless majestic ancient sacred mountains, which are filled with divine light and various laws and phenomena, like a magnificent landscape painting. Okay, let's go in. The ancient secret realm is in another space. You must not mobilize power above the divine level in it, otherwise the space will collapse, and you will bear the consequences yourself. No one will come to save you. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Those who have experience can tell those creatures who come for the first time. We will not elaborate on the details. The divine clone sitting in the air spoke. Although a war broke out on the continent, everything still had to follow the rules. The Tianjiao who had been waiting for a long time did not stay too long. They stepped into the crack one after another. What came into view was a large forest surrounded by mountains, which was filled with a large amount of woodlaws and lush scenes everywhere. Jiang Cheng touched a place casually, and there was a prompt for him to absorb the woodlaw. He naturally would not be stingy with his lord coins. However, there were all kinds of people around, and with so many eyes on him, if he absorbed these laws and was discovered, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Ye Qing led the Tianjiao of Wanyao Mountain to retreat to the side, and did not intend to get involved in the conflict between the human race and the Tianjiao of other races. Jiang Cheng and Anna pretended to sit cross-legged on the ground, no longer suppressing their aura, and successfully broke through to the semi-god realm. The other followers of Wanyao Mountain were the same, but their speed was much slower than that of Jiang Cheng and the others. This made many gods and goddesses look sideways, secretly sighing that Ye Qing didn't know where to find the two masters, whose skills were not inferior to those with the blood of gods. Okay, let's disperse now. Everyone has their own goals, so don't act in groups. Look for opportunities based on your own abilities. If you encounter any danger, don't be stingy with the boundary-breaking talisman on your body, and leave the ancient secret realm immediately. Life safety comes first. Cheng turned around and said this to the gods and goddesses of Wanyao Mountain. Many true gods of Wanyao Mountain fell in the ancient secret realm. These true gods are the ancestors of the 9 major gods of Wanyao Mountain. They are scattered in various places. If they act in a group, it is unknown how much time will be lost. Some Tianjiao may miss the opportunity because of this. So Cheng simply disbanded the team and let them find their ancestors on their own. They have arranged it this way in previous years. So the Tianjiao of Wanyao Mountain did not think it was wrong. On the other side, the creatures of the human race and other races looked at each other coldly for a while, and then dispersed. They also want to find their own opportunities and have no time to stay at the entrance to fight to the death. Some creatures who entered it for the first time began to dig the nearby god mountain, and buried underneath were huge, unrotten god corpses. These god corpses are a huge treasure house. Whether it is the flesh, hair, or bones on it, they can be sold at a high price in the outside world. This is undoubtedly a huge fortune for these creatures who have no one to rely on, no big background, and can only rely on themselves to fight. But this treasure house is not so easy to discover. The terrifying divine power emanating from the corpse immediately killed several clumsy Tianjiao, leaving no trace of their bodies. This made the Tianjiao who were watching feel cold on their backs. They finally understood why no one had excavated the things on the corpses at the entrance for such a long time. It was obviously because the gap between the two was too big, and their strength was not enough to shake the corpse. Even the corpse could not be shaken, so you can imagine how powerful this creature must have been when it was alive. There are many corpses like this in the ancient secret realm. If you want to excavate the things on it, it all depends on your luck. Unless the corpse has a blood connection with you, you can mine the things on it at will, and the residual power left behind will not take effect. Cheng, go and find your own opportunity. I have to go do some business. Cheng's mysterious master has good skills and is very familiar with the environment inside the ancient secret realm. With her help, Cheng can gain considerable benefits. Such results are often accompanied by a surge in luck. For Jiang Cheng, there is no harm at all. Cheng didn't show any pretense. He nodded and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the depths of the secret realm. Arriving at a remote area, Jiang Cheng and Anna shattered the void around them and summoned the battleships from the Lord's warehouse. Nearly 1,000 vampire warriors appeared in the void instantly. After this period of time, the strength of the vampire warriors has reached the level of demigods. The secret realm is filled with the power of laws and is a natural treasure for them. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng led his men to pursue those lucky geniuses who were marked with auras, and prepared to attack them. These geniuses are lucky enough to encounter many good things. Like treasure hunting rats with a keen sense of smell, Jiang Cheng only needs to follow behind to make a profit. At the same time, Cheng gave him a map. She had acquired these maps at great cost. Various natural treasures are marked on it. The direction those children of luck are heading to is exactly these treasures. They are indeed people of great luck, but all these good things will be advantageous to me. Meanwhile, the lords were alerted. The teleportation array in front of the territory is opened. As long as you step into it, you can descend into the ancient secret realm. But they encountered some difficulties. Due to the onset of all-out war, the remote areas where the lords were located were not spared. Countless creatures rushed to their areas and launched indiscriminate attacks. For a time, everyone was in danger. They have no time to go to the ancient secret realm, but think about how to face the current predicament. Fortunately, the main target of those creatures is still the location of the human race. They have no regard for the remote areas where the lords have influence. However, the lords did not dare to let down their guard, because they did not know whether these creatures would suddenly change their minds and turn around and attack them. Out of this situation, many lords spent huge amounts of lord coins to purchase protective shields, invisible formations, and a series of defenses in their territories. After doing this, they entered the ancient secret realm. Of course, such lords are only a small minority. Most lords do not have this financial resources, so they can only wait and be prepared to fight at any time, and cannot enter the ancient secret realm. As each lord enters the secret realm, they collectively appeared in a remote corner of the secret realm. The place was extremely desolate, with yellow sand and flying dust everywhere, and not a single plant. The World Channel expressed great envy for them being able to go to the ancient secret realm. There were all kinds of sour remarks and some weird remarks. The 5 major alliance leaders really want to enter it, obtain the massive power of laws inside, and at the same time take action against the lucky local geniuses inside. But they were afraid of meeting Jiang Cheng when they went in. Ever since their embarrassing escape from the Abyss battlefield, Jiang Cheng has been a nightmare in their hearts. Every night when they go to bed, they have to lift the quilt to check if there is any danger, for fear that they may accidentally dream of being chased by Jiang Cheng at night. This situation caused their mental state to decline sharply. I haven't had a good rest these days, and I am also helpless in managing the territory. Fortunately, the troops can go out and develop on their own, so they don't need to worry too much. These days the previous losses have been made up. At the same time, they learned from the classics that it is best for arms to have some rules in the demigod stage, so that they will become stronger after breaking through the realm and becoming gods. Such a huge negligence made them feel very guilty for their few soldiers who had broken through to the divine realm. They decided to let them understand part of the rules for each of the next arms. But such a huge law cannot be given by just talking. It requires a treasure land with abundant power of law. The ancient secret realm just meets this condition. But Jiang Cheng, the god of plague, may also enter them, and may attack them without saying a word. At this time, Lord Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon suddenly sent them a message. Why don't you guys come here? There are plenty of laws here. I have picked up several stones containing laws, and I am going to take them back to study them. Why is this guy so calm? Isn't he afraid of being killed by Jiang Cheng? Or does he have something to rely on that makes Jiang Cheng feel afraid? Several people have such questions in their minds. Seemingly thinking of their concerns, the purple-winged Huanglong explained, I have arrived at the ancient secret realm. Jiang Cheng did not appear here. Maybe his territory was attacked by other creatures and he was temporarily unable to escape. If you guys want to come quickly. If you accidentally bump into Jiang Cheng when you arrive late, I can't protect them. I'm ready to run away at any time. It seemed to confirm what he said. Lord Purple-Winged Dragon sent each of them a yellow-brown stone as big as a fingernail, which revealed the strong laws of Earth. Hurry up. If you don't come, I'll leave. The 6 of us will move together. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers, so Jiang Cheng should be a little afraid. Besides, the most demigod-level divine power can be mobilized here. Are you afraid of a hammer? Being so excited by the purple-winged dragon lord, the 5 people immediately became excited. While Jiang Cheng was busy, they hurried into the ancient secret realm. It was so vast that it would take Jiang Cheng a lot of time to find them, and he might not even meet them from beginning to end. If they didn't seize this opportunity, when would they have to wait? Most of the lords were afraid of Jiang Cheng now. They would definitely not stay at the beginning of the secret realm, and they would not foolishly wait and see for them. If Jiang Cheng didn't go in for a long time, they would have to wait outside, and they didn't know how many opportunities they would lose during this period. With their minds wavering, the 5 people gritted their teeth and entered with their troops. As the 5 of them entered, the other lords of the 5 major alliances entered the ancient secret realm one after another. Like the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord, they were all planted with blood and controlled by Jiang Cheng. It can be said that the leaders of the 5 major alliances were unknowingly falling into an encirclement. Nearly 1,000 figures walked out of the forest. The leader was a man and a woman. The man was tall and straight, with a handsome face, a white robe, spotless, and a handsome face. Even his hair seemed to be shining with fairy light, and his eyes were shining with divine light, revealing a sense of transcendence. The woman was wearing a palace dress and a long skirt. She was holding the hand of a man in white. Her eyes were deep and calm, and her hair was fluttering. She had a peerless posture. The 2 stood side by side, and their spirits were lingering, as if they could ride the wind at any time. The 2 were Jiang Cheng and Anna. The world is full of various laws. The inextricable connections between these laws will condense together and manifest into physical objects. For example, the forest behind them is the manifestation of the law of wood and the law of earth. Every blade of grass and every tree contains a strong power of law. Such a feng shui treasure land is naturally not to be missed by the 2. Leading the Blood Clan warriors, they took down the items with more laws here and put them into the storage ring. When they leave the secret realm and return to the Sky God Island, they will have plenty of time to comprehend with the time array on it. It will waste a lot of time to stay here now. There are countless opportunities waiting for their exploration. In order to avoid being seen by other creatures as abnormal, Jiang Cheng and Anna have prepared several sets of clothes in advance, and the Blood Clan warriors also have specific uniforms. It contains elements of local clothing on the mainland. It makes them look less strange. The space here is quite strange. The flow rate of time and the structure of space are completely different from the outside world. There may be a large amount of time laws and space laws here, which have formed the existence of Tao, leading to the occurrence of these environments. Anna closed her eyes and sensed everything. Jiang Cheng was a little excited when he heard this. If he could comprehend the time and space laws that formed the Tao rhyme, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. Maybe in a wave of his hand, a strong man in his prime became a dying old man. It is also possible to cut the space with a wave of the hand, and easily split the enemy in 2. Void and space, time and space, these laws can be integrated with each other to produce more powerful laws. Through the content on the World Channel, Jiang Cheng has learned what happened in the outside world. Smoke rose everywhere on the continent, and major races launched wars against the human race. There was grief everywhere, blood flowed like a river, and the true gods were bleeding. No one could escape. Mountains and rivers were broken, and the world was turned upside down. Some areas have been devastated, and no one knows how many gods have fallen. The strong entry of the Sea Clan has caused the human race to retreat step by step. It has fallen into a critical situation. This is when the savior is needed. And this savior is obviously not one of those old monsters who buried himself in the soil, fell into a state of suspended animation, and did not let his lifespan be lost. Obviously, he is the son of the younger generation of Tianjiao. This is why there are so many geniuses recently, and most of these geniuses are human. There are only a few geniuses with luck values of over 10,000 from other races. The sons of luck from other races have only a pitiful luck value of several thousand. And the human geniuses, such as Xiaolinger, had a terrifying luck value of 200,000 when Jiang Cheng first met her. These days, he met Yashianer, the eldest daughter of the Ye family. The 2 seem to have become friends. With such a good girlfriend with a strong identity and background, Xiaolinger's luck value has soared by 20,000 again. And Yashianer herself is not simple. She has a luck value of 150,000. She is also a daughter of luck. The human race is a creature with unique advantages. In addition, so many sons of luck have emerged at once. The final winner of this battle may still be the human race. The key to winning the game must be these sons and daughters of luck with high luck. But now their strength level is quite low. It has no effect on the battle situation outside. According to the general routine, if these people with great luck want to save the world, there will definitely be a lot of opportunities waiting for them to discover. Maybe you don't need to look for opportunities deliberately, they will automatically come to your mouth and let you take them obediently. In the future, these people with great luck will gain countless opportunities, accept this inheritance, awaken that bloodline, and then go to roadside stalls and auctions to pick up peerless treasures and fragments of divine skills. The realm is a small section every 3 days and a large section every 5 days. Cross-border combat is as easy as eating and drinking. When encountering an enemy that you can't beat, you can always break through under pressure and then counterattack. So these sons of luck will encounter many opportunities in the future, and these opportunities are very good, and each one can play a big role in their future. If it was the former Tian Xiao who entered the ancient secret realm, the so-called opportunity may be a semi-artifact, or a divine source, or a bloodline inheritance. But it's different now, the crisis of the human race is coming. With the blessing of luck, these human geniuses may obtain the treasure house left by the earth gods, a high-quality artifact, a super powerful soul that becomes a protector, and a set of supreme skills that can defy the heavens. They may even receive direct enlightenment from the earth gods and heaven gods, and give away all the things for free. These are all very possible. After all, this is an ancient secret realm, which contains countless opportunities that make the gods in the outside world excited. If it weren't for the constraints of treaties and rules, those guys might have broken in and plundered long ago. There will be few opportunities comparable to the ancient secret realm in the future. This is equivalent to a place to install rocket launchers, and the starting point for the soaring strength of Tianjiao. Jiang Cheng vaguely felt that in the ancient secret realm, these vast amounts of time and space laws that were enough to condense into the Dao rhyme might be the last opportunity. This is also the most valuable part of this secret realm. Without the space law, the space of the ancient secret realm may no longer be able to support it. Even a slight force will cause the collapse of the space. The entire secret realm will be destroyed. Although I don't know how to find these opportunities and how to obtain them, I have lovely treasure hunting mice, and they will work hard to help me find them. Jiang Cheng showed a cunning smile. According to the breath left on the Son of Luck before, he found that 3,000 miles away, many creatures gathered there, and one of the Sons of Luck was also in the crowd. In addition, the 2 lucky babies with the highest luck values, Yexianer and Xiaolinger, were hiding in the dark and watching. It was obvious that there was a great opportunity in that place. At that moment, he did not stop and led the Blood Clan warriors to rush over. Sister Xianer, what good things are there in this place that are worthy of us mobilizing troops to ambush here? Xiaolinger was dressed in Xingyi, with a slender figure, and her beautiful little face was full of doubts. She held a detailed map in her hand, similar to the one in Jiang Cheng's hand, with various treasure places containing opportunities marked on it. According to the records on the map, the area in front of us was a barren land. Someone had come to explore it before, but nothing good was gained. Instead, several days of time were wasted. But Yexianer dragged her here, and also mobilized a large number of Ye family's geniuses. They were fully armed and had strong auras, like a well-trained elite army. That sharp gaze is definitely not possessed by a pampered person. Instead, it is tempered by experiencing strong winds and waves, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and countless battles. Such a group of people are placed in the ancient secret realm. It was like a sharp spear that could tear any whole to pieces. Even the arrogant genius of the High Clan would find it difficult to compete with this team of people. All signs indicate that Yexianer came prepared and seemed to be able to predict what was about to happen in the ancient secret realm. There is a powerful man in the realm of gods buried here. In the small world in his belly, there are treasures he has accumulated throughout his life. We can take the opportunity to get it. Yexianer whispered, her amber eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, her purpose cannot be that simple. Her real purpose is actually the corpse of the powerful god. In her previous life, by chance, she obtained a way to control the corpse of the god and take it as her own. Although it cannot explode to the full strength of the divine corpse, it is still more than enough to deal with those first-level gods and second-level gods. Moreover, the divine corpse cannot feel pain, and will only obey her orders and will never give up until it achieves its goal, like an emotionless war machine. Naturally, she couldn't miss such a peerless killer weapon. It's just that this incident was too shocking, and she didn't plan to tell Xiaolinger, for fear that she would misunderstand her and regard her as the inheritor of the magic skills that caused a lot of noise in the past 2 days. In fact, there is another inheritor of the magic power, and those so-called rumors are not misunderstood. Xiaoyan will really be a big demon with powerful magic power in the future, who relies on devouring other people's flesh, and souls. It's just that he hid it so well that he was only discovered 30 years in the future when the other party already had tremendous power. It's just that the other party seemed to have leaked some details in this life, causing him to be discovered in advance. What happened in the last life has changed a lot in this life, which made Yexianer wary. She must be fully prepared for anything to avoid unexpected situations. The treasure left by the powerful god. Xiao Linger's little face was full of surprise, her eyes were sparkling, and her wealth-loving attributes exploded, and she wanted to rush over immediately to kill people and buy goods. Rumble. A soaring divine light bursts out from the ground, and creatures thousands of miles away can feel the ultimate charm emanating from the divine light. A deep crack opened in the flat ground, like a canyon across the continent. Various magical herbs and medicines appeared inside the canyon, swaying and moving with the wind, seeming to seduce the geniuses to pick them. A powerful god fell, and the remaining divine power on his body, as well as the divine blood flowing out, turned the entire canyon into supreme divine soil. It has bred treasures of heaven and earth that are enough to make even the old monsters in the outside world shake their hearts. Inside the canyon, an old man with a kind face was lying on the ground. He had lost his life, and half of his body was cracked and covered with spiderweb-like cracks, like a broken clay pot. Everyone did not look at the old man. What they focused on was the many treasures of light flowing around the old man and the heavenly and earthly treasures filled with divine splendor. Various rules and orders are falling down, countless powerful auras are intertwined, and the divine mist is lingering, as if you have stepped into the divine realm. There were 26 artifacts that I saw, including magical medicines, magical talismans, and countless dragon marrow and phoenix jade. The radiant light emitted made people unable to open their eyes. When the old man died, the small world of the powerful god also collapsed and turned into nothingness, and all the treasures stored inside fell out. Countless strong men were breathing rapidly. They are all common people's geniuses. From childhood to adulthood, they have obtained their resources through their own efforts. When have they ever had so many good things in front of them? Suddenly, these people became confused and began to rush forward desperately. In line with the principle of striking first, some people began to attack their teammates who had just been called brothers, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Among the crowd, a handsome young man named Suyi's eyes flickered. He had expected all this, but he couldn't open this place by himself, so he just took advantage of these guys. The world is hot and cold, and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. After experiencing so much life and death, he no longer trusts anyone. Everyone is just a tool for his use. Jin Yi, if you hadn't betrayed me with others and pushed me off the cliff, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance of Jiang God, and I wouldn't have known about this place. In the small town where Suyi lived, human cultivation relied on the blood of wild monsters. Awaken martial souls through the power of wild monsters and gain strength. It's just that his childhood sweetheart betrayed him, and an outsider stripped him of his blood and pushed him off the cliff. Normally he wouldn't have survived. Unexpectedly, he inherited the legacy of Jiang Cheng by accident, merged a drop of his divine blood, and awakened his memory. From that moment on, Suyi became a dragon and embarked on the road of revenge, ready to teach his fiancée who betrayed him a lesson. Unexpectedly, this was a road of no return. Various troubles were linked together. If he destroyed a force, the backers behind it would come to trouble him. After destroying the backers, he was inexplicably targeted again. In this way, he walked all the way from a remote town to the central area of the continent, and also obtained a jade pendant that entered the ancient secret realm. The legacy of Jiang Cheng must belong to me, Suyi. The young man looked at the body of the old man in the depths with a resolute gaze. The other party was Jiang Cheng. The drop of divine blood on his body had begun to cheer and jump, as if it had found its true owner and was beating wildly. After taking out an invisibility talisman from the storage ring, Suyi's figure disappeared almost transparently, and he had disappeared at the mouth of the canyon while shuttling back and forth. Thousands of air-breaking sounds came from afar. All of them were geniuses from various races who had noticed the situation. Looking at the civilian geniuses at the entrance, they started fighting with them without saying a word, and at the same time, they started calling for help with the help of the communication talisman. They looked like they were determined to control this place of opportunity. "Miss, do you want us to take them down?" a tall member of the Ye family asked. As long as the leader Ye gave the order, they would rush out at the first time and clear out the enemies at the mouth of the canyon. No hurry, the place where the gods fell hides all kinds of terrifying power. If you don't pay attention, you may not even know how you died. No more than a few of the geniuses who entered can survive. There are already many geniuses from other races gathered here. The scene will definitely be more lively later. Let them open the way for us in the early stage. Ye looked indifferent and her eyes were calm. According to her memory, there were many dangers hidden in it. At that time, more than 6,000 geniuses died in it, which was a very scary number. Even if the opportunities in it were almost taken, many people who wanted to try their luck in it died. She remembered that the opportunity in it was obtained by a young man named Suyi, who took half a day to reach the vicinity of the god's corpse. So Ye was not in a hurry at all, and even thought it was okay to close her eyes and rest in the dark for a while. Just when everyone relaxed their vigilance, the void above their heads broke open, and the terrifying void turbulence poured in from inside. Several Ye family members were unable to avoid it and were directly crushed into a pile of minced meat. Disperse. Ye and Xiaolinger dodged two void turbulences, and the rest of the Ye family members followed closely. They looked ugly, and cursed in their hearts that the space of the secret realm was too unstable, and it was broken for no reason. Such a thing happened to them, causing them to walk out of the hidden formation. They couldn't help thinking too much, and several loud shouts rang out in the air. "Look, there are human geniuses hiding in the dark over there. Damn, the human geniuses are really cunning." I'm afraid they have been observing in secret, preparing to take advantage of the conflict. Fortunately, the space above them collapsed, otherwise we would have been hit. Everyone knows the situation outside. In this case, why don't we join forces to kill this team of human beings? How about it? From time to time, geniuses from various races broke through the air. They looked down at the earth in the air and could see Yashianer and others coming out of the hidden formation at a glance. Immediately, their faces changed drastically. I have heard that the human race is cunning for a long time, and today I saw it as it was. With almost no excessive communication, the creatures of various races immediately hugged together and surrounded Yashianer and others. Facing an enemy that was dozens of times stronger than her, Yashianer chose to lead people to rush into the canyon, hoping to rely on the remaining power inside to deal with the creatures of various races. This is also one of the few methods currently available. If they choose to escape to other places, their strength will soon be exhausted by the endless enemies, and then they may only be waiting for death. This Ye family team is well trained and made adjustments in an instant, changing their formation. Transformed into a sharp knife, the enemies who passed by had almost no power to resist and fell at their feet one after another. Among them, Xiaolinger was the most courageous. She activated the power of the bones of the avenue, causing the laws of the ancient secret realm to resonate with her, forming countless terrible visions. It was simply a human tank, crushing countless creatures of all races and opening up a wide road for the team behind. The speed of their advancement exceeded everyone's imagination, and there were no casualties. The fearless spirit and terrifying power made the Tianjiao of all races terrified and dared not go up to stop them. Because the creatures who went to stop them barely lasted 5 seconds, and then they lay on the ground and became a fresh corpse. In secret, Jiang Cheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the embarrassed appearance of various Tianjiao, frowning slightly, and was obviously not very satisfied with this result. He didn't expect that these Tianjiao couldn't consume Yashianer's strength at all. This made his plan a little bit frustrated. He originally planned to let these foreign Tianjiao fight with Yashianer's men, reduce some of Yashianer's strength, and preferably cause her some big trouble. But he didn't expect that this little girl seemed to be extraordinary. She actually arranged such an elite team to help her. If I go to the field myself, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with this team in the first time. The disguise of the blood warriors will also be exposed. If the Tianjiao who came from afar remembers their characteristics, it will be bad. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and simply made trouble for Yashianer openly. The total luck value of Yashianer and Xiaolinger added up to more than 400,000. Such a terrifying value, if it is not to cause them some trouble, it is simply unreasonable. Jiang Cheng urged the power of the void law, and at a distance of dozens of miles, the space above Yashianer and others collapsed on a large scale, and countless void turbulence ran out. Their intact formation was also messed up at this moment. The members of the Ye family team scattered and were entangled by creatures of various races, and soon died tragically under the siege. After the Ye family team was in disarray, the void above magically closed, as if deliberately causing trouble for Yashianer and deliberately targeting her. Damn it, someone is playing tricks. Yashianer and Xiaolinger were so angry that their faces turned red. They no longer hid their strength and directly cleared the nearly 100 geniuses of various races who surrounded them. Linger, you lead the way in front, and I will lead people to cover the rear. Okay, Sister Xianer. Yashianer showed the pressure of the semi-god realm. When she entered the secret realm, she was already at the peak of the great sage, so she found a place to break through soon after entering. Not only her, but most of the Tianjiao were like this. Breaking through in the ancient secret realm can enhance the perception of the law. Some Tianjiao absorbed a nearby law force when they just broke through. Such examples are very common. Looking at the children of the Ye family lying in a pool of blood, Yashianer's heart was bleeding. This was a team she had spent a lot of money to build, and it cost countless manpower and material resources. Each of them is a Tianjiao with extraordinary talent and powerful strength. In the future, they are likely to reach the realm of the first-level god or above, with unlimited prospects, and can make countless contributions to the Ye family, and can also become the cornerstone of her establishment of the kingdom of God. But now they have failed here. Yashianer is heartbroken, and the terrifying aura on her body flows, and she began an extremely bloody killing. The tyrannical magical powers and the terrible laws are overwhelming. After half an hour of fierce fighting, Yashianer led the remaining team into the canyon. Nearly 1,000 corpses of creatures of various races were lying outside. Countless creatures were frightened by this woman's killing and their legs were shaking. Yashianer suffered a lot of losses in this battle. Nearly 30% of the people were killed outside, and this was just the beginning. She didn't know how many of her team could survive in the future opportunities. Yashianer and Xiaolinger looked a little embarrassed at this time, with messy hair and blood and mud on their dresses. This canyon opened up is very narrow and long. It contains the law of residual power and riot. If you are not careful, you will die here. In order to avoid the large number of pursuers behind, they carefully led the team to advance, wanting to recuperate for a while and find a way to break the situation. Miss Xianer, Miss Linger, come and drink some water. Ye Fan in the team came over with a smile. His arm was scarlet, obviously injured in the battle just now, leaving blood stains. Thank you. Yashianer thanked softly, took the water handed over by Ye Fan, and the expression on her face quickly restrained, cold and aloof, like a fairy above the 9 heavens, without any smell of fireworks. Ye Fan was smiling on the surface, but a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. During this period, Ye Xian'er's attitude towards him became more and more indifferent. Even if he tried his best to please her, she remained unmoved. Compared with the previous period, Ye Xian'er seemed to have changed from head to toe. This made Ye Fan feel a little disappointed and wanted to find out what caused it. After all, she was his only support on the mainland. He lost his status as a lord. If Ye Xian'er abandoned him again, it would be difficult for him to survive on the mainland with his personal strength. Unless he was extremely lucky and other major forces took a fancy to him. But the probability of this was very small. The Ye family would treat him as a treasure, but other forces would not. After his observation, Ye Fan found that he had one less soldier with him. According to various signs, it was obviously taken away by Ye Xian'er's people. Then, the cultivation resources provided to him also decreased a lot. The cultivation resources usually given to him were not inferior to those of the gods and goddesses of the Ye family. But the cultivation resources given now are only the share of ordinary children, and some things are even useless to him. This almost perfunctory attitude made Ye Fan wonder if he had lost his value. Recalling the past, he suddenly realized that Ye Xian'er's interest in him from beginning to end was only in his arms and his physique. Although her attitude towards him was enthusiastic on the surface, she was secretly a little distant. It was very much like the routine of a scumbag girl hanging on to an innocent boy. Ye Fan knew that he had lost his value to Ye Xian'er. He wanted to leave her control like Ye Chen, but she obviously would not agree. Long before entering the secret realm, Ye Fan proposed to follow the team of other gods and goddesses in the Ye family, but was rejected by Ye Xian'er. Her tone was very domineering without any room for negotiation. In the later process, he became a role like a group pet. The strong men in the team would surround him even if they sacrificed their lives, in order to prevent him from escaping. Now I am like a little white mouse in a cage. Ye Xian'er will definitely do further research on me, and even dissect me. I must find a way to escape. Ye Fan's heart has already experienced a series of emotions such as tension, anxiety, fear, and anger. But he tried his best to restrain himself and endure it, just to prevent Ye Xian'er from noticing his abnormality. He could feel that a series of unexpected things would happen later, and his chance to escape would also come with it. Sister Xian'er, eat something. Xiao Ling'er took out a pile of food from the storage ring. She was not afraid of such a thing, but felt very excited. Thank you, Sister Ling'er. Ye Xian'er's expression gradually became gentle. She did not notice the changes in Ye Fan's eyes just now. At this time, her whole body and mind were devoted to the memory in her mind. This area is the first great opportunity in the entire secret realm. The news here will spread to the entire corner of the secret realm like a wave. The people who come at that time will be quite terrifying. With more people, their chances of leaving this canyon will be greater. Through the communication talisman, Ye Xian'er informed the other gods and goddesses of the Ye family of the news here. Let them come if they can, and don't force them if they can't. She asked those gods and goddesses who can come to hide in the dark and not to come to this place to try their luck. In a few hours, nearly 50% of the geniuses in the entire secret realm may gather here, including those with strong strength. Ye Xian'er still knows what the strength of the gods and goddesses of the Ye family is. They can't even beat Ye Chen and Ye Fan, so coming here can only be regarded as a gift. If too many of these guys die, their parents will definitely explode with anger after returning and come to trouble her. After all, she is the leader of the entire Ye family's geniuses, and she must be involved in the death of too many gods and goddesses. After a while, dozens of messages were sent back. Those gods and goddesses have been dealt with by Ye Xian'er, and their arrogant personalities have been restrained. At the same time, they also know their own weight and did not refute her orders. This made Ye Xian'er worry a lot less. In the future, when she establishes the kingdom of God, she will definitely build many academies so that the next generation can first learn how to be a human being before entering the ranks of cultivation. If they enter cultivation at the beginning without knowing anything and gain powerful power, they will definitely become a group of arrogant and domineering playboys. If such a guy meets those Tianjiao who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, he will not know how he died. Such examples have happened to Ye Chen no less than dozens of times. Every time he goes to a place, there are dandy boys looking for trouble with him. Ye Xian'er originally planned to put away the communication talisman, because the messages sent were similar. But she still took a few more glances, and one of the messages attracted her attention. The creatures do not belong to the continent. The leader is a group of human beings. Those strange creatures respect the human race. The strength levels vary. Ye Xian'er's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this the invading force that she has always wanted to contact but has no time? All their conditions meet Ye Fan's. Ye Fan was once one of them. How did these guys get in? There is only one entrance to the ancient secret realm. These guys can't bypass the eyes of those old monsters in the Dusk Ancient City to enter it, unless there is a supreme power behind them, who can locate the location of the ancient secret realm and put them in through space means. Such a powerful person is probably several levels more terrifying than her Ye family's ancestor. At least the frivolous ancestor of my family can't do this. If you want to do this, the law of space must at least become the existence of the way of space. Ye Xian'er was in a good mood and felt that her own era was coming. If she could contact this group of forces, cooperate with the strong behind them, and get their support, then her kingdom of God would be established soon. Disputes on the continent can also be settled in a very short time. At that time, all the races on the continent and the Endless Sea will respect her. This group of invaders must have a plan to come to this continent, and I also have a plan. I propose cooperation and the other party should not refuse. After all, I have the ancient Ye family behind me, and Linger, the little girl, will also support me. She has the Xiao family and her group of masters behind her. Such a force that can change the situation on the continent. I don't believe that the strong behind the invaders will not be tempted. Ye Xian'er is extremely eager to establish a kingdom of God, unify the continent, and realize the goal in her heart. It's just that she didn't unify the continent in her previous life, and she felt very sorry, but she must succeed in this life, even if she sacrifices everything, she must achieve it. The aura that erupted from Ye Xian'er startled Xiao Linger, who was chewing fruit nearby. She was about to ask what happened when she heard the sound of fighting and the terrifying power of the law rioting in the distance. With the eyesight of a demigod, standing outside the canyon, one can see the ancient Yang god inside. But if one really steps into it, it is easy to be trapped inside. The entire canyon is about 60 miles deep. This distance may only take a while to cross from the outside, but Ye Xian'er and others are advancing very slowly, moving forward step by step. They dare not fly into the air, because they are not sure whether there is a violent law power hidden in the air. In order to avoid losses, they have been very cautious, but 3 members still died from the violent energy in the canyon. The place where the gods fell is really dangerous. I am afraid that even the 3rd level gods dare not enter here rashly. I really don't know how those guys in front walked so fast. According to the charred bones on the ground, Ye Xian'er and others successfully came to the inside of the canyon. Many civilian geniuses have gathered here. They are besieging a black-clothed boy. It was the movement here that attracted them just now. That person is Suyi. Ye Xian'er recognized the young man in the crowd. Although she had no intersection with him, she had seen this famous genius in her previous life and talked to him several times. Later, no one knew what happened. Suyi and the sect behind him were destroyed by a mysterious force, and he himself disappeared. At that time, she also sent people to investigate, and finally all the clues pointed to the Xiao family. It was obviously Xiao Yan, the inheritor of the magic power, who coveted Suyi's soul and flesh, as well as the inheritance of the ancient Yang Tianshen in him, so he captured him. I didn't expect to meet him here. The opportunity of the ancient Yang Tianshen in the previous life was taken away by Suyi. The other party must have some good means to avoid the crisis here. If he can gain the trust of the other party, maybe he can get a share, or even leave this area with the help of the other party. Thinking of this, Ye Xian'er's amber eyes flashed with a moving luster, and her expression and temperament immediately changed, switching to the second soul. With the experience of Ye Fan, Ye Xian'er solved the problem of 2 souls in her body in a short time. If she switched at will, there would be no problem at all. Of course, it would take some time to completely eradicate them. Come on, help the boy kill these annoying flies. Yes. In an instant, several sharp figures rushed out of the Ye family team, like ghosts, shuttling around the civilian Tianjiao. In a short while, the civilian Tianjiao ran away or died, leaving only Suyi covered in blood. Suyi's eyes were full of gratitude. His invisibility talisman was not very good. He stole it from a dandy boy. Anyone with a slightly stronger mental power could see the flaw. If Ye Xian'er hadn't come to his rescue, his situation might be several times worse than it is now. Looking at Ye Xian'er, who was like a fairy in the sky, Suyi's heart, which had been hurt by his fiancée, was actually shaken a little. A strange feeling appeared in his eyes, and his face was full of infatuation. Such a reaction made Ye Xian'er very satisfied. Her biggest weapon is her appearance. What's wrong with making a little sacrifice to achieve her goal? If it was an ordinary time, if someone dared to look at her like this, she would definitely slap him and give him an unforgettable memory. Thank you for your help, young lady. May I ask if you are Miss Ye Xian'er of the ancient Ye family? Through the costumes of this team and Ye Xian'er's stunning appearance, Suyi quickly associated the other party's identity. He was excited. As early as when he was in the Dusk Ancient City, he had heard of Ye Xian'er's name and admired this woman very much. But his status was too humble, and he was so different from Ye Xian'er that he didn't even have the qualifications to take a look at her from a very long distance. But now Ye Xian'er not only appeared in front of him, but also helped him solve the dilemma. Suyi, who came from a remote area, had never experienced this before. His calm heart was suddenly in chaos, and his little heart was beating wildly. Humph, my lady is not someone you, a mortal, can look at so directly. If you look at her again, I will dig your eyes out. Ye Fan, who was standing next to him, felt a little jealous. He intended to run away, but his thoughts on Ye Xian'er had not changed. He still regarded her as his dream lover and would not allow anyone to defile her. Looking at Suyi's eyes, Ye Fan, who was also a man, knew what the other party was thinking and quickly scolded him. Suyi's face changed slightly, knowing that he seemed to have crossed the line, and he quickly wanted to apologize. But Ye Xian'er smiled slightly and did not take it to heart, and even directly ignored Ye Fan who was showing off just now. Then the two had a series of conversations. Ye Xian'er told her current predicament. The sad look in her eyes made Suyi extremely angry. That damned group of guys actually dared to attack you, Miss Xian'er. It's simply unforgivable. Miss Xian'er, to be honest, I have a drop of blood of the ancient Yang god in my body. The violent residual power in it will not cause any harm to me. Instead, it can be transformed and absorbed by me. How about this, you and I cooperate, you help me clear the powerful enemies on the road, I will lead the way, and when we get to the ancient Yang God, we will each have half of those treasures. With the array talisman inside, I think it's not a problem for us to leave here. Su Yi was completely fascinated by the woman in front of him. He understood Ye Xian'er's predicament and knew that she was desperate and it would be difficult for her to leave here. If it were an ordinary person, he might choose to side with the group of civilian geniuses just now. After all, there are many civilian geniuses, which is a rare force. But Ye Xian'er didn't, she sided with him. This touched Su Yi very much. Decided to help this girl in distress. I don't know if it was because of a hothead or deliberately showing off. Su Yi even told his little secret to attract the interest of the girl in front of him. And Ye Xian'er still had a professional fake smile. Seeing this, Su Yi couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But on second thought, facing such temptation, the other party was not moved, and still kept a certain distance from him. She must be a good girl who keeps herself clean. If it were a woman outside, she would have already pounced on him and had a substantial relationship with him in order to obtain more treasures left by the ancient sun god. As a result, Su Yi was even more moved by the girl in front of him, and his heart was hanging on her. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. At this moment, the situation in the secret realm was not calm. The Sea Clan gathered the geniuses of various clans, forming an indestructible force, and launched a series of attacks on the human geniuses in a crushing manner. If the human geniuses want to get opportunities, they will inevitably have to sacrifice blood and pay a painful price. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the corpse of a beast god, urging his magic skills, and the magic energy was lingering, constantly absorbing the huge amount of energy below. His breath was rising steadily, and the injuries caused by the beating the day before had healed. In the final analysis, he actually had to thank Ye Chen for beating him up. Because of this beating, he awakened the dusty memory in his mind. This memory was not from the original owner, but from the original owner's previous life. This excited Xiaoyan. Because the original owner's identity in the previous life was the Supreme Demon Lord, holding the stars and picking the bright moon was a piece of cake for him. His terrifying magic skills suppressed countless powerful enemies, and even those old monsters who were hidden in the world were terrified. Unlocking the memory was undoubtedly a revelation to Xiaoyan. He immediately understood a lot of magic skills, and in just 3 days, his cultivation level improved a little. This speed is quite terrifying in front of local creatures. The teleportation symbol on his waist flashed, and a member of the Xiao family sent him a message, telling him the place where the ancient Yang Tianshan fell. The place where the powerful gods fell. There should be many powerful creatures gathering there, which is simply heaven for me. Xiaoyan's desire for the flesh and soul of living beings reached the extreme. His magic skills were very perverted, and he only needed to devour them continuously to enhance his strength. Now he can only devour the flesh and blood of some pseudo-gods, just like the one under him. The essence of this beast god has been lost by more than 80%, and the effect it brings to me is not as great as that of several beast tribes and sea tribes. He cleaned up the traces around him. Xiaoyan turned into a divine rainbow and went to the place where the ancient Yang Tianshan fell. He didn't want the fact that he practiced magic to be exposed. As for why the city was promoting that he was the inheritor of magic, it was obvious that someone had framed him. He had only come into contact with several of his own death warriors in the past few days, and no one else had seen them, so it was impossible for them to be exposed. Don't let me know who is framing me, otherwise I will make him look bad. And that Ye Chen, I must castrate him next time I see him, and make him kneel at my feet and suffer all kinds of humiliation. A place filled with divine mist. Ye Chen and Tang Shan walked out of it. Their cultivation was infinitely close to that of a demigod, and they were flowing with several kinds of law power. They accidentally entered this treasure land behind them, which was the place where a powerful tree god fell. The soul of the tree god had not dissipated yet. Ye Chen and Tang Shan went through a series of tests and finally got the mysterious fruits on the tree god. These fruits contain huge energy and several powerful law powers, which can be taken and refined. Brother Ye Chen, each of these fruits can only be refined one, and the remaining fruits will have little effect if refined further. Why don't we divide them equally and bring them back to the people around us? Okay, Brother Tang Shan. Ye Chen had no objection. When they entered the ancient secret realm, they both ran into old acquaintances. Ye Chen met Tang Ya, the daughter of the owner of Wanbao Pavilion, one of the largest chambers of commerce on the mainland, with countless powerful forces as backers. The other party initially ran a branch called Bibelu in his hometown. It seemed that she came to that remote place to avoid the family marriage. At first, Ye Chen just wanted to earn some money for cultivation, so he casually refined a few basic pills. Unexpectedly, he was bumped into by Tang Ya, which immediately attracted her attention and gave a high evaluation of his pills. Afterwards, Tang Ya started a series of cooperation with him, and the relationship gradually became close. Finally, when Tang Ya was taken away by the family's strong man, she left him a VIP card as a gift. Tang Ya's delicate face was reflected in his mind, and Ye Chen's mouth curled up a smile. He planned to take her into his harem and make her his own concubine. Tang Shan, who was next to him, also had his own peach blossom luck. On the way to the ancient secret realm, she met a beast girl, who was a rabbit. Although they had been together for a short time, Tang Shan relied on his experience in his past and present lives to deceive the inexperienced rabbit girl and made her fall in love with him successfully. There was one thing that Tang Shan found very strange. His father was a human, his mother was also a human, and he was a pure human being, but why could he not stop lusting after women of the monster type? There was Yeching of the monster in front, and the little rabbit of the beast behind. Now it was an awkward situation. Would he be spurned by his fellow human beings if he was with the little rabbit? Yechen and Tang Shan gained 2 confidants, and their luck value had been significantly improved. It was just that they themselves could not feel it. They simply felt that they were lucky to encounter the treasure land behind them. After a while, the two received news from Hanjian, which was about the ancient Ying god. Yeching's slender body sat next to a god's corpse. Above her head, a shadow of a graceful woman was constantly infusing the remaining energy inside the god's corpse into her body. The god's corpse was Yeching's master Luoji. Luoji fell in the ancient secret realm, but she left a clone in the outside world. With the help of that clone, she came to sleep under the cliff of Wanyao Mountain, waiting for the arrival of the destined person. In the end, the clone was corrupted, leaving only a remnant soul. Fortunately, the appearance of Yeching gave her hope. My dear disciple, this is all the master can give you, but the energy in your body is too huge. I added a seal to you, and you can't feel it clearly for the time being. As the last ray of energy entered Yeching's body, Luoji's divine corpse turned into countless starlight and dissipated in this space. At this time, Yeching was lingering with the terrifying power of the gods, like a young god, who could easily crush the space in front of him. Her realm has reached the peak of the demigod, and she can cross the divine tribulation at any time, but her accumulation is not enough, and she plans to take advantage of this period of time to accumulate a good foundation. Don't worry, master, I will never let you down. I will find a way to help you reshape your body. Yeching nodded heavily, and not long after, she received a message from the Tianjiao of Wanyao Mountain.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.